Chapter 1. Chen Guanlou unearthed 10 taels of silver from his home, digging deep into the ground to procure gifts. Though the funds were modest, the gifts demanded grandeur indeed. The more extravagant, the more respectable. He arranged for 2 dried chickens and 2 dried ducks, fearing that the recipients might be displeased thus. He added 2 pieces of cured meat and sealed a pouch of silver before heading to the Liu steward's residence in the back alley of the Pingjiang Marquis estate. Upon arriving at the Liu residence, he was struck by its impressive grandeur, with its 2 courtyards. A steward of the marquis resided in such a magnificent abode, truly remarkable. The Pingjiang marquis was affluent indeed. Approaching the 3 steps leading up to the door, he grasped the brass ring and knocked 3 times. Before long, a side door adjacent to the main entrance creaked open, revealing a young doorman who peered out at him. Noticing his unfamiliarity and modest attire, the doorman's expression shifted, eyes narrowing with disdain. Chen Guanlou quickly stepped forward, donning a smile. "I would be most grateful if you could notify Steward Liu that I, Chen Guanlou, the son of Chen Chengzong from the East Alley, have come to see him." With that, he fumbled in his pocket, awkwardly pressing a few copper coins into the young doorman's hand. 10 copper coins. Chen Guanlou felt a pang of regret. Thankfully, he kept his composure, his hands steady, projecting an air of affluence despite his internal turmoil. The doorman accepted the coins, his demeanor transforming instantly, a smile gracing his face. "Please wait a moment." With that, the side door slammed shut. Chen Guanlou stood there, compelled to wait patiently. The Pingjiang marquis bore the surname Chen, just as Chen Guanlou died, a legacy passed down through generations. Alas, Chen Guanlou had reincarnated too late, missing the opportune times of yore. By the time of his father, their family had already been distanced by 5 degrees of kinship from the marquis. In earlier days, during ancestral rites, he could still catch a glimpse of the Marquis family, but now he was not even permitted to participate in the rituals. The marquis had long ceased to recognize their distant relatives. To call them relatives was merely a courteous phrase. Once a proud descendant of the first generation of the Pingjiang marquis, he now found himself in a position inferior even to that of the marquis servants. When faced with challenges, he had to beseech the steward of the marquis estate for assistance, meticulously preparing gifts, fearful that they would find them inadequate and refuse to help. Chen Guanlou's family had fallen into disrepair since his grandfather's generation, becoming destitute. In desperation, they had resorted to menial work, with Chen Guanlou securing a position in the local prison. This job was quite advantageous. It was hereditary, passed down from father to son, a secure position akin to an iron rice bowl. One could rely on it without fear. As long as one did not mind the lowly nature of the work, they could continue in it until old age. If one were to die midway, it would be merely a stroke of ill fate. Chen Guanlou's father had indeed suffered such misfortune. When Chen Guanlou was merely 10 years old, his father perished in the line of duty. The following year, his mother succumbed to grief, leaving him to be raised by his elder sister. A few years ago, his sister had married, bringing him along as a burden, silently enduring the disdain of her in-laws. Now, at 18, Chen Guanlou had reached the age where he could take over his father's duties. As a man, he could no longer rely on his sister for sustenance. He needed to establish himself. For the past 18 years, Chen Guanlou had drifted through life, influenced by the prevailing social climate and the words of others, resisting the notion of inheriting his father's profession, repeatedly declaring it a lowly occupation, which had caused his sister to weep in secret numerous times. However, 2 months ago, he experienced a sudden awakening, recalling the events of his previous life. In that life, living in the modern world, notions of lowliness were non-existent. A secure job was a treasure not to be dismissed. Moreover, at the moment of awakening, the Tao fruit of longevity within his consciousness had also revived, granting him eternal life, not immortality, but rather a life unburdened by aging. In the Great Xia dynasty, the nation was founded on martial prowess, with martial capability held in high esteem. From a young age, individuals would undergo tests to determine their martial lineage. Those who possessed innate martial channels could pursue martial arts, advancing from minor accomplishments to first-grade warriors, with further ranks extending to second, third, and so on, up to the ninth grade. Beyond the ninth grade, it was said to be the realm of masters, the details of which remained shrouded in mystery to the common populace. To become a warrior was to attain status and prestige, elevating one's standing above that of ordinary citizens. Hence, society was rife with violence without a measure of self-defense. One could easily fall victim to peril. Chen Guanlou lacked martial lineage, and naturally, he felt discontented. He had attained the longevity that even the emperor sought yet could not grasp. As a person of awakened wisdom, he was a chosen one. It was unreasonable that he could not practice martial arts or become a warrior. Studying Confucianism and entering the Jixia Academy to become a scholar warrior was no longer an option. He lacked both the talent and the financial means. Education required substantial investment and exorbitant one at that. In this world, where could one learn martial arts without incurring costs? After much contemplation, the only answer was the local prison. It housed an abundance of talented individuals, each possessing eloquence and charm. Thus, he resolved to inherit his father's position and become a worker in the prison. 2 months prior, he had submitted an application for the position, but it had vanished without a trace, with not even an acknowledgement. Recently, his brother-in-law, unable to refuse his sister's pleas, had intervened on his behalf, only to discover that the position left by his father had already been filled by someone who had paid for it. There was no vacancy available for him. They hoped he would take the hint and seek other employment. Chen Guanlou was furious. To expect him to relinquish the prison position and forsake the opportunity to become a warrior based on mere words was a fanciful dream. Thus, he turned his thoughts to the Pingjiang Marquis estate, for they shared a common ancestor. In his time of need, it was only fitting to seek assistance from the Marquis. Undoubtedly, the Marquis family would look down upon a destitute individual like him, denying him even a chance to meet. He would not squander his energy or resources on such futility. Instead, he decisively sought an alternative through Steward Liu. Steward Liu was the second steward of the Marquis, a 7th-grade official, and a figure of considerable authority within the Marquis household. Securing a mere position in the prison would be a simple matter for him. For the sake of that simple request, Chen Guanlou was willing to humble himself, to be subservient. As long as he could enter the prison, he would do whatever it took. In his previous life, he had been a professional, seasoned in the ways of the world. He had the skin to bear it, even if he lacked dignity. After all, making money was paramount. In these times, regardless of the endeavor, earning a living was arduous, and one often faced indignities. He had steeled himself for potential humiliation, preparing to navigate the most uncomfortable of situations. Before long, the side door swung open once again, revealing the same young doorman. "Madam requests your presence inside." "Thank you, young sir." Chen Guanlou sighed in relief, finally stepping into the Liu residence. Upon hearing the doorman refer to Liu's wife as Madam, he could not help but marvel at her stature. How impressive it was that the wife of a steward could be addressed as such. Reflecting on it, Liu seemed to be a 2nd-grade warrior. It was not unreasonable for his wife to be called Madam. Upon entering the Liu household, passing through the ceremonial gates and traversing the corridors, he was greeted by an exquisite sight: artificial mountains, precious flora, a display of opulence. What a life the steward of the Marquis led! Chen Guanlou felt genuine envy from the depths of his heart. It was a far cry from his own destitute existence. No wonder some unworthy descendants of the Marquis referred to Steward Liu as Lord Liu or Grandfather Liu. A mere servant had risen above the offspring of his masters. Wielding power and privilege, one could only wonder how the Chen ancestors would react if they were to learn of this. Chen Guanlou was ushered into the flower hall. A middle-aged man, resembling a steward, accepted the gifts, and Chen Guanlou quickly presented the sealed pouch of silver. The man weighed it in his hands, and his expression seemed to convey satisfaction. "Please wait, madam will be here shortly." "Thank you." A young maidservant brought tea, and Chen Guanlou took a sip. The tea was fragrant and the leaves of good quality. The Liu household treated its guests with a measure of respect, not deigning to serve him leftover tea simply because he was a destitute individual. Feeling a surge of confidence, Chen Guanlou smiled appreciatively at the maidservant, who, concealing her lips with her sleeve, stifled a laugh before turning to leave. After a brief interval, Liu's wife made her entrance. Hearing the commotion outside, Chen Guanlou promptly rose and turned towards the door. The light in the flower hall dimmed suddenly as two figures stepped inside. At the forefront was a woman in her 30s. Chen Guanlou stole a glance, captivated by her alluring figure. Her features were merely fair, yet her eyes seemed to speak volumes, exuding an enchanting allure. With a semblance of innocence combined with a beguiling gaze that hinted at both desire and detachment, her charm was magnified. She was more captivating than even the most striking of maidens. She was ripe, fully blossomed, like a juicy peach ready to be bitten into. She was irresistible. This woman must surely be Lu Wan, the steward's wife. Chen Guanlou dared not linger his gaze, hastily averting his eyes, focusing instead on the ground, silently reciting the mantra that form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. Behind Lu Wan followed a young maidservant, the very one who had served him tea earlier. "Greetings, madam." With a request in mind, Chen Guanlou approached without hesitation, bowing respectfully as a junior would. Among his kin, there were young men of his age who referred to Lu as Grandfather Lu, so honoring Lu one was hardly beneath him. When seeking a favor, one must adopt the proper demeanor. "So you're the son of Chun Qingzong from the East Alley. My, how you have grown. Do not be so formal, sit and speak with me. I remember seeing you when you were just a child." Lu Wan smiled warmly as she took her place at the head of the table. Chen Guanlou, who had no habit of bowing his head while speaking, lifted his gaze and replied with a smile, "It is an honor for me that Madam remembers me." He might have remained unassuming had he not lifted his head the moment he did. Lu Wancher clearly discerned his features. The smile on her face transformed instantaneously from a mere hint of amusement to a radiant grin. What a charmingly handsome young man he was. The maid had spoken the truth. He was indeed a paragon of elegance. Even when adorned with a smile, he exuded an air of sincerity rather than obsequiousness, radiating warmth and propriety that endeared him to all. While Chun Qingzong was of ordinary appearance, he was taken aback by the striking good looks of his son. "Why sit so far away? Come closer, Liu Wanshi beckoned." Chen Guanlou hesitated for a brief moment. There was no reason for him to feel timid in the face of such openness. He took a couple of steps forward and seated himself at a side angle, merely a small table's distance from Lu Wanshi. With his hand resting on the table, he could easily reach out to her. The proximity allowed him to catch the subtle fragrance emanating from her, reminiscent of oranges, prompting him to steal a few more glances. Lu Wanshi observed his subtle actions, her heart swelling with delight. "You seek my husband, but alas, he is not at home. He has been summoned by the Marquis' residence and may return at an uncertain hour. If you have any troubles, do not hesitate to share with me. I am here to assist," she said. Having reached this juncture, he found himself devoid of the means to procure gifts, leaving him with no avenue for retreat. With Lu Guan's absence, he had no choice but to gamble on Lu Wanshi's goodwill. "Madam, my father's position in the prison has been usurped. I now wish to take up his duties there, yet I find myself without the proper connections. Hence, I have come before you, hoping you might extend your support in light of my father's past service." Lu Wanshi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "I see. You wish to inherit your father's position, correct? Indeed, working in the prison is a lowly trade. As a fine young man, have you truly considered this path?" Lu Wanshi's tone carried a hint of regret. Chen Guanlou replied earnestly, "I have come of age and can no longer rely on my elder sister's concerns for me. The world is fraught with difficulties. While the prison work may be deemed base, it offers a means of sustenance, a far better alternative than languishing in idleness. You possess a clear understanding. I shall relay your intentions to my husband. But tell me, have you become engaged?" Lu Wanshi gazed at him with a smile that grew ever more delightful, her body unconsciously leaning toward him, the table's edge pressing against her bosom, accentuating her figure. Chen Guanlou had long since cultivated an unwavering heart from his previous lives' experiences, remaining composed even in the face of temptation. The modest advances of Lu Wanshi did not sway him. Yet he forgot that while he had weathered many storms in his past life, his current body was still youthful and impulsive, igniting a fire within him that tested his resolve. He maintained his poise, taking a deep breath to suppress his Buddhist instincts. I'm not yet engaged. Is it that your standards are too high? Lu Wanshi casually rested her hand on the table, a mere 2 inches from him, her fingers beckoning with an alluring grace. Without a stable career, how could I dare to establish a family? With that, he reached for his teacup. Just as his hand brushed the fine porcelain, a delicate and soft hand rested upon his, entwining gently. Chen Guanlou. He chose to remain still for the moment. Did Lu Guan know what kind of woman he had at home? With such a captivating lady under his roof, could he truly feel secure? Did he not fear the grass growing over his head? Or perhaps it had already turned a deep shade of green. What a scandalous woman she was, her touch becoming increasingly enticing. They say one should establish a family and career. Why have you reversed this notion? Lu Wanshi laughed heartily, her gaze weaving an invisible web, almost ensnaring the young gentleman within its grasp. One cannot afford to delay a young lad's prospects. You're quite considerate. Is the tea too hot for you? Why do you not drink? Upon hearing this, Chen Guanlou promptly raised the cup to his lips. He dared not provoke the wife of a second-rank warrior. He chose to keep his distance. His life was just beginning, and he had no desire for it to end prematurely. Once matters were settled, he resolved to steer clear of her in the future. I am weary. Please await news at home. Just moments ago, Lu Wanshi had been as warm as the sun, but in an instant, her demeanor shifted, sending him off with tea in hand. Chen Guanlou stood momentarily stunned, scrutinizing her face for signs of jest. He made no attempt to resist or linger. Instead, he rose, bowed respectfully, and said, I appreciate your concern, madam. I shall take my leave. Lu Wanshi waved her hand with an air of composure, assuring him that he could return home without worry. News would come swiftly. As Chen Guanlou exited the Lu residence, he found himself bewildered, glancing back at the firmly shut door. He could not discern Lu Wanshi's intentions. Was it his lack of response that had caused her demeanor to shift? If it was the former, he was in deep trouble. She seemed not to possess a forgiving nature. If it was the latter, perhaps she admired his appearance and, in turn, appreciated his character. One could not deny that with a face like his, if he were to enter the world of pleasure, he would command at least 50,000 night. Surely, he was more handsome than Takashi Kaneshiro. Lu Wanshi's gaze was like a silken thread, indicating that she had yet to encounter a worthy opponent. Should he choose to be earnest, his eyes could weave a net, far surpassing mere allure. In his past life, it was this very skill that drew countless young maidens and married women to him, crying out for his embrace. His unwavering integrity had been his downfall. Otherwise, he would have long resided in a grand villa, driving luxurious cars, rather than mingling with clients in a less savory manner. Madam, here is the gift list sent by Chen Guanlou for your perusal, the steward announced, presenting the document. Lu Wanshi glanced at the list. Chuckling softly, evidently, he was willing to part with such a sum. A mere 10 taels of silver hardly caught her attention. However, given Chen Guanlou's current circumstances, his willingness to offer such a gift signified his utmost sincerity. Shall we assist him, madam? The young maid Xiaojuan inquired cautiously. Lu Wanshi shot a sidelong glance at Xiaojuan, a smirk playing on her lips. What? Are you taken with him? Xiaojuan boldly admitted. How could one not admire such a handsome gentleman? Yet, it is not his looks that captivate me, but rather the rarity of someone from the Chen family striving for progress, unashamed of working in the prison. Are you suggesting that I find him lacking in awareness? Lu Wanshi scoffed lightly, her expression turning icy. Has anyone ever withstood my advances? None that I can recall. Those who dared seemed like starving ghosts in a world of temptation, utterly repulsive. Chen Guanlou, however, is an exception. Strangely enough, he remains unfazed by my allure. This young man is destined for greatness. Tell me, should I aid him? Xiaojuan grew cautious, torn between the desire to help and the conflict of not wanting to betray her true feelings. She noticed that Chen Guanlou genuinely valued his position in the prison. Since we have accepted his gift, we ought to inform the master, she suggested. Lu Wanshi nodded, acknowledging the point. Indeed, it is the master's rule to conduct business in exchange for gifts. Yet, 10 taels is rather meager. Perhaps I shall wait until the master returns to discuss this further. That evening, after a long day of toil, steward Lu returned home. Lu Wancher greeted him warmly, personally preparing a hot towel to cleanse his face and shoulders, followed by a gentle massage. Once he felt at ease, a sumptuous feast was laid before them, and the couple dined intimately together. The master returned quite late today, Lu Wancher began. Those gossipy and heartless women in the household spent their day idling about, spreading tales that eventually reached the elder brother's ears, provoking a considerable outburst from him. I was preoccupied with pacifying him, and had to deal with those loquacious women, which delayed my time. Lu Wancher was taken aback upon hearing this. The Ho family was known for its benevolence. How could they bear to sell off their servants? Do they not fear tarnishing their reputation? When the master is truly enraged, no one can sway him. Benevolence is merely a saying, Steward Lu scoffed, downing his drink in one go. Lu Wancher hastily poured him more wine. I have something else to discuss. Can you guess who visited today? Oh, Steward Lu asked, somewhat disinterested. Chen Guanlou, you remember him. The one who worked in the prison and was a bit dim-witted. He's been dead for several years, Steward Lu recalled. He had a son, Chen Guanlou, who has now grown up. He came by today, bringing dried duck, dried chicken, and cured meat, along with a sum of silver, indicating his sincerity. He expressed a desire to take his father's place in the prison. But alas, that position has long been filled. You think we should assist him? Lu Wancher casually mentioned this, her chopsticks never pausing as she continued to serve Steward Liu. It was clear that the matter of Chen Guanlou was merely a side note to her. How is this Chen Guanlou? Steward Lu asked, sipping his drink. One of the few in the Chen family with ambition. However, their family and the Ho family have been estranged for 5 generations. I say we should refrain from helping him. Assisting him would yield no benefit for the master, Lu Wancher replied firmly. Steward Lu, initially reluctant to assist, found his stance wavering with her assertion. Helping him is not an insurmountable task. It merely requires a word. However, we should inform the Ho family first. Lu Wancher grumbled. I am not keen on toiling to curry favor with the second young mistress. Accepting a paltry 10 taels of silver and having to make a trip is quite the loss. Lu Wancher displayed her displeasure, clearly frustrated with Steward Lu for burdening her with additional tasks. Yet he chuckled, embracing her cheerfully. You have said it yourself. Chen Guanlou is one of the few ambitious individuals in the Chen family. It is merely a matter of uttering a few words. Why not assist him? Working in the prison hardly promises a bright future. That is debatable should someone find themselves in dire straits within the prison. Having him there could provide some semblance of support. Enough of that. The Ho family has enjoyed wealth for generations. Do not speak so recklessly. Indeed, my dear, it would be prudent for you to make a trip to inform the second young mistress of this matter. By aiding the Chen family, we ensure that the Ho family remembers our goodwill. Lu Wancher cast him a sidelong glance, huffing softly. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. That I have my eye on a set of exquisite jewelry. I shall buy it all. Days later, upon learning that his position in the prison had been secured, Chen Guanlou felt a tremendous weight lift from his shoulders. He made his way to Lu's residence to express his gratitude, but found neither Steward Lu nor Lu Wancher present. Instead, he encountered the young maid Xiaojuan. Xiaojuan refused to accept his gift, stating, wait until you have sufficient funds to procure a more fitting token of appreciation that would convey true sincerity. Chen Guanlou pondered her words, recognizing their wisdom. Yet he could not retract his gift. It would be improper to offer a present only to take it back. Eventually, Xiaojuan relented and accepted the gift. Upon learning that he had secured the position in the prison, Chen Guanlou's elder sister rejoiced, attributing it to divine favor. That very day, she returned to the Chen household with provisions. Chen Qingzong had passed away, leaving behind little silver but a modest courtyard situated just 2 alleys away from the Ho residence, and only a few streets from the major governmental offices. This location could rival the prime real estate of modern-day capital cities. During the family's most trying times, they had refrained from selling this small courtyard, a decision that proved wise. Otherwise, Chen Guanlou might have had to seek rental accommodation. Chen Guanlou's elder sister, Chen Xiaolan, in her 20s, was the epitome of a gentlewoman, well-suited for family life. She had married the youngest son of a minor official, Su Shang, and their lives were relatively comfortable, enjoying meat on the table every few days, albeit with limited finances. When Chen Xiaolan presented a sum of silver to Chen Guanlou, he adamantly refused, while others may not grasp the hardships she faced in the Su household. He was all too aware that he had witnessed her struggles during her early marriage, having lived with her in the Su household for 2 years as a child, observing her subservience to her mother-in-law and sister-in-law. The 2 brothers of the Su family had not divided their fortunes, with their earnings going to Su Desheng's wife before being redistributed. As the youngest daughter-in-law, Chen Xiaolan had barely any access to silver. Fortunately, her husband was favored, allowing her some financial leeway. These funds had been painstakingly obtained from her husband. He would be remiss to accept them. Given the circumstances, sister, do not fret over me. I will be dining at the official residence. With meals provided daily and uniforms for every season, I have no need to spend money. That is nonsense. Even if you do not have to spend on food and clothing, social interactions require funds. When you work at the official residence, you cannot be isolated. Our father was too independent, and when difficulties arose, he had no one to rely on today. As for social interactions, my sister need not concern herself. Once I receive my salary, I shall treat my colleagues to a meal. I will not be stingy. Besides, our family situation is no secret. Those at the official residence will soon learn of my circumstances and will not expect me to entertain them at this time. Sister, please take the money back. If your mother-in-law finds out, there will be trouble. Chen Xiaolan hesitated momentarily. Are you truly certain you do not want it? Chen Guanlou shook his head vigorously, resolute in his refusal. He had already resolved to remain at the prison until he received his salary, determined not to spend a single coin. Early the next day, Chen Guanlou reported to the prison, after greeting the various officials. He was assigned to the supervision of Su Yuli. Greetings, Uncle Su, he said with a slight bow, adopting the demeanor of a dutiful subordinate. Call me Su Shu. Your father and I are like brothers. You have finally grown up, Su Fugue exclaimed, clapping Chen Guanlou on the shoulder with warmth. Chen Guanlou feigned surprise and shyness, mustering the courage to call out, Su Shud, in his heart. He could scarcely believe a single word spoken by Su Fugue. He had heard from his elder sister that when their father passed away, this Su Fugue, was notably absent among the mourners who came to pay their respects at I have heard about your situation. At the time, when you sought to take on your father's duties, I genuinely wanted to assist you, but alas, my influence was limited, and the position left by your father had long been filled by another. My intentions were sincere, yet my power was insufficient. Fortunately, you have your own connections and managed to resolve it on your own. Thank you for your concern, Su Shu. Your kindness is something I shall forever cherish. At present, I find myself financially constrained. Once I receive my salary, I shall invite Su Shu to dine at Guanmei Tower, and no need for you to treat me. I shall take you out myself. Su Fugue laughed heartily, exuding a sense of openness. After the laughter subsided, he inquired, How many officials have you met? Did they say anything to you? The official stated that my father's position is no longer available, and there are currently no vacancies for the jailer's role, so I will start as a prison guard for now. While a prison guard is still a prison guard, why, dear nephew, do not harbor resentment. Although the position may seem insignificant, it comes with its own advantages. Allow me to guide you. In due time, you will understand. Come, let us go and collect your uniform and weapons and register your name in the kitchen. I will heed Su Shu's advice and diligently fulfill my role as a prison guard. I must also thank Su Shu for his guidance. There is no need for such formalities. In the future, do not be so courteous. Chen Guanlou smiled without a word. He understood the intent behind the statement that if he were truly ungracious, it would bode ill for him. Dressed in a dark red prison guard uniform, complete with the standard waist knife, he tightened his belt and adjusted his collar, feeling the hilt of the knife at his waist. Chen Guanlou took a deep breath. From this day forth, he too would be a civil servant with a secure job. Feeling particularly proud. Hey, that outfit suits you quite well, Su Fugue remarked as he saw Chen Guanlou dressed appropriately. Follow me. You will be assigned to the Bingzi cell. Bingzi cell, one speaks and another listens. Chen Guanlou closely followed Su Fugue, traversing corridors, moon gates, and passing through 2 more doors before finally entering the ominous Bingzi prison. The IT was dark and murky, an unsettling odor of mildew mingling with an indescribable stench assaulted his senses. Chen Guanlou held his breath, taking a while to acclimate to the odor. A few steps forward, a turn, and ahead lay a long, dim corridor with no visible end, flanked by cells on either side. From now on, you will be stationed here, responsible for patrolling. You will work alongside Datu, Lu Datu. This is the new recruit, Xiao Chun, Chen Guanlou. You will accompany Xiao Chun in inspections from now on. Xiao Chun, do your duty well. I have high hopes for you that I will certainly do my utmost. Should you have any questions, feel free to consult Lu Da. Once Su Fugui had settled Chen Guanlou, he departed the prison to attend to matters outside. Eludato, true to his name, had a notably large head. Chen Guanlou suspected he might have water on the brain, that he was not tall, standing half a head shorter than Chen Guanlou. But he was stocky. That Chen Guanlou introduced himself. I am Chen Guanlou. You can call me Xiao Chun. From now on, I will follow your lead. Eludato, pleased with Chen Guanlou's respectful demeanor, stated, let me take you on a patrol. The Bingzi cell housed notorious bandits and unsavory characters. Chen Guanlou was exhilarated, feeling as though he had received a pillow to rest his head upon amidst the excitement, with a sense of curiosity. He followed Lu Datu, beginning their patrol from cell number 1. During patrols, the most crucial task is to ensure the head count is accurate. Any discrepancy could lead to dire consequences for all involved. This is of utmost importance, understand? Chen Guanlou nodded eagerly in affirmation. Next, watch for any signs of conspiracy or unrest. The inmates in Bingzi cell are notoriously restless. One must be cautious of their communications with the outside. Additionally, one must be able to discern between life and death. May I ask, Datu, how does one distinguish between life and death? Chen Guanlou inquired humbly. Eludato glanced at him, gesturing towards cell number 13. Inside cell 13 was a solitary figure, shackled by iron chains, sprawled on the filthy ground, his condition uncertain. Do you think he is alive or dead? As Chen Guanlou approached the door of cell 13 for a closer inspection, the inmate lay motionless, devoid of any discernible movement, making it difficult to ascertain his status. However, if the man were truly deceased, Lu Data would not be so relaxed. Yet he replied, I cannot tell. Please teach me. Eludato chuckled, striking the bars of the cell with a stick. The echo reverberated through the dark corridor, an ear-piercing sound. Hey, get up! The inmate, like a maggot, stirred slightly before falling still again. Eludato grinned triumphantly. See, that's a sign of life. Though death is commonplace in the prison, it must not be shrouded in ambiguity. We must inform the officials if someone is nearing death. Understood? Thank you, Datu, for your guidance. I understand, Chen Guanlou replied earnestly. Reporting that an inmate is on the verge of death is fulfilling one's duty. Whether or not to provide medical assistance is up to the officials. If a death were to occur, the prior notification would help everyone save face. As they continued their patrol, Chen Guanlou noted that the Bingzi cell contained over 100 cells, nearly all occupied. Goodness, so many notorious bandits are confined here. The local law enforcement must be in dire straits. The last 10 or so cells were empty, and Chen Guanlou assumed they would not need to inspect them. To his surprise, Lu Datu led him deeper inside, whispering that while the others could be overlooked, the innermost cell must be inspected meticulously every day, without fail. If anything were to happen, we would all be in trouble. The deepest part of the Bingzi cell was so dark that one could hardly see their own hand in front of them. The air was damp, and the ground seemed to have a thin layer of water. In the dim light, he thought he heard a heavy breathing sound that did not resemble that of a human. The further they ventured, the more the atmosphere felt like a scene from a horror film, as if a lurking monster awaited to pounce and devour humanity. Chen Guanlou trailed behind Lu Datu, feeling a rare sense of tension. What kind of heinous individual could be confined in this lightless abyss? Weeby arrived. In a heap of straw lay a man, his limbs and neck tightly bound by iron chains, appearing to be middle-aged or perhaps elderly, with hair and beard in disarray, resembling straw. In the faint light, Chen Guanlou observed that the inmate's eyes were tightly shut, and it appeared that symbols had been etched onto his skin, obscured by his beard. His head hung low, leaning against the wall. Despite being imprisoned in the depths of the prison, this man's chest rose and fell robustly, a clear indication of his strength. It's fine. Let us go. Lu Datu seemed fearful of the inmate. Confirming that the man was unharmed before hastily departing with Chen Guanlou. Patrols in the prison were divided into 3 shifts: morning, afternoon, and evening. Chen Guanlou followed Lu Datu for about half a month during the day shift. And when it came time for rotation, he unexpectedly found himself assigned to the night shift that a group of seasoned inmates, upon the locking of the gates at night, grew impatient without the watchful eyes of officials. Taking on the responsibility of nighttime patrol, Chen Guanlou walked alone through the long, dark corridor of the Bingzi cell. As he passed cell 13, he tapped on the bars, as usual. The inmate within stirred as before. Confirming he was still alive. After so long in his role, he still had not seen the true face of the inmate in cell 13. He can really lie still. Continuing deeper into the prison, hear a voice call out, "Little brother, little brother." In cell 25, there was a rotund inmate, a rare sight in the prison. Remarkably, he bore no visible injuries. From his first day on duty, Chen Guanlou had taken note of this man. A small-time leader of a loan sharking operation, it was said that it had offended a powerful individual and was seized under a pretext and thrown into the prison. "Little brother, could you do me a favor and pass a message to the outside?" 100 taels, Chen Guanlou turned and walked away, unwilling to waste another word on the man. The rotund inmate immediately grew anxious, exclaiming, "Please wait, little brother. 150 taels is my final offer, 200 taels. Will you do it or not? Just give me an honest answer." Chen Guanlou ignored him, not even sparing him a glance. The man clearly thought he could toy with him. Why would he, a new recruit, be the one to send messages for a deal worth 200 taels? Surely, the rotund inmate could find someone else among the guards. Don't let him fool you. The rotund inmate is not a good person. He is not a mere 3-year-old child. How could he be swayed by a trivial sum of 200 taels of silver? Lu Datu repeatedly emphasized the need to guard against collusion from both inside and outside, undoubtedly due to the grave consequences that had previously arisen from such conspiracies in the prison. As a newcomer without family background or connections, he lacked the audacity to engage in such treachery. One would fear that he might earn a living but lose his life in the process. Ignoring the sweet words of the portly man, he continued to patrol the cells, meticulously counting the inmates to ensure they were all still alive. Upon reaching cell number 60, he took a moment to observe it more closely. He had previously learned that this cell housed the leader of the Eagle Gate. Although the Eagle Gate presented itself as a martial arts school, it was, in reality, a vibrant social organization. While they ostensibly conducted legitimate business, they secretly engaged in heinous acts of murder and trafficking. Recently, they had been dismantled by the Six Doors. Chen Guanlou paid attention to this individual because, after careful observation, he deemed him to be relatively easy to deal with. Moreover, the man possessed genuine martial prowess, being a first-rate martial artist who had entered the realm of martial arts. When running the school, he also bore the responsibility of teaching his disciples. For Chen Guanlou, this represented an opportunity. He had not forgotten his mission in the prison, to learn martial arts. The leader of the Eagle Gate, surnamed Luo, was named Luo Jingtian, a middle-aged brute. That it was evident that he had also noticed Chen Guanlou, recognizing him as the newly appointed jailer. Young man, after days of observation, he could not refrain from speaking. "What is it?" Chen Guanlou replied coldly, standing outside the cell with an indifferent expression. "Could you do me a favor and bring some food and drink? I will pay." Luo Jingtian licked his lips, his body covered in scars, clearly a victim of torture. Chen Guanlou let out a cold snort and turned to leave. Although he wished to engage with the man, he could not easily allow him to succeed. "Wait a moment. What conditions do you require? Feel free to speak." Chen Guanlou turned back to look at him. Why me? As a powerless rookie, he was not worth the investment of these seasoned individuals. Luo Jingtian let out a bitter laugh. "Everyone else is just too unscrupulous that a jug of wine costs me 10 taels, and a roast chicken is priced at 20 while I may have money. I refuse to be slaughtered like cattle by those heartless old foxes. If you can offer me a more reasonable price, I will have no objections." Chen Guanlou narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him, contemplating the veracity of his words. Then he responded, "I have no money. Why didn't you say so earlier? I have a friend in a shop. Just mention my name, and you can receive free food and drink, plus travel expenses. What do you say?" "I do not want money." Chen Guanlou stood before the cell, arms crossed. Luo Jingtian was taken aback, instinctively asking, "If you don't want money, then what do you desire?" "I wish to learn martial arts," Chen Guanlou boldly stated his request. Now, it was Luo Jingtian's turn to hesitate. He observed Chen Guanlou's physique and noted the apparent absence of a martial vein. Serving in the prison without any means of self-defense was inherently precarious. As Chen Guanlou explained, Luo Jingtian nodded in understanding that a prison guard ought to possess some skills for protection. Even if he only knew a few basic moves, it would suffice to get by. He furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment. "I happen to have a technique called the Heavenly Thunder Technique, which is well suited for ordinary individuals without a martial vein. However, this technique has a significant drawback." What is a drawback? As the name suggests, the Heavenly Thunder Technique is extremely vigorous and yang in nature. Learning this technique requires the burning of one's vital energy, which in turn shortens one's lifespan. Practicing to the first level results in a loss of 1 month's lifespan, while reaching the 5th level incurs a loss of 1 year's lifespan. If one were to attain the 9th level, it would cost at least 5 years of lifespan. Consequently, few choose to practice this technique, yet it is indeed suitable for those without a martial vein. Upon hearing this, Chen Guanlou was overjoyed. The loss of lifespan was a concern for others, but not for him. With his longevity fruit, he could afford to sacrifice 5 years, or even 10 or 100. However, he did not immediately agree to the transaction. Instead, he feigned disdain and inquired, "Is there truly no other technique?" To be frank, other techniques require the accompaniment of internal cultivation methods to yield results. But since you lack a martial vein, you cannot cultivate internal methods. Luo Jingtian made his position clear. It was not that he was unwilling to provide superior martial arts manuals. Rather, it was due to Chen Guanlou's innate deficiency that he could not practice them. With determination, Chen Guanlou clenched his teeth and adopted a pained expression as he made his decision. "First, teach me the Heavenly Thunder Technique, and I will bring you food and drink in due time. Have you considered the consequences? It will cost you years off your life. Stop wasting time." Luo Jingtian promptly imparted the entirety of the Heavenly Thunder Technique to Chen Guanlou, carefully explaining the nuances of practice and sharing some insights. After finishing his rounds in the prison, Chen Guanlou returned to the guardroom, where a lively atmosphere prevailed. Some were gambling, others drinking, and a few were fast asleep. Lu Datu, with his eyes bloodshot from gambling, had stripped down to his undergarments, having lost significantly in the chilly, damp confines of the prison. Chen Guanlou approached him, subtly offering reminders at crucial moments to assist Lu Datu in recovering some of his losses. Afterward, he refrained from further involvement and simply lay down on his bed to sleep soundly. The next morning, during the shift change, Lu Datu, still buzzing from the excitement of the previous night, threw a tael of silver into Chen Guanlou's hands. "My good brother." After Chen Guanlou helped Lu Datu recoup his losses, Lu Datu seemed to be possessed by the spirit of a gambling god, winning decisively. Chen Guanlou accepted the silver graciously, casually remarking, "In gambling, one loses 9 out of 10 times. A gambler seldom enjoys a favorable outcome." "Rest assured, I know my limits," Lu Datu replied, nonchalantly. As they exited, they encountered several other gamblers, each wearing a pale expression, clearly having lost everything. Upon seeing them, Lu Datu was met with disdain. Their resentment for having lost money directed at him. One man glared at Chen Guanlou, evidently holding a grudge against him for assisting Lu Datu. According to tradition, the winner treats the others to drinks. Lu Datu laughed heartily, readily agreeing to host a banquet at the Guanmei building. After they settled this arrangement, the crowd dispersed to rest at home. Returning to his modest dwelling near the Marquis's residence, Chen Guanlou entered a small courtyard, consisting of a main hall with 3 rooms, 2 side rooms, a kitchen, a washroom, and a storage area. Truly a compact yet fully equipped abode. After taking a sip of water, he began his martial arts practice. The Heavenly Thunder Technique was an external martial art primarily focused on boxing. Following Luo Jingtian's guidance, he began to explore and comprehend it independently. After practicing for 3 hours, he vaguely grasped the threshold of entry. At the appointed time, he arrived at the Guanmei building for the banquet. Lu Datu hosted the gathering, treating everyone to a feast. As he still had duties to attend to that night, he refrained from drinking. The seasoned gamblers, however, were unconcerned. As long as they didn't get drunk, A little drinking was inconsequential. The officials also sought to enjoy life in the evening. Unless a significant incident occurred, they would not conduct surprise inspections of the prison at night. The crowd drank to a moderate level of inebriation, keeping track of time to ensure they did not miss their duties. Unexpectedly, upon entering the precinct, they encountered Officer Zhang, who was still on duty at such a late hour. Scoundrels! Officer Zhang fumed at the drunken guards, cursing loudly. Is there no sense of duty left? Your Excellency. Please understand, the night shift in this dark and damp guardroom can be quite unbearable, that if we do not drink a little to ward off the cold, even the strongest men would succumb within 3 years. Please, Your Excellency, consider our diligent service during the day. We have been quite earnest. The seasoned gamblers, relying on their seniority, chimed in, attempting to deflect the blame. Chen Guanlou stood at the back of the line. Hesitant to speak up, he understood that this was not his place. He merely needed to follow along. Officer Zhang was inclined to reprimand them, but recognized that it was not the right time. He could settle this score later, as there would be ample opportunities to discipline a few guards that he waved his hand in disgust. Get lost, go back to your posts. If there is another instance. I want to be so lenient. Thank you for your mercy, Your Excellency. Officer Zhang, a mere prison clerk, was hardly deserving of such a title. The guards referred to him as such out of respect. If Officer Zhang were to pursue the matter of their drinking, it would be deemed unreasonable. Should he disregard the rules, they too would not hesitate to retaliate. Guards had their own ways of causing trouble for their superiors, and they were quite adept at it that moment. Who would lose their head? It remains uncertain. Fortunately, Zhang the jailer still possessed a clear mind and did not pursue the matter further. The jailers took their leave of Zhang and proceeded to the celestial prison for their duties. During the evening patrol of the Bingxi's cell, Chen Guanlou voluntarily assumed responsibility, arriving at the door of the cell where Luo Jingtian was confined. He presented a flask of wine and a portion of braised meat wrapped in oiled paper to the other man. There was no roast chicken, but the braised meat would have to suffice. Luo Jingtian cared little for such details. Having something to eat was already a blessing. Accepting the wine and meat, he began to devour them ravenously, pouring the wine into his mouth in large gulps. After consuming enough to feel half full, he finally slowed down. Damn it, how long had it been since he last tasted wine? Those black-hearted jailers were all good-for-nothings. Yet here was Brother Chen, kind-hearted and generous. However, the flavor of this braised meat did not resemble the craftsmanship of the establishment he had mentioned. Naturally, Chen Guanlou could not purchase the wine and meat from the tavern recommended by Luo Jingtian to avoid being exploited and accused of collusion. The wine and meat were procured from a small shop along the way. Luo Jingtian paused in his eating, then resumed nonchalantly, Brother Chen, rest assured, I am aware of the rules. I won't send messages for you. That would be a taboo. That is quite agreeable. Chen Guanlou was satisfied with Luo Jingtian's understanding and then inquired about a matter of concern. How long would it take to grasp the heavenly thunder technique? How long to reach the first level? While eating, Luo Jingtian replied, for an average person, it generally takes at least 7 to 8 days to begin, and those with lesser aptitude may take 10 days to half a month. For instance, I only took 3 days to reach the threshold and 2 months to attain the first level. There was evident pride on his face, clearly pleased with his martial talent. Upon hearing this, Chen Guanlou's heart sank. He had only taken 3 hours to touch upon the threshold of entry. What kind of speed was that? A prodigy, a martial arts genius. Damn it, if he was such a martial arts prodigy, why was he without a martial vein, unable to cultivate internal techniques, and barred from stepping into the realm of martial arts? He refused to accept it. Did heaven truly have eyes, neglecting such a talent for martial arts while favoring some rotten apples? Practice is the sole standard for testing truth. Point 1 cannot simply abandon their aspirations because others claim they lack a martial vein and cannot cultivate internal techniques. That it is essential to try for oneself. Do you have any internal techniques? Luo Jingtian was momentarily taken aback, then put down his food, wiped the grease from his mouth, and said earnestly, Brother Chen, I know you harbor discontent. Countless ordinary individuals, just like you, are unwilling to remain mere practitioners of physical combat, striving to break through the limitations of their martial veins and cultivate internal techniques. Yet, without exception, They have all failed. The more severe cases have forced their cultivation and ultimately perished. I possess internal techniques, but to give them to you would be to harm you. Forcing cultivation is a path to death. Few live beyond 30. This is a lesson learned through the blood and tears of countless predecessors. It cannot be ignored. Upon hearing this, Chen Guanlou's previously gloomy mood suddenly soared with joy. He hurriedly asked, "Are you saying it would harm my lifespan?" It is more than just a loss of lifespan. It is clearly a matter of exchanging life for techniques, trading life for a chance at power. Only those possessing a martial vein can cultivate internal techniques and extend their lifespan. This is an unchanging truth throughout history. Brother Chen, I understand your reluctance, but I must still advise you to give up. You need not counsel me. I have my own convictions. Simply teach me the internal techniques. Luo Jingtian could not comprehend this. He had laid out the reasoning clearly. Why would Brother Chen refuse to heed his advice? This was a path to demise. Alas, it was unfortunate to encounter a jailer untainted by corruption, only to witness him march toward death. The heavenly Zen treasure technique, the internal method that Luo Jingtian imparted to Chen Guanlou, was certainly not a run-of-the-mill technique found on the streets. It qualified as a technique of medium caliber. By day, Chen Guanlou attempted to cultivate the internal technique as expected. Without a martial vein, he soon encountered suffering, making no progress and enduring profound pain. His internal organs felt as if they were being squeezed by an unseen force, as though they might explode at any moment. Fortunately, he bore the long-life fruit. As long as he still drew breath, it would swiftly restore his body. Otherwise, he would have sustained severe injuries from forcing the cultivation of internal techniques. After the attempt, his thoughts grew increasingly clear, solidifying his determination to cultivate internal techniques. Others could not practice. He, relying on the long-life fruit, was unafraid of the damage to his lifespan or the harm to his internal organs. He could entirely forcefully cultivate. Thus began his routine of slacking off at work and practicing after hours. Fearing he might forget this day in the future, he decided to keep a diary in the 45th year of the Great Qian Taixing. On the 18th of April, the weather was cleared. Lu Dada lost a bet and came to borrow money from me. As a penniless fellow, I had no money to lend him. I only treated him to a bowl of beef noodles. In the 45th year of Taixing, on the 25th of April, it drizzled that I heard that Su Fuguei and Zhang the jailer were at odds, both sharpening their knives before Jiang Yuqingji in the 45th year of Taixing. On the 28th of April, it was overcast. I encountered the scoundrel who had stolen my radish pit. One Yuli, who managed the Bingxi cell, the most lucrative prison holding officials guilty of crimes. He clearly recognized me as well. As a latecomer, yet managing the Bingxi cell, his background was evidently substantial. For now, he was not to be trifled with. I must avoid him in the future. In the 45th year of Taixing. On the 1st of May, the weather was clear. Fortune smiled upon me. Today was payday. My monthly salary was 2 taels, with a bonus of 8 taels. This iron rice bowl is secured for me. Even if the King of Heaven came, I would still retain this meal. To celebrate. I will enjoy the evening listening to music. In the 45th year of Taixing, on the 2nd of May, it drizzled. I prepared a gift to send to the Su family. Old Lady Su remained as materialistic as ever, but surprisingly flashed a smile at me, treating my elder sister with rare kindness. As long as Old Lady Su did not treat my sister harshly, I could always send more gifts in the future. In the 45th year of Taixing, on the 3rd of May. It rained. I went to the Lu family to deliver gifts, but unfortunately, I did not meet Lu Wanshi. The maid, Xiaojuan, was quite friendly, but she had too many bad habits and liked to be too touchy. In the 45th year of Taixing, on the 10th of May, it was overcast. Jiang Yuqing rarely came to inspect the celestial prison. It was quite unusual. In the 45th year of Taixing. On the 12th of May, during the night shift, I slacked off. In the 45th year of Taixing, on the 14th of May, during the night shift, I continued to slack off. While left, I twitched for wealth. While my right, I twitched for disaster. The right, I twitched incessantly, which did not bode well. In the 45th year of Taixing, on the 18th of May, it drizzled. Damn it. During the night patrol. Chen Guanlou, wielding a fire stick, was patrolling the Bingxi cell alone, counting heads and confirming their fates. Just in case, he had grown accustomed to this task. Aside from a few newly imprisoned offenders, the rest were all familiar faces. However, he had yet to see the true form of the inmate in cell 13. After a thorough inspection, he prepared to return to the duty room to sleep. Halfway through, he suddenly halted. Silence. Tonight, the prison was eerily quiet, an unsettling stillness that felt abnormal. Even at such a late hour, the inmates should have made some noise in the long corridor. Echoes should have carried sound from the duty room. Every night at this hour, the duty room was the liveliest. How could it be so quiet? Damn it, something must have happened. Regardless of what it was, he could not afford to sit idly by. Chen Guanlou hesitated no longer. He decisively opened the nearest cell door and slipped inside, locking the door behind him. Inside the cell, the inmates, having been confined for an unknown length of time, reeked of filth, their beards and hair overgrown, resembling tangled weeds covering their faces. The inmate's eyes barely opened a slit as Chen Guanlou gestured for silence with a finger to his lips. Shoo! If the other party could assist him this time, there would surely be a reward in the future. The inmate hesitated, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Soon, a decision was reached, and the inmate slowly fell back asleep, feigning ignorance of the situation. Chen Guanlou let out a sigh of relief. Covering himself with the scattered straw, hiding away, he did not know precisely what had occurred, but it did not hinder his instinctive choice. Avoid becoming cannon fodder, conceal himself, and wait for the situation to clarify. The vast celestial prison lay silent as a ghostly realm. The inmates within seemed to have received some kind of warning, each one feigning death, pretending to be as lifeless as possible. The once boisterous jailers had vanished without a trace, leaving only Chen Guanlou, a mere shrimp, hiding beneath a pile of straw. Someone was coming. From the sound of footsteps, it was clear more than one person approached. Chen Guanlou peered through the cracks in the straw to catch a glimpse of what lay outside. Upon a single glance, I dared not cast a second. A band of individuals, their faces obscured by sinister masks and cloaked in black capes, stormed into the prison. This was unmistakably the attire of the infamous Ghost Domain sect. The sect was known only by reputation, its members rarely seen, yet widely acknowledged for their secretive, treacherous, and brutal ways. When a disciple of the Ghost Domain sect emerged, all was rendered moot. Such audacity from the Ghost Domain sect. Daring to infiltrate the celestial prison for a heist, the members halted before two cells, and one drew forth a piece of wire, deftly inserting it into the lock. In mere seconds, the heavy lock of the cell door yielded. Within the confines was a prisoner recently incarcerated for tax robbery, subjected to severe torture upon arrival, now nursing his wounds. Authorities feared his demise, their concern rooted in the missing tax revenue. One among the Ghost Domain's ranks stepped forth, personally assisting the prisoner from his cell. That we welcome the Hall Master. The other saluted with clasped fists. One hurriedly presented a mask, cloak, and a pair of soft, well-fitted shoes. Chen Guanlou, witnessing the spectacle, was taken aback, utterly astonished to realize that what he had presumed were mere rogues were, in fact, the elusive Hall Master of the Ghost Domain sect. Questions arose. Why would the Hall Master risk so much to seize tax silver, only to be apprehended by the Six Gates? Chen Guanlou held his breath, paralyzed by fear. He could not allow fate to intervene before his time. The Ghost Domain sect was swift, rescuing their Hall Master and departing hastily. Chen Guanlou remained motionless until half an hour had passed, ensuring the danger had dissipated. Only then did he stir, lifting the straw covering him and hastening toward the duty office. The ground was stained with blood and littered with corpses. All three gates flung wide open. The prison lay in eerie silence, its external situation unknown. Chen Guanlou's countenance darkened. He understood he could not leave unscathed. To step outside was to court death. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to act decisively, charging against the wall and promptly losing consciousness. Injured in the line of duty, he was granted paid leave. During this time, he attended several funerals to pay his respects. These unfortunate colleagues, despite their mundane interactions and occasional grievances, had become collateral damage, leaving Chen Guanlou with a heavy heart. In a twist of fate, Lu Dadu had survived, intact and unharmed. That fateful night, lacking funds and burdened by gambling debts, he had abstained from the evening's games, opting instead to sneak into the office for a nap. thereby narrowly escaping calamity. Lu Datu arrived bearing 2 pounds of meat to visit Chen Guanlou. His sister, Chen Xiaolan, was elated, warmly ushering him inside. Since her brother's injury, she had returned home to care for him, her spirits dampened. Had Chen Guanlou not intervened, she would have stayed indefinitely. After much persuasion, she agreed to visit during the day, returning to the Su family at night. Chen Guanlou was well aware of his own condition. His injuries were not severe, merely appearing tragic for effect. He could not allow his situation to complicate his sister's life at the Su household. In truth, her husband was decent, yet the Su family had not divided their estate, leaving all domestic affairs under the control of the domineering matriarch, who embodied the archetype of a cruel mother-in-law. Ever shrewd and calculating. When the heads of the Qin family had perished within 2 years, the matriarch had sought to annul the marriage. That it was only due to Su Deshang's firm decision that the marriage to Chen Xiaolan proceeded, inadvertently securing a place for Chen Guanlou at the Su household for 2 years. Fortunately, Chen Xiaolan and her husband maintained a good relationship. Otherwise, life amidst the matriarch's incessant torment would have been unbearable. Your presence is gift enough. There is no need for such formality. Xiao Lu awaits you in his room. He has long anticipated your arrival. Please, converse at your leisure while I prepare some dishes. However, she cautioned, do not indulge him in drinking, given his injuries. Rest assured, I am well aware of my limits, Lu Datu replied. Upon entering the study, he found Chen Guanlou engrossed in an outdated report, thoroughly intrigued. Ah, Brother Datu has arrived. Please, take a seat, Chen Guanlou greeted, rising to serve to not trouble yourself. You are injured and should not be exerting yourself, Lu Datu insisted, seizing the teapot and pouring himself 2 cups. In the blink of an eye, the weather had warmed. Although the journey from the yamen was short, he arrived drenched in perspiration. Alas, Lu Datu lamented, setting down his cup with a heavy sigh. Jiang Yuqing has perished. Chen Guanlou was taken aback, incredulous. Perished? They say he drank too much and fell into the river, drowning. Lu Datu scoffed. Do you believe that? Chen Guanlou opened his mouth to speak, hardly able to entertain such a ludicrous explanation. The authorities had shown no effort to conceal the truth, practically emblazoning the words murder and silencing upon their foreheads. He sighed deeply. Too many had perished, with no end in sight. How would the authorities handle the prison break? Since that fateful night, he had refrained from uttering the name of the Ghost Domain sect. The official line remained consistent. It was a heinous prison break committed by lawless brigands. The public. The hall master of the Ghost Domain sect was merely a brazen criminal. Chen Guanlou could not ascertain whether those in power were privy to the truth or if Jiang Yuqing was indeed innocent. Yet, through the lens of his extensive experience, the notion of the esteemed hall master masquerading as a common thief to rob tax silver, only to be captured and subjected to severe punishment, felt incredibly suspicious, almost like a declaration of loyalty. Whom this declaration was made remained a deep mystery, one Chen Guanlou could not decipher. The power struggles among the elite resulted in the unjust demise of innocent jailers, leaving no one to advocate for them. The deceased had perished in vain. Who claimed that the prison was secure? It was susceptible to occasional break-ins, and who could endure such chaos? Chen Guanlou resolved to remain vigilant. Grateful for his timely reaction that had spared him this ordeal, he recognized the necessity of honing his martial skills to enhance his standing, even if he could not match the formidable warriors. He must at least secure a chance for survival. Only by living could he hope for a future. Since Jiang Yuqing has taken the blame, will the authorities pursue the matter further? Chen Guanlou inquired. Lu Datu, seasoned and well-connected, replied, what transpires next is beyond our purview. The higher-ups in the Ministry of Justice have their hands full, with new faces rising and others falling. This, Chen Guanlou exhaled in relief. As long as the investigation did not extend its reach into the prison, he felt reassured. He resolved to return to work in a few days. You are indeed a generous soul. I hear you have even sent condolences to the families of the deceased. Lu Datu remarked, having previously regarded Chen Guanlou merely as a drinking companion. Learning of his gestures of sympathy for even those he barely knew prompted him to view Chen Guanlou as a true friend. After all, we are colleagues. It is only fitting to assist when one can. Chen Guanlou responded sincerely, I see now that you are genuinely kind-hearted, unlike others who, after years of camaraderie, fail to show up for funerals or offer even a token of sympathy. It truly disheartens one that if I were to meet my end, I would not expect those ingrates to lift a finger. I would have to rely on you to handle the arrangements. Let us not speak of death, Chen Guanlou exclaimed. May we all live long lives. Chen Guanlou suspected that Lu Datu had experienced a considerable shock, as his talk of mortality seemed rather morbid. Very well, I shall refrain from discussing life and death. Rest assured, dear brother, should fortune smile upon us, I will not forget you. Should you lose at gambling, do not come seeking a loan from me, and I will be eternally grateful I do not lose every time. Next time I will win back what I have lost. Chen Guanlou had no affinity for gambling or vice. After a fortnight of recuperation, he officially returned to work. The gates now bore new faces, while the old ones had suffered the consequences of their entanglements. Upon arriving at the familiar office, the atmosphere remained as suffocating as ever, a chaotic blend of new and old faces. During lunchtime, Su Fugue, rarely seen approaching him, unexpectedly sought a conversation. Since his first day at the post, Chen Guanlou had seldom encountered Su Fugue. They worked in different capacities, and a meeting required deliberate effort. This time, Su Fugue's sudden initiative prompted Chen Guanlou to think that, given his current misfortunes, it likely heralded bad news. Indeed, it was not long before Su Fugue spoke. Xiao Lu, there have been reports that you have been disregarding the rules, not only providing food and drink to the prisoners, but also assisting in relaying messages outside. Damn, a backstabber. He had only just begun his duties in the prison, yet some individuals had taken offense and reported him behind his back. He prided himself on being pragmatic and diligent, willing to endure toil and grime, yet there were those who still found him objectionable enough to covertly file complaints. The hearts of such people, as Luo Jingtian had remarked, were devoid of virtue, nothing but malice. If caught, they deserve no mercy. Su Shu, you have watched me grow up. You know what kind of person I am. If others are unclear, you certainly are not. I do not deny providing sustenance to the prisoners. Everyone in the prison does so. But as for transmitting messages, I would never admit to that on my first day. Your teachings were still fresh in my mind. I have always adhered to the rules and maintained my principles. I am your subordinate. If I were to err, it would only bring you trouble, and I am not so ungrateful that I cannot fathom the wickedness of those who would fabricate such rumors. Su Shu, someone is trying to use me to undermine you. This cannot be taken lightly. Su Fugue regarded Chen Guanlou with a complex expression, realizing the young man's eloquence that he remained silent, as if weighing the truth behind the words and contemplating the implications of the situation. Reflecting on Chen Guanlou's behavior since arriving at the prison, immediately gifting him upon receiving his salary, indulging in revelries, and displaying a maturity beyond his years, Su Fugue sensed a certain naivety in his sincerity, especially compared to the more cunning veterans that in a moment. Su Fugue seemed to come to a resolution that I certainly believe you are incapable of colluding with outsiders. However, on the night of the prison break, you were the only survivor, and it is inevitable that whispers will circulate. This matter is clear. Someone is out to get you. It would be prudent for you to remain under the radar for the time being and avoid drawing attention. If anything arises, inform me immediately. Do not act on your own. Thank you, Su Shu. I will heed your guidance. Very well. Focus on your duties. If they attempt to frame you, I will not stand idly by. Su Fugue patted Chen Guanlou on the shoulder and left the cafeteria. However, Chen Guanlou was drenched in cold sweat, not due to Su Fugue, but because he had just realized that on the night of the prison break, all the personnel in the office had perished, leaving him as the sole survivor. He had evidently become a target in the eyes of certain individuals. Although the higher-ups had ceased their inquiries, there were those within the prison who insisted on pursuing the matter, intent on orchestrating something significant, an act that was patently self-destructive. He sought out Lu Datu and recounted the situation. Lu Datu furrowed his brow in contemplation and suddenly smacked his thigh. Cursing, it must be that scoundrel Zhang Wantong. Zhang Wantong? I have never wronged him. You are new here and unaware of the dynamics. Despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, Zhang Wantong is the most vindictive and petty character around. Last time, when you helped me recover my losses, he lost everything, including his undergarments. He is undoubtedly harboring resentment. He would not dare move against me, but he has set his sights on you and own need for concern. I will have a word with him. He must be spoken to properly. Are you certain it is him? Who else could it be? Lu Datu was adamant. Chen Guanlou remained skeptical, but agreed to let Lu Datu probe the matter. He found it hard to believe that Zhang Wantong could be so foolish. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Datu's conversation with Zhang Wantong left the latter visibly uneasy upon encountering Chen Guanlou. It truly was Zhang Wantong who reported me. Just because I aided Lu Datu in recovering his losses, he holds a grudge over such a trivial matter. Damn, a petty man indeed. I will keep a record of this. Luo Jingtian was taken away and subjected to severe punishment. 2 days later, he was returned to the prison, dragged back in a pool of blood, his body a grotesque sight of wounds and mutilation. Chen Guanlou secretly provided him with a bowl of thin gruel to sustain him. Another 2 days passed, and Luo Jingtian's case was adjudicated. Execution by decapitation, with his family exiled to the northwest. That on that day, as Chen Guanlou patrolled the prison, he paused by cell 60 and inquired, "How are you faring?" "I'm still alive." Luo Jingtian leaned against the wall. Struggling to support himself, he managed a grim smile. "Thank you for your concern, Xiao Chun." Chen Guanlou was at a loss for words. As a mere prison guard, it felt disingenuous to express concern for a prisoner. He cleared his throat and bluntly asked, "Did you not secure assistance from someone outside? You appeared quite unperturbed before. I assumed you had confidence. Now that the verdict is in, what are your plans? For someone facing imminent death, what plans could there be?" Luo Jingtian struggled to move slightly. "I can only worry for my family, wondering if they will survive the journey to the northwest." He gazed at Chen Guanlou with desperate eyes, but the latter avoided his gaze and walked away in silence, as a lowly guard. He had no capacity to assist others. His relationship with Luo Jingtian was merely transactional, devoid of friendship. Neither owed anything to the other. After consuming his final meal, he would be dragged out for execution the next day. Perhaps out of unwillingness to accept his fate, or perhaps clinging to a glimmer of hope. When Chen Guanlou passed by the cell again, Luo Jingtian, despite his broken bones and excruciating pain, crawled to the cell door and urgently exclaimed, 20 miles outside the city, beneath the osmanthus tree in Yonglu village, I implore you, ensure my family's safe departure from the capital, and everything within is yours. If you seek martial prowess, the advanced techniques, and silver are all yours." Chen Guanlou initially intended to walk away, pretending he had not heard. However, after taking a few steps, he found himself turning back. He approached the cell door, crouched down to face Luo Jingtian. Luo Jingtian grinned widely, revealing a toothless grin, a gruesome sight that resembled a bloody abyss. "Why do you worry that your family cannot escape the capital? You previously spent money to have someone assist you outside. Where are they now?" Luo Jingtian chuckled bitterly, grasping Chen Guanlou's sleeve. "Promise me." Chen Guanlou frowned, suddenly struck by a shocking realization. Those who assisted him were the very ones who sought to harm him. "Help me," Luo Jingtian insisted, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Beneath the osmanthus tree lies a manual of martial arts that I stumbled upon this day. I have been unable to comprehend its secrets and cannot begin a practice. This manual has reportedly caused the demise of no fewer than 100 individuals. I do not deceive you. I truly do not." Chen Guanlou scrutinized him deeply, then rose and left in silence. Luo Jingtian watched his retreating figure, a smile of resignation on his face. Luo Jingtian was executed. He had a decent reputation, and someone collected his remains. Chen Guanlou did not rush to leave the capital. He learned that Luo Jingtian's family would not depart for the northwest for another fortnight, allowing him to remain at the prison without concern. Once he sensed the commotion had subsided and unfamiliar faces had dwindled outside the prison, he disguised himself and ventured to Yonglu village. Indeed, he unearthed an oiled paper parcel beneath the osmanthus tree. Without examining its contents, he hurried back to the capital, ensuring no one was tailing him before finally returning home. Without a moment to spare for a drink, he opened the parcel to find gold, silver, and jewels, along with 1,000 taels in banknotes, altogether estimating around 2,000 taels. Furthermore, there was a list, which he quickly glanced over before resolutely holding it to the candle flame. Watching it turn to ash before his eyes, The very bottom of the parcel lay a manual titled Ascension Record. Just the title alone filled Chen Guanlou with excitement. Was this the ascension he had envisioned? Could this be a hidden world of cultivation? Did true immortals exist? He eagerly flipped through the pages, only to be met with disappointment. Whether or not there were immortals remained uncertain, but he was certain he could not cultivate, for he could not comprehend the text within. The language was exceedingly obscure, requiring painstaking effort to decipher, as any misinterpretation could lead to perilous consequences, and no wonder Luo Jingtian had refrained from practicing since acquiring the manual. He turned the pages in one breath until he reached the end, only to discover a few pages containing a knife manual concealed within S. He imitated the movements described in the manual. He felt that the knife techniques needed to be used in conjunction with the Ascension manuscript to achieve their maximum potential. The Ascension manuscript appeared to be an exceptionally profound skill. Lu Jingtian had no reason to deceive him with such a thing just before his death. Unable to cultivate at the moment, he resolved to memorize the entire manuscript first, then seek out knowledgeable individuals to consult, striving to comprehend the true meaning of each character within. After all, he had ample time. If 1 year was insufficient, 2 or 3 would suffice. He was in no rush. With money, one could facilitate matters. Chen Guanlou approached the officers tasked with escorting the prisoners into exile. Though they rarely interacted, as they were all part of the same bureaucratic system, as long as the payment was adequate. It was no trouble to keep an eye on a few prisoners. He provided the necessary funds, established rapport, and did not reveal himself before the Luo family, merely watching as they exited the city gates. Subsequently, he hired skilled escorts to ensure the Luo family arrived safely at their destination in the northwest. Lu Jingtian had only requested that he ensure his family's safe passage out of the capital. Having acquired the Ascension manuscript and the silver, Chen Guanlou decided to extend his kindness by hiring individuals to escort them to the northwest if someone truly intended to harm the Luo family. It would undoubtedly not happen within the city limits. The attack would likely occur on a perilous stretch of road after leaving the capital. The escort service arranged for a top-tier expert to accompany them, and both parties agreed to meet at Woolly Pavilion outside the city. Upon arrival, they spotted a figure donning a conical hat, cradling a sword in both hands. That, is it just you? Chen Guanlou expressed a hint of skepticism regarding the individual's prowess. After all, it was said that many ants could bring down an elephant. How could one person, no matter how skilled, possibly contend with 5, let alone 10 or 20? Rest assured, Boss Lu, this is our escort service's finest expert. The managing officer of the escort service replied with a sycophantic smile. Chen Guanlou had not used his real name during his dealings with the escort service. He assumed the alias of Lu, specifically Lu Lao Wu, and everyone referred to him as Boss Lu. In the event that there were multiple adversaries. Whoosh! The sword was drawn. The sword was sheathed. A fly that had just passed by was cleaved in two. Landing on the stone table, Chen Guanlou bared his teeth, a shiver running down his spine. What swiftness that sword possessed! He scrutinized the swordsman, whose features were obscured by the conical hat, revealing only the lower half of his face. Scruffy and disheveled, exuding an air of both destitution and carefree elegance, yet remaining silent throughout, he quietly inquired of the escort manager, "What rank?" The manager gestured 2 fingers to the second-tier martial artist. Was this truly the extent of a second-tier martial artist's abilities? The speed of the sword's draw was so rapid that Chen Guanlou had not even perceived how the sword was unsheathed. He had only heard a singular sound. The sword was drawn and returned to its sheath in an instant. This speed indeed confirmed the prowess of a second-tier martial artist. However, being a customer, he felt compelled to be critical. Wasn't it said to be a third tier? What Boss Lu may not realize is that given the price you offered, only a second tier is available. The implication being, third-tier experts are indeed available, but at an increased cost. Chen Guanlou pondered for a moment, gritting his teeth, then add a few first-tier experts. I fear there may not be enough. This Boss Lu may not fully understand the market. If a second-tier martial artist cannot handle the situation, a first-tier martial artist would be even less capable. The managing officer of the escort service subtly indicated. Boss Lu, you are somewhat an outsider, and we do not wish to swindle you. We are in this for long-term business. Chen Guanlou promptly paid the fee. The swordsman accepted the payment and departed. disappearing without a trace. Observing Chen Guanlou's swift payment, the escort manager began to promote further business, assuring him, "Rest assured, this journey will be trouble-free. Should you require my services in the future, I will offer you a discount." A 95% rate. Chen Guanlou expressed his disdain. He did not desire a discount, but rather a form of sword technique, even if it was a common one. He was not picky in this regard. He believed the escort service would be quite knowledgeable. The escort manager indeed proved to be well-informed, recommending a sword technique that could be practiced without the need for internal cultivation methods, and even stated that, considering their collaboration, he could offer it free of charge. Such generosity. Chen Guanlou immediately felt suspicion. He feared he might have unwittingly become a fool in this transaction. Upon acquiring the sword technique, he returned to the prison to continue his duties. In cell number 30, a new batch of prisoners arrived. Passing by cell number 60, he encountered a newly detained flower thief, a figure universally reviled. It was said that he had previously committed crimes in the local area without capture, and audaciously attempted to commit a crime in the capital, even sneaking into the residence of the Minister of War, nearly violating the minister's daughter. Thankfully, the minister's household employed several martial artists, and the household servants were diligent, promptly discovering the flower thief's presence and capturing him in a single move. Next door was a notorious thief known as Mr. Empty, famed for his thievery across the land, having even attempted to rob the princess's residence. The guards of the princess's household were no pushovers. Despite his apparent prowess, he ultimately fell into their trap, resulting in both legs being broken and confinement in the prison. Both individuals, one with shattered hands and the other with broken legs, found themselves ensnared by the wealthy elite of the capital. Truly a case of kindred spirits in misfortune. Is there anything to eat? Mr. Empty, unable to move due to his broken legs, could only lean against the wall. His face smeared with blood and dirt. Having not been cleaned since his capture, he appeared utterly disheveled. "Look for the food service," Chen Guanlou replied before continuing his patrol. Such newly arrived prisoners were considered easy prey within the prison. Being new, he was well aware of his position and refrained from competing with the seasoned veterans for these lucrative opportunities. Mr. Empty called out, "The food service is excessively greedy. They demand 5 taels of silver for a single bowl of porridge. If not, they serve me swill." Chen Guanlou cast a sidelong glance at him and continued his inspection. Mr. Empty called out again, "I have money, but I refuse to be taken advantage of." Chen Guanlou retorted, "That is not up to you. Once you enter the prison, you must abide by its rules. Disregarding the rules, the guards will ensure you learn the meaning of hell on earth and regret your past decisions. No torture is necessary. There are plenty of ways to make prisoners comply. Dare to withhold payment, and you shall experience the depths of despair." Those with money were urged to pay promptly, while those without were expected to find a way to procure funds. It was the duty of the guards to extract silver from the prisoners. How else could a new recruit earn 8 or 10 taels of bonus each month, alongside other sources of income? Money does not simply fall from the sky. The prisoners confined within the prison are the lifeblood of the officials, the guarantee of their income. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, the guards do not wish to see the prisoners perish. In just a few days, Mr. Empty finally capitulated, enjoying roast chicken, sipping on wine, even tending to his leg injuries. The flower thief next door was more astute, realizing that his crimes would incite hatred from the very first day of his imprisonment. He readily complied with the guards' demands, paying up and providing resources, quickly settling into a life of feasting and revelry. However, the prison's prices were exorbitant. Even a wealthy man like Mr. Empty found it burdensome. He lamented to Chen Guanlou, 2 meals a day, 30 taels per meal, 60 taels a day in 10 days, that amounts to 600 taels. In 100 days, 6,000 taels. If I require medicine, I must pay extra. How is this any different from robbery? Do I make money so easily? After becoming familiar with him, Chen Guanlou was willing to engage in casual conversation, discussing trivial matters. You could always choose not to eat. Curse it! If only the food in your prison were not so revolting, I would bear with it. Having something to eat is already a blessing. Brother, why not help me out? I know your fees are cheaper than others. Since we're both paying, why not let you benefit instead of those unscrupulous bastards? Having received the package from Lijing Tian, Chen Guanlou was now somewhat of a wealthy individual himself, that he scoffed, "Do I seem like someone in need of money?" Those confined within the prison had their desires reduced to the bare minimum, merely seeking survival. But if they had money, they sought slightly better living conditions and decent food. If they had both money and connections, their demands would be a bit higher. Beyond food, they also hoped for a swift resolution to their legal troubles, wishing to exit the prison alive to live, and to live well. This was the aspiration of the prisoners. For this, most were willing to sacrifice anything short of their lives, including their wives, children, and parents. "Brother, do not underestimate my offer. Whatever you desire, just say the word. I only seek a morsel to eat," Mr. Empty pleaded pitifully. Chen Guanlou, with a half-smile, queried, "Are you certain? I want a martial technique, your unique secret manual. Are you willing?" Mr. Empty's expression revealed surprise, and after a moment of hesitation, he cautiously, fearful of offending, asked with a tone both serious and curious, "You have no martial veins? Whether or not I possess martial veins is my concern. Just answer whether you are willing to—" Mr. Empty appeared conflicted and hesitant. Chen Guanlou did not press him. After all, this was a transaction for him to contemplate. "I would like to gently remind you that, even if I can assist you, my capabilities are quite limited. You may very well regard my words as mere jest." Having said that, he continued his patrol of the dungeon. After 2 days, Mr. Kong Kong seemed to have come to a realization and once again called out to Chen Guanlou, "I am willing to strike a deal if I provide the secret manual. Is there no need for payment? Would you rather relinquish the manual than part with your money?" Chen Guanlou was somewhat taken aback, as it is often said that martial artists hold their manuals in the utmost regard. And incidents of murder and theft over manuals are far from rare. Mr. Kong Kong sighed in resignation. He too had his own struggles, feeling utterly cornered. Otherwise, he would not be willing to exchange a manual for sustenance, but rather seek a form of security. He expressed his frustration, saying, "I fear no retribution from you. The guards would love nothing more than to drain me dry, dismantling me down to my very bones. Even if I possessed mountains of gold and silver, I could not withstand their exploitation. Furthermore, I do not possess such riches that I shall not deceive you. Despite my numerous offenses, it may appear as though I have accumulated a fortune. However, for someone like me, wealth comes swiftly and departs just as quickly, leaving no savings to speak of. Otherwise, I would not be so pained by the loss of silver, and my greatest fear is that, should my funds be drained, those seasoned guards would ultimately demand my life. That I wish to survive and escape, and it seems prudent to follow your path. Brother Chen, you are an honorable person. You would not act as they do. Yet I am merely a novice. Novices have their own methods as well. That I trust you, Brother Chen. You believe in me. I do not even dare to trust myself." Mr. Kong Kong gritted his teeth, clearly torn within. Upon reflection, having decided to invest in Chen Guanlou, there was no need for hesitation. "It was merely a gamble. That I believe in you," he declared with solemnity and unwavering conviction. Now, it was Chen Guanlou's turn to regard him with newfound respect. "Do you not have any regrets?" Mr. Kong Kong stated emphatically. "Life is fleeting. If I am to perish, I would rather wager everything that I gamble that you, Brother Chen, are a man of principles." Chen Guanlou pondered for a moment before replying. "I cannot provide you with food daily. At most, I can deliver it once every 8 to 10 days. During this time, you must fend for yourself against the other guards. Are you agreeable?" Mr. Kong Kong opened his mouth, suddenly realizing that Chen Guanlou too harbored a dark side. However, compared to the other guards, he was still somewhat benevolent. Having ventured this far, retracting would only lead to harsher terms in the future. It was possible that the other party would refuse his trade altogether or even conspire with the other guards against him. Even if he regretted his decision, he clenched his teeth and affirmed, "I am willing. Very well. Your sincerity is noted, and I shall do my utmost to take care of you. What is your unique secret manual?" Upon hearing about the unique manual, Mr. Kong Kong immediately perked up. "Brother Chen, what do you think a renowned thief like myself relies on to navigate the world? Loyalty? Certainly not. Reputation? An even greater farce." Chen Guanlou attempted to guess. "Lock-picking." Mr. Kong Kong looked upon him with disdain. "Lock-picking is the work of petty thieves. That a master thief like myself relies on adaptability, transforming seamlessly to blend in with my surroundings. Are you referring to disguise techniques? Chen Guanlou exclaimed in delight. Brother Chen possesses discernment. Indeed, it is disguise techniques. However, my method is quite unique. It does not rely on external tools. No sooner had he spoken than Mr. Kong Kong demonstrated a shocking performance right before Chen Guanlou's eyes. His facial muscles and bones contorted, as if being torn apart, creating an unsettling scene. In an instant, the seemingly ordinary 30-something man transformed into a man in his 40s, resembling an old farmer, with his features entirely altered. Before long, Mr. Kong Kong returned to his original appearance, panting heavily, clearly exhausted. He explained, "I have been injured. I am not what I once was. You solely rely on disguise technique for thievery. Others may deride us as gentlemen of the rafters. Yet I have never operated as such. I enter my victims' homes boldly through the front door. You approach the princess's residence through the front door as well. I disguised myself as a purchasing agent for the princess's estate and entered through the side door with confidence." Mr. Kong Kong took great pride in this. None in his profession could match his level of audacity. And yet, you were still captured, Chen Guanlou teased. Mr. Kong Kong's expression stiffened, and he retorted, "That was merely bad luck. I encountered the rightful owner and was exposed on the spot." "What is the name of your manual?" "It is called The Art of Transformation. Should you, Brother Chun, master the internal cultivation methods, you will understand its boundless applications. That I desire your art of transformation. As for how others practice their skills." Chen Guanlou was uncertain. He had always followed his own rhythm. His Tianchan Baogong had already reached a small level of mastery, and when combined with the art of transformation, it would soon reveal a new form in the mirror of a rugged man in his 30s. Chen Guanlou gazed at the new visage in the mirror, his features and facial structure altered, presenting a completely fresh appearance. It was not an exaggeration to say that even those unfamiliar with him would be unable to recognize him. Even his elder sister, Chen Xiaolan, standing before him, would fail to identify him. Upon speaking, the changes in his skeletal structure and musculature even altered his voice, evoking sheer delight. Without further ado, he donned a dark cloak and a hood. Stealthily scaling the courtyard wall, he had long discovered that Zhang Wantong had a paramour residing in Anzi Alley. When not on duty at night, he would spend the night at her home. Arriving at his destination, he crouched atop the roof, listening intently, and waited until the occupants of the house fell into a deep slumber before leaping down. Having martial prowess made all the difference. Previously, he would have hesitated to leap from the roof, fearing injury or worse, death. Now, the distance from the rooftop to the ground seemed trivial to him. With a gentle jump, he landed effortlessly, making not a sound. He chuckled to himself, for now he too possessed the skills of a martial artist. Yet he remained uncertain of his own level, wondering how he compared to a first-tier martial artist. After blowing a fragrant breath into the house and waiting for half a tea's worth of time, he boldly entered, hoisting Zhang Wantong and carrying him away. A splash of cold water splashed onto his face, and Zhang Wantong awoke in a daze, only to find himself bound to a chair in a pitch-black room. Illuminated solely by a candle before him, he had been kidnapped. Where was this place? Who had bound him? Were they after his wealth or his life? Trembling, he scanned his surroundings but could see nothing. Panic-stricken, he stammered, "Who is this? I have money. There is silver buried in my cellar. Please, noble sir, show mercy and do not kill me, that I will not pursue this matter afterward, nor will I utter a word." "What have you done? What?" Upon suddenly hearing a voice, Zhang Wantong felt both joy and terror. Joy that he had indeed been kidnapped, and that the other party was willing to negotiate, leaving room for a transaction. Terror arose from the fact that the other party remained hidden in the darkness, asking a question that left him puzzled, and he feared saying the wrong thing might provoke their wrath. "Noble sir, what do you mean? There are so many matters at hand. I implore you to clarify, and I will certainly speak without reservation." Zhang Wantong was both obsequious and frantic, his eyes darting around. Yet he could not catch sight of his captor. "Why did Jiang Wuqing die? Are you referring to Jiang the warden? What is your connection to him? Speak another word, and I shall take your life." Chen Guanlou, disguised as the kidnapper, uttered the most authoritative words. As soon as these words left his lips, Zhang Wantong indeed quieted down, no longer daring to make wild conjectures, even refraining from letting his eyes wander. "Noble sir, I am innocent. Jiang Wuqing's death has nothing to do with me. It was an order from above to find a scapegoat, and Jiang Wuqing happened to know something, and then he drowned. I know Jiang Wuqing's demise was unjust, but I am merely a lowly guard, without power or influence. I truly do not know the inner workings of this matter. Nothing to do with it. You say, I have heard you have been quite busy of late, even finding time to stir up trouble. The kidnapper's voice held a hint of amusement, laced with an air of control and coldness, as if in the next moment he might plunge a knife into him. Zhang Wantong shivered and began to plead, It was not me. I did not wish for this, that I was merely following orders. Pray tell. What were those orders? The kidnapper feigned interest. Indeed, when Jiang Wuqing died, his position as warden became vacant, and several guards sought promotion. Particularly Su Fugue and Zhang the guard, both of whom have considerable seniority and connections. However, they were unaware that one the guard also had his sights set on the warden's position. Though one the guard is somewhat less experienced, he is said to have powerful backing, someone not to be trifled with. One the guard approached me and instructed me to create chaos, to trouble Su Fugue and Zhang the guard, inciting conflict between them. When the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman benefits. It was unexpected that one the guard possessed such deep cunning. How did you carry out this plan? The demeanor of the kidnapper suddenly turned ominous, that I deliberately caused some trouble for Su Fugue and maintained close relations with Zhang Yuel, as expected. Su Fugue was convinced that Zhang Yuli was scheming against him. Now, the two are embroiled in a fierce conflict. What trouble did you cause for Su Fugue? His associates are rather unsavory. And at this juncture, a little push could lead to significant consequences for him. Furthermore, his accounts are already questionable, especially after several inmates mysteriously died in the prison last year. That I heard he has a rookie on his hands who is also tainted. A wise man is aware of such matters. You wouldn't want to be asking for death, would you? Please spare me. I beg you. I will speak. Point one must bow their head under the eaves. O preserve his life. Zhang Wantong divulged everything. That rookie knows nothing, merely a pawn. Whether present or absent, he would still take the fall. That Su Fugue has drawn unwanted attention, and his subordinates are bound to suffer. This statement rings true. When one follows the wrong leader, the master faces misfortune, while the subordinate foolishly believes they can distance themselves and escape unscathed. Chen Guanlou finally comprehended the rationale behind Zhang Wantong's targeting of him. How typical! The fire at the city gate endangers the fish in the moat. He is indeed the innocent fish caught in the turmoil. In this small prison, a mere position of deputy warden. The upper echelons remain unaware, while below, a struggle for survival unfolds. If even petty figures engage in such ruthless combat, what cataclysmic upheaval would occur among the powerful? It is unfathomable to imagine the carnage that would ensue among the influential, leading to the demise of countless innocents. The small fry live in humility, lacking even the right to utter a no. What benefits has one Yuli bestowed upon you, compelling you to assist him without reservation? Zhang Wantong surprisingly hesitated, a rare display of reticence. Chen Guanlou slammed his palm against Wantong's chest, nearly fracturing his ribs. If you wish to die, I shall grant your wish. That I will speak. Zhang Wantong gasped, feeling as though his heart and lungs were shattered. Each word he uttered caused him pain in his chest. One Yuli promised me that upon success, he would promote me to his position, allowing me to manage the A-class prison. This promise is enticing. It is no wonder Zhang Wantong took the bait. The role of a prison guard is a lowly profession, poorly compensated and often despised, with a dismal working environment. Even when they manage to profit a little, they are labeled as heartless and corrupt. Times, they must even bear the burden of interrogation and execution duties. In short, it is a filthy, stinking, and degrading occupation. Given any opportunity, guards yearn to escape and seek better prospects. Chen Guanlou is an exception. He willingly plunged into this murky abyss. Transitioning from guard to warden, a mere letter distinguishes their status. Yet the disparity in rank and wealth is monumental. Guards seldom encounter officials, while wardens have a chance to make an impression on them. This alone is sufficient to drive countless individuals to risk everything. Holding an official position is the ultimate aspiration. All else is beneath it. Only serving as an official is worthwhile. The phrase official holds an irresistible allure for men and women across millennia. Even a lowly clerk, when compared to a guard, is vastly superior, warranting all efforts to seize the opportunity. After rendering Zhang Wantong unconscious and returning him to his lover's bed, Chen Guanlou circled outside, ensuring safety before returning home. Lying in bed, he found sleep elusive. He had never interacted with Wan Yuli, nor had they exchanged words, yet their connection ran deep. The pit left by his deceased father was snatched away by Wan Yuli through connections, nearly costing him his secure position in the prison. Wan Yuli's ambition to attain the deputy warden position must not succeed, but how to initiate action. As a mere guard, he lacked the qualifications to partake in the struggle or influence decisions above. Should he merely watch Wan Yuli prosper? How could he expect to enjoy a good life afterward? However, there was still room for maneuvering. Regardless of its lowly nature, the deputy warden is still an official, entering the ranks of governance, albeit at the lowest tier. And no matter how powerful a warden may be, they remain merely a clerk. The bureaucratic hierarchy is rigid, with clerks seldom promoted to warden. For one to ascend the ranks, they must navigate the connections above. If an individual's background is indeed strong enough to disregard traditional norms, they would not be relegated to the position of a mere warden. Hence, Wan Yuli's connections are not as formidable as presumed. His ambition to rise is no simple task. Other wardens similarly possess connections and backgrounds, such as Su Fugue, an old hand who has served in the prison for many years and undoubtedly knows several influential figures. He may not necessarily outcompete Wan Yuli. Yet, Chen Guanlou believes that while Su Fugue may not win, he will certainly find a way to thwart Wan Yuli's plans. This is a case of being more successful in sabotage than in accomplishment. The following morning, Zhang Wantong awoke from his slumber, the pain in his chest confirming that everything was real, not a dream. As he seethed with rage, vowing revenge, he was also gripped by fear, pondering the possibility that someone in the prison sought to harm him. The kidnapper had shown a keen interest in the internal affairs of the prison, evidently targeting the recent conflict over the deputy warden position. Reflecting on this, the individuals who kidnapped and interrogated him last night were likely someone from within the prison. He recalled the kidnapper's voice. As long as the person remained in the prison, he would undoubtedly identify the scoundrel and exact his vengeance. Thus, he begrudgingly dragged himself, despite his injuries, to fulfill his duties at the prison, never considering asking for leave to see a doctor. Upon entering, a rookie under Su Fugue, named Chen Guanlou, greeted him with unexpected politeness, a young man yet untouched by the corruption of the prison's environment. Regrettably, his kindness was misplaced, as he foolishly extended goodwill toward the inmates that it was rumored he had a penchant for collecting martial arts manuals. Alas, for one devoid of martial talent, accumulating such texts would yield no benefit. He might even attract considerable trouble. The naivety of youth, a lesson should be imparted to him, enlightening him to the harsh realities of society. Upon entering the prison, he encountered familiar card players engaged in idle banter. He harbored no suspicions of these friends, as their familiarity ruled out the possibility of them being involved in his abduction. In truth, he had already pinpointed his suspicions. He suspected the guards of the A-class prison. Wan Yuli had promised him that should he succeed, he would promote him to warden, overseeing the A-class prison. This was evidently a threat to the interests of the guards in the A-class facility. Everyone aspired to progress, not just him. If he desired to become a warden, others would yearn for it even more, but he even suspected that Wan Yuli had made similar promises to other guards. Perhaps the news of his collaboration with Wan Yuli had been leaked by someone close to him. Otherwise, why would a mere guard become a target? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became. Zhang Wantong spat vehemently, cursing the whole lot of those old and young in the A-class prison. While venting, he began devising a plan to integrate himself into the A-class group to search for the kidnapper from last night. Playing cards was the best means of socializing. For this reason, he even pilfered money from his lover to successfully execute his scheme. During lunch, Lu Datu complained to Chen Guanlou about Zhang Wantong's increasingly outrageous behavior. While playing was one thing, he used to at least guard the duty room. Today, however, he had been absent since morning. Can you guess where he went? He ran to the A-class prison to ingratiate himself with others. Humph, he thinks he can transfer to the A-class prison. He should take a look at himself. He is illiterate, unable to recognize a single character. How does he expect to interact with those officials? Chen Guanlou smiled knowingly, he surmised that Zhang Wantong's reason for visiting the A-class prison was a suspicion that the kidnappers hailed from there. However, he was more curious about another matter. When did guards need to be literate? In these times, how many educated individuals would willingly become guards? Only he, having received a few years of education, still relished the prospect of holding onto the iron rice bowl of the prison. Lu Datu picked his teeth, idly chatting. Previously, there was no such rule. Guards in the A, B, and C classifications were all a bunch of illiterate brutes, and it did not hinder their duties. I don't know which year the rule was changed, but it is said that a disgraced official left a life-threatening note before his demise. The guard's illiteracy led to the destruction of the note on the spot. This was not an issue in itself. Traditionally, anything with writing must be destroyed. The trouble arose when the official's case was later reopened, and the incident of the note resurfaced. This was akin to poking a hornet's nest, leading to fatal consequences. Since then, anyone entering the A-class prison must be literate. In truth, based on your qualifications, you could easily enter the A-class prison. However, as a newcomer, lacking knowledge of the rules, recklessly entering the A-class prison could result in dire consequences. The 2G's assertions are indeed accurate. There remain numerous aspects that I do not comprehend, and I must continue learning diligently from him. Chen Guanlou appropriately lauded his companion. Luda too relished these words. In truth, the A-tier prison is merely that, a place with somewhat better conditions, yet fraught with greater peril. Those officials, though they may currently be in dire straits, could very well regain their positions one day. This role is indeed challenging. It is far more preferable for us in the C-tier, where we are free from the anxiety of offending anyone. That the Tugu possesses remarkable insight. He is absolutely correct. Among all professions, none is more arduous to serve than that of an official. Chen Guanlou attentively poured tea. Showering compliments, Lu Tu grew animated in his discourse, speaking without restraint, affirming that, were he in my position, he would certainly be disinclined to serve in the A-tier prison, being relegated to a subordinate role. It would be utterly tedious. Moreover, in recent years, officials hailing from the Jixia Academy have faced numerous downfalls. You are aware of the Jixia Academy, are you not? That cohort tends to band together and is quite formidable. Each of them carries an air of superiority, hardly viewing us prison guards as equals. Yet, one must be exceedingly cautious in their service, lest a mere disagreement leads to a swift and fatal consequence, leaving no room for justification. Would you not concur with this reasoning? With newfound wealth, Chen Guanlou displayed a generous spirit. That very evening, he invited Su Fugue to a brothel to enjoy some music. The new courtesan at the flower house, possessing exquisite beauty and charm, skillfully endeavored to win Su Fugue's favor, leaving him elated. Seizing the moment, Chen Guanlou professed his loyalty, stating that all the guards in the C-tier prison eagerly anticipated his ascension to the position of prison deputy, as it would elevate them as well. He subtly revealed that Zhang Wantong had secured a new patron and had already received assurances that Su Fugue, in a fit of anger, proclaimed that Zhang Wantong does not comprehend the rules. He dares to cling to the thigh of a prison officer. I have long harbored disdain for him. Once I become the prison deputy, he shall be the first to face my wrath. Chen Guanlou feigned surprise, but I have heard that Zhang Wantong is aligned with the Wan prison officer. Today, he has been mingling within the A-tier prison. Everyone is saying he wishes to be transferred there. After all, the benefits are substantial, and he would have dealings with officials. What? Are you certain? Su Fugue inquired repeatedly. Chen Guanlou, sensing the urgency, stammered, I did not know for certain. I merely heard it from others. Su Shu. You know how the guards talk. The rumors are all over the place, and I cannot discern truth from fiction. However, it is true that Zhang Wantong has been present in the A-tier prison all day. I heard he lost a considerable amount of money today. Strangely, despite his losses, he wore a smile. Su Shu. What could he possibly find amusing? What else could he be laughing about? That scoundrel, Su Fugue exclaimed. Xiao Lu, you have done well. This news is quite timely. It was evident that Su Fugue had taken Chen Guanlou's words to heart and had embellished them in his mind. As long as this information proves useful to Su Shu, Chen Guanlou thought, is there any issue with your aspirations for the prison deputy position? Everything is contingent upon human effort. Rest assured, Su Shu will remember your kindness. With Su Shu providing sustenance, Your benefits shall surely follow, in the future. Pay close attention to the conversations among the guards. The news about Zhang Wantong was quite valuable. Su Fuge, having vented his frustration, found solace in the company of a beautiful woman and soon regained his jovial demeanor. Initially intending to feign reluctance, he graciously accepted the invitation to stay the night upon discovering that Chen Guanlou had already settled the overnight fee in advance. And he entered the room with the courtesan, repeatedly promising that he would not forget Chen Guanlou's favor in the future. Chen Guanlou mused, listening is one thing. To believe it is truly foolish. Seeds of suspicion had already been sown, and Chen Guanlou was uncertain of their potential impact. Do one's best and leave the rest to fate. He could not believe that one prison officer was a chosen one destined to leap from officer to deputy. Transcending social strata, Zhang Wantong was convinced that misfortune had taken up residence in his household. In recent days, he had been beset by calamities. First, he was kidnapped in the dead of night. Then he lost all his money in gambling. And now Su Fugue had come to harass him, making his life unbearable. While he could disregard Su Fugue, the latter had methods to make his existence a living hell. Life had become intolerable. Chen Guanlou observed everything like a bystander, hoping that the waters would grow ever murkier. Only in murky waters can one fish, and only murky waters can attract the attention of those above. One prison officer sought to exploit loopholes, aspiring to ascend from officer to deputy. His gamble hinged on the assumption that the authorities would overlook the celestial prison and the position of its deputy, thus providing him with room for maneuver. This was the insight Chen Guanlou had come to after days of contemplation. In his previous life, he had thrived in business, earning profits based on the volume of transactions, segmented by region and clientele. The salesman within the company did not directly compete for interests. He was well-versed in indulgent revelries, but lacked experience in internal strife. Now, embroiled in the fierce contests of the officialdom, he relied solely on the experiences gleaned from countless narratives in his past life. Only by amplifying the situation and involving more individuals would the officials above be inclined to bestow even a fleeting glance. He required that one glance to thwart one prison officer's plans. Aside from one prison officer, it mattered not who assumed the role of deputy. Regardless of how the factions clashed, he continued to patrol the celestial prison according to the duty roster. The anger of the Minister of War was palpable, and thus the case regarding the flower thief was swiftly adjudicated, resulting in immediate execution. The flower thief finally realized the gravity of his predicament. There was no room for negotiation. In his final moments, he yearned for a few indulgent meals. Regrettably, his funds had been depleted by the prison guards, leaving him unable to afford even a jug of wine. Knowing that Chen Guanlou enjoyed collecting secret manuals, he resolved to barter his unique skills for a final taste of luxury. After all, I am destined to die. Keeping the manuals serves no purpose. I seek nothing more than for you, young master, to care for me in my final days, providing me with good food and drink, so that I may die a satisfied ghost. Chen Guanlou acquiesced. He was always inclined to extend a bit more kindness to those on the brink of death, offering whatever assistance he could. The unique skill the flower thief offered in exchange was lightness of foot. Over the years, he had plucked countless flowers, evading the authorities solely due to his exquisite agility. He boasted that his lightness of foot ranked among the top 10 in the martial world. If young master does not believe me, you may inquire with a neighboring Mr. Kong Kong. He is well aware of my reputation. Mr. Kong Kong confirmed the flower thief's claims, stating that below the 5th rank, one could barely make the top 10 in lightness of foot. Above the 5th rank, however, there existed an insurmountable chasm, rendering one unqualified for any ranking. Above the 5th rank, does one then enter an entirely different realm of martial prowess? Chen Guanlou pondered, intrigued. Mr. Kong Kong lamented, I am but a 2nd-rank practitioner. I lack the qualifications to fathom the terror of powers above the 5th rank. However, I have witnessed 2 6th-rank warriors spar, and the spectacle was akin to the heavens crashing and the earth splitting, a force comparable to a mountain avalanche. The shock was beyond description. You may find it hard to believe what I say, but when you have the opportunity to witness a practitioner above the 5th rank in action, you will understand my sentiments. Upon completing the transaction, the flower thief provided Chen Guanlou with a recipe for a fragrant powder. Rest assured, young master, This formula is entirely clean. It is not intended for nefarious purposes, but is essential for murder and plunder. That I am a prison guard. I neither kill nor engage in plunder. Regardless, it is better to be prepared. After all, I am destined to die. These are exclusive formulas, and it would be a pity for them to accompany me to the grave. You have defiled countless virtuous women. You ought to have anticipated this day. Very well, I shall accept your good intentions. Though Chen Guanlou feigned disdain, his hands moved swiftly. Though he bore no malice, he must remain vigilant against those who might wish to harm him. Such tools could prove invaluable. Indeed, the prisoners within the celestial prison were all remarkable individuals, eloquent and capable. Since the commencement of his tenure, he found himself exceedingly pleased with his experiences in the celestial prison. The decision to embrace the iron rice bowl of the celestial prison proved most astute. He was a trustworthy individual. In the following days, he ensured the flower thief received ample sustenance, 2 meals a day, each accompanied by wine and meat. The other guards, upon learning of this, remained silent that a flower thief soon to face execution wishing for a final feast, and Chen Guanlou's willingness to play the benefactor. Such indulgence was permissible. Even Zhang Wantong, who typically wielded his seniority to dictate terms, was too preoccupied with his recent streak of ill fortune to pay heed to Chen Guanlou's actions, merely muttering, "Foolish." The flower thief was executed, leaving cell number 60 vacant. Due to the contention over the deputy position, the celestial prison was embroiled in escalating conflict, compelling the guards to take sides. Those who refrained from aligning themselves risked facing dire consequences. In matters concerning future prospects in life, the fence-sitters were often the first to perish, and no one could tolerate the presence of a fence-sitter in their midst. However, before any action could be taken against the fence-sitters, an incident occurred in the B-tier prison that a servant from a noble family had met his demise. Servants often bore the burden of their master's transgressions, merely putting on a fa-ade. Once matters have settled, the household servant will be released. Little did one expect that before the case could reach a conclusion, a life was lost. This has stirred a hornet's nest, rendering concealment impossible. The incident has alarmed the presiding official, who has finally deigned to cast his gaze downward, discovering that the celestial prison has recently been engulfed in chaos due to the power struggle over the position of the chief warden. Now culminating in a loss of life, which incites his great wrath. The position of chief warden is not one that mere petty jailers can covet. With a single statement, he has effectively sealed off any aspirations for advancement. Since they fail to uphold their duties, they must not blame this official for his ruthlessness. This pronouncement signifies that blood must be shed. Only with the blood of the deceased can the noble patrons behind the household servant be appeased. And only thus can all personnel within the celestial prison, from jailers to guards and miscellaneous workers, be made to recognize their place. Even though the celestial prison is as filthy as it is, it remains the territory of the government, where a band of lowly guards cannot instigate rebellion. The jailer Zhao, responsible for the B-class prison, has long been on leave for health reasons, leaving the day-to-day affairs to several foremen. The presiding official, aiming to set an example, has apprehended all those on duty the day the household servant died, grabbing the foremen and guards alike, imprisoning some, executing others, sparing not a single one. Following this wave of bloodshed, the celestial prison has fallen into an oppressive silence, with no one daring to voice a word of injustice for the wrongfully slain guards. At most, they offer a few extra coins as a token of sympathy. Due to mismanagement, although Zhao has not faced direct retribution, he has lost the authority to oversee the B-class prison and has been relegated to guard the storeroom. His duties have been transferred to Zhang. The new jailer, in an instant, the atmosphere within the celestial prison has become somber and orderly, with everyone adhering to the rules. Zhang Wantong has also seen his path to advancement severed, appearing particularly disheartened, spending his days in slumber and refusing to set foot in the prison. The others dare to harbor resentment, but cannot voice it. He is a veteran with numerous prodigies, and even Su Fugue can only find fault with him, unable to dismiss him outright. Previously, Zhang Wantong had sought to advance, and Su Fugue's interference had greatly troubled him. Now, having completely given up, he is utterly indifferent to Su Fugue's provocations. He no longer fears being reported for misconduct, embracing his state of neglect. At this moment, reporting grievances, even trivial matters like a guard's laziness, would only lead the higher-ups to view Su Fugue as a troublemaker with no discernment. Those lacking discernment ought to be cast aside, that Su Fugue possesses such discernment. Thus he has become apathetic toward Zhang Wantong's complete disregard. After all, he has many subordinates beneath him, and someone will inevitably step forth to take action. Days later, the position of chief warden is finally settled. The higher authorities have appointed someone to parachute in. The new chief warden, named Fan, is said to be a first-rank martial artist who had previously attempted the imperial examination but failed to achieve success. Having served as a steward for several years, he accumulated wealth and connections, leveraging his former employer's influence to ascend to the role of chief warden. Officially entering the ranks of officials, Fan's personal journey can be seen as an inspirational tale. While his life is indeed motivational, for Su Fugue and his associates, it is a source of deep frustration. They cannot accept it. After work, Su Fugue gathers with the honest Chen Guanlou and Lu Datu for drinks. As the alcohol flows, they begin to lament. Is it a crime to aspire for advancement after dedicating our lives to being jailers? Why must our paths to progress be obstructed? While they scorn us as lowly, they cannot do without us. Who is the true lowly one? That fellow named Fan, did he not merely study for a few years, also lacking any official title? Why does he deserve to be chief warden? I have wealth too. Why are we denied the opportunity to advance? Su Shu, having drunk too much, sips some tea to sober up. Chen Guanlou discreetly swaps Su Fugue's wine cup to, I am not drunk. Little Lu, you have studied. Find a way to leverage your connections with the Ho family to see if you can transfer to another office. The celestial prison is not suitable for you. Your talent are wasted here. Su Shu insists. I am doing quite well now. Well now does not equate to well for a lifetime. The celestial prison is a lowly profession. Do not let a mere handful of silver blind you and jeopardize your future. We are trapped here with no other paths. We must endure this half-cooked life, pretending it is palatable. You are different. You are surnamed Chun, a descendant of the He-Ping Jiangho. You have other avenues. Do not stubbornly cling to this half-cooked existence in the celestial prison. Truly, Su Shu speaks from the heart. Were it not for your sincerity, I would not share this with you. Su Fugue is genuinely intoxicated. When sober, he would never utter such words that it is only in the heat of the moment, gathered around the table, that he dares to speak his mind. However, Chen Guanlou has his own aspirations that in his eyes. No office compares to the celestial prison. That it is low-key, allows for martial training, enables the gathering of various martial arts, and brings in ample silver without being under the scrutiny of superiors. It is indeed perfect. Chen Guanlou raises his cup. I thank you, Su Shu, for your sincere concern. I toast to you. He drinks heartily, and everyone cheers in approval. While he appreciates Su Fugue's goodwill, he has his long-term plans. Su Fugue, you must heed my advice and seek connections. What future is there in being merely a guard? Do not fear spending money. You must strive upward while you are young. Su Fugue transforms into a life mentor. Delivering a grand lecture on the ways of life. Regardless of whether they are interested, they must put on a fade of humility and receptiveness. After all, if Su Fugue sobers up and recalls anyone's disrespectful or dismissive attitude, it could lead to trouble. They are not like Zhang Wantong, who has the privilege to be indifferent. After a meal, they feel more exhausted than during their regular duties. Throughout the evening, they have been subjected to Su Fugue's grand philosophies and complaints. Unable to counter, should anyone dare to retort, he would unleash a drunken rage. Ultimately, Chen Guanlou and Lu Data escort Su Fugue home, leaving without even a sip of warm water, walking under the moonlight. Lu Data sighs. It's rather unfair that someone like Fan, who knows nothing, could parachute into the position of chief warden. Chen Guanlou replies, Fan is a first-rank martial artist. Lu Data remains unconvinced. What does being a first-rank matter? The celestial prison is not like the Six Doors constables, nor the Jinyui's agents. It does not require such high martial prowess. Just like me, I can only perform a few tricks to intimidate, yet I manage to fulfill my duties as a guard. As for you, stop fixating on martial arts manuals. That knowledge is of no use. That we are ordinary folk without martial lineage. We might as well think of ways to earn more money. upon returning home. Chen Guanlou practices his swordsmanship for half an hour, followed by an hour of training in the Tianshan Bao. The long-life Dao fruit counteracts the physical toll of cultivating internal martial arts. Yet, the pain endured during training cannot be mitigated. He must fully bear it. The experience is indescribable, were it not for his astonishing willpower, who would willingly endure such suffering. He dreams of possessing a martial lineage. He has heard that those with a martial lineage find their cultivation of internal martial arts to be as smooth as flowing water. He cannot fathom what such an experience would be like. He can only envy it sincerely. Occasionally, he comforts himself with the thought that while heaven opens a door, it also closes a window. After finishing his training, he feels as if he has emerged from water. He strips down and washes himself with well water. Being alone at home, with no tall buildings nearby, he fears no prying eyes. The comforting aspect is that his progress in Tianshan Baogong is swift. He has successfully cultivated to the 3rd level. Coupled with the swordsmanship bestowed by the steward, even ordinary techniques flourish in his hands, capable of cleaving through tree trunks that he wonders how many moves he could last against a first-rank martial artist and whether he would stand chance. His curiosity is piqued. He thinks he must find someone to practice with soon. The most troubling aspect remains the ascension record and the final few pages of the sword manual, which he finds particularly enticing. It is incredibly frustrating. He has graduated from a second-tier institution, consistently ranking in the top 5% academically, yet he's become a semi-literate in this life. After years of study, he can read and write, adequately handling bureaucratic documents, yet he cannot comprehend the ascension record. Who can he turn to for resolution? No, he must find a way to conquer the ascension record as soon as possible. Chen Xiaolan's father-in-law, Su Desheng, has a cousin who runs a private school, known as Teacher Su. In his youth, Teacher Su was quite renowned, a celebrated young talent in the area. Not only did he pass the scholar examination at a young age, but he also possessed a martial lineage, aspiring to enter the Jixia Academy. Just as it seemed that Teacher Su was on the path to success, the Su family was poised for prosperity. An unfortunate accident occurred. His martial lineage was destroyed, rendering his dreams of Jixia Academy a fantasy, his future shattered in an instant. From that point on, Teacher Su fell into despair, becoming disillusioned with the world, preferring to be a waste rather than muster the will to rise. Over the span of 1 or 2 decades, he transformed from a promising youth into a middle-aged, jaded failure. It was only upon the death of his parents, leaving him without livelihood, that he faced the grim reality of impending starvation, forcing him to rise once more or face a slow demise. Uncertain if clarity had finally dawned upon him, Master Su ultimately embraced the afflictions bestowed upon him by fate. He stepped beyond the threshold of his home and, with the financial support of relatives, established a private academy. Though his reputation lay in tatters, his scholarly prowess continued to resonate throughout the neighborhood. Witnessing his transformation from wayward son to devoted teacher, the locals held him in high regard and willingly entrusted their children to his tutelage. Thus, the academy commenced its operations, generating sufficient income for sustenance and family support. Seizing the opportunity, a matchmaker approached him with the prospect of a charming widow burdened with 2 dependents. Master Su readily consented. Upon establishing a household, the widow bore him 2 children, in addition to the previous 2 dependents, resulting in a lively and prosperous family of 4. As noon approached, Chen Guanlou arrived at Master Su's residence, carrying a piece of pork belly. Master Su's wife, not yet 40, perhaps due to her good care, appeared younger than her years, possessing a beauty that could not be overlooked. Given Master Su's circumstances, marrying a young maiden was certainly within his reach. In the countryside, numerous impoverished families would readily part with their daughters for a modest bride price. Master Su's attraction to the widow, despite her dependence, stemmed from her striking countenance and graceful figure. He could afford to support the 2 additional children. Regardless of the era, beauty and charm remained scarce commodities. Why the formality? Master Su's wife chided, feigning discontent over Chen Guanlou's generosity, yet her actions belied her words as she swiftly accepted the pork belly, weighing it with satisfaction, estimating it to be at least 5 pounds. Please forgive me for my intrusion, that I wish to pay my respects to the master. and I felt it inappropriate to arrive empty-handed, Chen Guanlou said with a smile. There is no need for such embarrassment. The master is in the study. Feel free to go and I shall prepare a couple of side dishes for you to enjoy while you converse, she replied. Meat! Meat! Master Su's youngest son exclaimed, delighted at the prospect of a feast. His mother, embarrassed by her son's outburst, scolded him in front of Chen Guanlou. You foolish child, have you not eaten well before? Go away, do not hinder your mother from her tasks. Chen Guanlou noted that the charming widow's beauty diminished significantly with her sharp tongue. Upon entering the study, he found Master Su thriving in his private academy, living a life of comfort and satisfaction. The desk, fashioned from rosewood, bore the patina of age, suggesting it was an antique, when he had lived with his elder sister. Chen Xiaolan at the Su household, he had spent 2 years studying under Master Su's guidance. It was only natural for a student to seek counsel from his teacher when faced with uncertainties. He had memorized the entirety of the Heavenly Ascension record and, to challenge himself, randomly selected 4 characters to inquire of Master Su. Delighted by Chen Guanlou's eagerness to learn, Master Su took great care in addressing his questions, providing the origins of the characters with diligence. Chen Guanlou meticulously recorded the insights, for a good memory is no match for a poor pen. He resolved to visit the bookstore on his way home to purchase the reference books Master Su had recommended, intending to study them in his leisure time. That I have heard you have taken your father's place, and now serve in the prison. I had thought you would forsake scholarship for such a menial existence. Yet, your willingness to seek knowledge brings me great joy. The sea of learning is boundless. Even in the prison, you have not forgotten the pursuit of wisdom, which is commendable. However, when the opportunity arises, do strive to escape the confines of that prison and avoid wasting your potential. Thank you for your guidance, Master. You are aware of my family's circumstances. To earn a living, the prison is quite sufficient. If only you had applied yourself more diligently during your studies, you might have achieved scholarly distinction. If you seek wealth, there are far more respectable avenues than serving in a prison. Chen Guanlou replied with a smile. Working in a merchant's firm is also viewed as a lowly profession in the eyes of society. In the prison, while it may be deemed humble, I face fewer complications and less social obligation. In comparison, the prison suits me better. Master Su's displeasure was evident, for while both paths were considered lowly, it was clear that working in a merchant's firm was far more esteemed. The prison guard were often regarded with disdain, and while they might command authority within the prison walls, they were scorned outside. Subjected to slander and contempt, the income from a merchant's firm, at least, was deemed respectable. Noticing Master Su's rising ire, Chen Guanlou quickly soothed him. I appreciate your concern, Master. However, now that I am in the prison, I must fulfill my duties diligently. As for the future, we shall address that when the time comes. Humph. Master Su remained dissatisfied, continuing his admonishment, even during the meal, as though he wished to thoroughly cleanse Chen Guanlou's mind of any misguided notions, forcefully instilling his own worldview. Chen Guanlou, however, remained unfazed. His visit had achieved its purpose, laying the groundwork for future inquiries. He dined and engaged in polite conversation, and once the meal concluded, he wiped his mouth and made a swift exit. On his way home, he made a deliberate stop at the bookstore, adhering to Master Su's recommended reading list, purchasing several books at the cost of 13 taels of silver. In this era, books were exceedingly expensive, and the pursuit of education was often a luxury. Reflecting on the sacrifices his elder sister, Chen Xiaolan, had made to ensure he received an education, he felt a renewed sense of indebtedness towards her. In a gesture of gratitude, he purchased a set of jewelry, gold earrings, a gold bracelet, a gold necklace, and a gold ring. Additionally, he acquired several pounds of pig's head meat and carried a jug of wine to the Su household. He presented the wine and meat to Master Su's wife, who, for the first time in ages, wore a rare smile and insisted he stay for dinner. He declined, knowing that if he accepted, she would undoubtedly nag him for days, leaving his sister with no respite. However, Chen Xiaolan disagreed. In a private conversation between siblings, she insisted, "You should keep the wine and food. It is only right that you stay for dinner. Do not be overly polite. The more courteous you are, the more she will take advantage of you. Dear sister, you know my temperament. I find socializing tiresome. Next time, I will surely stay. But for now, allow me to show you something. Chen Guanlou revealed the gold jewelry he had acquired. Grinning with pride, "Oh my goodness!" Chen Xiaolan exclaimed upon seeing the gleaming treasures, her emotions a blend of surprise and frustration. She quickly glanced outside to ensure their mother-in-law and sister-in-law were not watching, then hurriedly closed the doors and lowered her voice. "Where did you acquire such funds? You must not be reckless, sister. Rest assured, the source of this money is entirely legitimate, and my salary from the prison is supplemented by bonuses. The bonuses are substantial. Living alone, with minimal expenses, I have managed to save a bit and thought of you, who lacks even a single decent piece of jewelry, so I procured this set for you." Once Chen Xiaolan heard his explanation, she felt relieved. As long as the money was earned honestly, there was no cause for concern. Yet, as she gazed at the shimmering jewelry, she felt a mixture of joy and sorrow. Touching her bare neck and wrists, she sighed, "I cannot wear these in public. If I adorn myself with gold and silver while our mother-in-law has nothing of the sort, the gossip from the neighbors would drown me. I fear these treasures would not remain in my possession for long. Surely, our mother-in-law would not dare to seize jewelry gifted by your brother," Chen Guanlou retorted fiercely. Chen Xiaolan sighed again, while she would not outright take them. Her subtle remarks could wear one down. Chen Guanlou, filled with indignation, insisted, if she wishes to wear jewelry, she should ask Su to Shang for it. Why should she covet her daughter-in-law's private possessions? "Sister, do not be afraid. Wear them boldly. No, I cannot invite trouble upon myself or you. Please take these treasures back, treating them as an engagement gift. That is not acceptable. This is a gift for you. There is no reason to return it. If necessary, you may store them away for safekeeping. One day, the brothers will divide their inheritance. Moreover, dear sister, you should also save a bit for yourself. After all these years of supporting me, it is now my turn to lend you support. Do not fear." Chen Xiaolan beamed with satisfaction at his words, feeling that the hardships of the past had not been in vain. "Very well, I shall heed your advice and keep the jewelry safe." Wait! As Chen Xiaolan began to pack the jewelry, Chen Guanlou suddenly recalled an important detail. "Just in case, I have marked each piece of jewelry with a special insignia." Chen Xiaolan paused, clearly taken aback. What? She had intended to express her disapproval of her brother's caution, but upon reflection, she understood his motives. He was merely looking out for her, concerned she might face difficulties in the Su household, and wishing to prepare her for any potential embarrassment. Regardless, she could not fault him for his actions. Chen Guanlou produced a dagger from his belongings and carefully etched a shape on the back of each piece, resembling the Nike logo. "This mark is exclusive to you. Dear sister, should anyone ever speak ill of you in the future, this will serve as proof." Chen Xiaolan felt a swell of gratitude. "You are indeed thoughtful. It is better to be safe than sorry." The siblings engaged in a lengthy conversation during their reunion. Before mealtime arrived, Chen Guanlou expressed his intention to take his leave. Granny Su insisted he stay for dinner, but he resolutely declined, departing with brisk efficiency. Satisfied, Granny Su noted that there would be food and drink that evening without the need for an extra pair of chopsticks. Chen Xiaolan gained face, while Granny Su turned her ire towards the eldest daughter-in-law, berating her incessantly. Every 3 to 5 days, Chen Guanlou would seek the guidance of Master Su, who patiently answered his inquiries, often delivering lengthy lectures as well. Over time, it became clear that he did not always bring gifts on his visits. Occasionally, in his haste, he would only carry a few pieces of candy from Master Su's children, who were pleased, but Mistress Su was not. After 1 or 2 instances of arriving empty-handed, Mistress Su's tolerance began to wane. On a particular day, as per his usual custom, Chen Guanlou set out to consult Master Su and brought along some baked cakes. Mistress Su accepted the cakes with a somewhat frosty demeanor, remarking, "It's quite thoughtful of you. At least we have lunch today, though I fear Master might find it lacking in wine and meat. He fails to consider that with so many mouths to feed in the household, the meager stipend he earns barely suffices for a proper meal, let alone wine and meat at every meal." Chen Guanlou replied, "How awkward. It's entirely my fault. I was in such a rush that I missed the butcher's stall. I shall go buy some meat right away to ensure Master has a hearty meal." Mistress Su's expression transformed instantly. Blooming with a smile, "There's no need for you to go yourself. Have the children fetch a pound from the corner. That would be a disgrace. To go on credit, I would not dare bring shame upon master, Chen Guanlou insisted, promptly counting out 5 coins and handing them to Mistress Su, who accepted them with satisfaction. Allowing him to escape her scrutiny, he mused to himself that he could no longer visit Master Su's household. Each visit resulted in disdain from Mistress Su, and he had no desire for such treatment. There were countless knowledgeable individuals in the world. Mistress Su, having received the coins, personally went to the corner to buy 2 pounds of meat, but only cooked 1, reserving the other for dinner. By all accounts, Master Su earned a considerable income. Yet Mistress Su remained perpetually dissatisfied, living frugally and exhibiting a miserly demeanor. She and her late husband had 1 son and 1 daughter, both of whom were now grown. The daughter was straightforward, easily married off with a modest dowry. The challenge lay with the eldest son's marriage, which required a significant sum. Once married, he would need to consider establishing his own household, which would entail yet more expenses. The family resided in a house passed down through Master Su's ancestors, and it was unlikely that the eldest son would ever take charge. Additionally, she and Master Su had 2 young children. Given Master Su's advanced age, should he pass away unexpectedly, the young children would be left vulnerable, and the eldest son would still not be established. What would become of her? A mere woman? Surely, she could not remarry multiple times. Her frugality stemmed from a desire to provide for this family. Chen Guanlou, opting to cease his visits to Master Su's home, instead turned to the private school of the Pingjianghe residence, where a single feast sufficed to win over Master Du. He maintained a consistent rhythm of seeking guidance every few days. Through this method, he gradually grasped the meaning of the first chapter of the Ascension record and began to attempt its cultivation, a process fraught with indescribable hardships. Fortunately, the longevity elixir mitigated the physical toll, allowing him to persevere. Work in the prison proceeded methodically. Deputy Fan, having once served as a clerk, exhibited a shrewdness in his dealings, subtly guiding the prison guards and soothing their emotions, instilling a sense of reverence among them. Subsequently, Deputy Fan hosted a gathering, inviting everyone to the Guanmei building for drinks. The combination of a firm hand and sweet dates left the entire prison staff in a daze of satisfaction. Lu Datu confided in Chen Guanlou, asserting that Deputy Fan was more adept than Deputy Jiang. Although Deputy Jiang met an unjust fate, it was not entirely undeserved. Chen Guanlou took a sip of his drink and cautiously remarked, "Deputy Jiang drowned after falling into a river while drunk. It seems a rather clumsy method. The work of those inexperienced often bears a certain roughness. From the tone of your voice, Lu Datu seems to be privy to some insider information." Chen Guanlou sought to probe further, but Lu Datu deftly shifted the topic, seemingly aware that he had spoken out of turn. Chen Guanlou could only lament the missed opportunity, wishing to uncover which influential figure had clashed, causing ripples that affected the prison guards. That night had been perilous, nearly costing him his life. Recently, the prison had become quite lively, with dozens of individuals detained, filling the cells to capacity. The cause was a brawl that escalated into a fatal incident while attempting to collect money to resolve matters for others. Generally speaking, even if a death occurred in a civil dispute, it would warrant imprisonment in the prison. The county jails were not so overcrowded. However, this was the capital. A single incident could easily entangle multiple individuals connected to influential families. In the capital, there was no shortage of such connections that it was not uncommon for even the street vendors to have relatives with distant ties to the elite. Both factions involved in the brawl had backing. And once the situation was reported upwards, the Six Doors Bureau took notice. Thus, everyone was incarcerated, awaiting trial. Chen Guanlou never anticipated that this convoluted case would somehow involve him. That day, as he exited the office, he encountered a charming young woman approaching him. It was Xiu Wan, a maid from the Liu household. "I've been waiting for you for quite some time. What brings you here?" They both spoke simultaneously. Xiu Wan smiled. "Chen Xiaoge, my master invites you to our residence for drinks. I previously visited your home to deliver an invitation, but unfortunately, you were not present. That I had no choice but to wait outside the prison for your arrival. On such a hot day, you did not even offer me a glass of water." Chen Guanlou quickly invited her to a nearby tea shop for a refreshing cup. "You mean Master Lu wants to invite me for drinks?" "Indeed. Why would Master Lu extend such an invitation to me? Chen Guanlou pondered, perplexed, as he had yet to meet Master Lu and possessed nothing of particular interest to him. Why would Master Lu wish to treat him? Why shouldn't he invite you? If you have any questions, you can ask my master directly when you meet him. Time is of the essence. My master is waiting at home. Come, let us go. Chen Guanlou reflected on the significant assistance Lu had provided him. Though it was a simple matter for Lu, he felt compelled to acknowledge the favor, regardless of the reasons behind the invitation. He had to make the visit. Upon returning to the Lu residence, everything appeared unchanged, yet his mindset was entirely different than on the way. He had deliberately prepared a generous gift to express his gratitude for Lu's past assistance. After several months of twists and turns, he finally met the renowned Master Lu, a middle-aged man with a slightly portly build, exuding warmth and friendliness, always wearing a smile. However, his eyes were sharp, as if concealing blades, ready to pierce through anyone who dared approach. Chen Guanlou approached respectfully. "Young master, come, sit down. And no need for such formalities. You missed me during your last 2 visits. Today, you must drink with me to your heart's content. Thank you for your kindness, Master Lu, and for your significant help. I raise my glass to you as a token of respect." Without further ado, Chen Guanlou drank heartily. Master Lu observed with satisfaction, "You're quite impressive." Fill his cup again. Moments later, Lu Guanshi, clad in a lovely water-green dress, gracefully joined the table. Chen Guanlou's heart raced with joy as he quickly averted his gaze, afraid to stare too long. "Master, I once remarked that Chen Xiaoga is a rare individual who understands ambition, and I was right, wasn't I? The lady's discernment is never wrong." The couple bantered playfully, while Chen Guanlou maintained his focus. Sipping his plain wine, lost in thought, it felt as though the performance had concluded, and Lu Guanshi departed, leaving behind a fragrant breeze that was quite delightful. Master Lu personally poured more wine for Chen Guanlou, finally addressing the matter at hand. "The reason I invited you today is for a specific purpose. Recently, a batch of individuals has been detained in the prison. Please keep an eye on them, ensuring that the season guards do not mistreat them. Inform them that I have ample funds. They should not extort the prisoners. They are merely following orders. The matter at hand pertains to the 2 factions recently imprisoned in the Celestial Dungeon due to their involvement in a brawl." Chen Guanlou possesses a commendable tolerance for alcohol, honed from his previous life, and in this incarnation he remains impervious to inebriation, capable of consuming copious amounts without succumbing to intoxication. After downing numerous cups, he feels no hint of drunkenness. However, upon hearing the task entrusted to him by Lu Guanshi, he instantly becomes alert. This situation is fraught with significance. It is imperative to ascertain the ins and outs before making any commitments. Lu Guanshi scoffed, dismissing the ruffians as inconsequential. "Utilize whatever means necessary within the Celestial Dungeon to manage those troublemakers. Should you handle it adeptly, I shall reward you handsomely," he continued. "Take care of those guards. You will undoubtedly reap the benefits later. May I dare to inquire?" Chen Guanlou ventured cautiously. As a mere lowly jailer, lacking connections or influence within the Celestial Dungeon, why would Lu Guanshi consider me for this task? Furthermore, how does the whole residence become entangled with these brawling guards? Lu Guanshi clapped him on the shoulder, laughing heartily. "Had you readily agreed without hesitation, I would have been wary of entrusting this matter to you. To be candid, I have my ways to ensure that the authorities above the Celestial Dungeon are well managed. However, you are acutely aware of the intricacies of that place. As the saying goes, the king of hell is easily appeased. Yet the little devils are troublesome. Among the jailers, I currently place my trust solely in you. Should you require funds to manage these individuals, merely voice your needs. I assure you, your efforts will not go unrewarded." Chen Guanlou took a sip of his drink, contemplating. "What you suggest is indeed intriguing, but I cannot help but wonder if this aligns with the intentions of the Ho residence. This is not merely the Ho residence's desire. It reflects the sentiments of all the nobles. This case is not a solitary venture by the Ho residence. There are countless in the court who would gladly see Jiang to meet his demise. Once the opportunity arises, the censors will undoubtedly take action." Listening to Lu Guanshi's tone, Chen Guanlou felt a heavy weight settle in his chest. The stakes of this case were substantial, The noble families appear to have forged an unspoken agreement to use this incident to diminish Jiang Tu's influence. Should they manage to eliminate him, it would be a tremendous victory. Yet, Chen Guanlou remained skeptical. Jiang Tu's notoriety was well established. Even the youngest children in the capital understood the emperor's reliance on him. The emperor's favor for Jiang Tu was unmatched. Could this case truly bring him down? I am aware of your apprehensions, Lu Guanxi replied, but even if we cannot topple him, we must still vex him. You are still young and lack an understanding of court dynamics. The affairs of the court are never resolved swiftly. They are a protracted struggle. Regardless of the outcome, when it is time to act, one must reveal their claws, inspiring steadfast loyalty from those below. Chen Guanlou nodded vigorously, acknowledging the wisdom in Lu Guanxi's words. Constantly retreating and yielding would only serve to demoralize even the mightiest of forces. Over time, this would erode morale and lead to disintegration of unity. When the moment of reckoning arrives, one might find that their ranks have vanished. It matters not whether we can secure victory. Once the battle is joined, we must strike fiercely. Even in defeat, we can bolster our spirits, demonstrating that we possess the strength to contend, albeit temporarily at a disadvantage. When the opportune moment arises, victory may yet be within reach. Moreover, this case presents an ideal opportunity to cleanse our ranks of those who waver in their loyalties. Lu Guanxi's imposing demeanor made Chen Guanlou ponder deeply. Is this truly the will of the Hou residents? This extends beyond the mere will of the Hou residents. It encompasses the desires of all the noble families. This case is not a solitary endeavor. The court is rife with individuals eager for Jiang Tu's downfall. The moment the opportunity presents itself, the censors will mobilize. With thoughts swirling in his mind, Chen Guanlou realized that he could no longer evade his involvement in this matter. After much reflection and imbibing, he understood that he could not shy away from the impending task ahead. I comprehend your predicament. However, this matter must fall upon your shoulders, Lu Guanxi stated earnestly, placing a firm hand on Chen Guanlou's shoulder, reinforcing his resolve. The weight of expectation was undeniable. Chen Guanlou picked up his chopsticks, addressing a few individuals around him. As long as there are funds available, we can resolve this issue. He hesitated slightly, pondering whether the individuals involved in the matter at the prison might implicate the House of Hou. What do you mean? I follow the instructions of Manager Lu in all matters. I simply wish to discern the House of Hou's stance so that I may navigate accordingly. It is commendable that you think this way. Indeed, it is unwise for those engaged in such dealings to encounter mishaps within the confines of the prison, while the House of Hou is not afraid of false accusations. Bearing the stigma of taking lives unjustly is certainly undesirable, Chen Guanlou then remarked, expressing that what he truly feared was the palace's overthinking, suspecting that the House of Hou had extended its reach too far. Should Jiang Tu sow discord, the consequences would be severe. Indeed, your reasoning is sound. Xiao Lu, I must admit, I underestimated you before. Despite your youth, you exhibit considerable caution in your actions. Let us proceed as follows. Kindly keep an eye on those involved to ensure their safety. The implication was clear. While discussions were necessary, one could not allow those engaged in the dealings to find comfort. Chen Guanlou sipped his drink, contemplating that handling the financial matters was not his responsibility. With the case escalating, both factions had their patrons, and while the inmates may lack certain skills, they possessed an acute awareness of propriety. Everyone understood who could be negotiated with and who should not be disturbed. Knowing full well that Jiang Tu was behind the dealings, no one would recklessly provoke trouble. After all, once individuals were confined in the prison, everything followed its established rules. Manager Lu could not hope to intervene. He verbally acquiesced, yet in his heart, he resolved that as long as he ensured neither side suffered fatal consequences within the prison, his task would be deemed complete, as for the benefits that might arise later. He cared little, provided the situation did not backfire upon him. After drinking, the night air chilled him, and realizing he had to report for duty before dawn, he hurried home to rest. The atmosphere within the prison was chaotic, with Lu Datu complaining throughout the morning. These two factions, who knows what those above are thinking, seem intent on causing us trouble by locking people up. Each one enters the prison with an air of superiority. In the past, they would have been starved for a few days and then dragged to the torture chamber, quickly becoming docile. Now, we cannot strike, cannot starve, and even a few harsh words are unacceptable. When did our prison become such a disgrace, akin to mere servants? Chen Guanlou chuckled, self-deprecatingly remarking, "In the eyes of others, we prison guard have always been seen as lowly, dirty, and contemptible. Yet, damn it, money is not dirty. Who isn't driven by the allure of a few taels of silver? They say that those who fail to cultivate virtue in their past lives end up as prison guards in this life. Do you suppose I was perhaps a notorious thief in my previous incarnation? Quite possible. Concerned about unforeseen incidents, Su Fugui personally descended into the cells to oversee the guards' rounds. He tirelessly reminded everyone. One Jiang Darren and one Ping Jiang Hofu. We cannot afford to offend either side. Everyone stay alert and work harder. Once this case is resolved, I will treat everyone to drinks. Su Lauda. Kindly inform those above not to confine everyone in cell type B. Our cell type B is not a servant's quarters. Why should we be the ones to bear the brunt of the dirty work? Exactly, they lamented. Here we are, mere novices, shouldering such a heavy burden. Do those in authority truly not fear consequences? Perhaps they are even hoping for trouble. Enough nonsense. The decisions of the officials are not to be questioned. Carry out your duties diligently, and once the case concludes, there will be rewards for you. Su Fugui rebuked sternly, demanding everyone maintain a proper attitude. The guards continued to grumble, hoping merely to avoid being scapegoated. Their lives as guards were already precarious enough. How long would it be before those above rendered a verdict? I cannot endure this. Our cell type has never endured such indignities. Historically, it has housed notorious thieves and scoundrels. While we may not have the most prisoners, it is a well-known fact that the guards of cell type B lived the most comfortably. Now, a group of individuals who should be confined in cell type A has been placed in our midst. In private, the guards criticized Su Fugui's lack of competence, believing he was no match for the neighboring guard, Zhang. Otherwise, this troublesome situation would have been entrusted to Zhang. Su Fugui was aware of the discontent among his peers. He too was filled with frustration, but he did not expect them to show him such disrespect, refusing even to feign compliance, instead opting to complain incessantly. If they had the ability, they should voice their grievances to Fan Yuqing. He was too weary for idle chatter and called Chen Guanlou to a corner for a private conversation. Unbeknownst to him, the newcomer, Chen Guanlou, had become the person he could confide in after much contemplation. He surmised that perhaps it was because Chen Guanlou did not engage in corruption, treating the prisoners merely as a means to obtain their martial arts secrets. He conducted himself with propriety, unlike the seasoned veterans who were solely focused on monetary gain, using their seniority to disregard him. You think Fan Yuqing is using me as an example to intimidate others? How could Su Shushu think this way? Fan Yuqing should not need to resort to such tactics. Then why has he confined individuals to cell type B? If nothing goes awry, he can seize the opportunity to blame me. Su Shushu. Have you been sleeping poorly lately? Is the pressure too much? Chen Guanlou inquired cautiously. Su Fugui appeared particularly agitated, his expression one of deep distress, as he lamented that he was picking the softest fruit to squeeze. Cell type A is designated for housing corrupt officials. In this instance, those individuals ought to have been placed in cell type B, and to my knowledge, there are still many empty cells in cell type B. The more I ponder this matter, the more peculiar it appears. Chen Guanlou followed his train of thought, suggesting perhaps Zhang, in a preemptive move, has ingratiated himself with Fan Yuqing, demonstrating his loyalty. Su Fugui nodded vigorously. Acknowledging the logic in this, should I also seek to cultivate a closer relationship with Fan Yuqing? When it is time to express your stance, hesitation is unwelcome. Chen Guanlou advised that in the workplace, one must be adept at navigating social dynamics. While one should not be an overzealous participant, neither should one be the outlier whom others detest. Conformity requires a sense of timing and method. Su Fugui clearly absorbed this counsel, promptly deciding to seek an opportunity to become closer to Fan Yuqing. Cultivating connections with officials would undoubtedly require financial incentives. Su Fugui, being somewhat miserly, was reluctant to part with his own money and instead turned his attention to the prisoners in the cells. While he dared not provoke Jiang Tu or the Pingjiang Hofu, He had no qualms about dealing with the ruffians and vibrant social groups. At this point, the prisoners found themselves in dire straits. Bring forth the money. Quickly, hand over the money. Otherwise, severe punishment awaits. In light of Mr. Kongkong's teachings, Chen Guanlou informed him in advance that if there was money to be had, they should not be stingy. They ought to be wary of physical punishment. Mr. Kongkong, cursing the greed of the guards, lamented, "But I have no money left." Even if he had to borrow, he needed to gather some funds to hand over. I am not jesting. If Su Yuli wishes to leverage connections, and you do not contribute, you are merely asking for trouble. If he is displeased, all of you will find yourselves in the torture chamber. I heard that several of those involved in the financial dealings, even those on leave, have been summoned back. Listening to this advice, Mr. Kongkong reluctantly produced his last reserves of funds to avoid corporal punishment. The other prisoners, however, were not as fortunate. In no time, the cries of anguish echoed throughout cell type. Su Fugue, having obtained silver, saw the guards take advantage of the situation to enrich themselves, leaving everyone quite satisfied. The earlier grievances dissipated, as Su Fugue used the money to forge connections and ingratiate himself with Fan Yuqing. He appeared to bear fruit. As the following day, he wore a smile. He even patted Chen Guanlou on the shoulder, praising, "Well done. Keep up the good work, and you may one day lead a team. Rest assured, Su Shu, I will certainly perform well and not bring shame upon you." The power struggle between the Pingjiang Hofu and Jiangtu seemed to be progressing. The case finally attracted the emperor's attention, and the censors began to exert their influence, seizing the opportunity to implicate Jiangtu for competing with the populace for benefits, taking lives indiscriminately, engaging in corruption and lawlessness, undermining the dynasty, and harboring grand ambitions. While the other charges might be overlooked, any official would inevitably be associated with competing for gains and engaging in corruption. The most damning accusation, however, was the last, harboring grand ambitions. It was unclear who had devised such a clever strategy, but whether or not this charge could be substantiated was irrelevant. The key was to plant a seed of doubt in the emperor's mind. Jiangtu's power stemmed from the emperor's favor, and without it, he would be less than a dog that a person without foundation, background, or support, who rose from obscurity to bask in the emperor's favor, could see everything stripped away merely by altering the emperor's perception of him, casting him back into the depths of obscurity, or even worse than before his rise. The memorials of impeachment flew into the palace like snowflakes, yet all were retained by the emperor, unissued. The emperor neither expressed his stance nor obstructed the censure of the censors. Consequently, the censors of the Court of Judicial Review initiated a more extensive impeachment campaign, with other officials, including local magistrates, joining the fray. In an instant, Jiangtu found himself besieged, facing calls for his downfall from all sides. Observing this predicament, Chen Guanlou muttered to himself, "It's over, it's over. What a blunder!" Lu Datu, perplexed, questioned how it could be over when the entire court was clamoring for Jiangtu's impeachment, seemingly on the brink of his downfall. While Chen appeared to sing a different tune, Chen Guanlou scoffed, remarking that the censors accused Jiangtu of harboring grand ambitions, yet the entire court was united in condemning him. Did this not serve to inadvertently vindicate Jiangtu? Hence, I declare it a miscalculation if the conspiracy against Jiangtu were to be realized. Impeachment must be conducted with restraint, and a significant number of officials should lend their support to him. In the current climate, where everyone clamors for Jiangtu's demise, the emperor is likely to place even greater trust in him, convinced that there are those who wish him harm, but a single misstep could lead to the downfall of the Ho family. Lu Datu seemed to perceive Chen Guanlou for the first time, regarding him with newfound respect, acknowledging, "Well, I underestimated your understanding of court affairs." However, he added, "This matter is of no concern to us, no matter how the upper echelons clash. It will not affect the prison. The prison remains unchanged. Yet you share the surname Chen." He continued, "If the Ho family were to fall, it wouldn't affect you, would it? I have long severed ties with the Ho family. Even if they were to be annihilated, it would not concern me," Chen Guanlou retorted. "Being spared execution does not grant me the luxury of enjoying fortune. Wealth and responsibility are two sides of the same coin." Chen Guanlou believed the Ho family was destined to lose and had prepared himself for the ensuing fallout. Unexpectedly, the situation took a turn. just as the civil and military officials were clamoring for Jiang Tu's downfall. A brave soul stepped forward to defend him. One voice led to another, and soon, more and more individuals of high standing, including princes, joined the chorus of support for Jiang Tu's day. What initially appeared to be a favorable scenario for Jiang Tu was swiftly turned on its head. The involvement of a prince transformed the squabble into one tinged with intrigue and conspiracy, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of an impending storm. The emperor seemed visibly incensed. One afternoon, after a brief respite, he reprimanded several princes in front of a few ministers. His words, though never explicitly mentioning Jiang Tu, were implicitly directed at him. The palace was like a sieve. News from within spread rapidly. Chen Guanlou found himself bewildered. Struggling to comprehend the situation, it appeared the whole family possessed astute individuals who had swiftly turned the tables, placing Jiang Tu in jeopardy. Perhaps, just perhaps, the whole family could emerge victorious. Datu, wearing a grin, remarked, "I told you, Jiang Tu is a petty man. How could he triumph every time? This time, he may very well face misfortune." The group of censors would soon be dealt with harshly, and he expressed his eagerness to personally administer punishment to vent his recent frustrations. "Why the long face? The whole family is winning. You should be pleased, considering you share the Chen surname." "I am not displeased," Chen Guanlou replied. "I am pondering why, if the whole family has wise advisors. They previously made such a blunder that nearly benefited Jiang Tu's day. Such recklessness." Chen Guanlou was baffled, wondering how arrogant one must be to engage in such folly without fear of repercussions, had the emperor exhibited even a hint of impatience. Declaring his stance early on, the whole family would have faced utter defeat. Data coughed lightly. "Why concern yourself with matters that do not pertain to you? Perhaps they have deeper motives for their actions." Chen Guanlou chuckled derisively, responding, "I see nothing but arrogance and self-importance. Perhaps my information is too limited to grasp the full picture, hindering my ability to make an accurate judgment. That is precisely the right mindset." Data replied that we are merely prison guards. Our duty is to fulfill our roles, collecting our monthly wages for food and drink, and should not concern ourselves with outside affairs. Indeed, you are right, big brother Datu. Overthinking does no harm, as long as it doesn't affect our duties. Due to Jiang Tu's precarious situation, the Ministry of Justice apprehended a landlord surnamed Wu. Meanwhile, in the prison, Zhang Wantong led a group of guards clamoring for severe punishment for the censors. Eager to seize a portion of the spoils before the six doors officers could intervene, pocketing the money themselves, Su Fugue was equally tempted, in private. Chen Guanlou hastily cautioned Su Fugue against being blinded by greed. The situation, while seemingly clear-cut, had yet to reveal its true victor, and the emperor had not yet declared his allegiance. As long as the emperor continued to trust Jiang Tu, the latter would not fall. If they rushed into seizing the money, and should Jiang Tu later turn the tables and seek retribution, all guards under Su Shu and the B tier would be held accountable, potentially leading to dire consequences. For prudence's sake, I believe maintaining the status quo is the wisest course of action. But Su Fugue hesitated. Visibly torn, he inquired, "Do you genuinely believe Jiang Tu still has a chance to turn the tide?" Chen Guanlou evaded the question, retorting, "Who in the court understands the emperor's thoughts better than Jiang Tu? Who knows how to win the emperor's favor more than he does?" The moniker Jiang Tu was not bestowed lightly. He is undoubtedly a favored minister. Su Fugue possessed numerous flaws: vanity, greed, a ruthless nature, and a propensity for cruelty. Yet he also had one commendable trait. He listened to advice. Having heard Chen Guanlou's words, he resolved to maintain the status quo. Although this might result in a financial loss, it posed no risk. In the prison, a cautious approach was preferable. Matters of the court were unpredictable. The saying goes, 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West Bank. In the world of politics, it does not take 30 years. In 3, 5, or 8 years, a complete upheaval could occur that a prisoner today might ascend to the throne tomorrow. The old emperor had ruled for 45 years. And with the princes maturing while he aged, the court grew increasingly chaotic. Jiang Tu, a mere lowly figure, gained the emperor's favor, perhaps due to the emperor's overwhelming mistrust of those around him. The old emperor had begun to distrust his longtime advisors, noble families, and even his own sons. Those who had fought alongside him had fallen out of favor, while Jiang Tu, a simple man without connections, earned the old emperor's affection. The guards in the prison were unaware of these intricate dynamics. Yet, that did not prevent them from employing their street-smart judgment. The old emperor's increasingly capricious nature called for caution. Prudence was essential for longevity. Su Fugui encouraged Chen Guanlou, reminding him of the old adage, haste makes waste. Little Lu, should Su Shu ever act too rashly, be sure to remind him. Our B-tier prison thrives or suffers together. You wouldn't want trouble to befall us, would you? As long as Su Shu doesn't mind my meddling. Chen Guanlou replied. Mind it? Not at all. Su Fugui chuckled. Su Fugui suppressed his monetary ambitions, dismissing Zhang Wantong's proposal. Zhang Wantong, feeling disgruntled, learned that Chen Guanlou had been the source of the malicious gossip. That day, he deliberately cornered Chen Guanlou in the corridor, where the cells on either side stood empty. This was the innermost part of the prison. Apart from the last cell containing a prisoner, there was not a soul in sight, holding a fire stick. Chen Guanlou regarded Zhang Wantong with an impassive expression. Do you even comprehend the rules, you insolent wretch? One of the underlings shouted first, that a rookie like you dares to jeopardize our livelihood. Seeking death. Are you? Another henchman spat contemptuously, brandishing his dagger, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. According to protocol, all guards must relinquish their daggers when patrolling the prison, allowed only to carry fire sticks. This precaution was taken to prevent prisoners from seizing the daggers and causing irreparable harm. Now, this gang disregarded even the most basic rules in their attempt to confront Chen, showing no fear of prisoners snatching their weapons. How has Lu Dada taught you? Kneel, bow 3 times to Zhang, and, out of respect for your deceased father, I might just spare you this time. The group of underlings jeered menacingly at Chen Guanlou, attempting to intimidate him into submission. They had employed this tactic successfully on many others, and expected the same outcome this time. However, despite their raucous shouts, Chen Guanlou remained resolute. Do you not understand human language? Kneel at once. I, Chen Guanlou, shall kneel only before heaven and my parents. You are not worthy of my submission. Such audacity! You truly seek your demise. One of the henchmen brandished his dagger. Zhang Wantong raised a hand to halt his underlings, asserting his authority as their leader. Chen Guanlou, I care not what support you think you possess. Is the Pingjiang Hofu truly your kin? You have incurred the wrath of many. Kneel and apologize, and I shall show mercy. Otherwise, I shall personally teach you what Lu Dada has failed to apologize. For what sin have I committed? Chen Guanlou scoffed, though internally he felt a surge of anxiety, maintaining a facade of indifference. After a prolonged period of martial training without ever engaging in combat, he remains oblivious to his true capabilities. Perhaps it would be wise to seize this opportunity to gauge each other's strengths, that if he finds himself outmatched, he will accept the consequences. Conversely, he would prefer that Zhang Wantong and his cohorts learn their place, ensuring that they avert their eyes whenever they cross paths with him in the future. There is no need for Zhang to waste words. A sound thrashing will suffice to impart the necessary lessons of propriety. Zhang Wantong, dissatisfied, cannot fathom why a newcomer like Chen Guanlou would dare to deny him respect. He must prepare for a ruthless response. With a grunt, he gestures, prompting his subordinate to charge at Chen Guanlou with a drawn blade. The clash of steel reverberates as the weapon clatters to the ground, and the assailant collapses, having been dispatched with ease. What initially appeared to be a fierce assault soon revealed itself as laughably inept. Akin to a child wielding a stick, armed with his staff, Chen merely needed a gentle parry to send his opponent and the weapon flying. This success instilled in him a newfound confidence. After enduring unimaginable hardships in training, he finally had the chance to put his skills to the test. Why do you stand idly by? Attack together! Zhang Wantong's furious command incited a flurry of assaults from several guards, all wielding their blades. Yet they were little more than a disorganized rabble, unable to withstand even a single blow from Chen, collapsing in agony as they clutched their injuries. The only one left standing was Zhang Wantong, who found himself retreating step by step, questioning Chen's intentions. What do you want? I warn you, do not overstep your bounds, that I hold a position of authority here. Should you lay a finger on me, it would be an affront to my rank. Why speak such nonsense? You sought me out for a sparring match. It is only fitting that I deliver a couple of strikes, Chen retorted. Zhang Wantong, increasingly desperate and flustered, could not comprehend how, in such a short time, Chen had managed to collect martial arts techniques from fellow prisoners and actually master them. That it seemed utterly implausible that martial training could be so simple. Otherwise, everyone would become a master, and there would be no need for the drudgery of life as a guard in a prison. Moreover, he was certain that Chen lacked the innate talent for martial arts. They were all ordinary individuals without such gifts. What then accounted for Chen's rapid progress, especially when he could effortlessly fend off so many attacks? Yet, the prevailing circumstances left him no room for dissent. Zhang Wantong, ever pragmatic, quickly capitulated, promising to maintain a non-aggression pact moving forward. Chen, silent and contemplative, narrowed his eyes, weighing the pros and cons. Murder was out of the question. Sensing Chen's silence as discontent, Zhang hastened to sweeten the deal. Compensation. We are willing to pay 20 taels, no, 50 taels. Agreed. Chen promptly acquiesced, seizing the opportunity to resolve the matter. The prison was no place for trouble. Should Zhang fail to recognize this, there were numerous ways to deal with him outside its confines. Zhang Wantong, visibly relieved, hurriedly departed with his subordinates, as if the confrontation had never transpired. Chen watched their retreating figures, a cold snort escaping him. Humanity's tendency to bully the weak and fear the strong was a universal truth, applicable in every era and locale. Come here, let me see you, a coarse, aged voice suddenly echoed from the depths of the corridor behind him. Chen turned slowly, an inexplicable sense of trepidation washing over him. The fear stemmed from the unknown. Whispers among the guards regarding the innermost cell were rife with speculation, yet none could articulate the truth. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, he found himself drawn toward the deepest recesses of the prison. You, a prisoner, shackled by iron chains, his disheveled hair and beard obscuring his features, possessed eyes that bore an unsettling depth. The long years of incarceration had not shattered his mind. He retained a clarity of thought and adult wisdom. Perhaps due to his prolonged silence, his voice emerged like a rusty gate creaking open, each word rasping, evoking a chilling atmosphere that matched the oppressive confines of his cell. How is it that you, lacking the innate talent for martial arts, are able to practice internal techniques? The bearded prisoner questioned, his gaze filled with intrigue as he scrutinized Chen, concluding with certainty that there was something unusual about him. Chen felt a jolt of surprise. The prisoner was astute indeed. He maintained a stern demeanor, unwilling to concede anything about his peculiarities, yet refraining from rebuking the other. Uncertainty clouded his judgment regarding the prisoner's background and the reasons for his long-standing neglect. The outside world appeared to have forgotten him, leaving only the guards of Cell B to remember his existence. Step closer. Let me see you. Chen remained still, yet the bearded prisoner lunged forward, straining against his chains as he suddenly erupted into laughter. Just as Chen pondered the source of this mirth, the prisoner unexpectedly attacked with lethal intent. Chen barely managed to react, raising his staff to block the assault, which came at him in the form of deadly strikes. He exerted every ounce of his strength, barely managing to survive 3 exchanges before retreating to evade the prisoner's onslaught. Remarkable! You lack the innate talent, yet you survived 3 exchanges against me. Truly impressive, the bearded prisoner exclaimed. Chen inhaled deeply, suppressing his panic and astonishment. This marked his first genuine confrontation since beginning his martial training, providing him with an initial understanding of his own abilities in the presence of a true martial artist. He felt utterly inadequate, a disheartening realization. The bearded prisoner continued, though you possess no innate talent, you managed to practice high-level internal techniques without succumbing to injury. You stand before me, alive and well. Fascinating, indeed. Chen's heart raced at this revelation. Could he truly perceive such intricacies? Ha! You have indeed mastered advanced internal techniques, the prisoner declared. You have deceived me. All's fair in war, the prisoner chuckled. What is your secret? You are the first person to survive such training without innate talent. Chen pondered in silence for a moment before respectfully bowing. May I inquire as to your rank, esteemed elder? The bearded prisoner chuckled. When I first entered, I was at the 5th rank. Now, I would estimate myself at the 3rd. Chen was taken aback. To have withstood 3 exchanges against a third-rank master was a commendable feat truly. He was a prodigy in martial arts. How blind fate must be to deny him innate talent. Are you astonished? The bearded prisoner, with an amused expression, saw through Chen's thoughts. The real shock belongs to me. I could not subdue a mere ordinary martial artist within 3 exchanges. Such disgrace. Chen's lips twitched. He chose not to engage in disputes with one so formidable. When addressing a master, it was prudent to exhibit respect. May I inquire if you could discern my depth of skill? This question weighed heavily on Chen's mind. If a martial artist could easily perceive his capabilities, he would feel utterly exposed and vulnerable. The bearded prisoner clicked his tongue. You are undoubtedly peculiar. There's no doubt about that. However, as for your depth, I cannot discern what internal techniques you practice. How strange. There are too many contradictions within you. What sort of method could possibly conceal your true nature? At this, Chen's heart soared with delight. Regardless of whether it was due to the longevity of his cultivation or the ascension techniques he had acquired, as long as others could not perceive his depth, he had the opportunity to maintain an air of superiority. Perhaps your internal technique is uniquely tailored for ordinary individuals like yourself? Chen merely smiled. Relishing the prisoner's musings, the power of self-interpretation was indeed formidable. Wait, no. The bearded prisoner reconsidered. If there truly existed an internal technique suitable for ordinary people, I would surely have heard of it by now. It cannot be that you are the sole individual to have achieved such results. Ultimately, your ability to practice martial arts stems not from your technique, but rather from something inherently unusual within you. Chen Guanlou's expression stiffened, his sharp beard pointing directly at the crux of the issue. However, he had his own means of defense. Regardless of how the other party speculated, as long as he remained silent and did not confess. Even if the guesses came perilously close to the truth, the reality would remain elusive. Young man, what peculiarities do you possess? Speak candidly, he urged. Chen Guanlou chuckled softly. Senior, please do not jest. I am but an ordinary person. There is nothing unusual about me. If I truly had any oddities, I would not be serving as a jailer in this dark prison. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your actions as a jailer, extracting martial arts secrets from others for paltry gains. Your harvest these days must be quite bountiful. Chen Guanlou was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, replying defiantly, "It is a transparent and open transaction, based solely on mutual consent, with no coercion involved. Your words, senior, are rather harsh." Under the eaves, one must bow their head. The prisoners in this prison are akin to sheep awaiting slaughter before you jailers. To speak of mutual consent is to fundamentally deceive oneself. It is still a matter of power and oppression. Outside, those secrets would not merely be traded. Even a single glance would cost you your life. Chen Guanlou immediately countered, "Senior, your words are misguided. The current situation cannot be compared to past circumstances. Even without my involvement, the prisoners would pay a heavy price just to survive. Trading with me at least allows them to live a bit more comfortably and retain a semblance of dignity. Moreover, the prisoners can choose not to engage in transactions. I never force them." Concerned for his reputation, he argued passionately. The prison's harsh conditions dictated the nature of transactions. How could that be deemed oppression? Slander, utterly baseless slander. The bearded prisoner rebuked. Chen Guanlou smiled thinly. The prison is a realm governed by law. How could one apply external rules to judge its practices? Senior, you are quite antiquated in your thinking. Upon hearing the term antiquated, the bearded prisoner became enraged, his disheveled hair bristling, and his eyes bulging like brass bells, appearing truly fearsome. It was evident that he was a man of a fiery temperament. It was remarkable that he had managed to endure in the prison for so many years, shrouded from the light of day, with no one to converse with. At this point, Chen Guanlou began to comprehend why the jailers were so intimidated. Despite being bound by chains, this individual's volatile nature and tremendous strength rendered him a walking bomb, capable of exploding at any moment, leading to catastrophic consequences for all and one wished to meet their end. Yet they had no choice but to remain in proximity to this powder keg, observing from a distance to ensure he was still alive. The jailers responsible for serving meals and cleaning the latrines were in a particularly precarious position. "Senior, why must you take offense with me? You have traversed more bridges than I have consumed salt. Your vast experience should lead you to understand the validity of my words. The reason you find it difficult to accept is that the prison is indeed a place devoid of light. A veritable feast for the grim reaper, and you happen to be one of the consumed. Thus, you harbor resentment, loathing us jailers. Whenever we jailers undertake any action, it is merely an act of oppression. If we were outside, a mere finger from you could subdue us. Now, the tables have turned, which is indeed lamentable. It is no wonder you hold grievances, senior, since you recognize that the prison is devoid of light and preys upon the weak. Why do you willingly serve as a jailer, acting as an accomplice to the tiger? From your speech, it seems you have received an education. How can you have fallen so low? The bearded prisoner inquired angrily. Perplexed and lamenting, Chen Guanlou had encountered similar situations since his tenure as a jailer. Many would express regret upon learning of his position. Facing the bearded man, he shrugged, Senior, I need to eat. You have an education. There are many ways to make a living without being a jailer. This profession tarnishes one's moral integrity. Yet I aspire to cultivate martial arts. You know how exorbitant the costs are for training outside. Senior, moreover, one can only learn some mediocre techniques. For someone like me, without a lineage, aspiring to join a sect or study profound martial arts at the Jixia Academy is but a pipe dream. However, the prison can fulfill my desire to learn advanced martial arts. The bearded prisoner could hardly believe that Chen Guanlou had willingly taken on the role of jailer for the sake of martial arts. Unsure whether to label him foolish or clever, he simply remarked, You are indeed straightforward. He was convinced that Chen Guanlou spoke the truth. The latter truly became a jailer in pursuit of martial arts secrets. After several months, it was evident that the young man had made some progress. For being an ordinary person who knew not even the most basic techniques a few months prior, he could now execute a few moves under the bearded man's guidance. An impressive feat, albeit lacking a martial lineage. Allow me to inform you, my greatest trait is my honesty. You wish for me to exchange secrets for food and wine. That is also unnecessary this moment. Chen Guanlou felt a twinge of anxiety. Trading with a fifth-tier martial artist left him feeling somewhat inadequate, especially given the bearded man's volatile temperament. The bearded prisoner laughed heartily. Do you know who I am and why I have languished in this prison for years? Ignored? Chen Guanlou shook his head earnestly. He truly did not know. The bearded prisoner continued to chuckle. Next time, bring wine and meat, and I shall regale you with a tale. Chen Guanlou hesitated. The more he knew, the more perilous his situation could become. Yet his curiosity was piqued. He yearned to discover what crimes the bearded man had committed, which powerful entities he had offended to end up in this prison. Shrouded from the sun, a fifth-tier martial artist, how many people and intricate schemes must have been involved to capture him? Fifth tier, a realm that was almost unimaginable. Now, despite his diminished status, reduced to third tier and shackled, he could still best Chen Guanlou in mere 3 moves. Truly remarkable. It was no wonder he was regarded as the most enigmatic and formidable presence in the C-grade prison, with all jailers avoiding him. None daring to act recklessly in his presence, he could threaten heaven and earth, yet he dared not challenge the bearded man. Noticing Chen Guanlou's hesitation, the bearded prisoner grew visibly displeased. Young man, do you know how many wish to extract information from me? I do not believe it. If so many sought to do so, why has no one come to interrogate you over the years? Interrogate? Ha! The bearded man's demeanor shifted abruptly, becoming icy, akin to a venomous serpent. Do they dare to interrogate me? If they do not dare, then why do they allow you to live? Chen Guanlou asked curiously. The bearded man sneered. If I were to die, would that not be advantageous for them? To keep me alive, in this lightless existence, to live a fate worse than death. That is their true desire. Young man, I shall inform you without reservation. I was once known as the demon of murder. Chen Guanlou was taken aback, instinctively heightening his vigilance, his entire being tensed as if facing a formidable adversary. The moniker demon of murder was one he had heard in his youth. That it was said that this individual killed with abandon, slaughtering entire families, even entire villages, his hands stained with the blood of countless victims. The most tragic tale spoke of a village where hundreds perished overnight at his hands, a true embodiment of evil. whose sins could not be assuaged even by 1,000 cuts. Never did he expect that this man still lived, having evaded death until now. Are you truly the demon of murder? Without a doubt. The bearded man proclaimed, standing tall. Why have you not perished? Why do you still live? It should not be. The rampant public outrage towards the demon of murder should have resulted in his execution long ago. 10 years ago, was it not said that he was executed by 1,000 cuts? That is a question for the authorities. Why they mislead the public and obscure the truth? There lies a great secret. Young man, do you seek to achieve merit? Do you desire promotion? I do. However, you are mistaken if you think to entice me with such bait. I am not foolish, nevertheless. I will bring you wine and food another day, as a token of gratitude for enlightening me. Chen Guanlou understood all too well that the bearded demon of murder harbored ulterior motives. That it was no surprise. Such a volatile and furious individual could hardly manifest kindness. If he were merely an 18-year-old novice stepping into society, he might have fallen for the trap. However, having lived 2 lives, he possessed a strong curiosity tempered by the instinct for self-preservation. The bearded demon of murder evidently did not anticipate Chen Guanlou's rejection, and his countenance darkened. Young man, do you think you can escape by refusing to listen? Should I let it be known, you will not survive until the day you master unparalleled martial arts. Even the secrets you possess will inevitably be uncovered. You dare threaten me. For the first time since awakening his wisdom, Chen Guanlou was engulfed in a surge of rage, a tempest of murderous intent welling within him. He could not act recklessly. Fully aware of his predicament, he swiftly suppressed his expression, concealing the murderous rage within. He quickly adjusted his demeanor, feigning disbelief and anger at the threat, yet feeling utterly powerless against the man before him. Like a true 18-year-old youth, he found himself utterly powerless in the face of others' threats. Yet, he harbored a flicker of the youthful delusion that perhaps his adversary was merely posturing and not genuinely intent on menace. The bearded murderer observed Chen Guanlou with keen interest, seemingly pleased by the shifting expressions on his face, reveling in the thrill of manipulating another's fate. I had only heard tales of individuals who would rather perish than divulge a secret. This was my first encounter with someone who enforced the listening of secrets upon others. Indeed, the actions of the elder were as unpredictable as they were alarming. Chen Guanlou offered a casual compliment to his captor, while internally he wrestled with the urgent question of how to navigate this crisis. The bearded killer was undoubtedly an eccentric individual. One could not pin hopes on his conscience. Only the dead could safeguard secrets. If the previous display of murderous intent stemmed from rage, the now calm Chen Guanlou found himself genuinely contemplating the idea of eliminating this threat. The difficulty lay in how to do so without leaving a trace. And additionally, he was aware that his adversary was a 5th-tier martial artist whose power, despite having diminished to a 3rd-tier level, was still not to be trifled with that if he wished to eradicate this foe. Brute force was not an option. He would have to rely on cunning to this moment. It was imperative to placate the bearded killer, ensuring he did not speak carelessly and expose Chen Guanlou's secrets. Although the murderer was unaware of the truth, who could guarantee that he would not fabricate wild tales? For instance, he could claim that Chen possessed vast treasures, enabling him to practice advanced inner strength techniques. Should such rumors spread, the consequences were too dire for Chen to contemplate. Until he had the means to protect himself, he must not reveal any of his peculiarities. This incident served as a grave lesson. In the future, he must avoid crowds while engaging in combat, conceal his identity and actions, and ensure no one could deduce his mastery of inner strength techniques. Thank the heavens, he possessed the fruit of longevity. Along with the ascension record, which seemed to conceal him from prying eyes and ears to the outside world, he appeared to be merely a martial artist with a few rudimentary skills, adept at some commonplace knife techniques. Nothing extraordinary. Young man, you should feel honored that I am willing to share my secret with you. You need not fear, for my secret will only protect you. It will never harm you. Who would believe such nonsense? Chen Guanlou had not a shred of faith in each syllable uttered, down to the punctuation. The murderer had become what he was due to a self-serving, cruel, and ruthless nature. Such individuals, akin to those with antisocial personalities, lacked empathy and the ability to connect with others, existing devoid of the emotions inherent to humanity, a mere killing machine. Even if their words seemed imbued with warmth, they were but a clumsy imitation. The murderer was merely mimicking the speech patterns of normal individuals, attempting to deceive the world and mask his true nature. Another trait of murderers is their intelligence, adept at manipulating the emotions and destinies of others. Deriving pleasure from toying with the lives of their victims, Chen Guanlou sighed inwardly, lamenting his ill fortune in attracting such a calamity upon himself. Do not attempt to deceive me, elder. Your secret is something many outside wish to uncover. I am but a lowly jailer, with neither connections nor the means to protect myself. I beseech you, considering my respectful demeanor, spare me this once that in the future, I shall provide for you with wine and delicacies. Ha! The bearded murderer laughed heartily, thoroughly pleased with Chen Guanlou's submissive attitude. Fear not, young thing, as long as I draw breath, you shall not meet your end. However, Chen Guanlou interjected, a fifth-tier martial artist can expect a century of life. Even though my time in this prison has taken a toll on my body, living to 80 or 90 should pose no issue. The murderer was clearly filled with arrogance. Chen Guanlou clenched his teeth, cursing the old wretch under his breath. How relieving it is to hear that. Henceforth, I shall look forward to your longevity. Young man, I could even teach you martial arts. You possess a technique manual. Yet without a master to guide you, self-study may lead to numerous errors. Should you have any questions, feel free to consult me in the future. Provided you are obedient, I shall not treat you poorly. However, should you defy me, do not be fooled by my confinement here. I have my ways of making you wish you were dead. Chen Guanlou gritted his teeth, bowing respectfully. Understood, elder. Rest assured, I am self-aware. I shall bring you wine and food tomorrow. Excellent. The bearded murderer reclined back on his bed, convinced that Chen Guanlou had no power to resist and would comply with his demands. How amusing, indeed. He would eventually uncover the peculiar secret that Chen Guanlou harbored. With a heavy heart, Chen Guanlou returned to the guardhouse that Datu, his colleague, expressed concern for him, waving him over, and the two stepped outside the bars to converse. I heard that Zhang Wantong and his gang intercepted you. Are you all right? Thank you for your concern, Data. I am fine. Would you like me to intervene on your behalf and speak with Zhang Wantong? Not for now. I can manage it. Data remained skeptical that do not hesitate to ask for my help. Zhang Wantong is a petty individual, greedy and lecherous, cowardly when faced with strength. Yet he must show some respect for my position. Chen Guanlou smiled appreciatively. I will attempt to resolve this myself, and if I truly cannot, I will then seek your assistance. Very well. Should you encounter difficulties, do not hide them from me. You are under my protection. Zhang Wantong cannot go too far. Chen Guanlou paid Zhang Wantong no mind, knowing he would not dare to act against him at present. Should matters escalate, he had ample means to deal with him. What truly troubled him was the bearded murderer. Throughout the prison, whispers surrounded this individual, with everyone pretending ignorance regarding his existence. After a shift, instead of returning home, Chen Guanlou brought wine and meat directly to seek out Master Du. Master Du was delighted by his visit, grateful for the food and company. Chen Guanlou first inquired about two obscure characters from the Ascension record, then engaged in casual conversation, ultimately broaching the infamous murderer from over a decade ago, asking if Master Du had heard of him. Master Du chuckled, "You may not find answers from others, but I do possess some insider knowledge that this character truly real. I had thought him a myth." Chen Guanlou feigned curiosity and astonishment, eager to hear more. Master Du, buoyed by the wine, eagerly recounted the tale. The murderer, surnamed Duan, was named Duan Tianlin, a man of martial lineage. With his martial prowess, he partnered with a few local ruffians, terrorizing the region and earning notoriety. Later, when the court called for troops to the north, Duan Wallin and his companions were conscripted. Thriving in military life, they quickly gained promotions. Master Du slowly revealed the murky past of the murderer. Chen Guanlou was astonished to learn that the murderer had once served in the army. Not only had he been a soldier, but he had also risen to the rank of a military general. After all, possessing martial talent made him valuable, and despite his lack of personal virtue and outrageous behavior, the military turned a blind eye. Before enlisting, Duan Tianlin had become engaged, however, due to his prolonged absence. The marriage was delayed, and as time passed, the bride's family urged him to return and marry her or send her north. Rising through the ranks, Duan Tianlin deemed his fiancée unworthy of him. If she were willing to lower herself to become a concubine, he would send for her. This proclamation ignited the ire of her family, who promptly called off the engagement, realizing their son's folly. Duan Tianlin's parents, without informing him, consented to the cancellation, allowing both parties to seek new spouses. What should have been a mundane matter enraged Duan Tianlin, who accused the bride's family of being ungrateful and vowed to take vengeance. Everyone assumed his words were mere bluster, yet he stealthily returned to his hometown and slaughtered her entire family, sparing even the infants in their cradles. Indeed, he was a villain. The bride's family had valid grounds for breaking the engagement. The murderer, Duan Tianlin, had thus committed a heinous act, rendering him unworthy of humanity. He was nothing but a beast. He wielded his power without restraint, showing utter disregard for the law and human life. Clearly, he exhibited antisocial tendencies, with a cruel disposition and a thirst for revenge. And then what happened? Was he captured? Master Du, shaking his head while sipping his drink, replied, he executed his deeds in secrecy, and it was only later that the authorities uncovered the truth. However, his actions could not remain hidden from his close companions. When news of the massacre reached the north, his brothers quickly deduced his involvement. They reportedly confronted Duan Tianlin, but I do not know the details of their exchange. Regardless, the matter was kept under wraps for the time being. Nevertheless, Duan Tianlin is quite cunning. He harbored concerns that one day his misdeeds would be exposed. Thus, during an outing, he led his subordinates in a heinous act that would evoke the wrath of both heaven and humanity: the massacre of an entire village. A total of 323 souls, regardless of age or gender, were mercilessly slaughtered in this grim affair. Several of his accomplices became irrevocably entwined in his fate. There were whispers that, at the time, a few outsiders resided in the village, and it was rumored that Duan Tianlin had extracted a secret from their lips. The precise details remained shrouded in mystery. In any case, from that point onward, Duan Tianlin began to revel in murder, frequently leading sorties into remote areas to indulge in his murderous pursuits. One who walks frequently by the riverside cannot escape the dampness. Ultimately, his actions caught the attention of the authorities. Forewarned, he learned that a reckoning was imminent. Even his patron turned away from him. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos of war, he faked his own death and executed several of his brothers. His methods were ruthless and unyielding, and he executed his plans with remarkable efficiency. Upon hearing this, Chen Guanlou reflected that, had Duan Tianlin possessed even a modicum of humanity, rather than a sociopathic disposition, he might have forged a successful career within the military instead of deriving pleasure from murder. How was he ultimately apprehended? Master Du, holding a wine cup, shook his head and hummed a few notes of an opera, continuing. After faking his death, Duan Tianlin adopted a false identity and engaged in a life of murder, trafficking, and robbery. His inherent nature proved difficult to alter. Once the tempest of scrutiny subsided, he resumed his murderous escapades. Killing a few individuals and annihilating entire families no longer sufficed for him. Audaciously, he returned to his previous barbarity of village slaughter. Initially, he succeeded twice, but on the third attempt, he fell into a trap and was captured on the spot. He was subsequently sentenced to death by 1,000 cuts, a punishment deemed fitting for his heinous crimes. No, the notorious murderer Duan Tianlin did not perish. He continued to live within the confines of a prison. This secret may well be unknown even to those within the depths of the prison. Chen Guanlou inquired, did Master Du attend the execution that day? Why would he wish to witness such a blood-soaked spectacle? The public was indignant. The authorities, fearing civil unrest, dispatched troops to cordon off the execution site. The populace was denied entry and could only spectate from a distance. A refined scholar. How could he partake in such a gruesome spectacle? The execution was public, yet the area was sealed off to prevent close observation. While they claimed to be guarding against public disorder, Chen Guanlou understood it was to obscure the truth of the situation. Having spent many years in the military, Duan Tianlin must have had numerous comrades. When he was captured, did none of his fellow soldiers advocate for him? Surely a swift execution would have been preferable to a torturous death. Master Du shook his head, stating that he had not heard of any military comrades speaking on his behalf. It was said that Duan Tianlin was erratic, even turning against sworn brothers. It seemed he had offended everyone in the military, leaving no allies to vouch for him. Perhaps his comrades were eager for his demise. But wait, if no military comrades intervened to spare Duan Tianlin's life, then who was it that ensured his survival, allowing for a deception that would befuddle the world? Furthermore, why protect Duan Tianlin while remaining indifferent? Merely confining him to a prison? This man deserved to die 100 times over. What merit was there in preserving him? Chen Guanlou was beset by myriad questions. Clearly, Master Du was unable to provide answers. His knowledge was limited to the publicly sanctioned narrative, the version that the authorities wished to disseminate. What, then, was the true story? The massacre of the village was indisputable. Could it be that there was more to the tale than the public had been led to believe? In Master Du's esteemed opinion, Duan Tianlin once had a promising future. With his valor and martial prowess, he was destined for advancement, potentially achieving the rank of general. Why would he sabotage his own prospects? Such matters are seldom straightforward. One's arrogance can breed calamity. It is rumored that he acted with reckless abandon, believing he could conceal the truth of the massacre. However, with many subordinates and brothers under his command, dissenting voices may have emerged, possibly leading to his eventual betrayal. Thus, prior to faking his death, he eliminated several of his brothers. The intricacies of this situation remain beyond my comprehension. Should you harbor curiosity, it may be worthwhile to explore connections with the Marquis' estate. They might possess the means to retrieve Duan Tianlin's case files. Chen Guanlou chuckled bitterly, reflecting that the Marquis' estate would hardly regard him a mere lowly jailer with any esteem. They might even resent him for tarnishing the Chen family's reputation. Yet, it is worth noting that recently, someone from the Marquis' estate did mention you, claiming you had sullied the family's name. Be cautious. Should the Marquis take an interest in you, you may find yourself in dire straits. Chen Guanlou, upon hearing this, expressed his indignation, exclaiming, "The Marquis' estate is overstepping its bounds. They ignored me when I was starving. Yet now that I have secured a position, they dare to criticize me for bringing shame upon them. Our families have long since parted ways. What right have they to meddle in my affairs? It is truly absurd for them to involve themselves in my matters. Moreover, I am merely inheriting my father's position. Your father, at the very least, was an official, not just a jailer." Master Du's remark struck a nerve, leaving Chen Guanlou reeling. The sharpness of the words pierced his heart, causing him pain. With a deeper understanding of the history of the murdered Duan Tianlin, Chen Guanlou became increasingly aware that he had entangled himself in a perilous predicament, one that could cost him his life. Regardless of who was protecting Duan Tianlin, whether he harbored secrets or not, his name might now rest upon the desk of a powerful figure who could wish to eliminate him without a second thought. The secret of prison holds no mysteries, depending on who is involved. For insignificant figures outside, the prison appears a mysterious and terrifying place. They dare not approach, let alone pry. Yet for certain individuals, every occurrence within the prison is laid bare before their watchful eyes. Did no one notice his conversation with Duan Tianlin? Chen Guanlou dared not indulge in such optimism. He feared the worst. There were but two possible outcomes. Either they sought to extract secrets regarding Duan Tianlin from him, or they wished to uncover knowledge of inner cultivation techniques. Regardless of the outcome, given his current circumstances, he could not bear the weight of either. In the dead of night, unable to sleep, he sat upon the rooftop, sipping his liquor and contemplating a means of escape. Duan Tianlin must die. Only in death could secrets be preserved. But how to orchestrate his demise? And what of the aftermath? The ire of powerful figures is a burden no one in the prison can bear. The crux of the matter is that he remained ignorant of the secrets Duan Tianlin possessed. Why would a powerful figure choose to safeguard the life of a murderer? Yet, how could he presume that the powerful figure was willingly protecting Duan Tianlin? What if they too desired his death? A decade has passed. What could not be accomplished then may now be feasible. Chen Guanlou's thoughts expanded that a man like Duan Tianlin, alive, is merely a drain on resources. Who would willingly protect him? There must be some unsavory dealings at play. He leaped down from the roof, his mind now occupied with an unrefined notion. Early the next morning, Chen Guanlou arrived at the prison bearing wine and meat. He distributed a portion to the guards of the Liu family estate, while the remainder he bestowed upon the murderer Duan Tianlin. After many years, the two indulged in food and drink once more. Duan Tianlin, ravenous as a beggar, devoured the meat with abandon, disregarding its filth as he picked it up from the floor and shoved it into his mouth, followed by a hearty drink, reveling in the experience. "Young man, you have done well. Tomorrow, I would like to sample some braised beef. Bring me 5 pounds. Certainly." Chen Guanlou turned to leave, considering this visit a successful task completed. "Hey, did I permit you to leave?" Duan Tianlin bellowed with brazen arrogance. Chen Guanlou paused, facing away, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes, before finally responding with a stoic demeanor. "Surely, you wouldn't wish for me to encounter misfortune at this moment. It is not easy to find someone as useful as I doubt you have guts. Boy, don't you want to hear my story? To be frank, I sought information regarding the murderer's case yesterday, and found it most unsettling. I hope you will pardon my intrusion. You assume that I am responsible for those deaths." Chen Guanlou remained silent. Suddenly, Duan Tianlin lunged forward, grasping the cell door and chuckling darkly at his back. "I'm the one who killed them all. I deserve 1,000 deaths, 1,000 cuts. My demise would be no loss. Yet here I am, still alive. Can you guess why?" Chen Guanlou spun around, well aware that it all boiled down to trade. Leverage in the weighing of interests. There could be no notion of gratitude involved. "That you're an interesting one," Duan Tianlin chuckled, relaxing his posture, intrigued by Chen Guanlou. "Not only do you possess an unusual air about you, but your demeanor belies your youth. You exhibit remarkable composure. Most others, older than you by a decade, would tremble at the mere mention of my name. Yet here you are, engaging in a battle of wits with me, sparring verbally. Chen, my young friend, consider what you have done. I had intended to let you be, but you have captured my attention. It would be remiss of me not to take advantage of this opportunity." Chen Guanlou felt exasperated. Because he had performed so admirably, he had become a target, subject to manipulation. The implication that he deserves it. How shameless! How despicable! Engaging in sophistry. The other party is clearly coveting the secrets that lie within him. No one is willing to be imprisoned in a celestial dungeon for a lifetime, especially someone like Duan Tianlin, who is willful and eccentric, cannot endure restraint. The senseless massacre of villages, from a certain perspective, is merely Duan Tianlin venting his anger at being controlled. Originally a ruffian, once he entered the military camp and was subjected to the strictures of military discipline and the oppression of superiors. It was only a matter of time before he developed a violent ambition. Killing and slaughtering innocent villagers, trampling upon the lives of others, playing with the fates of others, is merely his outlet for this pent-up rage. He is a pure pervert, a sociopath. Chen Guanlou is absolutely certain that the other party is toying with him, intending to employ the same tricks to manipulate his life, as long as he feigns helplessness and submits to intimidation. He will please the other party. It is utterly revolting. He nearly lost control of his murderous intent. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the turbulent emotions within him, expressing gratitude to his senior for holding him in regard. "Unfortunately, I am but a lowly prison guard and can be of little assistance. You could be of help. However, there is no rush on this matter. When the time is right, I will instruct you on what to do." With that, Duan Tianlin sealed his lips, unwilling to utter another word. Chen Guanlou decisively departed, his mind racing with thoughts on how to eliminate the other party without implicating himself. The lawsuit concerning the Ho residence in Jiangtu has reached the imperial court without any resolution. Currently, both sides are at a stalemate. The old emperor has remained non-committal, and gradually, whispers have emerged suggesting that he clearly wishes to protect Jiangtu, but lacks a pretext and an opportunity. The influential figures in the court are the most astute individuals in the world, the brightest among scholars, and they excel at discerning the emperor's thoughts. However, they are well aware that the old emperor requires a stepping stone, a person who is knowledgeable and capable, yet this group of clever individuals stubbornly opposes the emperor. Unwilling to allow Jiangtu to gain any advantage, it is said that the old emperor seems very dissatisfied with the performance of his ministers, isolating himself in the Taiji palace, refusing to attend court, dismissing memorials, and avoiding his ministers, wholly engrossed in alchemy. Just as the situation reached a deadlock, a single action by the crown prince shattered the impasse. The crown prince, while in the Taiji palace, encountered Jiang Tu, who had come to plead for forgiveness, and did not shy away, openly berating him with the words, "You wretched creature." Jiang Tu dared not defend himself, nor could he retort. Normally, such a trivial matter would have been forgotten. But the crown prince's words reached the old emperor's ears. The old emperor, in a fit of rage, scolded the crown prince for being unfilial. He is not dead yet the crown prince wishes to deal with those around him. Does he long for the day of his demise to inherit the throne? The crown prince was immediately alarmed. He merely disdained Jiang Tu, a sycophant, and held no ulterior motives. However, the old emperor, plagued by age-related suspicions, was resolute in his beliefs, convinced that the crown prince harbored malicious intent, unable to wait any longer. If he could not tolerate a mere Jiang Tu, who knows when he might not be able to tolerate even the emperor himself? A heavy burden of blame fell upon the crown prince, who lamented his misfortune. The more he resented Jiang Tu, the more he yearned to eliminate him. He also harbored various grievances against the old emperor. Though he dared not voice them, it did not prevent him from thinking that the old emperor was becoming increasingly senile. Is there truly a crown prince after 30 years? A sense of urgency arose within him. A fervent desire to wield power. He wished to rush before the old emperor and declare loudly, "I, the son, am willing to share the burdens of my father," allowing him to rest easy in the Taiji palace to refine elixirs and cultivate immortality. Matters of state, as the crown prince, I shall take upon myself, with the assistance of the ministers, ensuring my father need not worry in the slightest. Unfortunately, he could only dare to entertain such thoughts. The old emperor had already unleashed his wrath upon the crown prince, and before he was finished, summoned the ministers to scold them fiercely, berating them for failing to alleviate the concerns of their sovereign. Incessantly bothering him with trivial matters that hindered his alchemical pursuits, in front of all the ministers, he chastised Jiang Tu. Accusing him of betraying the emperor's grace, he immediately stripped Jiang Tu of his official position, sending him home for reflection. The ministers, witnessing this, realized that the emperor clearly intended to continue shielding Jiang Tu, raising him high only to let him down lightly. Dismissing him from office was of little consequence. Jiang Tu could be reinstated at any time, perhaps even promoted, with just a word from the old emperor. In this round, it seemed the whole residence had triumphed, but in truth, it was merely a matter of face. The real victor was still Jiang Tu. Jiang Tu resided in the emperor's heart. It would be a long time before anyone could hope to oust him from the court. The most unfortunate was the crown prince, who, due to a single remark, found himself embroiled in this controversy, suspected by the old emperor of harboring ill intentions, and reprimanded for being unfilial. He was bereft of both substance and reputation, remaining in the East Palace to reflect. However, Jiang Tu had also thus incurred the crown prince's wrath. The ministers gleefully observed this turn of events. The only connection this controversy had with the celestial dungeon was that on the very day Jiang Tu was dismissed, the estate guards of the Liu family were released. The hired thugs each received 10 lashes and a fine of 10 taels of silver before being expelled from the celestial dungeon. As for the victims of this case, the deceased, no one truly cared. They were merely a tool for filling a quota. Who would concern themselves with an inanimate tool? Su Fuguwei lamented the lost opportunity, blaming Chen Guanlou for hindering his fortune. Had he known Jiang Tu would lose this lawsuit, he would not have heeded Chen Guanlou's advice and should have simply invested directly, making a significant profit. Chen Guanlou offered no argument, merely inquired, "Uncle Su truly believes Jiang Tu has lost? He has already been dismissed. If it is not a loss for him, could it be a victory? Enough, enough. I understand what you wish to say. I do not intend to blame you. It is merely regrettable to lose a sum of silver. Those imprisoned in the celestial dungeon are required to pay a fine according to the rules. Even the officials of the A-grade prison are no exception. That I shall consider this incident a lesson learned. You may return to your affairs." Chen Guanlou nodded in agreement and departed decisively. He could not influence Su Fuguwei's thoughts, only remarking that this individual was not worthy of trust. Liu Datu, aware of his scolding, invited him for drinks to console him, advising him not to take it to heart, that in this case, no one would gain any profit. Yet they had all expended so much effort, and each held grievances in their hearts. Chen Guanlou muttered, Jiangtu resides in the emperor's heart. It is only a matter of time before he is reinstated. How do you discern this? What leads you to conclude that Jiangtu still enjoys the emperor's favor? The emperor has dismissed him from office. Dismissing him is merely a temporary measure, a way to silence the masses. After all, Jiangtu has infringed upon the interests of many in recent years, and everyone has looked upon him unfavorably. He has long since incurred public wrath. Yet precisely because he has incurred public wrath, he becomes all the more trustworthy in the emperor's eyes that a solitary minister with no backing relies solely on the emperor's favor. This singular reliance is also his protective charm, the reason the old emperor trusts him. In the old emperor's eyes, Jiangtu has not colluded with any faction. He remains loyal only to him. This pure loyalty surpasses that of all the civil and military officials in the court. This is merely your opinion. It cannot be taken as fact, Lu Datu retorted casually. Chen Guanlou did not contest this, only smiling as he said, by the end of this year, the truth will be revealed. At that time, Brother Data will know whether I am right or wrong. If you prove to be correct, I shall treat you to drinks. Lu Data readily promised. A meal of drinks is a trivial matter for a prison guard's income. Even 10 meals would be no burden at all. As the two enjoyed their drinks, Zhang Wantong entered the tavern, accompanied by his disciples. Lu Datu immediately stood up, slapping the table, and saying to Chen Guanlou, if Zhang Wantong dares to trouble you, I will stand up for you. Do not be afraid. Thank you, Brother Datu. Zhang Bantu is a reasonable person. He should not seek trouble with me without cause. The sun is still up. Why speak such nonsense? Lu Datu replied, perplexed. Upon entering, Zhang Wantong spotted Chen Guanlou, and Lu Datu snorted coldly and ascended to the second floor. His disciples followed him up, none daring to cast even a glance at Chen Guanlou. This scene, witnessed by Lu Datu, clearly indicated that Zhang Wantong looked down upon the two of them. Considering them beneath notice, he was extremely incensed. Zhang Wantong's behavior was becoming increasingly arrogant. I wonder how long he can maintain this arrogance. Brother Datu, let us drink. Lu Datu, still fuming, had forgotten their earlier conversation, only recalling that Zhang Wantong had snubbed him, failing to greet him even upon their encounter. Tea was an affront too great to bear. Chen Guanlou believed that this arrangement was quite satisfactory. Everyone kept to their own affairs. You walked your sunny path, and I traversed my narrow bridge, without interference, as for the events that transpired in the prison corridor that day. They were never mentioned, as if they had never occurred. After finishing drinks with Lu Datu, Chen Guanlou returned home directly. The doorkeeper at Lu Guanshi's residence had long been waiting, and upon seeing him, greeted him warmly, a stark contrast to his previous indifference to, Brother Chen has finally returned. Have you been waiting long? Just a short while, came the reply. What brings you here? Chen Guanlou stood at the door, without the inclination to invite anyone inside. The doorkeeper, seemingly oblivious to his demeanor, exclaimed, Oh dear, I am parched from the journey. Would you kindly offer me a cup of tea? Chen Guanlou reflected, one should not strike a smiling face. He chastised himself for being so petty. There was no need to be stingy with a mere doorkeeper, as it would only reflect poorly on himself. Resolutely, he opened the courtyard door and invited the doorkeeper inside for tea. Coincidentally, he too needed a cup to alleviate the effects of alcohol. Tea that moment. He learned the doorkeeper's full name, Lu Xiaochuan, an orphan without a proper name, who had taken on the surname Lu after being taken in by Lu Guanshi. Chen Guanlou scrutinized him closely and could vaguely detect a street-smart cunning about him. And no wonder he had such a thick skin. Being valued by Lu Guanshi indicated that Lu Xiaochuan possessed remarkable abilities. You are too modest, Chen Guanlou remarked. Lu Xiaochuan repeatedly downplayed his significance, attributing his fortunes to luck and vowing unwavering loyalty to Lu Guanshi and gratitude for his kindness. This indirectly confirmed that he was indeed Lu Guanshi's man. And today he had come at Lu's behest. What instructions does Lu Guanshi have? Lu Xiaochuan produced a letter and handed it to Chen Guanlou. Lu Guanshi instructed me to deliver this letter directly to you. No other messages? No word of mouth? Chen Guanlou inquired, curious. Lu Xiaochuan shook his head. My task is complete. Your tea is delightful. Farewell. The visitor arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, having accomplished his task without unnecessary delay. Once Chen Guanlou saw him out, he returned to his study and opened the letter, from which fell 2 silver notes totaling 50 taels. This was indeed the promised reward from Lu Guanshi. Substantial in nature, it also demonstrated Lu's reliability. The lawsuit had barely concluded, and already he had sent someone with financial recompense. Life passed unremarkably, with the prison as ever, filled with card games and idleness. Yet, Chen Guanlou was plagued by unease. For the first time, he realized how difficult it was to kill a man within the confines of the prison. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted. Everyone in the guardroom halted their activities and gazed towards the door. What was that sound? What is happening? Damn it, a prison break? A group of bandits had stormed the prison. Quick, grab your weapons and stand together. The prison structure was half above ground and half below. The brazen criminals had breached the roof, invading the prison with a force of 20 or so. Kill them. Quickly, call for help. We are under siege. The guards were taken aback. Many had never encountered a prison break of such scale. So brazen and ruthless, flouting the law with sheer violence. Chen Guanlou suddenly shouted, brandishing his waist dagger, charging forward with valor. The bandits, all masked, wielded swords, knives, and whips. Though they appeared organized, once the fighting commenced, it devolved into chaos. Each man fighting for himself. This gang of brigands was evidently a hastily assembled group for the purpose of this breakout. Chen Guanlou plunged into the fray, deflecting blows while retreating deeper into the corridor. This was a heaven-sent opportunity that he had been contemplating how to eliminate Duan Tianlin without implicating himself. And now, fortune had presented itself so swiftly as he retreated, he did not forget to open the cells. What does this mean? Let them be the cannon fodder. The inmates surprisingly did not rush out immediately. Chen Guanlou was indifferent. He only sought the ensuing chaos. His rapid strides came to an abrupt halt as a figure clad in black and mask stood before him. Sword in hand, eyes devoid of emotion, seemingly poised to strike, that a swordsman. Chen Guanlou recognized him instantly. The hired swordsman from the guild. Luo Jingtian had been executed, and the Luo family exiled, fearing assassination en route. He had previously hired the guild to ensure their safe passage to the northwest. The escort was indeed a hired swordsman. While he had not recognized the swordsman, he had identified the weapon in his hand. The guild had successfully completed the commission, and the Luo family had safely arrived in the northwest. However, he had not expected to encounter the swordsman so soon, especially in such a place. Did the guild take on prison break jobs? Who were they after? The swordsman clearly recognized him as well. The two exchanged glances for 3 seconds before instinctively returning to their respective pursuits, undisturbed by one another. In his mind, Chen Guanlou had devised countless methods to kill Duan Tianlin. Rehearsing the execution in his thoughts innumerable times, it had to be done with cunning. Yet, unexpectedly, the swordsman was heading in the same direction. They exchanged glances, and Chen Guanlou stepped back, allowing the swordsman to pass. The swordsman, not one to linger, surged deeper into the corridor. Chen Guanlou's heart sank. Could the target of the break be Duan Tianlin? If Duan Tianlin was rescued, what would become of him? Would his secrets be at risk of exposure? He could not allow the swordsman to take Duan Tianlin away. Unable to fight, he could only resort to treachery. His mind raced with plans for deceit. Sounds of conflict echoed from deep within the corridor. The swordsman had engaged in combat with Duan Tianlin. Chen Guanlou hurriedly dashed into a nearby cell, clandestinely observing. The cell door stood ajar, the swordsman wielding his blade, fiercely battling Duan Tianlin within the cramped confines. Duan Tianlin was bound by iron chains, unable to defend himself adequately against the swordsman's onslaught. He questioned the swordsman. Was it someone from the Song family who sent you to kill me? After 10 long years, he could no longer wait. A tiny bug dares to kill me. Seeking death, Chen Guanlou's heart raced. The swordsman was indeed there to kill Duan Tianlin. What divine providence, hearing the distant shouts and commotion. Reinforcements were on the way. Point 6 doors was just across the street, filled with skilled fighters, and to his knowledge, even a 5th-grade martial artist was stationed there. If they arrived, not only would the swordsman perish, But Duan Tianlin would also survive. He could not allow Duan Tianlin to live until the 6 doors reinforcements arrived. Chen Guanlou retrieved the poison he had prepared in advance, but before he could proceed, a figure from 6 doors had already reached the depths of the corridor. Inwardly, he lamented, "Heaven is blind." Without a moment to spare, he needed to hide. He could not let 6 doors discover his presence here, or he would struggle to explain himself. Only one person from 6 doors arrived, dressed in elegant azure silk, brandishing a standard waist dagger. Though he moved swiftly, his actions were deliberate. Upon seeing the elegantly dressed man, the swordsman abruptly ceased his assault and stood aside at the cell door. The azure-clad man pinched his nose, seemingly repulsed by the odors within the cell, then calmly stepped inside. Duan Tianlin, leaning against the wall, scanned his surroundings. The azure-clad man approached the swordsman slowly, and the swordsman remained still. The azure-clad man extended his hand, and after a moment's hesitation, the swordsman relinquished his sword, weighing the blade in his hand. The swordsman snorted coldly and suddenly turned, thrusting his sword towards Duan Tianlin. Although Duan Tianlin had been on guard, he could not fend off this lethal strike. Clearly, the azure-clad man was far superior in skill. The unexpected thrust pierced through Duan Tianlin entirely. As the azure-clad man forcefully withdrew his blade, blood gushed forth. Duan Tianlin did not perish, but fought to remain upright, pointing a trembling finger at the azure-clad man, seemingly recognizing him. Without uttering a word, the azure-clad man drove his sword once more into Duan Tianlin's body. His decisiveness in murder and swiftness in action indicated a resolute character. "You are him." "He sank you." Duan Tianlin's voice grew weaker, breaths becoming shallow. "It's good that you know." The azure-clad man swiftly severed Duan Tianlin's head and tossed it to the swordsman. He reproached the swordsman for his slowness, stating that he had to clean up after him. "What use are you?" The swordsman picked up the severed head and the gleaming blade, bowing slightly as he said, "I acknowledge my wrongdoing, do not err again," replied the man in brocade with a cold snort, taking the lead as he exited the prison cell and vanished into the long corridor. The swordsman finally breathed a sigh of relief, carrying with him the head of Duan Tianlin as he departed. As he passed the cell where Chen Guanlou was hiding, his footsteps hesitated momentarily, casting a fleeting glance before hastening away. Chen Guanlou thought to himself, "He must have noticed me." Many guards shared his sentiments. They opened the cell doors, releasing prisoners and inciting chaos. The guards did not release all the prisoners indiscriminately. Rather, they were selective. Those prisoners who bore deep resentment, having suffered inhumane torment in the dungeon, were absolutely not to be released. The strategy of creating chaos proved effective. When the constables from the 6 doors arrived, the gang of robbers was embroiled in a bloody struggle with the prisoners. The constables struck with lethal intent, seemingly having no intention of leaving any survivors. "Make haste, retreat." A shout rang out, and the robbers fled through the gaping holes in the roof, with the constables pursuing them relentlessly. The prisoners were once again confined within the dungeons, the ground strewn with dismembered limbs, unable to be cleared in time. The official from the Ministry of Justice arrived to inspect the scene, followed by a throng of officials both great and small. Chen Guanlou stealthily slipped into the crowd, his attire stained with blood he had smeared on himself. The dried blood on his face further painted an image of a valiant warrior who had battled fiercely against the robbers. The surrounding guards appeared similarly adorned. Here, there was not a fool among them. Fools did not survive more than 3 rounds in the dungeon. Before he began his service in the dungeon, Chen Guanlou had naively believed that working there would be the safest job, merely requiring oversight of the prisoners. That it was only upon entering this line of work that he realized all bureaucratic offices were fundamentally the same. One's fate was dictated by luck. "Lu Datu," he whispered, "are you all right?" "Thank you for your concern, Brother Datu. I am fine. How about you? Were you injured?" Lu Datu chuckled softly, replying, "Like you, the blood is all from others I hid in the cell and was fortunate to escape unscathed." "What about you?" "Likewise." The two exchanged knowing smiles, a silent camaraderie shared among guard. First, I was worried when I saw you charging in so fiercely, fearing you might lack understanding. But now it seems my concerns were unfounded. Chen Guanlou remarked, "One must always put on a show. Indeed, we must create an impression so that we can report back. allowing our superiors to deflect responsibility onto others. Chen Guanlou gazed ahead. There were too many people, and he lacked the standing to push forward, unable to discern the identities or ranks of the officials arriving. But he simply inquired, "Who is here, commanding such a grand assembly?" "The left assistant minister has personally come to the scene," came the reply, causing the guards to feel a palpable tension. Everyone must be cautious in the coming days, lest the higher-ups seize upon this incident to vent their frustrations on us guards. "Thank you for the reminder, Brother Datu. I shall take heed." The left assistant minister's personal inspection was evidently not that of an outsider, but rather a man with extensive experience in criminal investigations. Not only knowledgeable, but also remarkably astute. The scene was chaotic. The guards had intentionally marred the evidence. Aside from the inability to discreetly remove the severed limbs, they had destroyed all other traces they could. They could not allow the higher-ups to discover that the guards had been negligent and had released prisoners to evade the robbers. Facing the compromised scene, the left assistant minister remained inscrutable, merely fixing his gaze upon the ceiling. The guards were powerless to alter the marks left above. Suddenly, the left assistant minister leapt onto the beam. Chen Guanlou was secretly astonished, while Lu Datu whispered to him that the left assistant minister was a second-rank martial artist. With the title of Jinshi, Chen Guanlou mused, "Are scholars of this era all so formidable? Ever since I took up my post in the dungeon, I have felt as though second-rank martial artists are common. Yet in daily life, I hardly see any that it seemed that martial artists were all absorbed into the court, becoming the emperor's hounds." Lu Data further informed him that the left assistant minister hailed from the Jixia Academy. "The left assistant minister is from Jixia Academy?" Chen Guanlou inquired. "Indeed, the academy only admits scholars with martial lineage. What a pity that you lack such lineage. Otherwise, you could have attempted to enroll there. If you succeeded, your life would be set." Chen Guanlou understood now. Jixia Academy was akin to the prestigious institutions of later generations. Gaining admission ensured a worry-free future, with classmates scattered across various government offices, making wealth and promotion merely a matter of time. And no wonder the other officials dared not even breathe in the presence of the left assistant minister. Chen Guanlou felt a twinge of regret for having mingled in the crowd. Was it too late to withdraw? He feared nothing else but being discovered to have cultivated internal martial arts. If that happened, no amount of explanation would suffice. However, Duan Tianlin had once mentioned that he was merely pretending, and had not truly discerned his mastery of internal cultivation. The effects of Changsheng Daohua or the Ascension record might provide some cover. Yet he was uncertain of the truth and needed to confirm it swiftly. "How many prisoners were killed?" "Reporting to you, my lord, 5 prisoners were slain by those robbers. Not a single one was taken." "Forgive me, my lord, the prisoner from cell 13 is missing. He must have been taken." "What is the background of the prisoner from cell 13? "Merely an unnamed wretch, unworthy of mention." An unnamed wretch could provoke such an elaborate scheme, mobilizing a dozen or so marauders to break into the prison. "And you dare claim he is unworthy of mention? This is utterly absurd. You act so furtively. Are you perhaps concealing the truth?" "My lord, please temper your anger. I assure you that I am not as incompetent as you suggest. Upon learning of the prisoner from cell 13 being taken, I immediately reviewed the records, and no matter how I look at it, there is nothing remarkable about this prisoner. I am powerless to uncover the truth." Waste. The left assistant minister was exceedingly displeased with the assembled officials, waving his sleeve in dismissal. The officials hastily followed suit, leaving only the deputy warden, Fan, behind. He coldly scrutinized the guards and prison clerks, his expression dark as he spoke. "I care not what you have done behind the scenes. Each of you must clean up your own mess, should I discover any of you have taken bribes or colluded with outsiders. Prepare to face the law. Remember, this is the first time in nearly 30 years that such a heinous and sensational prison break has occurred. If the higher-ups pursue this matter, every one of you will be held accountable." With that, Deputy Warden Fan swept away, exuding authority. The crowd watched him depart, and only then did they begin to worry for their own safety. Would this prison break truly be pinned on them guards? "Su Tu, say something. What should we do?" Su Fugue felt overwhelmed, angrily cursing. "How should I know what to do? You all better not have colluded with outsiders. Let us just hope the constable from 6 Doors managed to capture those robbers and that we can keep our necks intact." "Damn it! You've put me in a terrible position, Datsu too. You don't actually think someone among us colluded with outsiders, do you? You know best whether that's the case. What Deputy Warden Fan said is true. I don't care what you've done. Just clean up your act and avoid giving them any leverage. If the higher-ups investigate, we mere guards are left with only one path: death. Chen Guanlou was not afraid of being investigated by the higher-ups. He was far more apprehensive about the swordsman and the enigmatic man in brocade. If the swordsman could detect him, there was little doubt that the man in brocade could as well. Truly, one fears what one dreads in the dead of night. Chen Guanlou was suddenly jolted awake from a nightmare, drenched in cold sweat. Yet he lay still, not daring to move. He sensed, without any evidence, that another person had entered the room. Despite their excellent concealment, his instincts had always been sharp and had never betrayed him. Holding his breath, he feigned sleep, hoping to evade detection. Yet unexpectedly, a voice pierced the silence. You might as well get up. It was a cool, emotionless tone. Following the sound, Chen Guanlou confirmed the presence of a speaker by the window. He slowly opened his eyes, sat up, and adjusted to the darkness, peering toward the window. The swordsman. The visitor was indeed the swordsman. For reasons unknown, he released a quiet sigh of relief. Had the visitor been the man in brocade, he would likely now be dead. Without any basis, he felt certain, in the face of the swordsman, he still had a sliver of hope. And one little lamp. The darkness enveloped the room, creating an ambience suitable for their conversation. Chen Guanlou groped his way to the table, poured a cup of water, and inquired, "Would you like a drink?" The swordsman, seeing his calm demeanor, unexpectedly chuckled. "Aren't you afraid I might kill you?" Chen Guanlou, lost in his own thoughts, held a teacup to his lips, sipping water before settling onto a round stool. In a calm tone, he remarked, "If you intended to kill me, you would have acted long ago. There is no need to prattle on with a mere jailer. You are aware that you are merely a lowly jailer. Yet you possess the audacity to conspire against the notorious murderer Duan Tianlin." Chen Guanlou vehemently denied the accusations and countered with conviction. "Do not slander me. That my intention is to rescue others and save lives." Even at this moment, your nonsensical chatter shows a blatant disregard for your own life. Do you believe that I would dare to speak recklessly without evidence? As his words fell, an array of concealed poisons and hallucinogens were flung onto the table. Chen Guanlou's countenance turned pale with alarm. The poisons had been discovered, but what of the ascension record? Would that too be unearthed? A wave of dread washed over him, yet he dared not betray a hint of his anxiety. Even slowing his breath to mask his true thoughts, he could not afford to underestimate these martial artists. After all, he lacked a martial vein and had no comprehension of the prowess possessed by those who did. "I merely took precautions." He weakly defended himself, adopting a fa ade of weakness, the only strategy he could conceive at the moment. To slay a swordsman. That would be madness. He is at least a second-tier martial artist. Perhaps even at the pinnacle of that tier, someone who has only trained in martial arts for a few months. What could I possibly do against a second-tier practitioner? One may possess confidence, but arrogance must be avoided. Do you think you can conceal your murderous intent? I have heard that during these days, you have tended to Duan Tianlin quite a bit, that I was compelled to. Chen Guanlou replied, his tone steeped in apparent grievance. Why was he forcing you? Could this be the very reason the swordsman had launched a surprise attack on him tonight? Chen Guanlou pondered for 2 seconds, revealing the entire sequence of events without reservation, save for the details of his internal martial arts practice, the secrets he harbored, and the threats from Duan Tianlin. He merely stated that Duan Tianlin was a 5th-tier martial artist, capable of easily taking his life, thus leaving him no choice but to submit. The swordsman appeared to accept his explanation. What gives you the confidence to dare to swim in murky waters? Foolishly hoping to kill Duan Tianlin. One must take risks. What if I succeed? I do not wish to live my life under the threat of others, and no one knows if he has allies outside. I am indifferent to my own fate, but I have an elder sister. She raised me with great difficulty, and I cannot drag her down. You possess quite a bit of audacity, esteemed hero, considering our past collaboration. Could you grant me a swift end? Chen Guanlou implored pitifully, almost in a supplicating tone. The swordsman chuckled. You previously declared with utmost certainty that I would not kill you. Why the fear now? Chen Guanlou cautiously explained. Upon further reflection, I am merely a lowly jailer. Why would a distinguished second-tier martial artist make a personal visit? The swordsman fell into a long silence, one that persisted until Chen Guanlou's sweat soaked through his garments. Before finally stating, "Rest assured, I shall not take your life this time. So, no death this time implies a possibility of death next time." Chen Guanlou's mind raced, yearning for clarity, pleading silently for a more decisive conversation. "Thank you, esteemed hero. Rest assured, there's been too much chaos in the heavenly prison today. This is my first experience with a prison break, and my mind is still in disarray. They say I've been traumatized. I may well forget the events of the day for the rest of my life." He expressed his sincerity. "I, in the face of life and death, all schemes, both shadowy and overt, must be cautiously concealed. Only sincerity can win hearts. Who could blame him for his lack of strength? Had he possessed the power of second-tier martial artist, he would not hesitate to fight, even if only at the first tier. However, I need you to assist me with a task. Esteemed hero, please command me. I have heard that a prisoner is missing from the heavenly prison. The 13th prisoner. I have never seen his face. As he is always crouched in his cell, it is said he is merely an unnamed petty thief, imprisoned for offending a powerful figure. Upon entering the heavenly prison, he was subjected to brutal torture, and his injuries have yet to heal." Chen Guanlou eagerly divulged all he knew, fearful that if he hesitated, the swordsman might change his mind. The swordsman appeared quite satisfied with his cooperative demeanor. "Do you truly believe the 13th prisoner is merely an insignificant nobody?" Chen Guanlou looked momentarily stunned, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret, whispering, "During the day, the vice minister of the Ministry of Justice said the same. How could a mere nameless nobody provoke the ruthless bandits of the martial world to storm the heavenly prison for a prison break? Yet, the case file regarding the 13th prisoner truly reveals nothing of note. Find a way to ascertain the true identity of the 13th prisoner, me." Chen Guanlou pointed to himself, utterly bewildered. What merit did he possess to be entrusted with such a significant task? Yet perhaps his life was indeed spared. Thus emboldened, he dared to ask, "Aren't you and that band of ruffians in league together?" "Mind your tongue," the hero admonished, ensuring that he would not inquire further in the future. What a farce during a prison break. Two groups of individuals have descended upon us. May I boldly speculate that the swordsman's mission is solely to kill Duan Tianlin, while the true target of the bandits is indeed the 13th prisoner, rather than simply snatching a random inmate as a diversion. Initially, I believe the 13th prisoner was merely a smokescreen, a tool designed by the bandits to divert attention towards him and facilitate their escape. Yet, it seems I have underestimated the intricacies of the situation. The 13th prisoner must have an extraordinary background. The issue lies in the fact that during my few months of service, I have never glimpsed the 13th prisoner's visage. I could describe his height and build, but his facial features remain a mystery to me. However, the hero is also aware of my position. I am but the lowest tier jailer. Below me, there are only menial workers of even lesser standing. As for the 13th prisoner, I can confirm that thus far, no one has discovered anything peculiar about him but a man who has endured severe torture, covered in wounds, lacking medical care, and whose injuries have persisted for months without fatality. Does that not seem extraordinary? That does seem to carry some weight. The hero implied that the martial arts practiced by the 13th prisoner might be quite unique. Is it necessary for you to investigate the clues? Once you gather information, deliver it directly to the establishment. If you can accomplish this task, I will ensure your safety. Thank you, esteemed hero. Though he did not believe the swordsman's promise, it did not prevent him from expressing his gratitude in the most sincere and heartfelt manner. Finally, the harbinger of misfortune had departed. Chen Guanlou lay motionless on his bed, silently counting the passage of time. An hour later, assured that the swordsman would not return, he hastily made his way to the kitchen, unearthing a package from the stove. Thank the heavens, the Ascension record had not been confiscated. All the martial arts manuals lay nestled within the package. His secret remained safe to this moment. He was finally certain of one fact. The swordsman had not discerned that he practiced internal martial arts. The reason Duan Tianlin had recognized his cultivation of internal martial arts was due to his engagement in combat, during which he had employed the techniques from the Ascension record, though he had only recently begun cultivating. He had still managed to withstand 3 of Duan Tianling's strikes. It was those 3 strikes that had led to his exposure. This confirmed that the Chongqing Dao fruit or the Ascension record indeed possessed a concealing effect, provided he refrained from engaging in combat. Was there any method to obscure the fact that he lacked a martial vein? Even in a confrontation, could he ensure that others could not perceive his true depth? He had learned from the prisoners of the heavenly prison about a state referred to as hidden vein. Could he perhaps fabricate a hidden vein to deceive everyone? Hope still resided within the heavenly prison, for only the charming prisoners could assist him in resolving this predicament. After securely hiding the manuals, he reminded himself once more. Under no circumstances should he engage in combat unless absolutely necessary, especially not with genuine martial artists, as they could easily perceive his limitations. Early the next morning at the heavenly prison, all the jailers exhibited faces of profound despair. After a night of contemplation, everyone had grasped the gravity of the situation. Unlike before, they could no longer simply muddle through. This time, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Justice personally oversaw a thorough investigation of the case. The heavenly prison would undoubtedly face severe scrutiny. Misfortune had struck. With the impending doom, the morale of the jailers reached unprecedented heights. Lu Datu, rarely seen alongside Chen Guanlou, was conducting rounds in the heavenly prison. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Guanlou asked, "Big brother Datu, what shall we do?" Lu Datu wore a sorrowful expression, gazing at the bloodstains lingering on the ground, and remained motionless for quite some time. Chen Guanlou did not rush him. He continued speaking. "Upon arriving early this morning, I noticed the constables from the 6 doors bustling in and out. I even spotted the guards from the Genie Way. Has this case attracted the attention of the Genie Way? Are they going to intervene in the investigation?" Lu Datu shook his head, gnawing on his back molars. "Xiao Chun, have you observed anything unusual with prisoner number 13 during your daily patrols?" "No. I've been stationed at his cell day in and day out, and I haven't even seen what he looks like." "Brother Datu, prisoner number 13 is just an insignificant pawn. Surely the higher-ups wouldn't make such a fuss over him." Chen Guanlou did not anticipate the conversation would shift to no. 13 so swiftly. That may be so, but since the higher-ups are fixated on capturing prisoner number 13, we can only follow their orders. Lu Datu sighed, feeling powerless yet compelled to carry out his duties. "But what can we do? We are merely jailers, with no access to the case files. How could we possibly know anything? It's not about what we know, but rather what the higher-ups presume we should know." Lu Datu appeared increasingly agitated. "Damn it," Chen Guanlou kicked the bars of the cell. "Prisoner number 13 doesn't even pass gas all day. How are we supposed to learn anything? Do those above really take us for granted?" "Enough. Think carefully and don't overlook any detail. I'll inquire about the inmates in the adjacent cells to see if they can shed any light." Chen Guanlou quietly reminded him, "Brother Datu, the inmates in the adjacent cells have changed several times over the past few months. That I fear we might not learn anything." Lu Datu, with a darkened expression, insisted, "Even if we can't glean anything, we must try. If necessary, we'll resort to severe punishment. We must present something to the higher-ups, understood?" Chen Guanlou nodded, silently sympathizing with the inmates in the adjoining cells, for the first time in history. The celestial prison was abuzz with activity, where everyone was dutifully performing their roles, with absolutely no one shirking their responsibilities or engaging in idle chatter or games. Each individual's performance was exemplary, a model of diligence. Even the notorious slacker Zhang Wantong personally led inspections and ensured the sanitation crew kept the prison clean, making sure it didn't reek too badly. Although the celestial prison indeed had a foul odor, efforts were made to project a semblance of cleanliness to satisfy the higher-ups. Investigators came and went in waves. The gaping hole in the roof had yet to be repaired, supposedly left open for the sake of investigation. What would happen if it rained and drenched the inmates? Tough luck? And what if a bandit used the hole to escape? What are the jailers for? They should be increasing patrols. Indeed, it's all the jailers' fault. Prisoner number 13 was also a focal point of the investigation, with every brick and crevice being thoroughly searched. They even summoned a reputed master who purportedly practiced a special technique to sense the environment, who spent the night in number 13's cell. Whether any valuable findings emerge remains unclear, but since then, investigators have not returned to the celestial prison. The hole in the roof was finally repaired. The rare opportunity for sunlight in the celestial prison had reverted to its usual dark, sunless state. Chen Guanlou encountered the swordsman again on a chilly winter day. He had purchased 2 pounds of mutton to prepare for a delightful mutton soup that evening, even going so far as to procure a jug of wine. Upon pushing open the courtyard door, he found the swordsman already indulging in tea at the stone table. Chen Guanlou thought to himself, "This is my home, yet I am being overshadowed by a guest." He inquired, "How did you get in?" The swordsman pointed to the wall. Chen Guanlou twitched his lips. "Next time, you could knock. You weren't here when I arrived that I'm having mutton for dinner tonight." "Not bad. It's my favorite." Chen Guanlou retorted, "It's mine, all mine. Since you like it, I'll just go buy 2 more pound and no need. You have chickens, 1 will suffice." The swordsman had even set his sights on his chickens. Leaving Chen Guanlou feeling quite vexed. Silently, he grabbed a cleaver and headed to the back wall, where he had created a 2-meter-long alleyway specifically for raising chickens, ensuring the smell wouldn't waft into the front courtyard. After dispatching an old hen, he decided to braise it as he busied himself in the kitchen. The swordsman stood at the door, teasing, "I never expected you to be skilled in the culinary arts. One cannot dine out for every meal. It's too extravagant. Why not seek a wife? Your home could use a woman's touch." They inexplicably delved into domestic matters. "I'll think about it once I save enough money." "You reassisting the Luo family. Hasn't T. Luo Jingtian compensated you?" No one ever complains about having too much money. Chen Guanlou's reasoning was compelling. "Does your elder sister not inquire about your marriage?" The swordsman seemed curious about his daily life. Chen Guanlou nodded, then shook his head. "My elder sister and I have already agreed to postpone marriage for a few years. She has no objections." "Your elder sister is truly kind to you. The meal is ready. Shall we eat inside or outside? Are you afraid of the cold? If not, we can eat outside." "All right, I have tea poisoned it. I trust you in tea dare." Prisoner number 13 was apprehended for causing a disturbance while dining at an inn with a nobleman. After being captured, he could not account for the origins of his possessions and was thus imprisoned in the celestial prison on charges of theft. Upon entering the prison, he was subjected to severe torture, leaving him battered and broken, yet no money was extracted from him. It was said that his accent initially suggested he hailed from the capital, though certain phrases clearly indicated he was a foreigner attempting to mimic the capital's dialect. Consequently, it was surmised that he was from elsewhere, though his exact origins remain unknown. After a few bites of mutton, Chen Guanlou took the initiative to share information about prisoner number 13. "He hasn't been idle these days. I've been diligently gathering information about him." "I asked that all." The swordsman clearly appeared dissatisfied. Chen Guanlou took a sip of wine, avoiding eye contact, and continued. The 6 doors thoroughly searched prisoner number 13's cell, practically prying the bricks apart, but it seemed they uncovered no useful clues. Additionally, prisoner number 13 has a formidable spirit. The jailers remarked that they haven't encountered such a resilient man in years. Furthermore, he has calloused hands, indicating he is a practitioner of martial arts, yet he lacks a martial meridian. Thus, he cannot cultivate any extraordinary techniques. Someone without a martial meridian can only practice basic skills, nothing profound. Are you implying that prisoner number 13 relied solely on sheer willpower to survive so many sunless days and still managed to be abducted? Although it sounded implausible, that was indeed the reality. Unless he possesses a hidden meridian, the jailers simply lack the insight to discern that moment. Chen Guanlou felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety and trepidation. It was his first time mentioning the term hidden meridian in public. Mask his unease. He consumed his food and drink heartily, avoiding the swordsman's gaze. "A hidden meridian?" The swordsman murmured. "What is a hidden meridian?" "I've heard others speculate that prisoner number 13 might possess one, but no one can clearly explain what a hidden meridian entails." The swordsman, unperturbed, stated directly, "A hidden meridian appears to be an ordinary person on the surface. It requires a martial artist of grade 5 or above to assist in unblocking it before one can cultivate advanced martial arts. So, a hidden meridian is an unblocked martial meridian. Those below grade 5 cannot discern it." That is a fair point. It is indeed an obstructed martial meridian, deeply concealed. Most martial artists cannot distinguish between a hidden meridian and an ordinary person. Chen Guanlou looked on with anticipation. "Can you tell if I possess a hidden meridian?" The swordsman seemed to find the notion comical. Although I'm not skilled at discerning, I can assure you that you do not possess a hidden meridian. On what basis do you conclude I lack one? The last recorded appearance of a hidden meridian in the capital was a decade ago. This illustrates just how rare they are. What became of that hidden meridian from a decade ago? Did they achieve any great success? They died. None. The swordsman's response was succinct. Chen Guanlou appeared perplexed. Observing his curiosity, the swordsman kindly elaborated, hidden meridians are exceedingly rare. Once discovered, the Jixia Academy would promptly recruit them. After that, there is no further news. Chen Guanlou gaped in disbelief, unable to fathom the implications. So, hidden meridians are akin to prized treasures. If they are so rare, why would anyone kill them? He questioned. Hidden meridians have a unique trait. They can conceal their cultivation level. Even masters cannot discern the depth of a hidden meridian practitioner's abilities. Moreover, the practitioners of the hidden pulse martial arts cultivate their skills at astonishing speed, possessing a significant likelihood of ascending to the realm of masters. Upon hearing this, what first came to your mind? The swordsman retorted with a smile that was neither here nor there. The chosen one, Chen Guanlou blurted out. Indeed, those of the hidden pulse are quintessentially the chosen ones. Akin to protagonists in novels, his surprise. The swordsman scoffed, shaking his head as he remarked, those of the hidden pulse are nothing but chosen assassins. Their existence sends shivers down the spines of many. Chen Guanlou was momentarily speechless, attempting to refute, but finding himself at a loss for words. He could only lament the deplorable state of the world. Yes, a martial genius who can perfectly masquerade as an ordinary individual raises concerns among the powerful and the masters alike. In a world that reveres martial prowess, where everyone plays their cards openly, the sudden emergence of someone playing a hidden hand instills fear. Such individuals must be swiftly eradicated. They cannot be allowed to live. Chen Guanlou silently took a sip of wine, his mind tumultuous with the dangers posed by the hidden pulse, realizing that his previous assumptions had been rendered obsolete. Suppressing the myriad of complex thoughts swirling in his mind, he continued the conversation, inquiring how one might discern whether an individual possesses the hidden pulse. The swordsman shook his head, stating, I do not know. However, I am aware that the Jixia Academy has methods to test for it. Upon hearing this, Chen Guanlou raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the air of mystery surrounding it. The swordsman chuckled coldly. What do you think? Chen Guanlou quickly shifted the topic, revisiting the subject of the 13th prisoner. If the 13th prisoner were indeed a rare hidden pulse, could that be the reason for their abduction? The significance placed on this matter by the six doors, even involving the genie Wei, suggested that the higher-ups had already determined the 13th prisoner to be of the hidden pulse. I do not know. This matter requires your verification, but you are acquainted with officials. Chen Guanlou began, only to abruptly silence himself. Understanding the precariousness of his situation, he averted his gaze, feeling a twinge of guilt. Are you insinuating that I am in league with the authorities, or even suggesting that I am their lackey? The swordsman retorted with a knowing smile, his eyes sparkling with mockery. Chen Guanlou laughed nervously. I merely thought your connections would surely surpass mine, and that you would know more people than as for the matters above. I truly cannot ascertain anything. My knowledge of the hidden pulse was purely serendipitous, having overheard a few snippets of conversation. You may have overheard something crucial, unlocking the questions that have troubled me for days. You might want to listen a bit more closely to ascertain the veracity of the information. I truly cannot. Chen Guanlou, it appears you are unaware of your own predicament. The swordsman picked up a piece of lamb, savoring it thoughtfully while maintaining a keen gaze on him. Chen Guanlou inhaled deeply, realizing that the swordsman would not easily let him off the hook. With a resigned expression, he said, I shall do my utmost. I believe you will accomplish this task. Rest assured, there will be rewards for you afterward. Thank you for the hospitality. I shall take my leave. The swordsman scaled the wall and departed. Chen Guanlou remained at the table. His meal, tasteless. The swordsman's threat was anticipated, yet what truly chilled him was the perilous situation surrounding the hidden pulse. If it were a feigned being of the hidden pulse, would that not be akin to courting death? What a conundrum! How could this situation be resolved? Wait, why had Duan Tianlin not suspected him of being a hidden pulse from the outset? Was it due to his meager martial abilities, or perhaps Duan Tianlin lacked the insight to even consider the possibility of the hidden pulse? This month, he was on night duty. Chen Guanlou wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth and meandered into the prison. Lu Dado waved at him from a corner. Chen Guanlou glanced around before making his way over. Lu Datu abruptly pulled him aside into a secluded corner for a private conversation. Do you have any money? The odor emanating from Lu Datu was unpleasant. Even in winter, his clothes had absorbed a foul stench, indicating a night spent in debauchery. Chen Guanlou observed the bloodshot eyes of his companion and inquired, "Gambling all night? How much did you lose?" "Damn it. My luck has been terrible lately. I've lost everything." "Lost everything? You just received your salary, over 10 taels of silver, and you squandered it all?" "Do not worry. I will definitely recover my losses. That I was winning at first, but then a newcomer showed up, and everything slipped away." Chen Guanlou silently removed his purse, initially intending to lend 10 taels, but ultimately settled on 5. "This is my life savings. Do not lose it all again. Gamble less." "Thanks, brother. This time, I will surely turn my fortunes around." "Are you planning to head back to the gambling den?" Chen Guanlou asked, his curiosity piqued. Lu Dadu shook his head. "This time, I'm going to find Zhang Wanton to recover my losses. I've already coordinated with the guards at the A Block prison. They have a game tonight. Do you want to join?" Chen Guanlou shook his head vehemently, having sworn to distance himself from gambling and drugs for life. He attempted to dissuade Lu Datu, saying, "The case isn't resolved yet. The authorities could swoop in at any moment. Are you not afraid of complications?" These old gambling-addicted guards are truly unfazed. The prison break case remains unresolved, and no directives have come down from above. After being on their best behavior for a week or two, they're back to gambling. They cannot resist for even a single day, not if they're caught in the act. They will surely face dire consequences. Rest assured, nothing will happen. Late at night, no one will come to investigate the prison. Besides, tonight, the A Block prison is hosting. We won't get caught. Lu Datu exuded confidence, embodying the typical gambler's demeanor. Always inexplicably self-assured, believing himself to be the chosen one, a god of gambling, blessed with good fortune that I'll take a nap first. I need to stay up all night later. If anything arises, send someone to find me at the A Block prison. All right, you go on with your business. With money in hand, Lu Datu felt emboldened, sneaking off to the office to slack off and rest, preparing himself for the night's gambling session. Chen Guanlou shook his head, realizing he could never rely on a gambler to change their ways. Quitting gambling was impossible. It would never happen in this lifetime. Those seasoned guards were thoroughly corrupt, lacking any sense of morality. He regarded the 5 taels of silver he lent as a lost cause, not expecting Lu Datu to repay him anytime soon. Upon entering the prison, Chen Guanlou noted that the personnel in the guardhouse were indeed halved. The phenomenon of everyone being present was ephemeral, merely a facade to appease the higher-ups' investigation. But as time passed, everyone grew complacent, disregarding the ongoing inquiry. The prison break involved ruthless bandits. The only casualties were the prisoners, which bore no consequence for the guards. Everyone harbored a sense of reckless optimism. Among the guards, Chen Guanlou was somewhat of an anomaly, refraining from gambling and refusing to sink to their level. He would not engage in the petty treachery that breeds contempt. He would not disrupt others' livelihoods, nor would he preach against gambling. Though some viewed him with disdain, his generosity in treating them to drinks on several occasions fostered a sense of camaraderie, allowing him to evade trouble for the most part, often simply ignored or assigned the task of inspecting the cells. Chen Guanlou relished the opportunity to patrol the cells, particularly enjoying solitary rounds. He did not vie for the unappealing tasks others shunned, but neither did he refuse assignments. Occasionally, he would grumble, merely to appear as a regular guard. He could not enthusiastically patrol without raising suspicion. The prison's inmates were akin to a treasure trove, and he took pleasure in inspecting the cells on behalf of others. The A Block was hosting a gambling session, while the C Block was not idle either. The guards remaining in the guardhouse, unable to partake in the high-stakes games of the A Block, did not mind engaging in low-stakes gambling for fun, wagering mere 10 cash bets, which heightened everyone's spirits and created a lively atmosphere. Displeased with the commotion in the guardhouse, Chen Guanlou grabbed a firewood stick and set off to inspect the cells early. "Xiao Chen, keep an eye on cell 40. That lad is up to no good." We'll catch him and teach him a lesson tomorrow. What has the inmate in cell 40 done? A petty scion from a local family, who thought himself clever, came to the capital to flaunt his wealth. Such people deserve to be caught. Once they fall into our hands, we'll teach him a lesson, so he understand his place and doesn't he offend the powerful, risking his life. Shout Chen, we are doing a good deed. Teaching that lad how to behave, while also collecting a bit of tuition, understand? Understood. With no further ado, Chen Guanlou brandished the firewood stick and commenced his round. As he passed by cell 13, he deliberately cast a glance at the empty cell. If the 13th prisoner were indeed of the hidden pulse, they were exceedingly adept at concealment. In truth, masquerading as a hidden pulse did present some feasible possibilities, as long as his martial prowess is sufficiently high. Coupled with the art of disguise, it is entirely plausible for him to deceive others. When faced with two evils, one must choose the lesser. He would rather feign being without merit than divulge the secret of possessing the Tao fruit of immortality. The state of being without merit leads only to death. The Tao fruit of immortality, it seems, cannot even be attained in death. Upon arriving at room 40, he encountered a typical debauched scion from a small town. Utterly oblivious to the peril of his circumstances, he struck the prison bars with a firewood staff, exclaiming, "What crime have I committed? They have wrongfully accused me of theft. That treasure is clearly from my family. On what grounds do they accuse me? Simply because you possess a treasure yet lack any backing. Pray tell, what treasure do you possess?" A glazed lamp, intended as a gift. Alas, the gift was never delivered, and instead he found himself imprisoned in the celestial dungeon. Chen Guanlou furrowed his brow, observing the foolish young man in the cell. "Where are your elders? Did you really come to the capital alone?" I sneaked out." "Serves you right," Chen Guanlou scoffed coldly. It was no wonder he had attracted attention and ended up in the dungeon. Such a nincompoop deserved to have his wits beaten into him. He genuinely felt inclined to remind the youth, "You ought to be grateful that you were merely captured and brought to the dungeon rather than deceived into becoming a mind slave. In the dungeon, the worst you face is a beating. As long as you cough up some money, you can walk out alive. If sold to a mine, you can forget about ever seeing the light of day again. Are you going to torture me? I have done nothing wrong." Chen Guanlou, with a stern expression, struck the prison door, exuding a menacing aura. "Your protests are of no use. I advise you, if you have money, do not wait for severe punishment. Promptly hand over your money to secure your safety. You have acquaintances in the capital. You could also notify your relatives and friends to pay for your release." "I have friends. My friends are wealthy, truly wealthy. Esteemed sir, could you assist me? I do not wish to be beaten. I do not want to die in this dungeon." After a round of inspection, devoid of the threat posed by Duan Tianlin, Chen Guanlou felt remarkably at ease. He hummed a tune as he approached the duty room, but suddenly halted in his tracks. Standing in front of the duty room, 2 rows of imposing 6-panel door constables loomed, each with elongated faces, resembling the guardians of the underworld inspecting their territory. Upon witnessing this, Chen Guanlou instinctively gasped. The officials above were indeed cunning, taking advantage of the momentary relaxation to launch a surprise attack. Tonight, however, half of the personnel were absent, either engaged in gambling at the A-class dungeon or asleep in the office. Those remaining at the duty room were hardly in a better position, having been caught gambling themselves. It was a disaster. Chen Guanlou felt a mix of relief and anxiety. Fearing he might be implicated, he took a deep breath and steeled himself to enter the duty room. Inside, it was eerily quiet. Not even a sigh to be heard. Upon entering, he beheld the jailer, Li Hu, kneeling in the center, but tonight's gambling affair had been organized by him. Other jailers knelt on either side, trembling in fear. At the forefront sat the left deputy of the Ministry of Punishment, the esteemed Sun Downing, who held a white porcelain teacup, steam rising from its contents. The vapor swirled, ethereal and enchanting, causing Sun Downing's visage to appear somewhat indistinct. Regardless of guilt or innocence, Chen Guanlou wasted no time and immediately knelt in supplication. "I humbly greet you, esteemed sir. I failed to welcome you in a timely manner. Please forgive my transgression." Curse it, his knees felt exceedingly weak. Kneeling was truly uncomfortable. Yet, what could he do? As a lowly jailer, he lacked even the right to speak audibly. "You are the only one on duty," Sun Downing remarked, his expression inscrutable. "It just so happens that it is my turn to serve." Sun, with a hint of a smile, had long heard of the chaotic management within the celestial dungeon, where jailers were notoriously unscrupulous. Regardless of who entered the dungeon, whether guilty or innocent, they would invariably be subjected to harsh treatment. The most malevolent individuals in the government were undoubtedly the jailers. Hearing this, Chen Guanlou secretly scoffed, his disdain palpable. How could Sun Downing possess the audacity to utter such shameless words? It was truly astonishing. No matter how wicked the jailers might be, they were merely overtly so. How could they possibly compare to officials who could extinguish entire families with a mere word, with a flick of the tongue? Dozens, even hundreds, could lose their heads. With a stroke of personal greed, thousands upon thousands of taels of silver could line their pockets. Wielding their power, the common folk were reduced to servitude, eternally unable to rise again. In comparison, the jailer's misdeeds seemed almost endearing. Provided one offer a bribe, they would ensure good treatment and even assist in procuring medical care. The jailers, no matter how nefarious, paled in comparison to the official's malevolence. Of course, these thoughts he dared only to entertain in his mind. At this moment, Sun Downing was paramount. Should he claim the sun rose from the west, all would have to acquiesce and proclaim, "Your wisdom is unparalleled." In the vast celestial dungeon, it was astonishing that only one jailer was diligently performing his duties. It truly astounded this official. Cold sweat broke out on Chen Guanzhou's brow. He did not require flattery. The more he was praised, the more he felt the looming threat. For heaven's sake, please, let us proceed with the investigation. You, who feast upon the court salary, are engaged in gambling during your duty hours. The oversight of the dungeon is left to but one individual. It is utterly absurd. Do you acknowledge your transgressions? We do. Please grant us another chance. We shall surely amend our ways. Li Hu led, his voice quivering in trepidation, that I have always believed in the principle of learning from past mistakes. Those who err must be punished, but those with merit must be rewarded. However, one must also provide an opportunity for correction. Hearing this, Li Hu and the others felt a surge of hope. Was Sun Downing truly inclined to spare them? However, with a turn of his words, Sun Downing's statement sent their hearts plummeting. You jailers are the most despicable and lowly, driven solely by greed and devoid of gratitude. If I do not employ severe measures, you would not comprehend the gravity of your actions. Moreover, as I am aware, there were others on duty tonight, at least half of whom were absent from their posts. Among those present, only one adhered to his responsibilities. This situation is truly remarkable. The jailers broke into a cold sweat, nearly suffocating from anxiety. What was Sun Downing implying? Did he intend to execute all the jailers from the C-class dungeon? He failed to consider how menial this role appeared to the world. Respectable families would never stoop to such a position. It was only these individuals, willingly bearing this lowly occupation, who alleviated the burdens of their superiors and the court as for wealth, if the jailers did not seek profit, relying solely on the meager allocations from the court. The dungeon would have long since ceased operations, bankrupt and closed for good. With hundreds of mouths to feed in the dungeon, relying solely on government funds would result in every prisoner starving to death within days. The dungeon's smooth operation relied entirely on the jailers' efforts, who disregarded their reputation for the sake of financial gain. The jailers could be said to sacrifice their own well-being for the stability of the court and the efficient functioning of the office. It was only natural for them to seek some monetary compensation. Why should they enjoy the benefits brought forth by the jailers while simultaneously denigrating them? When trouble arose, they were the first to be blamed. Each jailer present felt a surge of indignation. Sun Downing was a martial artist, unafraid of the biting cold. Yet the jailers were mere mortals. In the frigid winter, the damp dungeon was not a place to gamble and drink without fearing for their lives. The older jailers were all afflicted with ailments, illnesses bestowed by the dungeon and the nature of their work. What? Do you dare to disagree? Not at all. Li Hu replied obediently. At this moment, he could only bow his head in submission, never daring to reason with an official. The officials had no regard for the opinions of a lowly jailer, nor could they empathize with the difficulties faced by them. Those of lowly status could not be compared to the dignified members of the court. Chen Guanlou remained unperturbed, his mind a placid lake, devoid of ripples, and no matter what Sundowning said, he let it flow in one ear and out the other. His mind entirely untroubled, he had witnessed the prowess of a second-tier martial artist. Should he become agitated, the other party would sense it instantaneously. Should he find himself displeased, a mere gesture could result in his head rolling. He was grateful for Li Hu's perceptiveness. Serving an official required one to be humble and compliant, acting as a dutiful grandson. Compared to the absent jailers, those present still held some redeeming qualities. Was this a sign that they would be spared? The jailer's hopes reignited. "What is your name?" Sundowning slightly raised his chin, fixing his gaze upon Chen Guanlou. Chen Guanlou, taken aback, confirmed that he was indeed being addressed and quickly replied, "In response to your inquiry, my name is Chen Guanlou." "Chen, you say? Previously, I heard that a member of the Pingjiang Marquis household is serving as a jailer in the Celestial Prison. Could it be you?" "In response, I must inform you, my lord, that my branch of the family distanced itself from the Marquis' lineage 5 generations ago. Chen Guanlou has not sought to forge ties with the Marquis family. The authorities have duly recorded his circumstances, and since Deputy Minister Sun has inquired, he must already be well informed. Should he dare to make unwarranted connections, it may very well bring calamity upon him. It is better to speak the truth. Who would have thought that a descendant of the illustrious Marquis' household has fallen to the position of a lowly jailer? Nevertheless, your ability to uphold your duties is commendable." "Thank you, my lord. I merely adhere to my responsibilities. The awareness of one's duties is already superior to that of most. In this vast celestial prison, you are the sole jailer. The others are either absent or engaged in gambling." "Ha!" Sundowning's cold laughter caused the other jailers to tremble and break out in a cold sweat. That moment, news reached Su Fuguei and Fan Yuqing, who arrived late. Upon entering, they immediately knelt to plead for forgiveness. Chen Guanlou seized this opportunity to extricate himself, exhaling in relief. Observing Su Fuguei and the sweat on Fan Yuqing's brow, along with their disheveled attire, one could imagine they had been jolted from their slumber and rushed here upon hearing of Sundowning's surprise inspection of the prison. Su Fuguei's home is in close proximity to the Celestial Prison, while Fan Yuqing, being a martial artist, lives farther away, yet hastened to join Su Fuguei in this urgent venture, as for Lu Datu and his companions. It remains uncertain whether they have received any news. Trapped in this place, it is likely that no one has been able to relay messages to Lu Datu and his group. The gatekeeper at the entrance of the authorities must have already been seized by the 6 gates. "I did not realize your lordship would arrive at such a late hour. Please forgive my lack of a proper welcome." Fan Yuqing, a first-rank martial artist, felt a measure of confidence in the presence of the second-rank Sundowning. Despite his lower official rank, the disparity between him and Sundowning was substantial, yet it did not diminish his assurance that a late-night raid on the Celestial Prison is inherently irregular. Should it escalate, Sundowning may not necessarily hold the upper hand at AS for the jailer's gambling. In such frigid weather, it is understandable for ordinary people to gather for warmth and engage in a bit of gambling to pass the time. No official would impose unreasonable expectations on jailers to remain on duty at all times, conducting constant inspections of the prison. Such demands are unrealistic. Even a meager salary of 2 taels of silver a month offers no prospects for promotion. A jailer today remains a jailer for life, so expectations should not be excessively high. It is not as if they are palace guards, whose futures are bright and whose standards are rightfully elevated. To hold jailers to the standards of palace guards while compensating them with jailers' wages is purely a form of harassment. In any case, Fan Yuqing felt no guilt, even if Sundowning wielded his authority oppressively. He remained unafraid. He too has his patrons. Who fears whom? Moreover, the position of jailer is merely transitional. In a year or 2, he would be reassigned. "What brings your lordship to the Celestial Prison at this late hour?" Fan Yuqing pressed further. "Could it be that there are developments concerning the previous jailbreak case?" Chen Guanlou immediately perked up, straining to listen. Sundowning's gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, swept over Fan Yuqing. It is indeed surprising to see a martial artist occupying the position of a jailer in this celestial prison. Fan Yuqing cleared his throat, stating that they all serve the imperial court and shoulder the burden of the emperor's concerns. "Well said. Fan Yuqing, Please rise and speak that I have been perusing documents within the authorities today when I suddenly recalled a detail prompting my visit to the celestial prison. Unexpectedly, I stumbled upon this group of jailers gambling. Although the celestial prison has its own regulations and is not under my jurisdiction, having witnessed this, I cannot simply turn a blind eye. Lord, please consider that the celestial prison is cold and damp, and the jailers are merely ordinary individuals. Prolonged service in such conditions may take a toll on their health. Therefore, as long as no errors occur in their duties, some deviations from strict protocol are permissible. Fan Yuqing laid it bare. Sun Downing nodded, acknowledging Fan Yuqing's reasoning. However, it seems inappropriate for only one individual to be on duty in such an expansive celestial prison. Fan Yuqing furrowed his brow, recognizing the absurdity of the situation. Rest assured, my lord, I will conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. Upon uncovering the truth, I shall ensure that those responsible are dealt with severely. That sounds splendid. It is getting late. I shall proceed to cell number 13 to investigate the case. You all may continue your tasks. I shall accompany you. My lord, in no need. I prefer to investigate without anyone by my side to disrupt my focus. Sun Downing rose and, accompanied by the constables of the six gates, made his way to cell number 13. Su Fuge was left speechless. Who? Daring to inquire, asked Fan, is everything all right? All right, what nonsense, if you fall into Deputy Minister Sun's hands. You deserve every bit of it. Deputy Minister Sun is currently not pursuing you. That is merely out of respect for the right minister. I have warned you all repeatedly. Tighten your skin, yet none of you listened. The day your heads roll, it will be rightfully so. Someone go and keep an eye on cell number 13. Let Xiao Chun go. Su Fugue finally found his voice, asserting that Xiao Chun is diligent in his duties. With those words, Fan Yuqing understood immediately. The only jailer on duty mentioned by Sun Downing was indeed Chen Guanlou. Fan Yuqing decisively nodded in agreement, instructing Chen Guanlou to follow closely and report back any developments. Chen Guanlou accepted the command, but inquired, will Deputy Minister Sun pursue us? Fan Yuqing, adopting a stern demeanor, replied, focus on handling the matter at hand. Do not concern yourself with anything else that it is not your place to meddle. Chen Guanlou complied silently. He quietly approached cell number 13, standing at a distance. Since beginning his training with the Ascension record, though he had only completed the first volume, he had distinctly felt his senses sharpening. At this moment, from his vantage point amidst the crowd, he could clearly observe the situation within the cell. Sun Downing appeared somewhat consumed by his investigation, crouching on the ground where the 13th prisoner typically lay, mimicking the prisoner's posture while silently counting the blue bricks on the floor. After a brief moment, he stood up, stepping on the blue bricks, and with a wave of his hand, two constables from the six gates entered the cell and pried open the bricks with crowbars. Sun Downing retrieved a thin wooden shard from the gap between the bricks, a playful smile emerging on his face. Let us go. At last, these gentlemen departed. Fan Yuqing and Su Fugue hurried to see them off, only returning once they reached the entrance of the authorities. Lu Datu and his group finally appeared, having waited until Sun Downing and his entourage left before making their presence known. Upon seeing them, Su Fugue raised his hand and delivered a slap to each one. Lu Datu and his companions stood obediently, not uttering a single word. The courage to retort and argue, which they usually exhibited, had vanished entirely. Even the notoriously difficult Zhang Wantong stood straight, accepting his punishment. Useless. All of you are useless. You have brought me to ruin. What a stroke of ill fortune to have collided with Deputy Minister Sun. If you wish to seek death, do so far away from me. Do not drag me down with you. Su Fugue was infuriated, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. Fan Yuqing wore a grim expression. Where are the A-class personnel? Someone go summon the jailer Zhang and Wan. Please, my lord, save me. Zhang Wantong, ever adaptable, was the first to kneel before Fan Yuqing, pleading for help. Only then did Lu Datu and the others realize that if this matter was mishandled, they might lose their heads. They hurriedly knelt, begging Fan Yuqing for assistance. Although Su Fugue was dissatisfied with Zhang Wantong and his cohort, they were nonetheless his subordinates. If they perished, his position as jailer would likely come to an end as well. He joined the group in pleading, Fan, can you provide us with an honest response? Is there any possibility for negotiation regarding tonight's incident? What exactly are the stipulations with Deputy Minister Sun? If it requires silver, we can pool our resources. I believe it is feasible. This is not a matter of silver. Do you not know that sundowning has always been at odds with the right minister? Fan Yuqing referred to the right minister, who is the Deputy Minister of Justice. The celestial prison falls under the jurisdiction of the right minister. Put it plainly, the celestial prison is not under sundowning's control. This is precisely why Fan Yuqing dared to inquire about sundowning's late-night visit to the celestial prison. If an investigation is to be conducted, it should be done during the day. To come at such an ungodly hour without prior notice is against protocol. The Su Fugue, somewhat understanding yet still confused, looked at Fan Yuqing, hoping for further hints. If worst comes to worst, perhaps he could offer a bribe to the esteemed Fan. Fan Yuqing, observing Su Fugue's lack of insight, snorted disdainfully. Deputy Minister Sun is wholly focused on his investigation. He has no time to concern himself with trivial matters of the celestial prison. However, his indifference does not preclude him from making a casual remark at a critical moment. If the right minister loses face, do you think you will fare any better? You will not. Absolutely not. The face of the superior is akin to that of the heavens. It must be steadfastly upheld. Su Fugue suddenly grasped the situation. As lowly individuals, we have erred, and we deserve punishment, but I intended to personally plead for forgiveness before the right minister. But alas, I fear I would tarnish his sight. This matter still requires the esteemed Fan's assistance, for which I will be eternally grateful. Su Fugue's thoughts were quite simple. He believed that no official was devoid of a love for money. As long as money could resolve an issue, it was not a significant problem. As long as one's life was preserved, wealth could always be acquired again. While the prison would remain filled, the jailers would never face poverty. In the face of life, riches were utterly insignificant. Fan Yuqing felt pleased with Su Fugue's perceptiveness, but maintained a stern demeanor, merely acknowledging with a grunt. Su Fugue, undeterred, put on a bold front, sidestepping others, and committed to a specific sum. Ultimately, Fan Yuqing nodded in satisfaction, reminding Su Fugue to act swiftly. While the death penalty could be evaded, the living punishment was inescapable, and he ought to be mentally prepared. The implication from the superior was clear. Someone must step forward to bear the blame, but a name suddenly flashed in Su Fugue's mind. Zhang Wantong. This fellow, relying on his seniority, had never shown him any respect. Now that the latter had gotten into trouble, Su Fugue certainly had no reason to protect him. He promptly affirmed his understanding, promising to submit the list without delay. That would be splendid. Fan Yuqing departed. Su Fugue took the lead position and began reprimanding the jailers, gathering for gambling, slacking off from their posts. Ordinarily, such transgressions would not be deemed serious enough for more than a few words of admonition. However, this time, it was simply unfortunate luck that they had collided with a misfortune. Their bad luck also meant trouble for him. He advised them not to expect leniency from above. They had all heard Fan Yuqing's words. Each of them was required to gather 50 taels of silver within 2 days. Furthermore, the silver was merely to secure their lives. Whether they could retain their positions as jailers was not up to him. 50 taels, a matter of life and death. Is that too much? If you find it excessive, you need not pay. Bear the consequences yourself. That can't we just pay in installments? All you ever think about is money. After you pay up, when it comes time for your salaries next month, will you dig into your own pockets? Do you realize that the higher-ups haven't allocated funds in 6 months? Don't expect any financial relief. Now disperse. The jailers lamented in their hearts. Gathering 50 taels of silver in 2 days was tantamount to a death sentence. Once Su Fugue left, they began to voice their grievances, bemoaning their ill fortune for crossing paths with sundowning. Though they all harbored resentment towards sundowning, none dared to openly complain, fearing the presence of informants among them who might bring unnecessary trouble. Eludada's face turned ashen. He had suffered a terrible loss at gambling that night. Not only losing all the borrowed silver, but also accruing gambling debts. He was a notorious gambler, having exhausted all avenues of borrowing from family and friends, and now he could only think of Chen Guanlou. Little Chen, you must help me this time. I truly have no other options. Who would have thought that misfortune could strike even when drinking plain water? I just need to secure this position for now. At most, I'll return the favor in 2 months. Chen Guanlou smiled wryly. Brother Datu, it's not that I am unwilling to assist you. You know my situation. I've only been here in the prison for just over 6 months. And I have been saving every penny that I can't possibly spare you 2 portions of 50 taels. The most I can lend you is 5 taels. Please don't think it too little. Lu Data felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. However, he quickly reassured himself that even 5 taels was a step towards solving 1/10 of his financial woes. Good brother, I will remember this kindness. Please give me the silver now. I need to find other ways to gather some funds. Chen Guanlou excused himself, claiming he did not have the silver on him and would only be able to provide it the following day. Lu Datu insisted that he must bring the silver tomorrow. He then hurried off to the cells, evidently planning to devise a way to extract money from the inmates. Other gamblers, sharing the same mindset as Lu Datu, also turned their attention toward the prisoners, collectively scheming to extort funds. Meanwhile, Chen Guanlou took refuge in the duty room, enjoying a rare moment of peace and quiet. For the first time, the duty room was so tranquil and desolate, in the span of 2 days. Each jailer dutifully submitted their 50 taels. The jailers from both the A and B blocks also found themselves in misfortune, compelled to pay up as well. In no time, resentment permeated the prison, with many secretly cursing Sundowning, wishing ill upon him. In the dead of night, he disturbed their rest by investigating the prison and meddling in affairs that did not concern him, clearly out of his mind. However, the situation had yet to conclude. Just days after the silver was submitted, the real crisis emerged. The first to be apprehended was Chen Guanlou, facing 2 choices from Fan Yuqing: either lower himself to become a menial worker or leave the prison. Chen Guanlou, accustomed to arrogance and privilege, could not accept the thought of becoming a laborer, essentially a janitor, cleaning up waste and carrying corpses. Chen Guanlou was a figure of prominence. Leaving the prison hardly meant he would be without prospects. Thus, he resolutely chose to exit the prison. 5 of his most loyal disciples opted to follow him out, while only 1 chose to remain behind. Fan Yuqing granted special consideration to the jailer who chose to betray Chen Guanlou, allowing him to retain his position rather than relegating him to menial work. With Chen Guanlou's departure, the C block underwent a thorough cleansing, replacing its personnel with fresh faces. Simultaneously, the A and B blocks also saw a reshuffle of jailers. One day, Chen Guanlou was summoned to the administrative office. This was his 2nd visit. The first had been on his first day of reporting in, when he had encountered Jiang Yuqing. Fan Yuqing's demeanor was notably warm. Little Chen, since your arrival at the prison, your performance has been commendable. You have never been late or absent, nor have you neglected your duties on the night of Sun Shilong's raid. You were the only one present, faithfully fulfilling your responsibilities, thereby preserving some dignity for the prison and preventing a complete disaster. I am unworthy of such praise, sir. I merely adhere to my duties. Your greatest virtue lies in your steadfastness to duty. Truly, you are a Chen family member. Unlike those seasoned rogues, I hear you have received an education. In truth, sir, I have studied for several years, but unfortunately, I did not achieve any notable success. Fan Yuqing empathized. I too have studied for many years without achieving success. The imperial examination is indeed a formidable challenge. There are countless scholars in this world, yet how many can truly ascend to greatness? Nonetheless, we, as scholars, must aspire to lofty ideals. Even if we cannot succeed in the examinations, we must not allow our spirits to wane. Your guidance is something I will cherish deeply. You are exceptional. Fan Yuqing praised Chen Guanlou once more. Although he had been reluctantly engaged in the role of a jailer, he still upheld the integrity of a scholar, refusing to sink to the level of his peers. The official was quite pleased. Such as to be expected, Chen Guanlou continued to exhibit his habitual modesty. Fan Yuqing chuckled heartily, appearing satisfied with his demeanor. After all the pleasantries, it was finally time to discuss more substantial matters. The A block had an opening, and considering the need for literate individuals, the official intended to transfer him there. Chen Guanlou was taken aback. Not witnessing the anticipated delight on his face, Fan Yuqing's expression shifted slightly to one of discontent. He queried, "Are you displeased?" Chen Guanlou quickly masked his expression, adopting a demeanor of utmost respect, hesitatingly responding, "I dare not deceive you, sir, but I have some past grievances with Wan Yuli if I were to transfer there. I fear it may hinder my duties and disappoint your expectations. Oh, Fan Yuqing appeared enlightened. You mean the matter regarding Wan Yuli taking your father's position? Fear not. I've already consulted Wan Yuli, and he bears no objections to your transfer. In fact, he is somewhat eager for it. He expressed remorse for taking your father's place, which left you only able to serve as a jailer, and has long desired to make amends. You must not refuse. Nonsense. If Wan Yuli truly wished to make amends, where was he when their family faced difficulties? Verbal compensations, yet never any action. How commendable. Chen Guanlou firmly disbelieved Wan Yuli's words, suspecting that any compensation was merely a guise to settle scores, but he simply wished to remain in the C block, fostering amiable relations with the inmates, avoiding trouble, and quietly enduring. However, observing Fan Yuqing's expression, he realized that further refusal could lead to dire consequences. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth and replied, "Thank you for this opportunity, sir, that I will certainly fulfill my duties diligently." That's the spirit. I trust that you will navigate your minor disagreements with Wan Yuli wisely. I hope you will continue to serve faithfully in the A block. Yes, I will adhere to your instructions. Splendid, splendid. I have high hopes for you. Do well. Fan Yuqing was highly satisfied with his perceptiveness, instructing him to report to the A block first thing in the morning. Chen Guanlou, feeling dejected, mentally cursed Fan Yuqing's ancestors repeatedly, knowing full well that he and Wan Yuli were at odds. The decision to transfer him there raises the question of whether it is a reward or a deliberate hardship. He reflected that he had never offended Fan Yuqing and had maintained a low profile. So how had he caught Fan's attention? When Su Fugue learned of his impending transfer to the A-class prison, his expression turned peculiar as he quietly inquired, "Have you offended Fan Yuqing?" "I do not know." "Does Su Shu have any insider information?" The fact that even Su Fugue believed he had offended Fan Yuqing indicated that the conflict between him and Wan Yuli was far from trivial. Those serving in the heavenly prison were often shaped by their environment, where individuals typically exhibited narrow-mindedness, volatile tempers, greed, lust, and a fear of death. The inherent flaws of humanity were laid bare. It was inconceivable that Wan Yuli would harbor any grudges against him. Wan Yuli would graciously tolerate him. Su Fugue stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. "Have you offended anyone with the surname Wan?" "I have not exchanged a single word with him, but he must certainly remember you." Su Shu suggested that Wan Yuli had taken an interest in him. That was implausible. Was there something wrong with Wan that he would actively want him there, merely to humiliate him, if one dared to insult him? He was not a pushover and had his ways of dealing with such matters. Regardless of whether one sought him out, he had now fallen into his hands, so he must tread carefully. While on duty, he should remain vigilant. The A-class prison housed officials who had committed crimes, and it was easy to offend someone. It was important to remember that these officials were often classmates, contemporaries, and fellow townspeople, with connections that spanned the entire bureaucratic landscape. Unlike the C-class prison. In short, he should count his blessings. Chen Guanlou felt a chill in his heart. The lack of faith in his ability to serve in the A-class prison made it seem like a den of tigers and dragons. It appeared his good days had come to an end. What a pity for his secret manuals and skills. The only thing he could take solace in was that he still possessed the profound internal martial arts of the Ascension record, as well as its accompanying sword techniques. With these two, the other skills seemed less valuable. Eludadu, while concerned for him, remained optimistic, thinking, "What does one have? There's no need to be afraid. Let us go to Guame Tower tonight, and not return until we're intoxicated. We'll invite a couple of lovely ladies to keep you company for the night. Chuanyang has been thinking of you." Chen Guanlou responded with a wry smile. The guards clamored to celebrate his transfer, proclaiming him the first to move from the C-class prison to the A-class prison, insisting they should enjoy the evening first, regardless of what the future held. Without hesitation, Chen Guanlou, knowing everyone was financially strained, took it upon himself to cover the cost of the feast, treating everyone to food and drink, thus marking a perfect conclusion to his time in the C-class prison. At the table, someone brought up Zhang Wantong's recent situation. "Have you heard?" Zhang, along with his disciples, left the heavenly prison and directly joined the underworld, becoming a fixer. He has landed a good position. He knows the city like the back of his hand. Being a fixer suits him well. I heard he has been handling cases at several county yamen. What is he aiming for? Does he want to take on litigation? But he can't even read. What does it matter if he can't read? He knows all the ins and outs of the prison. Plenty of people are willing to pay him to help with connections. Worst case, he can hire a scribe. Exactly. After leaving the heavenly prison, Zhang seems to be living more comfortably. Are you thinking of following his footsteps? Not a chance. The heavenly prison suits me just fine. The conversation soon shifted back to women. After finishing the drinks, Chen Guanlou settled the bill, citing that he felt unwell from the alcohol and headed straight home. Once home, he stripped down, drew a bucket of water from the well, and poured it over his head before beginning his martial training. In recent days, he had felt constrained in every way. Ultimately, it was because he was too weak. If only he possessed the strength of a second or third rank, he would not fear others. After practicing sword techniques for an hour, he continued to cultivate the first volume of the Ascension record, the strange energy washing over his body, subjecting him to unimaginable pain. Just when he felt he was on the brink of death, the essence of longevity would instantaneously restore his body, time and again. What a sensation it was, he sensed that at this rate. In 2 to 3 months, he would achieve perfection in the first volume of the Ascension record, at which point he could begin cultivating the second volume. Estimating the time, he concluded his training at the third watch, washed up, and lay quietly in bed, waiting. Before long, he sensed someone had entered the courtyard. Rising to greet the guest, he found that it was the swordsman who had climbed over the wall in the dead of night. I have been promoted. Starting tomorrow, I will be transferred to the A-class prison. The matters you entrusted to me cannot continue. You summoned me just for this? This should be significant. Chen Guanlou took a sip of tea, facing the swordsman with no trace of the initial fear, appearing quite at ease. The swordsman, unable to tolerate his calmness, retorted, "Aren't you afraid I might kill you? You could kill me at any time." He replied nonchalantly, spreading his hands in invitation. The swordsman was left dumbfounded. "What has happened to you?" "I have a bit of a conflict with one Yuli from the A-class. He has taken over the pit left to me by my father. Thus, I am relegated to being a guard. Now that I've fallen into his hands, he certainly will not let me off easily. This matter is simple. I will help you deal with him. If he dies, others will surely suspect me. Rest assured, I will spare his life." "Thank you." Chen Guanlou realized, "You call me here just to command me." The swordsman suddenly understood. Chen Guanlou had learned that one Yuli's neighbor was a martial artist. Thus he abandoned his initial plan of disguising himself to deal with one. If the swordsman had employed him for so long, it was only fair for him to occasionally ask for the swordsman's assistance. Bright and early, Chen Guanlou stepped into the A-class prison, brimming with energy. Familiar faces greeted him as everyone exchanged pleasantries. "Chen Guanlou, come over here." One Yuli suddenly appeared, looking haggard and grim, summoning Chen Guanlou into the official's room. "I have seen you, Lord Wan." Chen Guanlou performed the customary greetings, adopting the demeanor of a novice in the workplace. However, one Yuli fixed his gaze on him intently, just as Chen Guanlou sensed that one was about to explode. One Yuli spoke. "Now that you are in the A-class prison, work diligently. Lord Fan holds you in high regard, and we happen to need a class head. You shall take that position. I am to be the class head?" Chen Guanlou doubted his ears. Had the swordsman's threat truly been that effective, or was one Yuli attempting to roast him over a fire? There were so many seniors in the A-class prison. Surely they were more suited for the role. They barely recognize a few characters, while you have received formal education. Lord Fan stated that the A-class prison requires someone of your caliber. What? Do you have objections to my and Lord Fan's decisions? One Yuli pressed, asserting his authority. Chen Guanlou quickly denied. "You misunderstand, my lord. I am merely concerned that others may be discontent. That is your own problem. How to earn others' respect is for you to figure out. Here is the duty roster. Take it from now on. Follow the times on the schedule. Be more attentive. This is not the C-class prison, and you cannot act recklessly here. Not bring the bad habits of the C-class prison with you." Each of one Yuli's words dripped with disdain for the C-class prison, revealing just how much he looked down on his colleagues. All were guards, yet he felt the need to rank them. Wasn't that exhausting? Chen Guanlou silently accepted the duty roster and left the official's room. He first went to the duty room to meet his subordinates, who numbered only 4. There was the short Qin Quan, Lu Shi, the plump Qian Fugue, and the middle-aged, greasy man Wu Jin. This was his team. They introduced themselves as they met. Chen Guanlou immediately discerned that these four were all the type to coast through their duties, unwilling to take responsibility, only wishing to slack off each day. They lacked a sense of responsibility. They would not make major mistakes, but would commit minor ones constantly. Clearing his throat, he began to address them. As you all know, due to the recent crackdown on gambling, the higher-ups have conducted a thorough purge of the heavenly prison. Many have been forced to leave or have voluntarily departed. Those who remain must possess exceptional qualities. Luck is also a form of strength. I am the lucky one everyone speaks of, having been transferred from the C-class prison to the A-class prison to be your class head, that I have no other requirements. Do your rounds when needed, fulfill your duties, and during the rest of the time, do as you please, and I will not interfere. However, if anyone attracts trouble, it is best to resolve it on your own. If you cannot, then you must rely on your own fortune. Earning a meager living is no easy feat, and there is no obligation to clean up after others. However, when the opportunity arises for me to shield you, I shall not refuse, provided that you are willing to place your trust in me. Now, disband. Is this it? The four guards exchanged glances, perplexed by the lack of intimidation. Why isn't there any show of authority? Seeing that none of them moved, Chen Guanlou inquired, "Is there a problem?" Chen Head, "Is everything still the same?" Chen Quan, perhaps sensing a kinship, was the first to speak up. Chen Guanlou hesitated. "How did you serve previously?" "In groups of 3 for patrols," Chen Quan responded. "Very well," Chen Guanlou declared. "Our group is currently short-staffed. For now, we shall operate in pairs. Lu Shi, you will team up with Qian Fuguei. Chen Quan, you will pair with Wu Jin. Is there anything unclear?" It was now the portly Qian Fuguei who stammered. "There is something else." "What is it?" In the past, when Zhao Head was here, he received a sum of money. Qian Fuguei finally found the courage to confess. Chen Guanlou raised an eyebrow. "What does Zhao Head's collection have to do with me? The transgressions of the previous regime do not concern the officials of today. The mess left by his predecessor was of no consequence to him." "Does Qian Fuguei even understand the rules?" he retorted, somewhat displeased that Wu Jin interjected. "That money was to be shared among us all. Let us clarify this." Chen Guanlou's expression hardened, his authority beginning to manifest. Years of martial training had imbued his gaze with a resolute intensity, setting him apart from the idle guards that Wu Jin hastily clarified. "Chen Head, the situation is as follows. When Zhao Head was in charge, he accepted a bribe from a corrupt official of the Ministry of Works, promising to provide assistance and relay messages to their family, that we certainly do not expect you to relay messages. But the sum received was only half as for the remaining half. What do you think?" At this moment, Chen Guanlou finally grasped the guard's intentions, to draw him into their scheme for dividing the silver. If he refused to accept the money, they would not dare to overtly assist the corrupt official. Furrowing his brow, he placed a foot on the chair and demanded, "First, tell me the rules of the A-level prison. How do they differ from those of the C-level prison?" The four exchanged knowing glances, quickly reaching an understanding. Wu Jin spoke first. "The rules of the A-level prison have been revised several times. Initially, it was managed according to the respective yamen, with 4 divisions collecting fees from their designated corrupt officials. However, this system was deemed unfair. Some yamen had many offenders, while others had few, leading to disparities in the money collected, which hindered our internal unity. Thus, it was changed so that each division was responsible for a specific cell. Whoever was imprisoned in that cell would belong to that division for fee collection. The distribution of funds is as follows. 40% goes to the warden, 30% is allocated to the A-level prison's public account for disbursement to everyone, and the remaining 30% is privately divided among us. The division head retains 10%, Lu Shi added. The division head takes 10%. Chen Guanlou was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the head of the A-level prison could claim such a portion. No wonder the gambling operations in the A-level prison were so lavish and abundant. Yes, indeed. This is the old rule. Lu Shi seemed to misinterpret, thinking Chen Guanlou found the sum inadequate, and quickly emphasized that this was the established protocol of the A-level prison. Chen Guanlou clenched his jaw. Does the upper management have no objections to the division head taking 10%? What you may not know, Chen Head, is that the prisoners in the A-level prison are of significant status. Oftentimes, The division head must provide them with special attention. When the upper management wishes to avoid direct involvement, they rely on the division head to relay messages, and no wonder it was mandated that the guards of the A-level prison must be literate. Communication from officials is often convoluted, replete with indirectness and subtlety, eschewing straightforwardness. Without education, one would struggle to comprehend the message relay. Clearing his throat, Chen Guanlou casually asked, "Are you all literate? I recognize 100 characters. I can recognize 300. I am superior to them. I can read an entire 1,000-character essay." Chen Guanlou silently mused. So-called literacy merely means recognizing characters. His formal education set him apart in this assembly of guards. Returning to the matter of money, you previously only collected half the amount. This means the sum you submitted is insufficient. Now you require me to supplement it. The warden has already been pressing for it. Chen Quan spoke cautiously. What a wretched situation. Then let us find that corrupt official from the Ministry of Works and demand a remaining funds. He claims he will only release the money if he speaks directly with Chen Head. Lu Shi added, immediately shrinking back, appearing quite anxious. Chen Guanlou frowned deeply. Someone come forward and speak the truth. What exactly did Zhao Head promise them? You all are seasoned veterans of the Sky Prison. I refuse to believe you cannot handle a mere corrupt official. Chen Head, you may not be aware, but that official's sister-in-law is a favored concubine of the East Sea King, reportedly very cherished. Qian Fugue explained. This was precisely why they were hesitant to employ forceful measures. Chen Guanlou was left speechless. What a revelation! During his tenure at the sea-level prison, the most formidable individuals he encountered were merely the owners of martial arts schools or minor bandit leaders. Within less than an hour of arriving at the A-level prison, he had already heard of a favored concubine of the East Sea King and the sister-in-law of a corrupt official. Truly, an elevated realm. Yet if she is indeed the East Sea King's cherished concubine, why then is he still imprisoned in the Sky Prison? The four guards appeared momentarily perplexed by this inquiry. Lu Shi muttered softly, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to be imprisoned in the Sky Prison. It's more suitable for him to be held in the Jinyui's Edict Prison. Chen Quan added, indeed, being placed in the Edict Prison leaves almost no room for negotiation. Wu Jin contributed. At least in the Sky Prison, there remains a chance for release. Perhaps he might even be reinstated. The Jinyui are far more ruthless than the Sky Prison. We are merely slightly shady, while the Edict Prison is pitch black. Yes, yes, the four chimed in, and the situation became clear at last. Chen Guanlou was once again left speechless. What a disparity in understanding. Leading to a misapprehension that it turns out that an official being held in the Sky Prison is a form of preferential treatment, rather than the misfortune he had anticipated, for which prison is more nefarious. He could only remark that all are equally insidious. So what now? So, Chen Head, are you willing to step in? Are you all so cautious when dealing with these officials? Chen Guanlou was quite curious. That seems about right. These officials have connections throughout the court, and one can never be certain when they might regain their standing. That it is always wise to exercise caution, they replied. Chen Guanlou nodded and continued. How much money did you collect previously? 300 taels, meaning there are still 300 taels left to be collected. Precisely. Did Zhao Head take a share? Zhao Head previously took 20 taels. Upon hearing this, Chen Guanlou raised an eyebrow. So, that means I can still receive 40 taels. Lead the way, he had come to a resolution. For the sake of the silver, he would reluctantly assist Zhao Head. The operational style of the A-level prison was clearly distinct from that of the sea-level prison. The sea-level prison operated on the principle of force. They subdued the prisoners one by one, unafraid of their unwillingness to pay. Meanwhile, the A-level prison's monetary dealings require subtlety, relying on diplomacy rather than brute force. Both are Sky prisons, yet their approaches differ greatly. One communicates through strength, while the other engages with courtesy. Quite intriguing to in Cell 72, the former Minister of Works, Lord Jean, sat comfortably on his bed, engrossed in a book. To think that the A-level prison even has proper beds. Some cells even feature tables and chairs. The sea-level prison only offers straw. The scent in the A-level prison is also far less oppressive than in the sea-level prison. It is evident that the attendants clean diligently and thoroughly. Chen Guanlou discreetly glanced at the chamber pot within the cell. It was remarkably clean. The most significant distinction lies in the A-level prison, where more than half of the space consists of flooring, with windows opening to the walls, ensuring ample light in each cell. This environment, indeed, is merely somewhat shady, not entirely dark. Lord Jean, our Chun head has arrived. Please feel free to speak to him, Lu Shi said, displaying an air of obsequiousness. Observing this, Chen Guanlou thought to himself, is this truly necessary? Must one be so sycophantic toward a prisoner, even if his sister-in-law is a favored concubine of the EC king? The fact remains that he is still imprisoned in the Sky Prison, suggesting that his case is unlikely to receive the king's intervention. If indeed he can intervene at all, 18 most, he may receive some preferential treatment within confinement. An official apprehended and placed in the Sky Prison is never merely a personal matter. There are invariably other unsavory connections at play. The king of the Eastern Sea has truly lost his mind to stand up for the brother-in-law of his favored concubine. Does he genuinely believe that the aging emperor cannot wield a blade any longer? The old emperor has always been one to annihilate not only the body of his victims, but to also inflict spiritual humiliation, to destroy the flesh and extinguish the spirit. Courtiers whisper in private that the old emperor has grown increasingly bitter and ungrateful with age, no longer resembling a sovereign. You wish to see me? Chen Guanlou's expression was impassive as he scrutinized the other man. Master Jean was also assessing Chen Guanlou. His first impression was that of youth. He likely had yet to reach the age of maturity. To be appointed as the head at such a tender age, he must either be a mere fortunate soul or possess influential backing. Master Jean was aware that the head of the A-grade prison enjoyed substantial privileges, a position for which jailers would vie fiercely. Then he furrowed his brow, pondering whether such a youth could effectively manage affairs. Youth without maturity often leads to inefficiency. Master Jin's regard for Chen Guanlou diminished slightly in that instant. He waved his hand, indicating that Chen Quan and the others should leave, understanding this unspoken command. Chen Guanlou frowned. It was absurd that his subordinates would heed the instructions of a mere official, retreating without even consulting him, the head. Once this matter was concluded, he would have to firmly remind them of their duties and the importance of protocol. What is it you wish to discuss? Has the head always been this impulsive? Master Jean, appearing to be in his early 40s, exuded an air of composure and confidence, as though he had already secured a psychological upper hand over Chen Guanlou. Unwilling to indulge him further, Chen Guanlou turned on his heel to leave. This prompted Master Jin's urgency. Did Chen Guanlou not wish to complete his task? Turning back, Chen Guanlou fixed his gaze on Master Jean, urging him to speak quickly if he had something to say, or else he would take his leave. I may not be well versed in your ways, but on my turf, I expect you to adhere to my rules. Master Jean was momentarily taken aback before erupting in laughter. Youthful exuberance! Can one still be considered young without a touch of arrogance? Returning to the prison door, Chen Guanlou demanded, speak plainly. What will it take for you to relinquish the remaining funds? When Zhao Tu was in charge, he had promised an arrangement to the old man. Regrettably, the matter remains unresolved since Zhao Tu was dismissed for gambling. Now, this responsibility has naturally fallen to you. Chen Tu, what arrangement? Chen Guanlou had no desire to engage in trivial banter. It became apparent to him that Master Jean was a classic case of someone who had become too conceited. Zhao Tu and his associates had previously treated this man with excessive courtesy, allowing him to harbor the illusion that he still wielded authority within the office. Observe this pompous demeanor. Even in prison, he maintains his lofty airs, entirely lacking the self-awareness of a convict. Had this been the B-grade prison, he would have long been subjected to the punishment chamber. Zhao Tu had promised to facilitate the entry of someone. Yet to this day, no one had been brought in. What are you implying? Chen Guanlou felt as though his ears had betrayed him. Who are you bringing in? My steward. The incident unfolded abruptly, and he had been whisked from the office to the prison without a moment to relay any household matters. I kindly asked Chen Tu to facilitate a meeting with my steward. Rest assured, upon our meeting, the funds will be delivered in full. Absurd! Chen Guanlou was astounded by the audacity of such requests within the A-grade prison. In the B-grade prison, anyone daring to make similar demands would have their legs broken first. You think this prison is your backyard, where you can simply bring someone in for a meeting? Are you reneging on the previous agreement? This situation arose due to the previous head's incompetence. If you possess the capability, seek Zhao Tu to handle it. Are you not concerned about the repercussions from the myriad of prison officials? This task remains unfinished on your end. Master Jean regarded him with a bemused expression. Chen Guanlou silently cursed. Wait for it. With that, he turned to leave. Once he found Chen Quan and the others, he berated them on the spot. What on earth are you doing? This is a prison, and you agreed to assist a convict in bringing someone in for a meeting. Is the upper echelon aware of your actions? What Chen Tu does not know is that the higher-ups have always been aware, choosing to turn a blind eye as long as no issues arise. But what if something goes awry? What if a convict were to commit suicide? Can you bear the consequences? However, in all these years, such scenarios had never transpired. For those in power value their lives above all else, they would not resort to self-harm. Chen Guanlou scoffed at this. To my knowledge, 3 officials from the A-grade prison have committed suicide this year alone. Those 3 officials, knowing they could not escape their fates, chose to liberate themselves beforehand. Is this your excuse? Sometimes, the higher-ups prefer these convicts to quietly pass away in prison. Chen Guanlou, he had indeed underestimated the depth of this tradition. The convicts, privy to too much information, with cases pressing upon them and no hope for retrials, would rather take matters into their own hands. It seems that facilitating meetings with convicts has become a tradition in the A-grade prison. The lack of scrutiny arises from the fact that officials have their own needs to attend to. They must send individuals into the prison to clarify matters, resolve issues, and manage personnel. Other heads do the same. All 4 jailers nodded in unison. If Chen Tu doubted it, he could inquire further. The prison officials were well aware of these practices. That it was likely that Fan Yuqing also understood. The officials share the profits from the funds and occasionally assist in covering up matters, so they are certainly in the know. This has become an entrenched custom in the A-grade prison. Chen Guanlou slammed his hand on the table, pondering this matter. What crime had the man named Jean committed? It seemed to be one of embezzlement. A conspiracy? Uncertain. Qian Fugui, take a trip and inform Master Jean that the price has increased. He needs to provide an additional 500 taels, and then I shall comply with his request. Qian Fugui hesitated. Chen Tu, isn't that inappropriate? Shouldn't we honor our word? Chen Guanlou chuckled derisively. What credibility do we owe to a convict? Besides, 600 taels was Zhao Tu's price. Now that I, Chen Guanlou, am in charge, my price is 800 taels. I have already acknowledged the 300 taels he previously paid. That is more than generous. Qian Fugui wished to argue further, but Xiao Jin kept signaling him, and with a kick to his leg, he finally understood and departed. Chen Guanlou fixed his gaze on the 3 remaining individuals. In the future, any matters concerning the traditions of the A-grade prison must be clearly communicated beforehand, that I do not wish to encounter situations like today again. Furthermore, remember that I am your head. The 3 men exchanged glances, and in unison, they affirmed their understanding. Master Jean was quite straightforward. As long as a steward was brought to him, he would promptly deliver 500 taels. Chen Guanlou muttered under his breath, these officials truly possess wealth. Master Jean worked in the Ministry of Works, likely accumulating a fortune from countless construction projects, and his coffers were probably overflowing. Assisting him in spending a bit is a form of virtue, better to mitigate future risks of being implicated in massive corruption charges. Chen Guanlou's insight was commendable. Utilizing the funds of these convicts is akin to averting disaster for them. Truly a commendable act. Chen Guanlou cast a glance at Xiao Jin, who was awkwardly attempting to flatter him. He felt a bit out of place. As a mere head, he suddenly found himself with money, subordinates, and even receiving flattery. The disparity in status and treatment was indeed quite pronounced. Just yesterday, he had been a subordinate in the B-grade prison. Today, he had risen to the role of leader. Seeing Chen Guanlou's unwavering gaze upon him, Xiao Jin, feeling a bit bewildered, cautiously inquired, Chen Tu, is there anything else you require? Chen Guanlou shook his head. Xiao Jin quickly added, Chen Tu, we have discussed it and plan to host a banquet at Guanmei Tower tonight. We hope you will grace us with your presence. Chen Guanlou initially intended to decline. He had just dined at Guanmei Tower the night prior, and wished to avoid drinking again. However, upon reconsideration, he realized this was a gesture from his subordinates. If he did not attend, they might concoct various schemes, potentially leading to unforeseen complications. Very well. Agreed. Tonight, we shall dine at Guanmei Tower. I will cover the expenses. How can we allow Chen Tu to bear the costs? We shall treat you. Chen Tu, please do not feel the need to be polite with us. With a positive affirmation, Xiao Jin left in high spirits. Upon returning to the duty room, he encountered the other heads and jailers. Their attitudes varied from warm to cold, depending on their individual temperaments. A newcomer who had swiftly ascended to the position of head. He had sparked considerable dissatisfaction among the other jailers, who were brimming with grievances. With the departure of Zhao Tu, the guards of the A-class prison, particularly the more seasoned ones, became restless, eager to forge connections or spend money, all in hopes of claiming Zhao Tu's position. The role of the was highly coveted. Consequently, the guards were willing to engage in fierce brawls, their heads bloodied in the process. They fought desperately, and in an unexpected turn of events, the position fell into the hands of a newcomer, freshly transferred from the C-class prison, and a mere youth not yet 20 years of age. This sparked outrage among the many disgruntled guards. When Chen Guanlou entered the duty room, the guards cast him disdainful glances, their displeasure palpable, save for Li Tu, who was notably courteous. Both held the title of, and for the time being, no conflict of interest arose between them. Li Dahong was eager to extend a friendly gesture to Chen Guanlou, greeting him warmly. I am your senior by over a decade. We shall share the same pot, so I shall take the liberty of calling you little brother. Is that agreeable? Li Ji's words felt somewhat distant. I am new here and still have much to learn. I hope to rely on your guidance. Li Gu, please don't find me bothersome. Li Dahong and Xian Fugue were of similar age. One was addressed as uncle, the other as brother, which Chen Guanlou found quite pleasing. The guards dared not vent their frustrations directly at Chen Guanlou. Thus, they directed their ire towards Chen Quan and his companions, berating them for their cowardice and questioning why they were so submissive to Chen Guanlou, lacking any semblance of backbone. Lu Shi timidly interjected, Initially, our group had 10 members, but only we 4 remain, which is precisely due to our cowardice. Our timidity spared us from the high-stakes gambling that led to misfortune for the bolder ones, who followed Zhao Tu out of the prison and lost their secure positions. Being timid is no excuse for cowardice, is it? A burly guard's finger jabbed directly at Lu Shi's face. Lu Shi recoiled in fear, appearing extremely timid. His small stature made him resemble a helpless chick under the shadow of the larger guard. Easily squashed with a mere pinch, Xiao Jin intervened, blocking the burly guard, explaining, the higher-ups are pressuring us for payment. If we do not cooperate with Chen Tu and this delays matters, no one here can bear the responsibility. You lot are not under his command, so it's easy for you to speak without concern, Qian Fugue grumbled. Look at him, he has grown so rotund thanks to the prison, he cannot afford to lose this position, no matter what. What is Chen Guanlou, after all? Just a fallen noble, serving here for barely over half a year. Why should you fear him? The burly guard seethed with indignation. Chen Tu commands authority, Chen Quan whispered. Authority? What authority does a mere youth have, still unblemished by maturity? The guard retorted, dismissing Chen Guanlou's standing. Don't tell me you are oblivious to his background. He has already severed ties with the Pingjiang Marquis' household. If he were truly associated with the Marquis, would he be reduced to serving as a guard? In the eyes of outsiders, guards were considered a lowly profession, barely superior to courtesans or beggars. The burly guard was nearly driven to madness by the cowardice of his 4 colleagues, having never encountered such timidity. Xiao Jin chuckled lightly. You do make some valid points, but what about the money? The myriad of prison officials are unconcerned with our issues, and the deputy warden is equally indifferent. The officials above us, and those above them, all have their share of profits to divide. Our matters are trivial. If we delay their profits, it becomes a grave issue. Indeed, they chimed in. The matter had already been prolonged for too long and could not be delayed further. If payments were not made, they would all face dire consequences. With Chen Tu's arrival, at least the most pressing issue was resolved. The 4 of them, as if endowed with 100 mouths, spoke in unison, pushing back against the burly guard. Infuriated, his face turned an ashen hue. He seethed, Fine, you all have your troubles, and I am left to bear the brunt of it. We shall see how this unfolds. With that, the burly guard stormed off. Lu Shi was deeply worried. Do you think you will confront Chen Tu directly? He lacks the courage to do so. Chen too, though new, still holds a position of authority. Here in the prison, nothing matters except for money, as long as Chen Tu is gold. No one will dare provoke him. Unbeknownst to Chen Guanlou, he was engrossed in perusing the roster, striving to comprehend the circumstances surrounding the inmates in A class, aiming to be precise in his dealings and avoid offending anyone unwittingly. It was evident to any discerning eye that the dynamics within A class were far more intricate than those in C class. C class was straightforward and uncomplicated, with duties that were relatively easy. One only needed to ascertain the number of inmates and their states, without the entanglements of collusion, allowing ample time for idleness. A class, however, was laden with complexities, especially with the open visitation of outsiders to meet inmates, entailing significant risks. It was paramount that no incidents occurred, should anything arise. The higher-ups had to remain uninvolved, that if investigations were initiated, it would invariably lead to fatalities. The nuances of these operations relied heavily on individual acumen. Thus, Chen Guanlou urgently needed to familiarize himself with the circumstances of all inmates under his jurisdiction, particularly those within his purview, while also uncovering the hidden rules of A class to avoid infringing upon others' interests. To sever someone's means of livelihood was akin to committing a grave sin. He wished to avoid attracting a multitude of adversaries who might seek to undermine him, poison his waters, or introduce dangerous elements into his domain, creating chaos that could lead to dire repercussions. The guards were remarkably efficient, and by the following day, they had escorted the steward of the Jean family into the prison. They promptly verified the payment and brought him before the incarcerated official. Lord Jean, the guards respectfully distanced themselves, allowing the master and servant a moment to converse. Upon the receipt of the funds, they promptly submitted the money, concluding the transaction and preparing for profit sharing. On his second day, serving in A class, Chen Guanlou pocketed 60 taels. The other 4 guards also enjoyed substantial gains. Originally, 10 individuals would have shared the profits, but now only 4 remained, leading to an immensely gratifying outcome. The steward and his master conversed for about the duration of a tea break before the steward was escorted out of the prison. Chen Guanlou summoned Chen Quan, inquiring, "Did you observe if they exchanged any items?" "Rest assured, I kept a close watch. Their bodies did not come into contact," Chen Quan replied, attempting to reassure him. Chen Guanlou felt somewhat relieved but pressed further. "What did they discuss? Did you catch any of it?" Chen Quan shook his head. "They spoke too softly for me to hear." The grave expression crossed Chen Guanlou's face, causing Chen Quan to feel a tinge of anxiety. "Is there something concerning you?" "Chen too? I inquired about the case involving the Jean family. It is a web of conspiracies, with him merely being a loose thread. I am unaware of who is entangled on the other end or the extent of their influence. Henceforth, be vigilant during your patrols regarding anything related to the Jean family, that I do not wish for any irregularities to arise within my jurisdiction, especially matters that might lead to despair. Chen Tu worries too much. The Jean family values their lives greatly, relying on the fact that his sister-in-law is a favored concubine of the East Sea King, instilling confidence that he will secure his freedom. This. Chen Guanlou scoffed. Securing freedom is not an easy feat. The emperor requires funds for palace renovations and alchemical pursuits. He is currently in dire need of resources. Otherwise, how could Jiang Tu, a sycophant, withstand the scrutiny of the court? His greatest skill lies in discerning the emperor's desires, often managing to tickle the old emperor's fancy. While other officials may provoke the emperor's wrath, Jiang Tu can elicit laughter, encouraging him to indulge more at meals. Jiang Tu's second greatest skill is amassing wealth for the emperor. He is a master of financial dealings. Mark my words, the emperor cannot do without Jiang Tu. As the new year approaches, the emperor will soon require funds, and I surmise Jiang Tu will regain his former position post-haste. Shortly thereafter, events within the court confirmed Chen Guanlou's assessment. Jiang Tu was reinstated, resuming his role as the deputy minister of the treasury. Within days, the emperor appointed Jiang Tu as the minister of works, tasking him with the construction of the palace and gardens specifically for alchemical practices. One position focused on acquiring wealth, the other on expenditure. Both roles consolidated within a single individual. This favor from the emperor was unparalleled in the court. That on a day of rest, Lu Datu arrived at Chen's home with 2 pounds of braised beef. seeking to drink with Chen Guanlou. Meanwhile, the family hen had been bathed in warm water and seasoned with various spices, transforming into a delectable roast chicken. Lu Dada was utterly captivated, indulging in hearty gulps of wine and mouthfuls of meat. It has so much better here at your place, with all this delicious food and drink, that I almost wish to move in with you. Don't call me Chin Tu. Just stick to the old ways and call me Xiao Lu. Lu Dada chuckled. Well then, I shall not be polite any longer. Xiao Lu Gu. Chen Guanlou, feeling disinclined to correct his companion further, decided to eat first and speak later, with a chicken leg in hand. Lu Dada mumbled, "You truly are remarkable. When you predicted that Jiang Tu would surely be reinstated by the end of the year, I was initially skeptical. Now, I trust you completely. You should have seen Su Fugui's face when he learned of Jiang Tu's return to his official position. It was utterly ghastly. I suspect he regrets not heeding your advice back then. Should he regret anything, it would likely be not extracting more wealth from the Ho residents." Chen Guanlou was quite familiar with Su Fugui, a man greedy for wealth, indulgent in pleasures, and short-sighted. "Has anyone from the A-class prison caused you any trouble?" Lu Datu inquired softly, clearly anxious. Chen Guanlou shook his head with a smile, assuring him that, for the time being, all was peaceful. "I have heard that in your position, every prison guard worth their salt in the A-class prison has been eyeing you. Some have reportedly spent quite a sum to secure connections. Yet, you managed to ascend unexpectedly, and many harbor resentment for you having taken their place. You must tread carefully. The waters of the A-class prison are quite treacherous. Thank you for the reminder, Dada Go. What else have they said? Please share it all with me. Someone seems intent on giving you a hard time." "Pray tell. I'm uncertain. I merely overheard a few words that in any case, do remain vigilant." "Understood." After Lu Dada departed, Chen Guanlou tidied up before taking a bottle of wine to visit Master Du for some scholarly advice. Upon seeing him, Master Du let out a heavy sigh. "What troubles you, Master Du? Is there mischief afoot at the academy? Alas, I fear my position is in jeopardy." "How so? You have been teaching at the Ho residence for so many years. Who would dare dismiss you?" "Do not jest." Master Du pouring himself a glass of wine. Master Du began. "You are aware that the matriarch of the Ho residence was originally a secondary wife, are you not?" Chen Guanlou nodded, fully aware of this fact. "Then you must also know that the eldest master was born of the primary wife, while the second and third masters are the matriarch's own offspring." Chen Guanlou nodded again. "What exactly are you trying to convey, Master Du?" With a heavy heart, Master Du continued, "I was initially invited by the eldest master to teach. However, since he was injured in a hunting accident, he has been less involved in affairs. The second master and the young master of the second household have taken over the management that a few days ago, the second master unexpectedly visited the academy. I thought perhaps he had finally taken an interest in our institution, but it turned out to be due to a scandal involving the second household's young master, who returned home with traces of rouge on his lips. Consequently, rumors began to swirl about the academy's disorder, claiming that the young masters learned nothing of value and instead picked up a host of bad habits. It is a grave injustice. The young lords of the Ho residence are far too precious for me to dare question. They come to the academy under the pretense of studying, yet they hardly ever show their faces. This so-called study is merely a facade. Who knows where they are truly cavorting, only to return home reeking of powder. And now they place the blame on the academy and on me. I find myself utterly defenseless. While I admit I've been somewhat lax in my oversight, I can assure you that such behavior does not occur here. It is simply absurd, truly absurd." Master Du's beard trembled with indignation as he expressed his frustration at the second master's refusal to listen to his defense, as the threat of losing his position loomed. Master Du had been in a state of despair. The moment Chen Guanlou arrived, it was as if he had found a confidant, and he poured out his troubles. The Ho residence, comprising 4 generations under one roof, had no one more esteemed than the matriarch. Below her stood the eldest master, the rightful heir to the marquisate. However, following his hunting accident a few years prior, which left him with a broken leg and lingering issues, he had undergone a drastic change in temperament and became increasingly disengaged from affairs. The first lady, plagued by poor health, was also unable to manage matters. The eldest son's position had taken him away from the residence for extended periods, leaving the household affairs unattended. The eldest young lady, after bearing 2 children, had also become quite frail and incapable of oversight. Thus, the management of the household fell squarely on the shoulders of the second household. The second master had secured a nominal position at Guanlou Temple, rarely attending the court and instead indulging in poetry, wine, and revelry with his guests, who would often disappear for days on end. In essence, he had become a middle-aged dandy. The second household son, the second young master of the residence, was neither accomplished in literature nor in martial arts, holding a position that required little responsibility while managing a plethora of household matters. He took charge of external affairs, while his wife oversaw the domestic sphere. Currently, the inner and outer affairs of the Ho residence were predominantly dictated by the second household, as for the third household. It was preoccupied with internal strife. The third master, a libertine, brought home numerous women, leading to a fierce rivalry among the third lady and the concubines of the rear courtyard. It was evident to all that the matriarch favored the second household, lending her full support to them. There were even whispers that she might consider replacing the first household with the second. Had the eldest master not suffered his injury, the matriarch would likely not have dared entertain such thoughts. Yet, with the first household weakened by illness and disability, it was natural for her to have such inclinations. Under the matriarch's subtle encouragement, the second household grew bolder, and the third household allied with them to suppress the first household. The Ho residence had descended into chaos, and this was the root of Master Du's concerns about his position. The second master's precious grandson, still quite young, returned from studying with a distinct scent of powder, which would incite fury in any guardian. Yet, Master Du was brought in by the eldest master. What do you intend to do, master? Will you merely sit at home lamenting and fail to seek a solution? What other options do I have? The eldest master is disengaged, the eldest young master is absent, and both the first lady and the eldest young lady are unwell and unable to manage affairs. What am I to do? Surely the eldest master cannot stand idly by while the second household dismisses you. Chen Guanlou remarked, the eldest master is indeed the rightful lord of the Ho residence. While other matters may be disregarded, issues concerning the academy and the welfare of the Chen clan's offspring cannot be overlooked. Master Du hesitated. Chen Guanlou continued, if you cannot control those unruly young lords, do you truly believe that replacing you with another teacher will yield better results? Furthermore, the academy's decline in discipline largely stems from the second young master's influence that I attended the academy myself. And I am acutely aware of the environment there. Why elder sister was so concerned that I would go astray that she was willing to spend money to send me to study under Master Su. In truth, since your arrival, the academic atmosphere has improved significantly. At least there are students who are willing to apply themselves. In my time, the place was filled with idlers, with not a single promising student among them. Master Du seemed to see a glimmer of hope that you genuinely believe the eldest master would intervene in this matter. Whether he does or not is another matter. You must first seek an audience with him to convey the full situation. Regardless of whether you retain your position, you ought to advocate for yourself. Indeed, it is easier said than done. Master Du acknowledged Chen Guanlou's advice, realizing it was indeed time to advocate for his own interests. He could not remain silent while the second master sought to dismiss him. In these times, finding a position as easy and lucrative as teaching at the Ho residence would be exceedingly difficult in the vast capital, especially with so many scholars competing fiercely for opportunities. At his age, he had no desire to compete with young scholars for a meager monthly wage. He could not afford to lose face. Thus, he resolved to do his utmost to preserve his position at the Ho residence. Even if he could not retain it, having the eldest master intervene to help him secure another position would be beneficial. With a plan forming, Master Du's spirits lifted. He turned to Chen Guanlou. Have you ever considered leveraging your connection to the Ho residence? Your position at the prison is hardly a long-term solution. Chen Guanlou chuckled. I appreciate your concern. Master Du indeed. Working at the prison is rather menial, and I have always been aware of that. However, the financial rewards are substantial. At present, I require this position and intend to perform my duties diligently. Master Du regarded him with a complex expression that if you wish to change your position, you are not short of funds now. Seeking connections within the Ho residence could certainly be feasible, but I cannot guarantee anything else. But if the Ho residence intervenes and you provide the funds. Securing a low-ranking official position should be within reach. Chen Guanlou burst into laughter. The Ho residents would deign to notice me? Having already distanced myself for 5 generations, if I were to approach them, I might as well prepare to be trampled underfoot. A true gentleman can bend and stretch. What harm is there in occasionally adopting a subservient stance? Besides, they are your kin, not outsiders. When you meet the matriarch, you ought to kneel and pay your respects. Master Du spoke a truth that resonated that it was certainly preferable to kneel before family than before strangers. After all, if one must play the role of a grandson, it is better to do so for one's own kin. Chen Guanlou shook his head repeatedly. No, I shall remain at the prison for now. I have no intention of seeking a different office at this time. However, it is imperative that I cultivate a good relationship with the Ho residents, Du Fuzi expounded. In the past, it was wise of you to avoid the Ho residents to evade disfavor during your family's hardships. Now that prosperity has graced you, it is time to engage in earnest dealings and seek to restore relations with the Ho residents. You do not seek their assistance. Rather, you wish that, in times of difficulty, others might extend you a modicum of courtesy, considering your lineage as a descendant of the Ho family. Would you not agree with this reasoning? Chen Guanlou nodded, acknowledging Du Fuzi's perspective, yet internally, he was somewhat reluctant. In his previous life, he had sufficiently played the sycophant to clients. In this life, he was loath to continue in such a role. However, it was not imperative to remain a sycophant. Engaging with the stewards of the Ho residence merely required the appropriate expenditure. After all, they were all good brothers when challenges arose. With these stewards at his side, he could easily wield their influence as a banner. If the stewards of the Ho family were ineffective, then even if he sought the 3 lords of the Ho residence, it would be of no avail. The lords would not intervene on his behalf. Unless, of course, he could present a substantial sum of silver, at least 1,000 taels to make it worthwhile for them to extend a hand. Du Fuzi's words held merit. However, given the current turmoil within the Ho residence, even if he wished to ingratiate himself, he found no clear path. Should he curry favor with the first branch, the second and third branches would surely harbor resentment. Conversely, if he sought the favor of the second branch, the first branch might harbor ill will. It was indeed a conundrum. Rumor had it that the stewards of the Ho family were divided into several factions. Du Fuzi stroked his beard, stating that he was summoned by the esteemed lord and could only persist along this singular path, unwavering in his loyalty to the esteemed lord that I asked for you. It depends on what you desire. Presently, the second branch governs the household. Not contemplating the long term, it is only natural to seek favor with them. Most stewards of the Ho residence have made similar choices. In the grand scheme, the first branch stands as the rightful heir to the Ho family and should be cultivated early to ensure stability. The matriarch is aging, her health deteriorating year by year. One day, she will inevitably depart at that juncture. The Ho residents will confront the prospect of division. And no matter how fiercely the second branch contends, they cannot hope to outmaneuver the first branch. Eventually, they will have to vacate the Ho residence. Chen Guanlou nodded repeatedly, recognizing the soundness of Du Fuzi's analysis. Yet he uttered a startling thought. If the first branch were to lack successors, the second branch could secure an effortless victory. Upon hearing this, Du Fuzi froze momentarily. His complexion paling, he hastily set down his wine cup, belched, and anxiously exclaimed, "Such talk is ill-advised." Chen Guanlou picked up a peanut, munching as he retorted, "Am I truly speaking in jest? If we recount the events surrounding the Ho residence in recent years and consider the plight of the first branch, does Du Fuzi genuinely believe this is mere fate? What do you mean by that? Little Lu, while it is permissible to indulge in drink, one must not speak frivolously. Words can bring calamity. Be mindful." Du Fuzi was so anxious he nearly wished to stifle Chen Guanlou's mouth. Chen Guanlou chuckled, remarking that the matriarch's health was poor, requiring her to remain bedridden and reliant on medicine. He would assume her condition was genuinely frail. Yet, it seemed the eldest daughter-in-law was also weak, perpetually on medication. What a peculiar coincidence that both the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law should suffer from such ailments. Du Fuzi, well versed in the ways of the world, wondered if he had witnessed similar occurrences in other noble families. The esteemed lord had trained in martial arts from a young age. The Ho family had risen through military merit. And yet, surrounded by numerous attendants and guards, he had managed to break his leg while hunting. This family was indeed beset by misfortunes. The eldest son, too, was often absent from the residence. Du Fuzi found himself inexplicably sweating in the cold of winter. Such talk is ill-advised. The old man was not privy to the exact circumstances concerning the two women. However, he was aware of the incident regarding the esteemed lord's injury. It was said that he had gone hunting with other noble lords, driven by ambition and a lack of awareness of his own advancing age, leading to his unfortunate fall from his horse. Merely a simple accident. Human nature often reveals itself through unexpected events. This is a truth I gleaned during my time in prison, Chen Guanlou remarked with a smile. If it were indeed a deliberate act, the esteemed lord would not have been oblivious to it. Du Fuzi gritted his teeth, responding emphatically. Chen Guanlou nodded, suggesting they might as well consider an accident. The first branch seemed to be enduring a streak of bad luck, plagued by misfortune and disaster. Should the first branch come to an end, I would be hardly surprised. You and your second branch lack the capability for such matters. Cease your fanciful musings. The second branch may lack such ability, but the matriarch of the whole family may very well possess it. Chen Guanlou raised his wine cup for a shallow sip, laughing as he said, I am a member of the Chen family. I have heard tales of how the matriarch ascended to her position in her youth. This is not a significant secret within the clan. Currently, the matriarch of the whole family is of illegitimate birth. When the late Marquis passed away, he intended to marry a legitimate wife, favoring the matriarch's elder sister. Somewhere along the line, something transpired. In any case, the elder sister was sidelined, marrying far away and never returning to the capital. The family was unwilling to relinquish the connection to the Ho family. Thus, they recognized the matriarch as a legitimate daughter, allowing her to take the place of her sidelined sister and wed the late Marquis as a secondary wife at that time. The matriarch was merely a teenager, yet she managed to reverse her fortunes and marry into the Ho family as the legitimate mistress. How many could compare to such prowess? Decades have passed, and I fear her skills have only grown more refined, reaching the point of invisibly orchestrating others' downfalls. What swordsmen or warriors could hold a candle to her? Du Fuzi wiped the cold sweat from his brow repeatedly. Your words are exceedingly alarming, Chen Guanlou suggested. When you next encounter the esteemed lord, it may be prudent to mention what I have said today. If the first branch remains as it once was, even if I wish to curry favor, the circumstances would not permit it. You genuinely believe the first branch's predicament is a result of the matriarch's machinations? That is hardly plausible. That if she truly intended to act, why did she not do so when the esteemed lord was still a child? Chen Guanlou chuckled, as if spinning a tale. At that time, the late Marquis was still alive. She had to maintain the facade of a virtuous wife. Moreover, the esteemed lord was early on granted the title of heir apparent, if she did not see an opportunity. Why would she tarnish her own hands? Furthermore, at that time, she was still under the watchful eye of her mother-in-law. It is likely she had no opportunity to act. The circumstances today are different. The late Marquis is no longer present, and the esteemed lord has sustained a leg injury. Human ambitions evolve with time. What was once unthinkable may now seem reasonable. Taking cautious steps toward action is hardly excessive. As the most esteemed individual in the Ho residence, desiring more is not unreasonable. The Du Fuzi shook his head repeatedly, unwilling to accept this notion. Throughout his life, he had studied the principles of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness. He had learned that women should manage the home and bear children, and that men inhabit a world of their own. He held little understanding of women. In his eyes, they were merely vessels for childbirth and homemaking. To assert that women possess intelligence or cunning was something he could not accept. Perhaps it was a refusal to acknowledge that some women are indeed astute and capable of manipulating men to their whims. You may dismiss my words as mere folly. Observing Du Fuzi's visibly distressed demeanor, Chen Guanlou thought it best to speak less. The affairs of the inner quarters of the Ho residence bore no relevance to him. Whether the first branch prospered or the second triumphed, it did not affect him. Even in the event of a family purge, it would not concern him. He was not even worthy of being included on a list of those to be punished. He merely felt that the first branch was exceptionally unfortunate. Occurrences could be attributed to chance once or twice, but thrice could not be mere coincidence, particularly considering that a marquis, surrounded by countless attendants, could suffer a broken leg, to sustain an injury when older and ostensibly more cautious, while having escaped such mishaps in youth. If there were no underlying human factors at play, then all those years spent on novels, films, and television would be for naught. The ancients simply lacked exposure, receiving scant information, and having not experienced an information deluge, they either could not or dared not think along those lines as an observer. He was free to indulge in imaginative speculation. Were he in the matriarch's position, would he not employ some stratagem to gradually undermine and obliterate the first branch? Indeed, he would seek to secure the best for his own son, indifferent to right or wrong, only concerned with his own interests. After an evening of drinking, Du Fuzi was left with a psychological shadow, perhaps even jeopardizing his health. The instigator, Chen Guanlou, felt no remorse, indulging in wine and slumber. Returning to his duties the next day, upon arriving at the prison, he heard news of the Jean family being raided. He approached cell 72, standing before the door. Today, the man surnamed Jean was not reading. It seemed he was aware of his family's misfortunes. His treatment remained unchanged. He had not been deprived of comforts due to the raid. His cell still contained a bed and books, albeit lacking writing materials. Master Jean, take heart, Chen Guanlou coughed lightly. You have paid your silver. As long as there are no directives from above, I shall not make things difficult for you. He was not one to sever bridges behind him. Provided the conditions were right, he was willing to uphold his promises and be a person of integrity. He believed in conducting business for a price. Master Jean slowly lifted his gaze, momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. He first uttered a sound of acknowledgement before replying, Rest assured, Head Chun, I shan't despair, nor will I take my own life. That is your own assertion, Chen Guanlou replied. I trust Master Jean. Chen Guanlou placed great emphasis on the character accent, hoping that the other party could also honor their promises and refrain from turning the cell into a scene of a heinous crime. Upon his arrival, he was genuinely concerned about whether he could bear the consequences of a jurisdictional prisoner as suicide. He had no desire to provide Wan Yuli with an opportunity to dispose of him. Although the swordsman had warned him about Wan Yuli, it did not guarantee a permanent solution, should Wan Yuli find a new leverage one day. His first course of action would likely be to settle old scores. Thus, it was imperative to avoid leaving any incriminating evidence that might allow others to blame him for ineptitude or poor management. He sincerely wished that Lord Jean could hold on until the day of his trial. By then, whether he lived or died would be the court's affair, of no concern to him. What has become of my family? They have said nothing, inquired Lord Jean. Chen Guanlou informed him that his family was under monitored residence, posing no immediate danger. The Six Gates Bureau, to some extent, would still leave a bit of leeway in their dealings. Unlike the Jinyui, who often enacted ruthless measures with no room for negotiation. This was one reason why the reputation of the Six Gates Bureau surpassed that of the Jinyui. Upon hearing this, Lord Jean sighed in relief, reflecting that being confined in the heavenly prison might indeed be a blessing in disguise. That it was good that Lord Jean thought this way, without daring to make any claims. One could say that the guards in our heavenly prison adhere to certain principles and boundaries. With a commanding presence, Lord Jean smiled as if he had heard a humorous joke. Chen Guanlou was displeased, questioning if he disagreed with him, that if he had no principles or boundaries, he would have had the bedboard removed today, confiscated his books, and fed him nothing but slop, starving him for 3 days and 9 meals. Chen, the head, appeared to be different from the other foremen. This was music to Chen Guanlou's ears. He solemnly stated, Though I have just arrived, I have my own convictions. Lord Jean nodded slightly, acknowledging that to coexist harmoniously, one must not stand out too much. You believe I stand out. You certainly appear different from the other guards, Lord Jean remarked, attempting to smile, but ultimately failing, his face rigid and strained. Chen Guanlou understood. Perhaps it is my youth that makes me seem different, more spirited than the others. Indeed, you are more spirited than the other guards. Indulgence in vices, wine, women, wealth, if one succumbs to any, it will inevitably tarnish one's cultivation. The guards of the heavenly prison can be labeled as wholly corrupt, each wearing a fatigued expression, listless, only their eyes lighting up at the mention of money. But you are different. Do you practice martial arts? I have learned a few superficial moves, merely for show, Chen Guanlou admitted candidly. No wonder you appear so lively. Practicing martial arts is commendable that I, in my youth, could not endure the rigors of training and thus chose the path of the civil service, becoming a respected scholar. Little did I know, I would ultimately find myself imprisoned, bringing disgrace upon my family. Lord Jean seemed reflective today, finding common ground with Chen Guanlou, leading to a more extensive conversation. Point one must have confidence in oneself. Perhaps one day fortune will smile upon you, and you will be released, Chen Guanlou earnestly advised. Listening to Lord Jean, he sensed that the latter had already prepared for the worst. You truly fear I may perish in the heavenly prison. Implicating you? Lord Jean chuckled awkwardly. Chen Guanlou did not deny it. Instead, he relayed some news. Jiang Tu had been reinstated and continued to serve as the deputy minister of the imperial household. Subsequently, His Majesty appointed him as a minister of works, responsible for palace and garden construction, alleviating some burdens on His Majesty. Upon hearing this, Lord Jean's gaze flickered. Why do you share this with me? No particular reason, just to keep you informed about the outside world, the not meet an untimely end in the heavenly prison. Lord Jean was skeptical, believing that those in power often complicated simple matters and made complex issues unbearable. Jiang Tu, he is merely a fortunate official, having read few books. Yet he enjoys greater favor from the emperor than anyone else. Understanding His Majesty's intentions, if I may ask, what are His Majesty's intentions? Naturally, it is wealth. Chen Guanlou replied matter-of-factly. The reality was far from simple. The old emperor surely had concerns beyond mere finances. However, what pleased the old emperor most was undoubtedly wealth. With money, one could indulge. The old emperor was becoming increasingly extravagant, necessitating more and more funds. Jiang Tu's rise to favor at this moment was a matter of timing and fate. Had it been a decade earlier, Jiang Tu would not have even had the chance to face the old emperor, but would have met his demise. Moreover, it has been 6 months since any funds were allocated to the heavenly prison from above. We rely solely on your contributions to sustain ourselves. Lord Jean chuckled in exasperation, remarking that coercion and bribery were merely euphemisms for contributions. All guards shared the same lack of shame. Nonetheless, the term contribution sounded pleasant, allowing everyone to maintain their dignity. The truth was often cruel, disgraceful, and depraved. No one wished to bear the title of a coward by donating to the guards. Do not worry, I have no immediate intention of dying, Lord Jean reassured him. That is excellent news. Chen Guanlou felt relieved as he took his leave, simultaneously instructing the guards under him to keep a vigilant eye on the prisoners for any unusual behavior and report promptly. Lacking sufficient personnel, he submitted a request for additional guards, hoping for reinforcement. However, the request vanished in his silence. He did not press further, choosing instead to shoulder the burden himself. New prisoners had arrived. Yu Zhaoan, the deputy censor-in-chief of the censorate, was imprisoned in cell number 69 under Chen Guanlou's jurisdiction. After securing the individual, he casually inquired about Yu Zhaoan's case, asking what crime this official had committed and how they should proceed. The Six Gates Bureau guards looked at him curiously. New here, the higher-ups have not informed you. Chen Guanlou's heart sank momentarily, but he quickly smiled. As you know, things can be chaotic in the heavenly prison. Delays are commonplace. The guard from the Six Gates Bureau looked at him with a smirk. There is a dossier at the office of the warden. If you wish to know Yu Zhaoan's crime, just ask Warden Fan, but I can only tell you that he has offended the emperor. Understood. Thank you for the information. May I know your surname? And when you have time, I would like to host a banquet in your honor. You wish to treat me to a meal? You certainly know how to curry favor. However, to invite me for drinks, you must show some sincerity. After saying this, the guard from the Six Gates Bureau departed. Chen Guanlou thought, is this an opportunity or merely a pretext? He first sought out Li Dahong to inquire about the precautions for receiving prisoners. May I ask if you are free tonight, Brother Li? I have arranged a banquet at Dishing Tower and would be honored to have you as my guest. I am free. I am free. Li Dahong seemed pleased with his thoughtfulness. Brother, I heard you received new prisoners that if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. You are a great help. Chen Guanlou responded. Currently, the new prisoner I received is an official from the censorate. I'm unsure how to proceed, and no need to rush. We can discuss this later, Li Dahong said. Chen Guanlou nodded repeatedly, turned back, and inwardly cursed. He gathered for guards, found an empty room, and asked about their procedures. Tell me, how did Zhao handle new prisoners in the past? Previously, in the Bing cell, there was not much to consider. The prisoners there were all lowlifes. Their crimes were insignificant. What mattered was the money. Beyond finances, everything else was trivial. In the Jia cell, while money is crucial, other details also hold significance. That it is essential to understand the level of treatment the prisoner receives, the gravity of their case. And keep it all in mind, in response to Head Chun. In the past, when new prisoners arrived, Zhao would first inquire with Wan Yuli for information that if there were no special circumstances, he would proceed according to the rules. If there were special circumstances, he would adapt accordingly. Upon hearing Wan Yuli's name, Chen Guanlou felt a headache coming on. Is there no alternative aside from Wan Yuli? Does Head Chen truly have a conflict with Wan Yuli? Qian Fugui asked. Chen Guanlou scoffed with a fierce glare, causing Qian Fugui to immediately fall silent. Xiao Jin is seasoned. He ventured, if Head Chen wishes to avoid Wan Yuli, I might have a suggestion. Do share. You should cultivate a closer relationship with Li Shuqian, who is beside Warden Fan. Although he holds no official title, his status in the heavenly prison is elevated. Ostensibly, he is the steward of the Fan household. But in reality, he serves as Warden Fan's advisor, providing counsel. It would be inconvenient to deal directly with Warden Fan, as superiors tend to be impatient. Whenever issues arise, the subordinates rush to consult. Thus, the significance of Li Shuqian became evident. Facilitating the flow of communication, Chen Guanlou nodded repeatedly and addressed the 4 prison guards, saying, in the future, should you have any thoughts or ideas, do not hesitate to voice them, in my presence. The notion of trouble arises from the mouth does not exist. Understood. As for how to arrange matters with Lord Yu, we shall proceed according to the established protocols. I will consult with Master Li and thereafter decide whether any adjustments are necessary. Heeding Chen's instructions. The previous night, he treated Li Dahong to drinks. Li Dahong revealed some valuable information, making him increasingly aware of the unspoken rules within the A-class prison. The following evening, he hosted Master Li for a lavish gathering, spending a considerable sum to have a courtesan accompany him, ensuring that Master Li was thoroughly entertained. Master Li did not disappoint in return for this hospitality, as Chen Guanlou took solace in the fact that this Yu Zhaoan, despite hailing from the Jixia Academy, possessed a notoriously stubborn and abrasive temperament, having offended many within the bureaucracy. Adhering to the rules would surely yield no missteps. Chen Guanlou harbored concerns, yet Yu Zhaoan's obstinacy posed a dilemma. What if he refused to part with any silver? If he were unwilling to pay, his family would undoubtedly be willing to provide the funds. That we must remain adaptable in our dealings. Master Li's words enlightened me instantly. I raised my cup in salute to Master Li, declaring, I drink to you, and you may partake as you wish. Haha, young lad. Your drinking capacity is commendable. Next time, I shall organize an event, and you must join. Over the course of 2 days, Chen Guanlou gleaned substantial insights into Yu Zhaoan's situation. He forged a connection with Master Li, who served under the jailer Fan, ensuring that future interactions would be frequent. Li Dahong, having enjoyed his hospitality, was also inclined to offer assistance, fostering a mutual support system. As for Yu Zhaoan, the essence of his transgression lay in profound disrespect, which angered the old emperor. The old emperor, after much effort to attend morning court, found himself confronted by Yu Zhaoan, who, heedless of opposition, boldly accused the emperor of being enmeshed in alchemical pursuits, neglecting state affairs, and allowing them to deteriorate, thereby shaming his ancestors. He stopped just short of labeling the emperor as a fool, a veritable tyrant. Enraged, the emperor reacted with fury, administering a punishment to Yu Zhaoan before casting him into the celestial prison. He rebuked Yu Zhaoan for his lack of filial piety and audacity, suspecting external instigation, clearly indicative of malice. Orders were given for a thorough investigation, leaving no room for error. The emperor intended to escalate Yu Zhaoan's case, transforming it into a broader scandal that would ensnare several disfavored officials. However, as Yu Zhaoan belonged to the censorate, they were adamantly opposed to any expansion of the case. Both the censorate and the emperor's faction were now engaged in a contest regarding Yu Zhaoan, with the celestial prison becoming the focal point of this matter, with Yu Zhaoan at its center. Chen Guanlou arrived at cell 69 and inquired, "Is Lord Yu comfortable?" Yu Zhaoan sat rigidly on the bed, snorting dismissively, refusing even to cast a glance at Chen Guanlou. In Yu's eyes, Chen Guanlou, as a mere prison guard, was unworthy of conversation. Chen Guanlou smirked coldly, observing that Lord Yu seemed to be faring well, maintaining his composure even in the celestial prison. Truly, he was an official of the Jixia Academy. Furthermore, Yu Zhaoan was a third-rank martial artist, a third rank. This was Chen Guanlou's first encounter with the formidable presence of a third-rank martial artist. A truly awe-inspiring sight. He instructed the guards to inform the kitchen to deny food to cell 69 for a few meals, providing only slop to drink. Let him drink if he wishes. If not, he may perish from thirst. Does he think he can flaunt his arrogance in the celestial prison, as if it were a vacation paradise for officials? Chen, is this truly appropriate? Questioned one guard. Indeed, Chen, another added. After all, this is the A-class prison. Yu, being a fourth-rank right censor, has classmates and acquaintances throughout the court. Moreover, I've heard that his wife is apparently related to the Marquis of Pingjiang. Chen, think this through. Dealing with Yu Zhaoan may seem simple, but the real concern lies in offending the Jixia Academy. Those affiliated with the academy are known for their solidarity and long memories. Exactly, one can offend anyone, but must not provoke those from the Jixia Academy. The Ministry of Justice also has members from the academy. Should they learn of our mistreatment of Yu Zhaoan, we would all be in dire straits. The four guards exchanged wary glances, each urging Chen Guanlou to reconsider his decision. Let Yu's arrogance be. After all, his family is somewhat sensible and has agreed to send in silver. They've offered 800 taels and will soon deliver the funds. Chen Guanlou clenched his teeth, genuinely disliking Yu Zhaoan's demeanor, especially his airs while in the celestial prison. However, antagonizing a third-rank martial artist was undeniably unwise. His temper had flared in recent days, as he had yet to acclimate to the operational methods of the A-class prison. And no wonder everyone said that the A-class prison was worthless beyond monetary concerns. Being a guard here felt utterly stifling, unlike the B-class prison, where inmates dared to confront guards, knowing they risked being sent to the punishment chamber, where limbs could be severed without hesitation. Having grown accustomed to the B-class prison's rigid hierarchy, where guards commanded immediate compliance, he found himself struggling to adapt to the A-class prison's environment, especially as a head guard. His frustrations had led him to contemplate disciplining these insubordinate prisoners. Alas, each of these prisoners held considerable influence, compelling the guards to treat them with utmost respect, lest they retaliate or seek assistance from their connections outside. For an official to target a mere guard is akin to squashing an ant. Noticing the eager expressions on the faces of the four guards, he huffed, very well, for now, let us maintain his treatment. Remember to urge the Yu family to send the funds promptly. The celestial prison is currently short on resources. We cannot afford to let anyone's meals suffer." Upon hearing Chen Guanlou's acquiescence, the guards collectively sighed in relief, feeling a weight lift from their shoulders. Thank the heavens, for the head is reasonable. During inspections, one must not neglect to check on Lord Jean, lest he feel despondent and take drastic measures. Lord Jean, in turn, advised Chen Guanlou, "I have heard that Yu Zhaoan from the censorate has been imprisoned." "Yes, he is merely a few cells away." Lord Jean leaned against the wall, his hair noticeably grayer. In just a few days, he spoke softly. "Do not offend this, and I it solely because he hails from the Jixia Academy." Chen Guanlou countered. Lord Jean nodded. "It is not just that. Yu Zhaoan and the Prince of Jin are sworn brothers, having studied under the same master. The prince's influence in the court is on the rise. And the right chancellor happens to be the prince's father and law. You understand?" Chen Guanlou gasped. "Ah, the power of privilege. Not merely privilege. Their reach extends to the very pinnacle." Lord Jean chuckled self-deprecatingly. "With such a formidable background, why has the Prince of Jin not intervened to secure Yu Zhaoan's release from the celestial prison? You, despite your years of education, remain oblivious to the intricacies of the bureaucratic game. Even a royal prince must consider the timing of such endeavors. One cannot act solely on impulse. Why Yu Zhaoan has offended the emperor. It is prudent to wait until the Emperor's wrath has subsided, and if the Emperor refuses to relent, Lord Jin chuckled. In that case, Yu Zhaoan would be fortunate to escape with his life. Sacrificing one Yu Zhaoan to preserve the safety of many, I believe the Prince of Jin would find it a satisfactory trade. Chen Guanlou gasped in shock. Lord Jin, your words suggest a personal vendetta against Yu Zhaoan? Humph, my current predicament is largely due to that man. Lord Jin gritted his teeth, harboring a deep-seated enmity. That it became clear that Lord Jin's imprisonment stemmed from Yu Zhaoan's instigation. The animosity between them was indeed profound. Chen Guanlou could not help but remark, it is rather ironic that the higher-ups decided to confine you two together. If I am fortunate enough to escape, the first to face my wrath will indeed be Yu Zhaoan, Lord Jin declared, his disdain unabashed. Yet you just advised me to tread carefully around Yu Zhaoan due to his powerful connections. Why the contradiction? Old Jin, survival is paramount. We must not act impulsively. We are delicate porcelain, not to be recklessly clashing with a mere iron lump. Chen Guanlou attempted to counsel Lord Jin. Upon hearing this, Lord Jin chuckled. At times, I ponder whether it is better to be a fragile porcelain or a resilient iron lump, impervious to harm. However, should I choose the latter, it would be wise to wait until your escape. In the blink of an eye, the new year has arrived, marking the 46th year of taxing. As early spring settles in. The weather in the capital oscillates between warmth and cold, compelling the populace to don their thick winter garments while they navigate their days according to the whims of the heavens. In the first volume of the Ascension record, Chen Guanlou has finally attained the pinnacle of perfection, embarking upon the cultivation of the second volume. It is at this juncture that he experiences what it means to advance by leaps and bounds, to undergo a qualitative leap. His progress is conspicuous, akin to a meteoric rise. The exhilaration and sense of achievement that accompany his rapid enhancement of power dispel the gloom born of his prior duties in the celestial prison. If the cultivation of the first volume resembled an arduous ascent of a snow-capped peak, fraught with the sensation of impending demise, then the practice of the second volume is akin to a leisurely stroll across a flat expanse, relaxed and at ease. Due to the overlapping effects of the longevity fruit and the Ascension record, others perceive him merely as an ordinary martial artist, oblivious to the profound internal techniques he possesses. With his burgeoning strength, he feels an insatiable urge to test his skills against another. Eager to gauge the true extent of his prowess, in the dead of night, he disguises himself as a rugged middle-aged warrior, and gazes into the mirror at his transformed visage. No one would ever associate the man reflected therein with the youthful Chen Guanlou, veiled in scaling walls. He sets his sights on the route Lu Guanshi takes to return home. Having already gleaned information about Lu's late-night drinking habits, he is aware that Lu always opts for a shortcut. With Lu's first-tier strength, they are merely acquaintances, and familiarity is lacking, regardless of the outcome. He is unconcerned about being recognized. Lurking in the alley, he awaits the arrival of Lu's carriage, and when it appears, he springs forth, swiftly incapacitating the driver before charging toward Lu inside the carriage. To his dismay, he discovers that there are two individuals within the carriage. In no matter, taken by surprise, Lu Guanshi reacts instinctively, parrying the first strike aimed at him. The first-tier martial artist unleashes his full potential, engaging in a fierce skirmish with the assailant in the dimly lit alley, illuminated only by a flickering lantern that has fallen in a corner, casting a meager glow upon the night. The surrounding residents seem to be in a state of slumber. No doors creak open, nor do any curious eyes peer through cracks. After 10 exchanges, Chen Guanlou decisively withdraws, leaping away. There is no need to prolong the confrontation. He is already assured of victory. In his eyes, a first-tier martial artist poses little threat. He had the opportunity to slay Lu during the 7th exchange, could sever his arm on the 8th, strike his abdomen on the 9th, and then feign retreat on the 10th. Having proven himself, he departs without hesitation, paying no heed to the bewildered Lu Guanshi, who is left grappling with the aftermath of the attack. Elated, Chen Guanlou returns home, restoring his appearance, and grips the knife in his hand with fervor, reveling in the exaltation of his experience. It is time to procure a new weapon. The knife he possesses is far too mundane, akin to a common tool. Should he encounter a true divine weapon, it would surely shatter in a single encounter. With wealth at his disposal, he visits the blacksmith the following day, commissioning the crafting of a suitable weapon. The price is negotiable, but the quality of materials is paramount. The blacksmith accepts the deposit and instructs him to return in a month for the finished product, with his personal matters attended to. Chen Guanlou reports for duty at the celestial prison. This month, he is assigned to the night shift, as long as no incidents arise. The night shift is relatively easy. When fatigue sets in, he can retreat to the dormitory behind the guardhouse for a lengthy slumber. The guardhouse of the A-class prison becomes a gambling den by night. Gamblers from B-class and C-class prisons gather, and he soon encounters Liu data that a year has passed, and it seems Liu's head has grown even larger, his face jiggling with excess flesh, though his countenance remains of a straightforward disposition. They exchange greetings, but Liu Datu is quickly absorbed in the gambling scene. With large stakes come smaller games that a few wealthy individuals, after completing their rounds, join the fervent small stakes gambling. Everyone warmly invites Chen Guanlou to partake, but he declines with a smile, firmly rejecting their offers. Throughout his life, he has held a deep aversion to gambling and drugs, and the stench emanating from the seasoned gamblers is utterly repugnant. One can only imagine how many days have passed without a change of clothes as Yu Zhaoan languishes in the celestial prison. Time drags on without any interrogation or inquiry, as though he has been forgotten. Fortunately, his family occasionally sends money, ensuring that his conditions remain tolerable. He has a cot, bedding, a clean chamber pot, edible meals, and even books to read. He has made several requests for writing materials, but Chen Guanlou has curtly denied them. The reasoning is simple. Writing materials are strictly prohibited within the prison, save for those on the brink of execution or under special orders. He adheres to the established rules, leaving no room for reproach. Furthermore, Yu Zhaoan was imprisoned for incurring the wrath of the old emperor. Granting him writing materials could lead to the creation of disparaging content against the emperor. Placing the responsibility upon all involved that it is imperative to quash potential dangers in their infancy, that why Yu Zhaoan's unmet requests leave him sullen, casting a long face toward the guards, who receive no courtesy from him. Indeed, he resembles a stubborn rock in a latrine, stinking and unyielding. Initially, it was presumed this situation would persist indefinitely. Yet, as March arrives, an inspector from the censorate makes an appearance. Chen Guanlou is taken aback as he observes the inspector entering the prison. The second individual who had been in Liu Guanchu's carriage that night is none other than this inspector, an inspector from the Liu household. How have these two become entangled? Why were they sharing a carriage in the dead of night? Could it be that the Liu household has some vested interest in Yu Zhaoan's case, seeking to secure his release? He knows only that Yu Zhaoan's wife is related to the Liu household. However, the Liu household is hardly a charitable entity. It is unlikely they would intervene simply due to familial ties. Besides, Prince Jin is Yu Zhaoan's true patron, and it would be beneath the Liu household to assist. He instructs Xiao Jin to take the Inspector Su to meet Yu Zhaoan, urging him to observe their interaction closely. Among the 4 guards under his command, Xiao Jin is the most astute and adaptable. Though a rather greasy middle-aged man, he proves reliable in his duties. Xiao Jin nods in agreement and departs on his mission. Chen Guanlou awaits news anxiously. It is only when Inspector Su has taken his leave that he calls for Xiao Jin. Keen to learn what transpired to his disappointment, Yu Zhaoan forbade anyone from approaching his cell, preventing Xiao Jin from overhearing their conversation. Nevertheless, it seems they became embroiled in an argument. Xiao Jin noted that Yu Zhaoan's temper flared, his fist striking the wall with force, while Su's expression soured as well. Clearly, a significant rift exists between them. Chen Guanlou, having never ventured into the realm of politics, relies on the bombardment of information from his past life, enriched by a plethora of films and novels, to analyze the current situation from the vantage point of an observer. Yet this time, he finds himself uncertain. However, he can seek counsel in the vast expanse of the celestial prison. Who is more familiar with Yu Zhaoan than Master Jin? Chen Guanlou presents a flask of wine to Master Jin, hoping to lift spirits as the new year begins, as long as heads remain intact. There is still hope for escape from the prison. Master Jin cradles the flask as if it were a treasured gem, cautiously taking a sip. What is the current state of affairs outside? Master Jin is eager to glean information about the outside world and the dynamics of the court. His case has lingered without resolution, leaving even his fate uncertain. After careful consideration, Chen Guanlou shares that Jiang too has spent the night in the palace, and the inspectors have united in opposition to him. This matter has become the most heated topic in the court recently. Master Jin appears taken aback. Has Jiang too lost his mind? Is he unaware of the gravity of spending the night in the palace? It is said the emperor permitted him to remain overnight. Once the matter escalated, the emperor refused to intervene on Jiang Tu's behalf, leading the inspectors to dismiss this explanation without question. Master Jin chuckles at this. Sensing that the emperor perceives Jiang Tu's rising prominence as needing a check, it is but a tempest in a teapot. As long as the emperor retains Jiang Tu's services in palace construction, the Jiang family will remain unscathed. Master Jin's insight is commendable. Now, what of Yu Zhaoan's situation? They argued. What do you surmise their dispute entailed? It inevitably revolves around the concept of surrender. Either Yu Zhaoan must relinquish his principles, acquiescing and aligning with the status quo, allowing the Jixia Academy to secure his release, or he must prepare for the possibility that both the Academy and the Censorate intend to abandon him. Master Jin's perspective is astute. Yet, is there not a third possibility, perhaps concerning the inequitable distribution of benefits? Lord Jin shook his head and softly remarked, the Yu family, particularly Yu Zhaoan, is in no want of wealth. This very fact emboldens him to insult His Majesty without fear of repercussions. He is not concerned about being investigated. Though this man has many faults, I must concede that he has no habit of accepting bribes. Such high moral integrity. Upon hearing this, Lord Jin scoffed. Then pray tell, how did the Yu family, once a modest landlord household, transform into local magnates in just 1 or 2 decades? Chen Guanlou suddenly grasped the truth. Indeed, while Yu Zhaoan does not personally accept money, the family's enterprises and businesses have flourished solely due to his official position, reputation, and connections within the bureaucratic sphere. Bribery is not limited to the mere act of handing over cash. Do you think the Censorate would abandon Yu Zhaoan? Lord Jin shook his head, indicating the complexity of the situation, that if there is no movement from above, and the dungeon insists on maintaining Yu Zhaoan's treatment, it suggests that both the Censorate and the Jixia Academy wish to protect him. Conversely, if they withdraw their support, it signifies abandonment. That I suspect Inspector Su's visit to Yu Zhaoan is to persuade him to submit and offer a formal apology. If His Majesty calms down, then perhaps we can seize the opportunity to extricate him. However, given Yu Zhaoan's notoriously foul temper, he is unlikely to acquiesce anytime soon. Thus, it appeared that Yu Zhaoan's circumstances would require continued support. After conversing with Lord Jin, Chen Guanlou wandered near Yu Zhaoan's cell, where, surprisingly, Yu Zhaoan cast a glance in his direction and inquired, "What martial arts have you been practicing? Your progress is quite rapid." "What do you mean? Has it been noticed?" "Impossible." Chen Guanlou fervently reassured himself, maintaining an expression of nonchalance. "I do not comprehend what Lord Yu is saying." Why Yu Zhaoan let out a derisive laugh. "I'm a 3rd-grade martial artist. Do you think your petty tricks could elude my keen perception? Do not attempt to outsmart me, for it only makes you appear a fool. That I have no interest in the techniques of mere fighters." What a tremendous misunderstanding. I harbor no such intentions, nor am I attempting to be clever. I am merely feigning ignorance to conceal my peculiarities, Chen Guanlou thought. "Forgive me, Lord, it was my lack of discernment." "How did you discern my advancement in martial arts?" he boldly asked. Chen Guanlou's surprise. Yu Zhaoan did not belittle his status as a jailer, but candidly explained, "Your breathing is prolonged and rhythmic. Your eyes are vibrant, and your steps are composed and steady." "Is that all?" Chen Guanlou queried, intrigued that Yu Zhaoan cast him a sidelong glance, remarking, "Your movements are powerful and deliberate. Is that not sufficient? Previously, your steps were unsteady, revealing you as a novice martial artist. That I have observed your rapid improvement, surpassing that of others. That if you possess a martial vein, I believe you have the potential to reach the 5th grade. "Thank you, Lord." Though lacking a martial vein, Yu Zhaoan's praise was enough to bring comfort to Chen Guanlou. He felt a surge of joy within. A martial artist perception. Once again, it was evident that even a 3rd-grade warrior could not discern his true identity. Mistaking him for an ordinary fighter, His elation was palpable, and his demeanor radiated cheerfulness that Yu Zhaoan seemed to regard him more favorably and continued. One must appreciate contentment to find joy among the jailers in this dungeon. All are crude and utterly useless, their bodies depleted by vice. Yet you stand apart from the rest. You abstain from gambling, appear to exercise moderation in drinking, and actively pursue martial arts to strengthen your physique. Such ambition is commendable. It is a pity you are confined to this dungeon as a jailer, wasting your potential. Chen Guanlou chuckled. Ah, thank you for your kindness, my lord. This lowly position of jailer requires little skill. Yet one must endure the profound moral quandaries and inner turmoil that accompany it, while also suffering the physical toll of this damp, cold prison. While vice may appear contemptible, it exacts a heavy toll, diminishing one's lifespan and inviting scorn. The toll of both body and spirit must yield some reward. As a jailer, one seeks solace in vice as a means to cope with such sacrifices. Upon hearing these words, Yu Zhaoan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He slowly shook his head, taken aback that such insights could emerge from the mouth of a jailer. I truly underestimated you. Have you received an education? I studied earnestly for 2 years, but alas, I lack the talent for scholarship, failing to achieve anything noteworthy, Chen Guanlou candidly admitted. Merely 2 years of study, and yet you can articulate such profound reasoning at such a young age. It speaks to your considerable aptitude. Once again, I lament your confinement as a jailer. Were I to be free, would you care to follow me as an assistant? Chen Guanlou was taken aback. An unexpected opportunity. Fortune favors the prepared, and here it was. Had he been an ordinary individual, he would have immediately prostrated himself, exclaiming, "Your Excellency!" However, he was no ordinary man. He possessed the fruit of longevity and the mysterious ascension record, and he dared not linger too long in the presence of the astute Yu Zhaoan. If he could conceal his secrets for a year, how could he hope to do so for 8 or 10? The day his secrets were uncovered would herald his demise. Thus, he could only reject the offer with tears in his eyes. My lord, you do not disdain my humble status and yet extend an opportunity to me. I am immensely grateful. However, I currently have no intention of leaving the dungeon, and I must decline your generous offer. You dare to refuse me? Yu Zhaoan could scarcely believe it. A mere jailer had the audacity to spurn his patronage. Displaying a blatant lack of gratitude, his expression darkened instantly. As a third-grade martial artist, his authority surged forth, and Chen Guanlou felt as if a mountain had descended upon him, rendering him immobile. An invisible force filled the air, brimming with lethal intent and malice, capable of tearing him apart at any moment. This oppressive presence lingered around him, and he dared not move, let alone resist. Any act of defiance would lay bare his secrets. He struggled to withstand the weight of this force, beads of sweat streaming down his brow, yet he refused to bow his head. His thoughts raced. Is this the power of a third-grade martial artist? When might I possess such formidable strength? Lost in his musings, he found that the crushing force surrounding him had vanished. He breathed a sigh of relief, leaning against the wall, gasping for air as if his lungs might burst. At least he survived. This is the wrath of my authority, a testament to my strength. You ungrateful wretch, truly, a lowly jailer who turns away from delicacies to consume coarse fare. Yu Zhaoan fumed, unleashing a torrent of insults. As a dignified vice-censor, he resembled a rabid dog, barking furiously. Chen Guanlou clutched his chest, feeling the pulse of life within him, gradually standing upright. My lord, why allow your ire to overtake you? Why squabble with a mere jailer? It is I who is ungrateful, clearly lacking in sense. However, are you not curious as to why I declined your offer to follow you? You are but a fool, unable to distinguish a pearl from a common stone. Yu Zhaoan retorted angrily. Chen Guanlou smirked. Am I to fear you? In a fit of rage, Yu Zhaoan howled, Look at your current state. Because I extended my hand, you dare to reject me and now wish for my death? Pray tell, if I were to have you by my side, I am no deity. I would surely err and provoke your wrath. Others say your temperament is foul and unforgiving if I were to make a mistake. Could you forgive me once or twice? Or would you spare me 5 or 8 times? Rather than gamble on your mercy, it is wiser to refuse outright, for at least I can preserve my life. My refusal is not born of ingratitude, but rather a desire to survive. Yu Zhaoan was utterly taken aback. He had never imagined that Chen Guanlou would dare to challenge him. Yet, the reasoning behind Chen Guanlou's words left him momentarily speechless. He was all too aware of his own temperament, quick to anger, exceedingly powerful, and his actions often resulted in either death or severe injury for those who crossed him. He never believed he was in the wrong. Those who met their demise at his hands had it coming. However, it was the first time someone had openly admitted to fearing him, expressing a desire to live rather than follow him. Yu Zhaoan found himself momentarily stunned that it was absurd. What merit was there in being a jailer? It was a lowly, degrading position, filled with the dregs of society, deserving of scorn, as long as one followed him. He could not promise boundless opportunities, but at the very least, one's status would rise in the localities. Officials would treat you with deference. That why Yu Zhaoan's words were not baseless. A vice censor. He had no need to fabricate tales to deceive a jailer. He regarded Chen Guanlou with a measure of respect, yet not enough to consider him worthy of manipulation. But the jailer merely wished to remain in the capital, harboring no grand ambitions, simply desiring a stable life. You deserve to be a jailer for all eternity, Chen Guanlou. The other party must be seething with humiliation, having been rejected by a mere jailer, a significant loss of face indeed. He chose not to engage. Departing with a smile, Yu Zhaoan felt deeply embarrassed, yet he refused to accept Chen Guanlou's reasoning. Afraid of him? If he indeed feared him, he ought to flatter and serve him well rather than oppose him. How dare a lowly jailer stand against him? Humph! Chen Guanlou was well aware of the situation and rejected Yu Zhaoan's offer of assistance, foreseeing potential trouble once Yu Zhaoan was released, but he was unafraid. Yu Zhaoan was akin to a rabid dog. The best way to handle a rabid dog is to put it down, preventing it from continuing to bite. The prisoner in cell number 23 had died. Xiao Jin rushed in to report. Chen Guanlou sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "What happened? The man was perfectly well. Why has he died? Truly, one fears what one dreads." Although cell number 23 was not within his jurisdiction, the higher-ups would not care about such distinctions. Every officer on duty would share the responsibility, and no one was clear on the details. Chen Guanlou hurried to the front of cell 23. The prisoner lay sprawled on the ground, having ceased to breathe for some time. Xiao Jin whispered in his ear, a bureaucrat from the Ministry of Revenue, with neither connections nor a solid backing. "Chen Tu, if you require, I could discreetly inquire about who was responsible for this. Can you ascertain the cause of death?" Chen Guanlou, having served in the Sky Prison for quite some time, had seen only a limited number of deceased individuals, meaning his experience was also limited. At that moment, his scant experience rendered him incapable of discerning the cause of death for the prisoner in cell 23. Xiao Jin, carrying the body, quietly stated in Chen Guanlou's ear, most likely, he was starved before being overfed to death. Chen Guanlou paused momentarily. Was it man-made? Xiao Jin nodded. Such a situation was undoubtedly orchestrated by human hands. Clearly, someone intended to eliminate the prisoner in cell 23. First, they starved him to the brink of death, then provided him a feast. There was no need for direct involvement. The target could be effectively dealt with. Should the higher-ups inquire, they would simply claim the prisoner choked to death, thus evading accountability. Even if a coroner were to investigate, the conclusion would inevitably be either death by gluttony or choking. The prisoner in cell 23 was merely an inconsequential bureaucrat, and his case was not complicated. Why then was there a need to eliminate him? Go find out what the underlying circumstances are. Although it is not within our jurisdiction, we cannot turn a blind eye and become playthings for others. Chen Guanlou maintained his composure. A life had been lost. Now he had to manage the aftermath, ascertain the cause, and subsequently decide on the course of action based on the findings. Even if he remained a mere observer, he needed to understand the cause. Rest assured, I will seek out information immediately. Shortly, the auxiliary staff removed the corpse, and the onlookers dispersed, returning to their duties. The death in the Sky Prison was quite ordinary, especially when it involved someone so insignificant that the higher-ups would likely not inquire further. Xiao Jin proved to be quite capable, as news arrived the following day. The death of the prisoner in cell 23 was entirely due to the phrase, "killing a chicken to warn the monkeys." Killing a chicken to warn the monkeys? Chen Guanlou was taken aback. Indeed, he inhaled deeply and inquired, "Who is the monkey?" Xiao Jin had already uncovered the details, stating, "The prisoner in cell 20-7.L. I Xiao Jin from the Supreme Court." "It is he." Chen Guanlou was momentarily stunned. Who had orchestrated this? At this moment, he desperately wanted to know who was the mastermind behind it all. Without orders from officials, without sufficient incentives, and lacking credible threats, jailers would not engage in such self-destructive acts. Xiao Jin shook his head slightly, unable to uncover the source. Everyone merely acted according to directives. Is Li Dahong aware of this? Chen Guanlou asked. Li too is likely also acting according to orders. This suggested that the warden might not even know who had issued the command. Perhaps Fan Yuqing was aware, of course. Fan Yuqing knew who had given the orders to execute a prisoner in the Sky Prison. It had to pass through Fan Yuqing's hands. What ordinary jailer would dare take such a grave risk, casually ending a life? Chen Guanlou exclaimed in anger. Only through Fan Yuqing's authority could jailers act without restraint. Employing such nefarious means to eliminate someone that he rubbed his temples. I recall the prisoner in cell 27 was incarcerated due to a governmental murder case. He must have paid a bribe. Why then resort to killing a chicken to warn the monkeys? You've stumped me. How would I know? Officials are always secretive, shrouded in mystery. Chen Guanlou need not worry. Since it had passed through Fan Yuqing's hands, the higher-ups would likely not pursue the matter when I arrived just now. I even saw Li Dahong taking money to gamble in the adjacent guardroom, but he seems unconcerned. Why should you fret? Chen Guanlou waved his hand, dismissing Xiao Jin, instructing him to perform his duties diligently. The next morning, he encountered Li Dahong at the main entrance. Chen Guanlou approached to greet him, noticing the latter's bloodshot eyes, indicating a sleepless night, and casually asked, "How did the gambling go last night? Did you win or lose?" "Damn it, I lost. That bastard Lu Dada had the luck of the gods last night. I'll make him treat us next time. You should come along. Perhaps another time." The money Lu Dada won through luck would surely be lost within 10 days. He and Li Dahong walked side by side out of the gate. "The prisoner in cell 23 is dead." That matter has already been resolved. The body has been returned to the family. Chen Guanlou hesitated momentarily. Could we not employ a gentler method next time? He smiled at the other, as if jesting. Li Dahong was momentarily taken aback, unsure whether Chen Guanlou was joking or seriously discussing the matter. He chuckled. The underlings handled it a bit roughly. It was the first time they encountered such a situation, so they were probably startled. Indeed, it was a shock. Previously, while in Cell B, he had only seen prisoners who could not endure the torture and died from injuries. This was his first encounter with a murder that required no weapon. Yet the scene was even more grotesque and terrifying than a blood-soaked tableau, leaving him somewhat unaccustomed to it. Upon this explanation, Li Dahong understood. He naturally assumed Chen Guanlou, being young and inexperienced, struggled to accept the rules of the A-grade prison. "Everyone has gone through this," he laughed heartily. "Don't worry. As you gain more experience, you will become accustomed to it. You know, the prisoners held here are all officials. We cannot employ bloody methods. Such brutality would be unbearable for them, that we must kill softly, without bloodshed. To avoid causing unrest, I will teach you a good lesson. Sometimes, killing softly can be more intimidating to the prisoners than a bloody scene. Achieving the goal quietly is the way to go." Chen Guanlou chuckled softly, as if in agreement with the other's perspective. "If you have disobedient prisoners under your command and cannot handle them, feel free to inform me that I will help you resolve it." Li Dahong appeared genuinely eager to assist, his demeanor exceedingly warm. Chen Guanlou could only laugh, promising, "If the need arises, I shall not forget Brother Li Dahong clapped him on the shoulder, grinning. "That's the spirit. We are brothers eating from the same pot, and we ought to look out for one another. You agree, right? This is the Sky Prison. It is perfectly normal for a few people to die here. Back when you were in Cell C, you witnessed prisoners getting their hands and feet broken, dying for nothing. There is no reason for the vagabonds to die, while officials are exempt. Brotherly makes a valid point. We all share the same origin. We all have but one life. And death is inevitable. However, officials at least possess a protective talisman. Are you truly not concerned about repercussions from above?" Chen Guanlou feigned curiosity that Li Dahong was more than willing to clarify. "You have not been here long. And there are things you do not yet understand. Except for prisoners whose bodies are inherently weak, not even the king of hell can prevent their demise. Generally speaking, when someone dies in prison, it is always significant that I advise you to get along well with the warden. With the warden's support, there are only benefits and no drawbacks that I would like to, but I need the warden to give me the opportunity. In truth, as long as the warden did not make things difficult for him, he would be quite content, merely wishing to perform his duties in peace. Brother, opportunities must be seized by oneself. Idahong patted Chen Guanlou on the shoulder. You will encounter such matters eventually. Establishing good relations with the higher-ups will never lead you astray. The two parted ways at the intersection. Returning home, Chen Guanlou enjoyed a good night's sleep. That evening, he disguised himself as a rough old man, donning coarse linen garments and a straw hat, and under the cover of night, he scaled the wall and slipped out of his home, concealed within the confines of the Fan residence. The recently acquired concubine of the esteemed Fan Yucheng is said to be exceptionally cherished. Strangely, instead of indulging in the company of his beloved in the dead of night, he finds solace in his study. As a mere jailer, not a particularly significant official, one would expect him to revel in the attentions of his concubine rather than retreat to his study under the cloak of darkness. There must be something amiss. Chen Guanlou, hidden atop the roof of the study, stifles his breath and listens intently. His audacity to do so stems from the certainty that Fan Yucheng, a first-rank martial artist, would remain oblivious to his presence. Li Shiyi, ever the faithful attendant, stand by Fan Yucheng's side. Do not worry excessively. Dong Wang, he counsels. Fan Yucheng sighs, expressing his only concern is to avoid the fate that befell Jiang Yucheng. Zhang's downfall was a consequence of his indiscretion and lack of thoroughness, which incurred the displeasure of those in power. Dong Wang has considered every aspect, and since the matters have been handled appropriately, we are assured there will be no missteps. Shiyi persistently urges. In the late hours, it would be unwise for Fan Yucheng to be muddled, but on a spring evening, what joy is there in not embracing a woman in sleep? Why invite unnecessary troubles? The course of events has already been set. Regretting now is futile, and they must continue down this path until its conclusion. Fan Yucheng, plagued by anxiety, reflects that while everything has unfolded smoothly, an unexpected unease is settled in his heart. The matter regarding the 23rd has no backing, and the coroner has already examined the corpse. Everything appears in order. Why should Dongwing be troubled? My worries do not lie with the incident concerning the 23rd, but rather with the actions we are about to undertake. He confides. Currently, His Majesty is engrossed in alchemical pursuits, favoring Jiangtu and neglecting state affairs. He is no longer the diligent ruler of his earlier years. Meanwhile, the crown prince has fallen out of favor and lacks the emperor's trust, while other princes grow restless. Should we err at this juncture, the consequences could be irreparable. Chen Guanlou quietly departs from the Fan residence, resuming his duties as usual. Each day, he conducts solitary inspections of the A-grade prison, paying particular attention to the conditions of cell 27. The inmate there appears in good health, free from illness or scrutiny, and yet he notices an increasing anxiety within the prisoner. While engaging in casual conversation with Lord Jin, he casually mentions Li Shaoqing of the Dali Temple. Lord Jin hastily warns him to steer clear of anyone bearing the surname Li, labeling them a calamity and cautioning against the potential for fatal repercussions. Is it truly that severe? Chen Guanlou inquires, intrigued. You have crossed paths with Yu Zhaoan. The only consequence of that is that once he is released, he may seek to complicate your life, possibly even jeopardizing it. If you become entangled with the Li surname, you could find yourself quietly perishing at home, without any knowledge of who orchestrated your demise. In that moment, Chen Guanlou comprehends the implications that why Yu Zhaoan plays his hand openly. His obstinacy and pride rendering him disinclined to employ deceit. Even when he curses the old emperor, it is done openly. If he intends to kill, he will do so directly and brazenly. In contrast, the machinations surrounding Li Shaoqing are cloaked in secrecy, entangling countless individuals and interests in a dangerous game. Once implicated, any party could swiftly eliminate a meddlesome individual without a trace, akin to the fate that befell the 23rd inmate, who was simply a weakling and met a tragic end. An egregious injustice. Thank you. Lord Jin, for your warning. I am now aware. Lord Jin, pleased to see Chen Guanlou heeding his advice, expresses satisfaction. Your case has yielded no news thus far. Would you like me to inquire on your behalf? Chen Guanlou contemplates returning the favor, for he is a principled individual. Lord Jin has often provided him clarity without causing him trouble, and he wishes to reciprocate. Believing it to be a simple matter, to his surprise, Lord Jin declines, stating, I've already made my own assessments regarding my case. There is no need for you to inquire further. Is there a chance of release? Chen Guanlou asks with concern. Lord Jin offers no response, neither affirming nor denying, simply remarking, everything is dictated by fate. His tone suggests a lack of optimism. Having been imprisoned on charges of corruption, it should be possible to secure one's life by repaying the misappropriated funds. Could it be that Lord Jin has not fully repaid his dues, or perhaps he has exhausted his resources in an attempt to fill the void? Chen Guanlou, feeling powerless, can only offer words of comfort, urging him to remain hopeful. Yet, to his astonishment, Lord Jin scoffs, the old emperor is excessively ambitious, cruel, and now possesses an insatiable greed. I am certain that the vast majority of those incarcerated in this dungeon will never see freedom again, unless one possesses the backing of powerful allies like Yu Zhaoan or the intervention of the Jixia Academy. Those of us without formidable connections face either death or being completely forgotten in this prison. The longest-held prisoners here have languished for nearly 30 years. Chen Guanlou is well aware of this. In the last few cells of the A-grade prison, several long-term inmates remain, with one having endured captivity for nearly 3 decades. 30 years, Lord Jin laments, expressing sympathy for the plight of the inmates. How many 30-year spans can one expect in life? The prime of youth, the most splendid years squandered in a lightless cell. How tragic, how lamentable, how pitiable, and how infuriating. Had one not pursued education or ventured into the realm of governance, they would not have faced such a fate. That I fear that the family of that unfortunate soul has long forgotten him. Rest assured, Lord Jin, that the family of that inmate has not forgotten him. They regularly send clothing and money to him. It is their support that sustains him through 30 years of imprisonment. Without it, he would either have gone mad or succumbed to death. Please convey my regard to that individual that I would rather die than endure 30 years of incarceration. This reflects Lord Jin's resolute perspective on life. The days spent in the dungeon are simply unbearable. Although the conditions here are superior to those of a C-grade prison, for those who once wielded power, every moment is an agonizing trial. Upon spotting Chen Guanlou conducting his rounds in the prison, Yu Zhaoan's gaze fixates upon him with intensity. Chen Guanlou can only respond with a rueful smile, thinking to himself that there is no need for such a high-ranking official to stoop to the level of a lowly jailer. The world scorns this official for being petty and vengeful. You would do well to be cautious. Yu Zhaoan warns that avoid daily torment. You are here now. Why not simply end my suffering and be done with it? For you, killing an ordinary person would be but a fleeting act. Chen Guanlou stands boldly before the cell door, exuding a demeanor of one ready to embrace his fate, closing his eyes as he awaits the inevitable. Yu Zhaoan, incensed, bellows, a mere jailer dares to plot against me. Such audacity is beyond comprehension. You are certain I would refrain from acting against you, especially in this prison, which emboldens your insolence, you wretched thief. Mark my words, once I am free, I shall not spare you. Chen Guanlou slowly opens his eyes and furrows his brow. Challenging, is it your nature, you Darren, to harbor such vicious suspicions of others' intentions? Do you truly believe every soul is steeped in malice, scheming against one another, and devoid of virtue? If so, it appears you are convinced that human nature is inherently corrupt. Is it not the case that human nature is fundamentally good? Yu Zhaoan scoffs, his expression dripping with disdain, as if mocking Chen Guanlou's naivety. With a light chuckle, Chen Guanlou senses he has struck a nerve with Yu Zhaoan, understanding his temperament and how to navigate this encounter. I contend that human beings are born without the constructs of good or evil. Have you ever encountered an infant? Nurture them toward goodness, and they shall embody it. Instill in them wickedness, and they shall adopt it. Absent guidance, children will act according to primal instincts. Survival is their only imperative. If an action promotes survival, They will undertake it, heedless of moral considerations. Why Yu Zhaoan appears momentarily taken aback. Clearly, this is a novel perspective for him. One that seems both intriguing and reasonable. He furrows his brow, pacing irritably within the confines of his cell, struggling with the notion that humanity could lack a definitive moral compass. Chen Guanlou internally rejoices, realizing that his philosophical inquiry has successfully ensnared Yu Zhaoan's attention. Did you, Darren, intuitively grasp the distinction between good and evil from a young age? Was it not the teachings of your mentors and parents that illuminated such concepts for you? If you were to venture into remote, uncharted territories devoid of educators, where children lack guidance, you would find them acting solely on instinct. In such places, the dichotomy of good and evil is virtually non-existent. The concepts of good and evil have evidently left Yu Zhaoan perplexed. In the days that follow, he no longer fixes Chen Guanlou with a murderous glare. Chen Guanlou silently expresses gratitude. If this opportunity could dispel Yu Zhaoan's murderous intentions, he need not risk his safety contemplating how to eliminate a third-rank martial artist, a disciple of the Jixia Academy. How splendid it would be for everyone to coexist peacefully, each tending to their own affairs. He in his official capacity, and I continuing as a jailer, ensuring a tranquil world. As the heat intensified, the stench from the prison became increasingly unbearable. A convict, having endured torture, bore wounds all over his body. And each time I passed the cell door, I had to cover my mouth and nose, observing the maggots infesting the convict's wounds, fearing an outbreak of disease. Chen Guanlou instructed the jailers to summon a physician to attend to the convict's injuries and administer medicine. Such a minor act. Yet one Yuli made a mountain out of a molehill. He summoned me to his office to berate me vehemently. Questioning my intelligence and understanding of rules, he demanded to know when it became the prerogative of a mere jailer to intervene in matters decreed from above. Every expense in the prison is accounted for. Who authorized you to procure medical assistance for the convicts? Did you consult me, the jailer, before taking such liberties? Chen Guanlou, do you still wish to remain a jailer? Chen Guanlou would never commit such a faux pas as to disregard protocol. I was compelled to defend myself. Replying to Wan Yuli, 10 days ago, I submitted a report to prevent an outbreak of disease, requesting medication for the tortured convict. His wounds have become infested with maggots. Should we fail to treat him, a death would be a minor concern compared to the potential epidemic that could arise within these walls. The conditions of the prison are widely known to foster malignant illnesses. Although the inmates are deemed convicts, one cannot guarantee that any of them may not regain their positions in the future. To prevent any unspeakable tragedies, I deemed it necessary to take appropriate measures. You still think you have a point? Are you accusing me of disregarding the lives of the convicts and the jailers? Allowing a plague to fester in the prison? Chen Guanlou, how dare you? Wan Yuli was beside himself with rage. He knew that Chen Guanlou was merely pretending to be docile while harboring ulterior motives. Unaware of what mischief was brewing beneath the surface, what talk of disease and unspeakable events was merely a scare tactic. The prison had endured such conditions year after year. Even if everyone in the capital perished, the prison would remain undisturbed. Nonsense. I absolutely do not mean that. Chen Guanlou bowed his head slowly. You know very well how it stands. Let me remind you, the A-class prison is not for you to dictate at any time. Since you refuse to abide by the rules, I see no reason for you to continue in your position. Wan Yuli's true intentions finally emerged. He had long sought to find a fault in Chen Guanlou, aiming to expel him from the A-class prison, perhaps even from the entire facility. Yet he had struggled to find a suitable opportunity. Chen Guanlou adhered strictly to the prison's regulations, never participating in gambling, performing his duties diligently, and sharing funds appropriately, adapting as necessary without rigidity. Such conduct had long vexed Wan Yuli, who regarded Chen as a troublesome stone in a latrine, both foul and obstinate. Now, he had finally grasped Chen Guanlou's weakness. If he did not exploit it to the fullest, he would not bear the name Wan. Chen Guanlou, however, remained resolute, asserting, I have a clear conscience that if you find my presence intolerable, please reassign me to the C-class prison. I shall not argue, Daha. Do you truly believe that with the support of Fan Yuqing, I am powerless against you? Just wait and see. Get out of my sight. Chen Guanlou turned on his heel, leaving without uttering a single farewell, completely disregarding Wan Yuli's authority. In a fit of rage, Wan Yuli hurled the documents in his hand at him. Yet, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, Chen Guanlou deftly caught the flying papers and tossed them accurately onto Wan Yuli's desk. Wan Yuli was momentarily taken aback. Grateful he did not pursue, he was filled with pent-up frustration, determined to expel Chen from the prison. However, this matter required the approval of Fan Yuqing. As Chen was his protege, a subordinate, he had to maintain a facade of respect and deference to his superior. Upon returning to the duty room, Chen Guanlou was seething with anger. Several jailers surrounded him, their concern palpable, yet none dared to speak. Compared to the previous head Zhao, they preferred serving under Chen, who adhered to rules, never misusing their labor for personal gain, ensuring that everyone received their fair share of silver, neither greedy nor neglectful, and never coercing them into gambling. During head Zhao's tenure, they were compelled to wager their earnings, with each losing a portion to Zhao before he would relent. Furthermore, due to Chen's influence, their team remained consistently intact. As a result, their earnings had doubled over the past few months, allowing them to accumulate savings and consider purchasing a small residence. Who would have thought Wan Yuli would surface to create trouble? This situation was troubling. Should head Chen depart, any successor would likely mirror head Zhao, focus solely on profit, exploiting not only the convicts but also the underlings. Life would regress to its former, dreary state, devoid of meaning. Should we invite Master Li for a drink? Xiao Jin suggested. Chen Guanlou remained silent, weighing whether to stay in the A-class prison or seize this chance to return to the C-class prison. Even a transfer to the B-class prison seemed preferable to remaining in the A-class. However, individuals like him, frequently reassigned, were viewed as anomalies within the prison system that he merely wished to blend in, occasionally attending to personal matters. Yet it proved exceedingly difficult. Has anyone died today? Head Chen asked. Relieved to hear? No, today is quite peaceful. No deaths. Thankfully, Head Chen had acted decisively in summoning the physician to attend to the tortured convict. The weather was unbearable. It was only March, yet it felt like midsummer. The stench within the cells was relentless. Head Chen, perhaps we should consider spending some money to appease Wan Yuli, one jailer suggested. Chen Guanlou scoffed. Do you all believe that the conflict between Wan Yuli and myself can be resolved with money? The four jailers fell silent. Chen continued. If I could produce over 1,000 taels of silver, perhaps I could temporarily defuse the situation. But why should I expend such a fortune? Moreover, even if I were to spend money, it would not guarantee a resolution. This is not merely a matter of mutual conflict. It is akin to severing one's livelihood, akin to killing one's parents. Even if I were to declare that I would overlook past grievances, would Wan Yuli believe me? This is a complicated matter. The jailers were at a loss. Chen Guanlou reassured them. Continue to do your duties diligently. Do not allow my situation to affect your own. Wan Yuli's attempt to deal with me will not be so easily accomplished. Disperse. Do not linger here, he instructed. The four jailers left the duty room, returning to their posts. Chen Guanlou calculated his available silver, finding himself in a relatively comfortable position. Following Master Li's path would certainly pose no issue. Yet, he pondered whether he should remain in the A-class prison. Chen Guanlou expended considerable funds to host Master Li at the Zue Xianglu, enjoying music and floral wine, even inviting a courtesan to accompany them. He had come to a decision. He would continue to stay in the A-class prison. The financial benefits were one reason, but more importantly, he could not concede, could not bow to Wan Yuli. Bowing was easy, but lifting one's head again would prove difficult. Wan Yuli wielded his authority like a weapon, aiming not only to usurp his position, but to expel him from the prison entirely. A clear act of oppression. It was one thing to steal his position. Now he sought to further belittle Chen, and that was intolerable. If he did not retaliate, how would others perceive him in the future? Who would accord him any respect? One must uphold their dignity. Even if he could forsake his face, it should be a voluntary decision, not one imposed by another. As the dishes were cleared and the wine flowed, both men became increasingly inebriated, the atmosphere ripe for meaningful discussion. You have quite the charm, my friend. Rest assured, I am well aware of your circumstances, and I shall surely speak favorably of you to Lord Fan. Thank you, Master Li. I raise my glass to you. Please enjoy. Ha! I've always known you possess an impressive tolerance for alcohol. I shall have it tested another day. Masterly, you flatter me. I am merely relying on my youth. You are too modest. The conflict between you and one Yuli is well known among all in the prison. Lord Fan also concurs with your perspective. This season is indeed conducive to disease, and caution is warranted. Rest assured, one Yuli's ambitions to expel you are mere fantasies. Upon hearing this, Chen Guanlou felt a measure of relief. Masterly waved his hand, and the courtesan gracefully stood, saying, I shall brew a pot of tea to help the gentleman sober up. Please wait a moment. The courtesan gracefully departed the private room, accompanied by several other ladies. Chen Guanlou anticipated that Li Shura would have something to convey to him, as expected, after a brief silence. Li Shura remarked, the place known as the Heavenly Prison possesses a most sinister aura. Although Master Fan serves as the prison vice, he often finds himself compelled to heed the directives from above. Leaving him with a sense of impotence, Chen Guanlou hastily replied, if Master Fan bears any worries, I am more than willing to share his burdens. I Shura nodded in approval. Ah, you are quite astute. He continued, you may not be aware, but a significant tax protest has erupted in Jiangnan, where those rebels audaciously assaulted the yamen. The momentum of the situation had been quelled, yet a careless official from the Shaofu brought the matter to the attention of His Majesty. Chen Guanlou was momentarily bewildered. The tax protests in Jiangnan seem utterly unrelated to the heavenly prison. This convoluted connection truly warranted. Li Shura, however, did not wait for his understanding, but elaborated. Do you know who this case implicates? Pray, enlighten me, for my intellect is insufficient to grasp it. Chen Guanlou murmured. Li Shura stroked his beard in feigned profundity. I shall not hesitate to inform you. This matter involves Jiang Tuesday. Jiang Durun? How could that be? Chen Guanlou expressed his confusion, for he knew Jiang Tu to be a native of the capital who had never been dispatched elsewhere. How could his influence extend to Jiangnan? That region is the domain of powerful officials who would dare overreach. Even the princes and lords conduct their affairs in Jiangnan discreetly, veiling their dealings behind numerous layers of anonymity. I Shura chuckled. Adopting an air of mystery, as the most favored minister by His Majesty, many are eager to walk through Jiang Tu's doors. It was only a matter of time before they stirred trouble in Jiangnan. It just so happens that it has erupted at this very moment. Dare I ask, what relevance does this have to Master Fan and the heavenly prison? What course of action should I take? Li Shura, pleased with Chen Guanlou's perceptiveness, queried, are you aware of the inmate in cell 27? Li Shaoqing from the Dali Temple. Precisely, he affirmed. Master Fan is troubled. The tax protest implicates the Dali Temple to some extent. Do you understand now? Chen Guanlou's mouth opened in silence as he grappled with the intricate web of connections. The prior act of intimidation was aimed at dissuading Li Shaoqing from the Dali Temple. Now, with the tax protest surfacing, it appeared Jiang Tu was also entangled. This led him to a bold conjecture. Could it be that Li Shaoqing was in league with Jiang Durun? When had Jiang Durun built such a formidable network? The thought of ensnaring a Dali Temple minor official was truly impressive. Where do your thoughts wander? Li Shura rolled his eyes. Li Shaoqing is, of course, unrelated to Jiang Durun. However, Li Durun once served as an official in Jiangnan, holding the position of censor. Chen Guanlou leaned slightly forward, whispering, are you suggesting that Li Durun should confront Jiang Durun? Li Shura's satisfaction was palpable. Indeed, you are quite insightful. Chen Guanlou felt a surge of disbelief. Is that feasible? Two individuals so seemingly disconnected can be entwined. That is not for you to worry about. What do you think I should do? Li Durun would likely relish the opportunity to confront Jiang Durun. Logically, this should not pose a challenge for him. Yet Li Shura's serious demeanor indicated the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. If one were to implicate Jiang Tu, it would inevitably involve Zhao, and the two had once served in the same court, both as censors. Moreover, it likely entangled officials from Jiangnan. This case would prove to be a daunting endeavor. The implication that Li Shaoqing should bear the brunt of this issue made sense of his reluctance to speak. Expect him to shoulder this alone would be tantamount to sentencing him to death. The old emperor was capricious, and executing a few officials was a trivial matter, especially when it involved a favored courtier like Jiang Tuesday. Chen Guanlou feigned difficulty. However, I am not adept at torture or coercion. He truly wished to avoid this mess, not wanting to tarnish his hands. Yet Li Shiya was unyielding. Master Fan is in distress. Should we not alleviate his burdens? Young Chen, at such a critical juncture. You must not be muddled. At that moment, Chen Guanlou longed to abandon his post. It was absurd that he, merely a prison guard, was drawn into such dark dealings that he wondered which official concocted this scheme, trading Li Shaoqing's future and life for Jiang Tu's downfall. Moreover, it was uncertain whether Jiang Tu could even be toppled. Regardless, he was not optimistic about the situation. The old emperor clearly relied on Jiang Tu, while the powerful officials sought to oppose him. Eventually, this would lead to significant turmoil. Why then, the powerful would remain unscathed while insignificant figures like him would perish. However, if he dared to refuse now, he would surely find himself on Master Fan's blacklist. Unless he wished to forsake his position in the heavenly prison, a treasure he was reluctant to relinquish. Gritting his teeth, he pondered just how far Master Fan intended to go. Li Shiya, thoroughly satisfied, observed, "You are quite perceptive. You have a promising future ahead." With Master Fan's decree, the threats from a myriad prison guards would dissipate. Chen Guanlou's position as head guard remained secure, yet the heavy burden now rested squarely on his shoulders. That night, while the guards indulged in gambling within the duty room, Chen Guanlou quietly slipped out, stealthily approaching the entrance of cell 20-7. Li Shaoqing, ever vigilant, sensed a gaze upon him and immediately opened his eyes. Recognizing Chen Guanlou at the cell door, he appeared momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting his presence. It's head Chen. Why are you awake at this late hour, not gambling, but standing before my cell? Quite unnerving. Li Shaoqing jested, sitting up with an air of calm. How is Master Li faring in the heavenly prison? Is the food to your liking? Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. I shall do my utmost to accommodate. Chen Guanlou lowered his voice, striving to exude goodwill. He had his own plans and did not wish to come off as threatening from the outset. He firmly believed that all matters could be negotiated, even those of life and death. As for why he and the myriad prison guards had never engaged in dialogue, it stemmed from a mutual lack of desire to sit down and converse. Perhaps in the eyes of the myriad prison guards, Chen Guanlou, was unworthy of a discussion. Conversely, in Chen Guanlou's perspective, the myriad prison guards were inconsequential, not worth engaging in the heavenly prison. Everyone relied on their own abilities. If someone fell into misfortune, it was simply their fate. That Li Shaoqing was unreserved, stating, "Bring me any books, regardless of their content. I have read the ones in this prison countless times and am utterly fatigued by them. Consider it a small matter. I shall procure some for you by tomorrow," Chen Guanlou readily assured. Li Shaoqing did not inquire about his motives and instead engaged in idle chatter. Eventually, Chen Guanlou could no longer contain himself and queried, "Master Li, have you ever contemplated your future prospects?" This topic felt rather expansive and distant. Li Shaoqing chuckled knowingly. What prospects could there be? Simply surviving is already a stroke of fortune. I am no match for the officials emerging from the Jixia Academy. Was this a veiled jab at Zhaoan? Both were prisoners in the heavenly prison, yet everyone assumed Zhao and would eventually be released. It was merely a matter of time before the old emperor forgot about the incident or calmed down, at which point Zhao and could submit a plea for forgiveness and be freed without question. Casting aside that thought, Chen Guanlou added, "Occasionally pondering it is harmless. Opportunities lie before us. It merely depends on who seizes them." Li Shaoqing chuckled. "So you have come as a negotiator. Has there been a dearth of individuals above, or are they concerned that associating with my case will taint them? Both scenarios hold true. I am a novice negotiator. Experiencing this for the first time," Chen Guanlou candidly acknowledged, not concealing the fact that he was but a pawn in this game. Yet if one underestimated him merely for being a pawn, they would find him far from easy to handle. How rare. Li Shaoqing scrutinized Chen Guanlou anew. "According to your heavenly prison's usual practices, shouldn't you be dragging me to the torture chamber to witness the darkest depths of this place? Then you would resort to coercion to achieve your aims, but here you stand, at the cell door. What can you truly accomplish? Merely gambling for an opportunity," Chen Guanlou replied, "that if we can avoid torture, that would be best. Wouldn't you agree, Master Li?" He expressed his sincerity, demonstrating genuine intent. He possessed no proclivity for torture nor any fondness for gruesome scenes. He had visited the torture chamber once, and merely seeing the various instruments of torment made him feel profoundly uncomfortable. After all, he had awakened to wisdom from a past life. Rather than being a complete native, his worldview was shaped by the experiences of his previous existence. Within his mind, a faint vestige of the concept of lawfulness lingered. Even after being assimilated, he would steadfastly adhere to his own principles, striving to accomplish tasks within the confines of those principles. However, when pushed to the brink, he could easily transform into a villain, fully embodying the despicable jailer that people spoke of. Xiaoqing slowly shook his head. Indeed, the newcomer was not as adept as the other jailers. Yet Chen Guanlou interjected that Jiangtu cannot be toppled, at least not for the time being. Li Xiaoqing gazed at him in astonishment, rendered speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chen Guanlou took a deep breath and continued, "They want you to be the prominent figure merely to enhance their assurance. They will not place all their bets on you. You are not yet that significant. Xiaoqing scratched his ear, realizing these words were dictated by those above. Who told you I am unimportant? What matters is that I stand by your side. I do not wish for you to suffer punishment. Why should I trust you?" Li Xiaoqing regarded Chen Guanlou with suspicion. "I simply wish to fulfill my task. I have no interest in matters beyond that, nor do I intend to understand them. You are my target, and I do not wish my first assignment to conclude with a gruesome outcome. Lord Li, you may doubt my intentions and my stance, but one thing you must not question is my determination to accomplish the task at hand. Courteousness before conflict is my way of showing respect to you." Chen Guanlou held his gaze steady, without flinching or displaying any sign of guilt. Throughout, he remained forthright. He did not expect his words to sway Li Xiaoqing. But what if they did? It was worth a try. Thus, he arrived tonight, filled with sincerity, seeking a mutually beneficial collaboration. That it remained to be seen whether Li Xiaoqing would cooperate. The higher-ups desired Li Xiaoqing's loyalty, urging him to step forward against Jiangtu. Fan Yuqing, in an effort to curry favor with the officials above, had privately accepted this task. Initially, he resorted to intimidation, but upon realizing the lack of effect, he sought a more forceful approach. As a newcomer in the A-class prison, Chen Guanlou, as the head, was expected to present his loyalty that it was impossible to reap benefits without getting one's hands dirty. This was against the rules of the celestial prison. The celestial prison. No one could remain unscathed. Since one had chosen to be a jailer, they must learn to be a villain, a person forever stained with infamy. A wish to remain untainted was to stand in opposition to the celestial prison and to Fan Yuqing. Before the officials, Fan Yuqing was subservient. Yet before the jailers, he wielded absolute power over life and death, all resting on a mere thought. Chen Guanlou understood well that even without conflict with Wan Yuli, Li Shiye would eventually demand his loyalty, that if he wished to thrive in the celestial prison, he had to accept its unspoken rules. Xiaoqing blinked, seemingly taken aback to hear such earnest and insightful words from a jailer. Curiously, he inquired, "Chen, have you received an education? I attended private school for 2 years, but did not achieve anything remarkable." "What a pity," lamented Li Xiaoqing, regretting that an educated individual had willingly descended into the role of a jailer. Approaching the prison door, he fixed his gaze on Chen Guanlou and declared, "Return to those above and tell them that if they wish for me to pledge my loyalty, they must provide sufficient benefits." "What kind of benefits do you seek? Relay my words to those who instructed you, and they will understand my intent." With that, Li Xiaoqing returned to his cot, lying down, closing his eyes, and refused to engage with Chen Guanlou any further. Did he truly say that? Chen Guanlou stood before Fan Yuqing, with Li Shiye by his side. He nodded several times, asserting that he did not dare deceive the officials, and confirmed Li Xiaoqing said exactly that. As long as sufficient benefits are provided, he is willing to comply and pledge his loyalty. Fan Yuqing exchanged a glance with Li Shiye and inquired, "What do you think he desires in terms of benefits?" Li Shiye refrained from making assumptions, instead quietly suggesting, "This matter should be promptly reported to the higher-ups for their decision. Dongwing merely needs to follow directives to ensure safety." Fan Yuqing nodded, clearly in agreement with Li Shiye's proposal. As a mere jailer, he lacked the authority to make decisions, let alone partake in them. It was best to remain a loyal tool, obtain his share of benefits, and smoothly rise through the ranks in a year or two. Fan Yuqing turned to Chen Guanlou and remarked, "You did well this time. Your efforts alone were enough to persuade Li Shaoqing to cooperate. It seems I did not misjudge you. When it comes to tasks, it requires someone well-educated, intelligent, and steady in their actions. Had it been anyone else, another prisoner would have faced punishment, earning a reputation for brutality. In the future, I will entrust you with more responsibilities. Continue to excel, for I have high hopes for you." Chen Guanlou quickly expressed his loyalty, thanking Fan Darren for his support, promising to work diligently. "If there are no further instructions, I shall take my leave. Go on." Fan Yuqing waved his hand. Chen Guanlou bowed slightly and exited the office. Once he departed, Li Shiria leaned closer to Fan Yuqing and asked, "Does Dong Wang truly endorse Chen Guanlou? Could he be too young? Youth has its advantages. Their blood is still warm, and they are willing to work. Furthermore, he has received an education and understands the nuances. Rather than being solely driven by greed, I have heard he never participates in gambling. Indeed, Dong Wang is correct. Chen Guanlou does not partake in gambling. That is how one should conduct themselves in the future. Assign him more burdens for experience. He will soon be capable of standing on his own." Chen Guanlou had struck a stroke of luck, gaining the recognition of Dong Wang. This official is quite pleased to promote those beneath him. Fan Yuqing reveled in playing the role of a talent scout, filled with pride. Chen Guanlou executed his duties effectively, distinguishing himself among the jailers, further proving his discerning eye for talent. Such a reputation is built gradually. Although the celestial prison is a filthy place, where few pay attention, Fan Yuqing was still eager to showcase his ability to recognize talent, setting himself apart from other jailers and appearing unique. In governance, one must seize every opportunity. A seemingly trivial act could lead to fortune. Upon returning to the celestial prison, Chen Guanlou informed Li Shaoqing to await further news, assuring him that he had relayed the message. He also instructed the jailers under him to take good care of Li Shaoqing. Whatever his needs, as long as they adhere to the rules, fulfill them to the best of your ability. If other jailers mistreat him, you must navigate the situation carefully. Do not allow anyone to humiliate him. Understood? Understood. Chintu, is everything confirmed with Wan Yuli? So, Chintu won't be leaving. Rest assured, I will continue my duties in the A-class prison. Wan Yuli is reasonable and will not make things difficult for me. And one believed this statement. However, since Chun Tu had said so, the jailers naturally echoed him, praising Wan Yuli as a good official, fair in his dealings. When this news reached Wan Yuli's ears, he scoffed. Realizing how Chan was adept at managing relationships, he thought that by speaking well of the official behind his back, Wan Yuli would let him off the hook. How naive in this celestial prison. There are only lifelong jailers, not lifelong jailers. Fan Yuqing would eventually leave. Then, we shall see if he can still be so arrogant. This time, he suffered a silent loss, intending to take the opportunity to deal with Chen Guanlou, but was forcefully suppressed by Fan Yuqing. Losing face, the inmates in the neighboring C-class prison were already reveling in his misfortune, mocking him for his failed schemes and the loss of both face and stature. Old grievances coupled with new animosities. Wan Yuli was already seething with rage, eager to remove Chen Guanlou once and for all. Yet he was not reckless. Without certainty, he would not arrange for anyone to deliberately make things difficult for Chen Guanlou. He sought a decisive strike, one that could not be criticized. Now he could see that Fan Yuqing was genuinely protecting Chen Guanlou. Just by using his words, Chen Guanlou had persuaded Li Shaoqing, executing the task beautifully. Compared to other jailers who were as dull as wooden mallets, he was a cut above. Before Fan Yuqing departed the celestial prison, he clearly had no opportunity to deal with Chen Guanlou. Wan Yuli could only stifle his anger for the time being that a subordinate suggested a foolish idea. Wan Tu, should we find a few people to deal with Chen? What good would that do? Can it make him leave? Don't engage in such self-defeating actions that if we act, we must do so thoroughly. Wan Yuli reprimanded, I apologize for my ignorance. I lack the foresight. Wan Yuli expressed disdain for his subordinates, lamenting, if only you would read more like Chen Guanlou and accomplish tasks merely by speaking, I wouldn't have to worry so much. All day long, they seem to know nothing but gambling, drinking, and chasing women, refusing even to turn a single page of a book. Do they even recognize 300 characters by now? Almost. Just a few more characters, and they would reach the count of 300, murmured the underling nervously. The warden of the prison was immediately filled with ire, exclaiming, "If you would only dedicate the time and money spent on gambling to your studies, how could someone named Chen have the audacity to show off?" The underlings, incensed, were not lacking in ambition. It was simply that the mere sight of books sent their heads spinning. They wished to learn characters, yet the characters seemed reluctant to reveal themselves to them. Nonsense. Utter drivel. The warden glared at his subordinates, brimming with frustration, and waved his arms dismissively, saying, "Get out, all of you. I do not wish to see your disgraceful antics before me." Once the underlings had departed, the warden casually picked up a book from his desk and began to leaf through it. However, after merely half a page, he felt dizzy, his mind swirling like a bowl of mush. This book is truly tedious. Where, pray tell, is the joy of silver? Where is the gentleness of women? They say that within books lie beauties akin to jade and houses of gold. Yet, he had seen not a trace of either. What use is reading? No matter how many books one reads, one still ends up as a mere prison guard. With that, he tossed the book aside, allowing it to gather dust. After all, with his level of education, being a prison guard was more than sufficient. He could hardly believe that Chen Guanlou could ever ride roughshod over him. Chen Guanlou had yet to consider any such ambitions. After finishing his duties, he meandered home, stopping along the way to purchase 2 pounds of marinated beef, intending to seek counsel from Master Du later that evening. Their neighbor, Sister Chunxiang, had recently taken in a tenant. Rumored to be a scholar preparing to seek guidance from esteemed teachers in the capital for next year's imperial examination. Due to limited family resources, he had opted to rent a room in Sister Chunxiang's home. Sister Chunxiang was a legitimate child of the Marquis's household, but had married into an outsider's family. When she wed, the Marquis graciously released her from her contract of servitude because of her presence. The entire family resided in the back alley of the Marquis's estate, providing mutual protection from the oppressive local authorities. And no matter how formidable the local enforcers were, they dared not wreak havoc on the Marquis's territory. Sister Chunxiang's husband was a man of martial prowess. Working at a security agency, he had recently accompanied a shipment out of town and had yet to return. Their household layout was similar to the Chun family's, with the addition of an extra room and a small suite, perfectly suitable for renting to supplement their income. Previously, they had rented to traveling merchants, but this was the first time they had taken in a scholar, which was quite a rarity. Sister Chunxiang, known for her boisterous voice, now spoke in a tone softened by 8 degrees, tinged with a hint of a dialect, which was indeed peculiar. Chen Guanlou sliced off 3 tails of marinated beef and delivered it to Sister Chunxiang's home. With 3 children in her household, 3 tails of beef would suffice to alleviate their hunger. He also intended to see what this new scholar was like. He hoped fervently that the scholar was not one with martial ambitions, as that might impede his own training. Knocking on the door, he entered Sister Chunxiang's home. She greeted him warmly, saying, "You're here. Why bring marinated beef? Have you eaten? If not, let us share a meal." "I have eaten," he replied. "I had some on my way back." The two families were quite familiar, and there was no pretense between them. Sister Chunxiang did not bother with formalities, serving tea while attending to her household chores and engaging in casual conversation. At that moment, the door to the east room swung open, and the scholarly tenant emerged, impeccably dressed, albeit with remnants of sleep still lingering in the corners of his eyes, red veins visible. "Why, Mr. Zhao, are you up so early today? Did you have breakfast outside, or shall I prepare it for you? There's millet at home. I can make some porridge. Then I trouble you to prepare a bowl of millet porridge and a basket of steamed buns." "Mr." Zhao replied, handing Sister Chunxiang some coins. She instructed her eldest child to go out and buy the buns, specifically reminding him to purchase from Zhang's, known for their generous fillings and sizable buns. She also discreetly advised her child to buy an extra basket for Chen Guanlou, ensuring that 2 servings of millet porridge would be prepared. This gentleman, Mr. Zhao, had evidently noticed the unfamiliar Chen Guanlou and inquired with curiosity. Chen Guanlou smiled and introduced himself. "I am Chen Guanlou, your neighbor." Mr. Zhao exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. "You're the young man working as a guard in the dungeons." "Indeed, a pleasure to meet you." Mr. Zhao did not harbor any disdain for the prison guards. nor did he seek to become overly familiar, maintaining a proper social distance. "Where are you from, Mr. Zhao?" Chen Guanlou inquired about his origins. That Mr. Zhao, showing no signs of hesitation or wariness, replied, "I hail from Fuzhou. Fuzhou is a fine place." "How are you finding the capital?" Chen Guanlou continued. "The cuisine here differs greatly from that of Fuzhou. It's all right. It's not my first time traveling, and I adapt quite well," Mr. Zhao said, pride evident in his words. A young man in his 20s, still reveling in the stage of wanting to impress. Chen Guanlou discerned that Mr. Zhao lacked martial lineage and had never trained in martial arts, which eased his worries. "If you encounter any troubles in the capital, feel free to let me know." He offered that I can assist with matters pertaining to the streets. He did not boast of grand capabilities, but merely mentioned that he could help with street-level issues, implying that he was of no use in official matters. That Mr. Zhao, upon hearing this, felt a surge of goodwill and suggested treating Chen Guanlou to a drink. Chen Guanlou agreed, suggesting they should drink together another day when he could introduce Mr. Zhao to the local customs. As noon approached, Chen Guanlou made his way to Master Du's residence. Master Du's wife was back in their hometown, and their children were also there, leaving only an old servant to attend to him. Each time Chen Guanlou visited, Master Du was pleased, not only because Chen brought wine and food, but also because the two could engage in meaningful conversation. Master Du, who taught at the Marquis's estate, often felt lonely, lacking anyone to converse with. Chen Guanzhou's visits filled that void, adding vibrancy to his life. Upon seeing Chen Guanlou, Master Du warmly welcomed him, instructing the old servant to take the marinated beef to the kitchen, slice it, and serve it up. That he also arranged for a couple of side dishes, as he was in high spirits today. "Last time, I was grateful for your advice," Master Du began. Curious, Chen Guanlou asked, "What did the Marquis say? Did he express any stance on the matter?" Master Du sighed. "After the Marquis learned of my situation, he assured me that I could teach without worry about the second master. He mentioned that he trusted my character and scholarship, and should any issues arise at the private school, I could report directly to him." "Congratulations, Master Du. From now on, you need not fear the second master's scrutiny, nor worry about losing your position at the Marquis's private school," Chen Guanlou said, genuinely pleased for him. Master Du was indeed quite knowledgeable, and at this moment, Chen Guanlou had no desire to seek another mentor. Master Du chuckled heartily, feeling quite pleased with himself, and raised his cup for a toast. The two of them drank until they were pleasantly tipsy, at which point Master Du broached another topic. "What you said last time truly startled me. When I met the Marquis, I took the liberty to mention a couple of things based on your suggestion. The Marquis's expression was unreadable, and I dared not speak much. However, I suspect he took my words to heart." After glancing around, Master Du lowered his voice, continuing, "A few days ago, I heard that the Marquis has replaced the doctor treating the madam and the young lady, and it seems the prescription was altered as well." Chen Guanlou picked up a slice of marinated beef, smiling. "Both the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are unwell. I suspected something was amiss. And indeed, the Marquis has changed doctors. Surely the Marquis's wife has not remained silent regarding this? Word has it that the Marquis's wife used the excuse of a fit to reprimand a few servants and also chastise the second young lady, claiming she had not learned her manners properly. By the way, the second young lady belongs to the main branch. Although she is a concubine's child, she was raised under the madam's care and treated like a legitimate daughter." Upon hearing this, Chen Guanlou scoffed. "The matriarch is clearly in a rush. One must not act in haste, for haste leads to mistakes. Surely, her reprimanding the servants and the second young lady will raise suspicions in the Marquis's eyes. However, the matriarch is quite robust and holds the high ground of filial piety. The Marquis's household still has battles to fight." Master Du nodded in agreement. "I share your thoughts. It's impressive that you, at such a young age, can perceive so much. Where did you acquire such wisdom? Did you forget, Master? I spent several years making a living with my elder sister in the Su family, and I've learned to read people's hearts. Now, I work in the dungeons. In the dungeons, one encounters all sorts of characters. Without 108 clever strategies, one would have been sold long ago. How can the dungeons be so perilous?" Master Du queried, puzzled. "In the common understanding, isn't a dungeon guard merely tasked with overseeing prisoners? Why must there be a battle of wits?" Such matters are for officials to contend with, Chen Guanlou scoffed, declaring, the dangers of the dungeons rival those of the officialdom. Alas, we mere jailers are but insignificant figures, unworthy of anyone's attention, and thus our plight remains unknown to the outside world. Society views us as cruel and lowly, a horde of insatiable pests. Little do they realize that while we handle money, we also bear immense risks. The bulk of our earnings is surrendered to those above us, while the blame rests solely on our shoulders. After listening, Master Du sighed, remarking that no profession is without its difficulties. Even those selling wares on the street must carefully cultivate relations with the local constables to avoid having their stalls overturned, thereby jeopardizing their livelihoods. Come, allow me to raise a toast to you, he said. Chen Guanlou hastily replied, No, Master, the honor is mine to bestow upon you. Although I have not studied under your guidance, your teachings over these past months have greatly enhanced my knowledge. I have discovered that reading extensively is indeed beneficial. At the very least, it allows me to engage in conversation with the adults in the prison, who are now willing to lend me their ear and grant me a glance of recognition. Master Du chuckled heartily, intrigued. So those officials who have fallen into the dungeon still carry themselves with such arrogance. Do they not fear being harassed by you jailers? Such is the nature of idle chatter. Chen Guanlou sighed. It is only natural to speak the truth, and a little exaggeration does no harm. The plight of the jailers is indeed dire. Who would dare to vex them? For who knows when they might regain their positions? And with a mere glance or a word, they could easily bring ruin to our livelihoods. Not only must we refrain from harassment, but we must also serve them as if they were lords. Do you not see how difficult our lot is? Indeed, it is a struggle for us all. Master Du nodded, his head shaking in contemplation, sparking a moment of inspiration that compelled him to take up his writing instruments. Chen Guanlou eagerly prepared the ink, eager to witness the fruits of the master's creativity. Master Du had initially intended to craft a splendid piece, but after penning only the beginning, he found himself at a loss for words. Chen Guanlou, anxious yet hesitant to urge him on, offered gentle encouragement. A masterpiece is born of nature. It is the deft hand that discovers it. You possess the wisdom and depth to create something beautiful. As the daylight waned, it lacked the ambience conducive to writing that we must wait for nightfall, when the world quiets, and inspiration shall surely flow like a fountain. He continued, my dear Xiao Lu, how eloquently you speak. Especially those opening lines. A masterpiece is born of nature. It is the deft hand that discovers it. Splendid, truly splendid. I had not anticipated your poetic talent. It is a pity you do not continue your studies. Otherwise, you might have attained a degree of distinction. Please do not jest, Chen Guanlou replied. I have found myself in this dungeon, relegated to the role of a jailer. I have no standing to pursue the imperial examinations. Should the officials investigate my background, they would swiftly expose my shortcomings that I must remain self-aware and avoid mingling with scholars, lest I tarnish their reputation and be scorned. Chen Guanlou's expression was one of self-deprecation. Though he was of respectable status, eligible for the examinations, he chose the lowly profession of a jailer. Upon hearing of his occupation, others would furrow their brows, particularly the self-important scholars. Not all learned men are as accepting as Master Su, Master Du, or young Master Zhao, who harbor no disdain for jailers. Ultimately, his status as a good citizen had become tainted, his integrity now in question. Society assumes that jailers' hands are stained with blood, their hearts darkened by nefarious deeds. Can one who has taken a life truly claim purity? To insult the notion of innocence would invite ridicule. Master Du expressed his regret with a sigh, lamenting, "What a pity it is that you have found yourself in this dungeon, engaged in such a disreputable trade, such a shame." Yet, Chen Guanlou remained unfazed. Despite others lamenting his descent into the dungeon, he found sweetness in his circumstances. Without this prison, he would not have had the opportunity to hone his martial skills, nor gain access to advanced techniques that could elevate him. Within a year of training, he was already capable of defeating first-rate martial artists. Though he could not boast of his abilities, he felt an undeniable sense of satisfaction, a quiet joy that was the highest form of enjoyment. And one could fathom how much he cherished his role as a jailer. What did it matter if his status was lowly? In a world that revered martial prowess, Only the strong could truly stand tall. Moreover, with his possession of the elixir of eternal life, there was no better place to conceal himself than in the depths of the dungeon. With a nonchalant demeanor, he remarked, "There is nothing to regret but to gain. One must first sacrifice. In times past, I was so destitute that I had not but a single pair of undergarments, staring at the prospect of starvation. It was the profession of jailer that alleviated my immediate crisis, allowing me to accumulate some savings, enough to enjoy meat and wine every few days. Had I not taken this path, I might now be bowing under the burden of servitude in some merchant's establishment. Earning just enough to survive, I would be unable to assist my elder sister or even seek knowledge from you." "Master, enough, enough," Master Du interjected, waving his hands dismissively. "I am no glutton. A few ounces of meat and a couple of cups of wine suffice. I never hope to gain much wealth from your endeavors." Realizing Master Du had misunderstood, Chen Guanlou hurriedly clarified, "If I were to work in a merchant's house, I would toil from dawn until dusk. Even if I wished to seek your guidance, I would have neither the time nor the inclination. Unlike now, with my shifts, I can return home after my duties. I possess both wealth and leisure. Aside from my humble status, I live quite freely. Freedom is one thing, but it is a waste of talent." Master Du mused that "I possess no talent whatsoever," Chen Guanlou vehemently denied, preferring to be regarded as illiterate. "Why must you belittle yourself, Shaolu? After conversing with you for this length of time, I have a fair understanding of your capabilities. Although your foundational knowledge may be lacking, your thought processes are lively, capable of drawing connections and displaying originality. Such qualities are sorely lacking among contemporary scholars. If you could devote more time to solidifying your foundation, who knows, perhaps you might even aspire to be a Jinsher or at least a Jiren." "Oh dear," Chen Guanlou exclaimed, taken aback by Master Du's high praise. "You believe I possess the potential to become a Jiren?" His heart swelled with joy. To be recognized and praised was a delightful experience. It was no wonder the emperor relished flattery. Those who spoke the truth often found themselves sidelined. Sometimes, honesty could be painfully abrasive. As twilight descended, he finally departed from Master Du's residence, imbued with a slight intoxication as he navigated the streets towards home. In the distance, he spotted Lu Guan's servant, Lu Xiaochuan, leaning against the wall, exuding an air of mischief. Approaching, he greeted, "Lu Xiaoga, why are you not on duty today?" Lu Xiaochuan, startled to hear his name, relaxed upon recognizing Chen Guanlou. "Ah, it's you, Xiao Chun. Not on duty today. I've been on a night shift these past few days and haven't had the chance to fulfill my duties. What are you doing lurking about?" Given Chen Guanlou's newfound position, wealth, and the fact that he had already repaid Lu Guan's favor, he felt no need for pretense in their conversation. "Sure, they're coming," Lu Xiaochuan urged, pulling Chen Guanlou into the shadows. "Who is?" Chen Guanlou inquired. Puzzled. Just then, a carriage turned into the alley, and suddenly, a group of ruffians emerged from both sides, brandishing clubs and charging towards the vehicle. The frightened horse neighed and reared as the driver struggled to regain control. The occupants of the carriage, a young and handsome gentleman, leaped out. This young man, possessing some martial skills, swiftly seized a club from one of the ruffians and engaged in a brawl with them. "What is happening here? Did you instigate this?" Chen Guanlou asked Lu Xiaochuan, suspecting that this group of attackers had been sent by him to ambush the young gentleman. "Not all," Lu Xiaochuan scoffed. "He has not offended me. Rather, he has offended the second young lady. I am merely carrying out orders to avenge her." "Who is he?" "He's a relative of the eldest young lady's family, recently arrived in the capital and residing at the Ho residence. This fellow, thinking himself clever, meddled in the affairs of the second young lady, disrupting her plans. She, having a fiery temperament, instructed us to teach him a lesson. I reckon a good beating will suffice. Be careful not to injure him." "Don't worry. This lad knows some martial arts. He won't be harmed." Lu Xiaochuan was confident that this task would be simple and rewarding, already envisioning the reward he would seek from the second young lady afterward. At that moment, the young gentleman bellowed, "The second son of the city patrol censor is here. Who dares to lay a hand on me?" The patrol censor, though of lowly rank, wielded considerable power in recent years. Many significant cases in the capital had been instigated by the city patrol censors, often resulting in dire consequences. The ruffians, upon hearing the young gentleman's declaration, instantly froze, glancing at Lu Xiaochuan, awaiting his command. Lu Xiaochuan's mind raced. What was the son of the patrol censor doing in the carriage? More importantly, which censor? Please, let it not be the son of Censor Zhang. He couldn't fathom how the Yi family had become entangled with the son of a patrol censor, sharing a carriage no less. The individual surnamed Yi has only been in the capital for a little over a month, yet he has already forged a connection with the second son of the Grand Imperial Censor, to the extent that they can share the same carriage. Just as Lu Xiaochuan was lost in thought, another young gentleman emerged from the carriage, clutching his forehead and moaning in pain. Upon witnessing the carriage, surrounded by ruffians, and realizing that young Master Yi was injured, he bellowed in fury, in broad daylight, beneath the emperor's very feet, "How dare you attempt to rob a carriage? You seek death. What are you still standing there for? Quickly retreat." Chen Guanlou delivered a punch to Lu Xiaochuan's shoulder, reminding him, "Didn't you discuss a signal for retreat beforehand? Consider yourself fortunate." Without hesitation, he distanced himself from the scene of the incident, eager to extricate himself from this murky situation. Before departing, he offered a final warning to Lu Xiaochuan. Having already shown considerable benevolence to A.S. for assisting Lu Xiaochuan in resolving this matter, that was out of the question. His aspirations lay with becoming a martial arts master and aligning himself with someone like Lu Xiaochuan, who was in hot water, was not in his interest. Moreover, he owed Lu nothing and had no personal ties to him. Thus, he retreated decisively. Prompted by Chen's warning, Lu Xiaochuan let out a shout and sprinted away with great speed. The ruffians, seeing him flee, followed suit. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Young Master Yi, filled with rage, declared, "I know who they are. You can escape the monk, but not the temple. Brother Zhang, are you injured?" "I tumbled a couple of times, but I'm not seriously hurt." Young Master Yi replied, "These ruffians are clearly targeting you. It seems your days of the Marquis' residence are not easy. Should I intervene on your behalf? With my presence, I doubt the Marquis' household would dare to shelter them." "Thank you, Brother Zhang. Perhaps it would be best for me to go to the Marquis' residence to treat my injuries and summon a doctor for an examination." Young Master Yi was no pushover. Where the second young mistress had her debut on the first day of the month, he would make his appearance on the 15th. Not only was he standing up for himself, but he was also avenging a slight against his cousin, the Marquis' wife, who had long been suppressed by the second young mistress, a situation he found intolerable as a member of the maternal family. He felt compelled to defend her honor. Upon learning that her cousin was ambushed and beaten at the alleyway outside the Marquis' residence, the Marquis' wife was incensed. Although the assailants were unfamiliar, everyone knew Lu Xiaochuan was one of Lu's men who was utterly devoted to the second household. This incident was undoubtedly orchestrated by the second young mistress. Otherwise, even if Lu Xiaochuan had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to confront anyone. The Marquis' wife immediately caused an uproar, running to the matriarch, weeping and wailing, lamenting that the Marquis' residence was leaving her no avenue of escape, pushing her towards despair. Confined to her bed due to chronic illness, she had relinquished her authority as the housekeeper, yet they would not relent. Now, even her maternal cousin was not tolerated. She would rather be granted a cup of poison to die cleanly. Initially, the matriarch hoped to diffuse the situation, to minimize the issue. However, upon learning that the second son of the Grand Imperial Censor was also in the carriage and had sustained a considerable bump on his forehead, she was taken aback. The matriarch dispatched someone to summon the master of the house, seeking to quell the Marquis' wife's outcry by offering apologies and gifts to the Grand Imperial Censor's family. Hoping to resolve the matter, the master of the house, citing health reasons, chose to hide away. It was apparent that he intended for the Marquis' wife to continue her outcry, believing that the escalation of the situation would serve his purpose. The second household had been excessively overbearing. The second young mistress had become increasingly arrogant. Even her sisters-in-law's relatives were not spared. If they could not tolerate it, then so be it. Yet, they even resorted to ambushing and beating others. Utterly outrageous, absurd, and intolerably brazen. Did they truly believe the first household was without defenders? This also implicated the relatives of the first household. Most remarkably, young Master Yi had managed to become friends with the second son of the Grand Imperial Censor, showcasing impressive social skills. in a mere short time. He had befriended the sons of powerful figures in the capital, demonstrating social prowess far exceeding that of the young masters from the Marquis's residence. The matriarch, beleaguered by the cries of the Marquis's wife and the involvement of the Grand Imperial Censor's son, found herself compelled to take decisive action. Thus, all the ruffians were apprehended and thrown into the capital prison, while Lu Xiaochuan was incarcerated in the infamous Tian prison. Upon learning of Lu Xiaochuan's imprisonment, Chen Guanlou made a special visit to the prison to see him, bringing along food and drink. Seeing Chen Guanlou felt like a familial reunion to Lu Xiaochuan, nearly bringing him to tears. "Brother Chen, your loyalty is commendable. You haven't forgotten me." Chen Guanlou handed him the food, saying, "Eat up, that I know you aren't eating or sleeping well in here. So I brought this for you." "Who would have thought you would be the first to end up in Tian prison?" While munching on a chicken leg, Lu Xiaochuan replied, "When Lu the steward hinted about me taking on duties in Tian prison, he mentioned that if someone from the Marquis's residence were ever imprisoned, at least there would be someone to look out for him, that I didn't expect it to come true so soon. Isn't Lu the steward looking out for you? You serve the second young mistress, and when trouble arises, why doesn't she support you?" Chen Guanlou was quite curious, while he could guess the situation within the Marquis's residence. It was never as captivating as hearing it from someone who experienced it firsthand. People enjoy gossip, especially tales of misfortune or family disputes. These are the juiciest stories. After all, he and the Marquis's family shared the same ancestry. Both surnamed Chen, it wouldn't be unreasonable to find amusement in the disputes among his own kin. Things have escalated, haven't they? The Marquis's wife is wailing and seeking death before the matriarch, while the master of the house remains indifferent, and the first lady turns a blind eye, and then there's the involvement of the second son of the Grand Imperial Censor. All this pressure forced the matriarch to take firm action. The second young mistress was so infuriated she fainted. "Here I am, a mere servant, stuck in Tian prison for a while, until this matter is resolved and the Grand Imperial Censor calms down. I can't expect to leave." Lu Xiaochuan sighed repeatedly, feeling quite unfortunate. He had thought the task would be simple, yet it led to an encounter with the second son of the Grand Imperial Censor, resulting in his imprisonment. "Has the second young mistress compensated you?" Chen Guanlou inquired, intrigued. "Compensated? She hasn't even beaten me to death. That is already a great mercy." Lu Xiaochuan was filled with frustration. The task had turned into a disaster, and even Lu the steward looked down on him, but he lamented, "How was I to know that the second son of the Grand Imperial Censor was also in the carriage? If I had known, even with 100 times the courage, I wouldn't have dared to act. This doesn't seem right. The second young mistress is being too unreasonable, regardless of whether the task succeeded or failed. Now that you're in Tian prison for her, she should at least offer you some compensation. She's the housekeeper's wife of the Marquis's residence. She doesn't lack for money." Chen Guanlou defended Lu Xiaochuan, fanning the flames of resentment. After all, enjoying the spectacle of chaos only added excitement to the mundane days. The second young mistress was known for her love of money. "It would be quite generous of her not to punish me for failing the task, let alone expect compensation. Brother Chen, please don't mock me. I'm in such a dire situation now. Just hoping to avoid punishment and get out safely." Chen Guanlou shook his head, filled with sympathy. "I truly pity you. You faced this predicament not due to your own fault. Didn't Lu the steward arrange for you to be treated well in Tian prison? I see you have nothing but a straw mat to sleep on. How are you to rest at night?" Lu Xiaochuan, surveying the dismal state of his cell, felt like crying and gazed at Chen Guanlou with a pitiful expression. Chen Guanlou, feigning concern and indignation, reassured him, "Don't worry. If Lu the steward wants help, I'll speak with the guards here to ensure they treat you kindly. Brother, you are indeed like a brother to me." Lu Xiaochuan was deeply moved, tears welling up in his eyes, wishing to embrace Chen Guanlou as a sworn brother. However, Chen Guanlou was not about to let Lu Xiaochuan have his way. He discreetly withdrew his hand, unwilling to forge a bond with someone bearing the surname Lu. Being involved in such a scandal could lead to significant trouble, and he could hardly expect anything good from someone who failed to investigate beforehand and didn't know how to clean up afterward. With such poor methods, it was no surprise he ended up imprisoned out of course. The second young mistress's ungratefulness deserved criticism. Surprisingly, The usually inconspicuous First Lady managed to assert herself at this critical moment, forcing the matriarch into a corner. If the First Lady could recover her health, it was likely the second young mistress would not stand a chance against her. The conflict between the first and second households was far from over. The next morning, after finishing his shift, Chen Guanlou returned home to rest, only to find a carriage blocking his door. Perplexed, he thought it strange. His home was usually quiet, and this was the first time he encountered a carriage obstructing his entrance. At that moment, the carriage door swung open, revealing a delicate hand that extended outward, a true beauty. His gaze slowly traveled up from the hand to a familiar and enchanting face. It was Lu, the steward's wife. Lu Wanshi, what brings you here, my lady? If there is something you need, you could have simply sent word. There is no need for you to come in person. Chen Guanlou immediately approached her. Lu Wanshi radiated a fragrant scent, reminiscent of peach blossoms. The belt around her waist was cinched tightly, accentuating her alluring figure, a waist so slender it could barely be grasped. Lu Wanshi was indeed fortunate, possessing both good fortune and keen discernment. Chen Guanlou was captivated by the charm of the ladies, entranced by their fragrance, and found himself unwilling to escape its allure. "What, am I not welcome?" Lu Wanshi asked, her expression a blend of mirth and teasing as she regarded him. "How could that be? Madam is a distinguished guest whom I cannot invite. I have long anticipated this day, yet never imagined it would come to pass. If you do not mind, please step inside for a chat." "Very well. I have yet to see what a single man's abode looks like," Lu Wanshi replied, her gaze drifting and landing upon Chen Guanlou's face, bewitching him entirely. All manner of charm resided within her eyes. Chen Guanlou fixated on her visage, reaching out a hand. Lu Wanshi hesitated briefly before laughing and placing her delicate hand upon his, allowing him to assist her down from the carriage. The maid, Xiaowan, discreetly stuck out her tongue, waiting until Lu Wanshi had alighted before stepping forward to offer her assistance. Merely for show, the group entered the courtyard. Just as the gate closed, neighbors from across the street simultaneously poked their heads out. Both men and women alike. Chen Guanlou, fond of the gossip surrounding the Ho residence, now found himself the subject of others' chatter. With a touch of self-interest, he ushered Lu Wanshi into his study and instructed Xiaojuan to boil water for tea. Xiaojuan protested silently. She had come as a guest with the madam, and yet this Chen dared to command her, pushing the limits of audacity. However, a mere glance from Lu Wanshi quelled Xiaojuan's discontent, compelling her to obey and head to the kitchen. In no time, the study was left with just a lone man and a woman. The room was modest, furnished with a writing desk, a chair, 2 bookshelves, and a wooden couch, leaving just enough space for a turn. Lu Wanshi settled comfortably on the couch, which was cushioned beneath her. Noticing Chen Guanlou sitting upright in the chair, she smiled softly. Leaning back against the armrest, her enchanting figure unmistakably displayed, Chen Guanlou's gaze fixated on her, unabashedly surveying her from head to toe, his eyes brazen, a stark contrast to the modest demeanor he had displayed upon their first meeting. In an effort to make conversation, he asked, "Are you cold, madam? If you do not mind my scent, I can fetch a blanket for you." Lu Wanshi smiled knowingly. "Not cold at all. You seem to be living quite well. Able to procure a blanket. Not inexpensive, I presume. It's manageable. I am aware that it was you who assisted me, allowing me to take a position in the prison. I have always kept in mind how I might repay you. Now, what would you do to repay me?" Chen Guanlou, recognizing the moment for what it was, boldly grasped Lu Wanshi's hand and inquired, "How would you like me to repay you, sister? What a bold suitor you are. How dare you call me sister when I have not invited you to? Surely, you have frequented the pleasure quarters," Lu Wanshi replied, her eyes sparkling with mischief, her expression playful yet coy as she feigned resistance before yielding. "Then may I indeed call you sister?" Chen Guanlou took the opportunity to sit beside her on the couch, drawing close to so warm. Xiaojuan entered with the tea, this year's first batch of new leaves. Chen Guanlou maintained a serious demeanor as he sat upright in his chair, embodying the very image of virtue and integrity, a paragon for all to emulate. After taking a sip of tea, he praised Xiaojuan. "Your tea brewing skills have improved remarkably." Xiaojuan shot him a sideways glance, positioning herself beside Lu Wanshi to be of service at a moment's notice. Lu Wanshi sighed softly, appearing every bit the poised and admirable wife. Xiao Chuan has been confined in the prison and won't be out anytime soon. I will rely on you to keep an eye on him. Madam, you are being overly formal. Even without your prompting, I would take it upon myself to do so. Lu Wanshi smiled in satisfaction. Now that the main and secondary houses are at odds, the master watches from the sidelines, while the second master must consider whether Magistrate Zhang will grant him any face. My husband is quite unfortunate, entangled in this predicament, making it difficult for him to navigate. Rest assured, madam, this matter will resolve itself in due course, and no matter how temperamental Magistrate Zhang may be, no one can afford to disregard the Ho residents. That is easier said than done. Those magistrates revel in exposing the errors of the noble houses, as it poses no risk while enhancing their reputation. The pursuit of reputation at the expense of noble families has been a time-honored practice. Particularly evident in this dynasty, nobles enjoy wealth and privilege from birth, their descendants monopolizing the finest resources for generations, while scholars toil for decades in pursuit of a mere chance to enter the court and share the same status as the nobility. Jealousy. Any respectable scholar witnessing the excesses of the nobility cannot help but feel envious. When the opportunity arises, they will surely strive to expose the nobility's faults. That it is inconsequential whether the old emperor takes note. What matters is the appearance of disassociation from the nobility, as it garners the admiration of the scholarly community. This admiration, while seemingly trivial, is the true currency for advancement within the bureaucratic hierarchy. With a favorable reputation, even the old emperor will tread carefully, lest he offend the educated populace and acquire the title of a foolish ruler. Those scholars may lack other exceptional talents. Tarnishing an emperor's reputation is a task they can accomplish with ease. While they may not dare to do so during the emperor's lifetime, once he has passed, they will not hesitate to criticize him. The new emperor cannot prevent such actions. It is entirely beyond his control. Even if one seeks to bolster their reputation, they must consider the consequences. Chen Guanlou remained unperturbed, deftly steering the conversation with Lu Wanshi, avoiding the crux of the matter. Lu Wanshi shot him a glance. Contemplating, what a daring young man, full of cunning. Taking a sip of her tea, she remarked, the real challenge lies in my husband's difficult position. Lu Wanshi must be exhausted during this time. Perhaps he should invite a doctor to come and examine him. Chen Guanlou suggested casually. Lu Wanshi sighed in agreement. Illness may come quickly, but does not linger indefinitely. I heard it was you who advised Master to seek out the elder master for assistance. With this, she fixed her gaze upon him, clearly displeased. Chen Guanlou vehemently denied any involvement. Such words cannot be spoken lightly. That I am but a novice in my studies. I lack the ability to advise Master Du. You overestimate my capabilities. Whether I overestimate you is for you to discern. That I also heard that after Master Du met with the elder master, he impulsively summoned an unfamiliar doctor to treat both the madam and the young mistress, even altering the previous prescription. As a result, the young mistress, upon using the new prescription, regained enough strength to confront the old lady, pressuring the second mistress to seek forgiveness and kneel before her. Lu Wanshi huffed. In this matter, the root cause lies with you. That if the young mistress had not improved, she would not have had the energy to create such a ruckus, as long as there are no disturbances. The second master's son will find a way to placate the situation. In the blink of an eye, the matter will fade into obscurity, and Lu Wanshi will not suffer the brunt of it. Nor will Xiao Chuan need to remain in prison. Chen Guanlou exclaimed, "Ah, so there's a punishment for kneeling involved. Quite the spectacle. Yet how audacious of Lu Wanshi to lay the blame at my feet. It feels rather unjust." He did not hold back, retorting, "Look at how you connect completely unrelated events. That, if I possess such skill, would I be reduced to a mere jailer, who does not know of your infatuation with martial arts, pestering the prisoners for their techniques at the prison?" "What?" Chen Guanlou exclaimed, clearly astonished. "Word of that has even reached the Ho residence." Lu Wanshi shot him a disdainful look. "What do you think? Your activities are hardly secretive. It is only natural for the news to circulate." Chen Guanlou felt relieved that his true secret remained concealed. As for his collection of martial arts manuals in the prison, that was a matter that could not be hidden. From the beginning, he had not tried to conceal it. nor would he voluntarily disclose it. He could not prevent others from gossiping about him, and if the whole residence was aware, so be it. In the future, he could at least claim some credit for his martial prowess, as long as he did not reveal any internal techniques, regardless of the reasons for his position as a jailer. It was clear that the affairs of the Ho residence had no bearing on him, that if Madame intends to come seeking retribution, I must regrettably decline to continue this conversation, he stated, adopting a dismissive attitude. Lu Wanshi regarded him, a laugh escaping her lips. Look at you, so anxious. Did I say anything about seeking retribution? Your mind is quite warped. Her demeanor was both charming and playful. Chen Guanlou raised an eyebrow, unimpressed by her antics, and asked with a serious expression, "You truly are not here to seek retribution?" "Of course not. Though Magistrate Zhang is fierce, the esteemed Ho residence has its means of dealing with him. As long as he does not seek to escalate matters or attempt to trample upon the Ho residence, we are more than willing to grant him due respect. However, the one surnamed Yi is resolutely determined to stand up for the young mistress, persistently adopting a tone of superiority, unwilling to relent without sufficient benefits. What does the madam mean?" Chen Guanlou, somewhat intrigued, found this matter to be entirely unrelated to him. Lu Wanshi chuckled softly, stating that her husband had learned of Yu Zhaoan's imprisonment in the heavenly prison, which, she mentioned, was still within his jurisdiction. Why not convey a message to Yu Zhaoan on his behalf? How is this related to Yu Zhaoan? Chen Guanlou's expression was one of amusement. Lu Wanshi casually placed her teacup down, prompting Xiaojuan to promptly take it into her hands. She then produced a handkerchief, gently wiping the corners of her mouth, and with a calm demeanor, remarked, "Are you not aware? Yu Zhaoan has always been at odds with Inspector Zhang. Even if Yu Zhaoan, as a convicted official, is at odds with Inspector Zhang, what difference does it make? Recently, Inspector Zhang has been quite active, leading the charge against Jiang too, thereby garnering significant acclaim. Moreover, he's been secretly orchestrating efforts to persuade the censorate to abandon Yu Zhaoan. Yu Zhaoan, having emerged from the Jixia Academy, has the backing of a Jin prince that if he were to discover that Inspector Zhang was clandestinely plotting against him, he would undoubtedly react. How about it? This little matter should not be a burden for you, should it?" Chen Guanlou feigned silence, seemingly engrossed in examining the teacup in his hands, pondering its floral pattern, style, and worth. Lu Wanshi, perceiving his demeanor, smiled knowingly. Recognizing that he was not the type to act without assurance that a year had passed, and he had transformed from a mere sparrow into a formidable force, the man remained the same. Yet he was no longer the timid Chen Guanlou of a year ago, who had to beg for favors that he was now affluent. Wealth breeds courage. Once one possesses riches, confidence follows. Lu Wanshi had the correct answer, but misinterpreted the reason. Indeed, Chen Guanlou now exuded confidence, but it was not derived from material wealth, which was merely an external factor. Though it bore some influence, it was minimal. His true confidence stemmed from martial prowess, from the formidable strength of having triumphed over first-rank martial artists, instilling in him a profound sense of self-assurance. As time progresses, he would only grow stronger. Ultimately, he aspired to encounter the enigmatic masters of martial arts, yearning to stand atop the peaks and gaze down upon all beings. Naturally, I would not ask for your assistance without recompense. Lu Wanshi said with a smile. Speak your desires freely. I observe that your abode lacks a woman, so why not send Xiaojuan to attend to you? Upon hearing this, both parties visibly changed their expressions. Xiaojuan, blushing fiercely, cast furtive glances at Chen Guanlou, her brows furrowed in disapproval, though tinged with a hint of anticipation. Uncertain whether it was nostalgia or hope that prevailed, Chen Guanlou quickly regained his composure. Jesting, "Madam, as you require Xiaojuan by your side, I would not dare to usurp another's favor." Lu Wanshi chuckled heartily, her laughter vibrant and lively. "Enough of that. The affairs of your household are not for me to manage. Knowing your passion for martial arts, I specifically had someone procure a manual of boxing techniques, believing it would be of assistance to you." As her words fell, an old and tattered boxing manual landed in Chen Guanlou's hands, bearing the marks of time and evidence of careful perusal. "That I greatly appreciate this thoughtful gesture. Madam, if this matter is resolved, I shall express my gratitude accordingly. What say you? Are you satisfied?" Chen Guanlou closed the manual, smiling, Satisfaction is one thing, but how can you be certain that Yu Zhaoan will comply with your wishes? Yu Zhaoan has been imprisoned in the heavenly prison for nearly half a year. How much influence could he possibly wield? Are you not overestimating him? Lu Wanshi simply replied, "We do our part and leave the rest to fate. If Yu Zhaoan cannot see his way through, he may pursue another path. Regardless of the outcome, the gratitude owed to you will not be diminished by a single coin. You can rest assured on that front. Yes, you say, even without a reward. I would still assist as much as possible. After all, I too bear the surname Chen. I cannot idly watch as the whole residence falls prey to Inspector Zhang's machinations, if you can think this way. That is commendable. Although the whole residence has never looked after you, your dwelling in the back alley signifies that you have gained their protection, sparing you from concerns of harassment or robbery. Indeed, this is true. Residing on the grounds of the Ho residence, with the comings and goings of the Chen family and the legitimate offspring of the Ho family, outsiders would find it impossible to wreak havoc. Even officials and constables would instinctively avoid the area. Chen Guanlou did not mind relaying the message. His principle was to conduct business for payment, treating all with fairness and honesty. He believed Lu Wanshi would certainly fulfill her promise and send someone with the payment afterward. "Madam, please await news upon your return. Once the matter is settled, I will send a lad from the neighboring Chunxiang's household to inform you at the Lu residence." Lu Wanshi smiled contentedly, appearing quite pleased. "Knowing you have toiled throughout the night, I will not intrude further." The two departed. As they reached the doorway, Chen Guanlou suddenly called out to her, saying, "Madam, your tireless efforts. Has the second young mistress promised any benefits?" Lu Wanshi turned to look at him, revealing, "It's not the second young mistress who is involved. This time, it is the second madam's intention. Since the second madam has given her orders, my husband and I shall certainly dedicate ourselves to resolving this matter swiftly. Alas, the old lady is aging and cannot withstand repeated stress. Are you not afraid of offending the eldest young mistress?" Chen Guanlou was genuinely perplexed. Is it possible that I could win the favor of the eldest young mistress without doing anything? Lu Wanshi sighed, stating that one cannot have their cake and eat it too. Having chosen a side, one cannot withdraw midway. The fate of a fence-sitter is often not a favorable one. With that, she pressed her lips together and smiled, her eyes glinting as she departed, leaving a room perfumed with the intoxicating scent of peach blossoms. After the previous discernment of good and evil, Yu Zhaoan's attitude toward Chen Guanlou had slightly improved. His gaze still elevated, he continued to look down upon others, though he was less vocal about his desire to kill, as if his murderous intent had diminished somewhat. Chen Guanlou was quite satisfied. As long as Yu Zhaoan did not wish to eliminate him, he need not worry about dispatching a third-rank martial artist, particularly one hailing from the Jixia Academy. This had alleviated a troubling concern for him. While inspecting the cells, he paused in front of Yu Zhaoan's cell, deliberately fixing his gaze inside. While Yu Zhaoan was reading, upon sensing his scrutiny, he slowly lifted his head and inquired, "What do you want?" Chen Guanlou cleared his throat, striving to appear innocent. "How has Lord Yu fared these days? Shouldn't Shintu be aware of how well this official is doing? Do you know Inspector Zhang from Zhongqing? What? Have you offended someone surnamed Zhang? You're doomed. Those with the surname Zhang are notoriously vengeful. Why Yu Zhaoan relished this prospect, eager to witness Chen Guanlou's misfortune. Lord Yu, you are not much different yourself, holding grudges just like Inspector Zhang." Chen Guanlou was not one to let this slide, responding directly, "One cannot compare the elder brother to the second brother. They're nearly the same." Why Yu Zhaoan's expression soured immediately, his countenance darkening, eyes ablaze with fury, resembling a beast ready to pounce. "Chen too, I have only just begun to see some improvement in my attitude towards you. Do not force me to turn against you. Even though I reside in the heavenly prison, dealing with a mere jailer like you would take but a word. Lord Yu, how unreasonable you are. You mock me first, yet deny me the right to retort. It is truly tyrannical to allow officials to set fire while prohibiting the common folk from lighting their lamps. Officials set fires while commoners light lamps." Chen Guanlou scoffed. "Your words are quite clever. You have indeed learned the art of sarcasm, a hallmark of the educated class. Your studies have not been in vain, all thanks to the teachings of your master, since you claim I am petty and vengeful." If I did not keep a record of your transgressions, would I not be unjustly burdened with that reputation? Yu Zhaoan's smile was smug. Chen Guanlou's expression froze, and he quickly pleaded, "Why must Lord Yu stoop to my level? You are the exalted Wenchang star, unworthy of lowering your noble head to regard a small fry like me. Your gaze should be directed forward, toward those who stand alongside you or even above you, such as Inspector Zhang." "There is some truth in that." Yu Zhaoan raised an eyebrow slightly. "Pray tell, what has Inspector Zhang done to you? Did he force himself upon you? Hence your incessant references to him?" "Bah, bah, bah. Truly, a dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory." Why Yu Zhaoan had escaped death solely due to his noble lineage, with the Jixia Academy and the Gene Prince as his backing. Had it been anyone else, they would be grass upon their graves by now. "How dare you slander me without cause? I am an innocent person. How can you wantonly tarnish my reputation?" Chen Guanlou nearly lost his temper. "He is as upright as they come." Why Yu Zhaoan chuckled, saying, "Why are you so anxious? I never claimed you. It seems you are unaware that Inspector Zhang has a particular fondness for young, handsome men like yourself, who are well within his hunting range." Chen Guanlou's face turned a shade of green. "Might we refrain from discussing this topic? To speak frankly, Zhang Yushi has been rather ostentatious lately, and some find it quite irksome that I have also heard that he is rallying for the Duke Yuan to abandon you and instead concentrate their efforts on Jiang Tuesday." Upon hearing this, Yu Zhaoan scoffed, declaring that not a word of truth had been spoken. "You may take your leave. What truth do you seek? Who sent you with words?" Yu Zhaoan cast a glance at him, urging him to speak. "Indeed, it seems the intention is for me to confront Zhang Yushi on your behalf. Pray, tell me why the Hofu has quarreled with Zhang Yushi. The two parties seem utterly unrelated. Do not tell me that Zhang Yushi is simply targeting the Hofu without cause." Why Yu Zhaoan, a seasoned figure in the bureaucratic arena, perceived the half-truths in Chen Guanlou's words. The most astute adversaries are often those who know you best. This is a truth undeniable. Why Yu Zhaoan is among those who understand Zhang Yushi intimately. Zhang Yushi, akin to a rabid dog, only strikes when he has ample justification and benefit to do so. The esteemed lord of the Pingjiang Hofu, since his incapacitation, has merely held a title without engaging in governance. Such a nobleman is typically not the target of an inspector's ire. Rather, they prefer to cultivate goodwill for future leverage. The timing of Zhang Yushi's assault on the Hofu piques Yu Zhaoan's curiosity about the underlying motives, serving merely to add a touch of intrigue to his otherwise monotonous confinement. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Guanlou resolved to speak candidly. In the presence of such astute scholars, employing clever subterfuge is futile, and earnest demeanor holds the potential to sway them. Thus, in a hushed tone, he recounted the incident involving young Master Yi and young Master Zhang, detailing the events with clarity and precision. Why Yu Zhaoan, upon hearing this, was hardly surprised. He had anticipated the Hofu's internal strife ever since the esteemed lord's fall from his horse. It was only a matter of time. "Your family and the Hofu have long been at odds. Why do you willingly extend your assistance?" "The Hofu has offered me compensation, and I have an affinity for wealth," Chen Guanlou replied nonchalantly. Yu Zhaoan chuckled sinisterly, his gaze laden with malice, suggesting that while he accepts money from others, he finds it amusing when Chen Guanlou rebuffs his opportunities. "Indeed, you are fit only to be a jailer. With a vision so narrow." Chen Guanlou rolled his eyes discreetly. He was in need of Yu Zhaoan as favor and chose not to engage in trivial disputes. After all, inspectors are akin to mad dogs. The more one engages with them, the more emboldened they become. "Return to the Hofu and inform them that I shall take on this matter. I am willing to alleviate their burdens." "Conditions?" Chen Guanlou inquired hastily. Yu Zhaoan smirked derisively, stating that the conditions must be negotiated directly with the Hofu. "You are not deemed worthy that I wish to see if the Hofu possesses the audacity to take this step." Chen Guanlou felt a sense of trepidation. Seeking Yu Zhaoan's assistance was a unilateral decision made by Steward Liu, without consulting the second lord or informing the elder lord. It was merely at the behest of the lady that Steward Liu took this course of action. Yet Yu Zhaoan's exorbitant demands to personally negotiate with the Hofu posed a significant dilemma. Very well, he conceded. Regardless, the message has been conveyed, and the subsequent matters are no longer of my concern. It is the steward and the second lady who must shoulder the responsibility. Thus, he solemnly assured Yu Zhaoan, rest assured, I shall relay the message to the Hofu. Inform that clever individual who sent you to seek me that my temperament is well known among those in the bureaucracy. To dare invoke my assistance in underhanded dealings is indeed audacious, though I wonder if they possess the courage to follow through. Chen Guanlou fell silent for a time before finally stating, if you have no further instructions, I shall continue my rounds of the prison cells. Why should you, a headman, personally inspect the cells? It is my duty. The prisoners in cell do not possess any martial arts manuals you seek. Do not squander your time. After all, you lack a martial vein. It makes little difference whether you practice or not. Chen Guanlou retorted, that is none of your concern. He disregarded Yu Zhaoan's remarks and persisted in his inspection of the cells. Yu Zhaoan was incensed, exclaiming, what a dog. Once the task is complete, you turn your back. Chen Guanlou, at the very least, could have feigned some semblance of decorum. Chen Guanlou did not look back, merely gesturing rudely to express his sentiments. What does that gesture signify? The native Yu Zhaoan could not comprehend, but surmised that it certainly was not a gesture of goodwill. Thus, he too raised a middle finger in response to Chen Guanlou's retreating figure, and feeling emboldened, raised a second finger for good measure. 2 days later, Chen Guanlou penned a letter requesting the eldest son of sister Chuanxiang to deliver it to Lu's residence. The delay was intentional. He did not wish to give Steward Lu the impression that he was easily manipulated. It was imperative to cultivate an illusion of arduous effort in his dealings, given Yu Zhaoan's notoriously foul temper. Taking a few extra days was entirely warranted. The eldest son of sister Chuanxiang, named Wang, returned with a letter from Chen Guanlou, who enclosed 2 silver notes within. The transaction was thus completed successfully. He handed Wang 5 coins and instructed, do not inform your mother. This is your private savings. Do you understand what private savings means? It is money you may control as you wish. Thank you. Xiao Lu Gu, Wang expressed with satisfaction upon receiving the silver. Call me uncle. Chen Guanlou retorted, annoyed at the unwarranted elevation in familial hierarchy. You are not much older than I. Wang, stubbornly insistent, replied, I call your mother sister. And you call me brother. Does that not seem appropriate? Quite so. Wang responded innocently, successfully embodying the role of an ignorant, foolish child. Chen Guanlou felt a pang of frustration. 2 days later, Steward Lu made a visit to the dungeon and engaged in a clandestine conversation with Yu Zhaoan for the duration of a joss sticks burning. Deliberately choosing a time when Chen Guanlou was absent from his duties, that be why the time Chen Guanlou learned of this occurrence. The matters had already been settled. He had no intention of confronting Steward Lu for details, but would subtly probe Yu Zhaoan for insights. Yu Zhaoan dismissed him, stating, you are but a child. Do not meddle in the affairs of adults. Chen Guanlou was incensed. Just moments ago, he had been addressed as Chen Tu, and now he was regarded as a mere child. How conveniently they forget his youth when it suits them. He once again raised his middle finger, why Yu Zhaoan returned the gesture and remarked, not telling you is for your own good. You, a mere jailer, believe you possess the capacity to shoulder such burdens? Do not presume that sharing a surname with the Hofu grants you any significance. You are no more than a pawn, merely cannon fodder at best. At a loss for words, Chen Guanlou ceased his inquiries and departed decisively. It is for your own good. Do not be ungrateful, Yu Zhaoan shouted after him. Chen Guanlou accepted this sentiment, but did not intend to involve himself further. At this moment, he simply wished to distance himself from the turmoil. Initially, he had perceived the situation as straightforward. The Hofu sought to resolve their conflict with Zhang Yushi and bring the matter to a close. By enlisting his assistance to connect with Yu Zhaoan, the Hofu was merely unwilling to lower themselves to plead with Zhang Yushi for mercy. Instead, they aimed to use Yu Zhaoan as an instrument against Zhang Yushi, rendering him incapable of targeting the Hofu, thus transforming a significant issue into a trivial one. However, after hearing Yu Zhaoan's cautionary words, a sense of foreboding gripped him. He realized that matters were far more complex than he had anticipated. What was this about dealing with Zhang Yushi? It now appeared that Zhang Yushi might merely be a pawn in a larger game. The true objective lay shrouded in a thick fog of deception. No wonder Steward Lu was seen sharing a carriage with Su Yushi in the dead of night. The two factions had evidently been in contact for some time, due to his position as an outsider. He remained oblivious to the intricacies of the situation and thus failed to connect the dots. Now, upon piecing everything together, he found himself engulfed in a matter of profound complexity, seemingly unwittingly entangled in something extraordinary. A twinge of apprehension seized him. Upon further reflection, could it truly be a mere coincidence that Liu Xiaochuan's band assaulted young Master Yi, inadvertently harming the second son of Minister Zhang, troubled and restless? He grasped a jug of wine and a package of marinated meat, making his way to the B-class prison to seek companionship with Lu Datu over drinks. It was only upon returning to the B-class prison that he felt a sense of simplicity. Unburdened, where his only responsibility was to perform his duties, with no other concerns weighing on his mind. Lu Datu, upon seeing him, appeared quite elated. He shooed away the prison guards engaged in gambling within the ear room, declaring, "Out, out, out. You lot gambling during work hours will eventually reap the consequences." He uttered this without the slightest hint of embarrassment. After dismissing them, he placed the marinated meat on the table, fetched 2 wine bowls, and began to indulge in the delightful feast. "How rare it is for you to seek me out for a drink. Come, come, it has been ages since we last gathered. Let us share a cup." Chen Guanlou lifted his wine bowl and downed it in one gulp. With a hearty swig of yellow wine, it felt akin to drinking mere refreshments to him. He exhibited no reaction whatsoever. In contrast, Lu Datu smacked his lips, relishing the moment. He observed that people of this era generally possessed inferior drinking capacities compared to those in modern society. Whether it was yellow wine, distilled spirits, or rice wine, the alcohol content was relatively low, merely around 20 to 30 degrees, or even just 10 that none could compare to the later generations, where a banquet without a bottle of liquor exceeding 50 degrees would be deemed inadequate. Low-alcohol beers were consumed straight from the bottle, served one after another. Any modern individual could easily outdrink the locals. He drank as if it were mere refreshment, earning him the reputation of Little Chun, who never gets drunk. Lu Data urged him. "Don't just drink. Have some food as well. Everyone is thrilled to see you standing firm in the A-class prison. Recently, I heard whispers that the Warden One intended to deal with you. Who would have thought you would turn the tables so swiftly? Impressive. We worried for nothing. Warden One operates with method and decorum, adhering to established protocols. That it is precisely for this reason that I was able to turn the tables." Chen Guanlou explained that it was due to Warden One's adherence to rules that he could leverage the connections of Li Shiya to form an alliance with Vice Warden Fan to suppress Warden One. Had Warden One been a rogue, disregarding regulations, Vice Warden Fan's influence would not have been as effective. Adhering to rules is beneficial. Within the confines of regulations, everyone can display their talents. Those who can fully exploit the rules emerge as victors. However, those who uphold decorum fear encountering unruly rogues. That is akin to how regular troops dread facing lawless bandits. When bandits lack provisions, they plunder. If they lack clothing, they steal. If they lack weapons, they seize. If they lack manpower, they coerce. Regular troops, on the other hand, when faced with scarcity, must offer gifts to superiors for the supply of provisions, even enduring cuts while still wearing smiles. Lacking military pay, they must offer bribes to superiors for monetary assistance. When opportunities arise, they cannot act impulsively. They must seek approval from above before taking action. Regulations are everywhere, serving as constraints. While rules may bind one's hands and feet, they ensure that chaos does not ensue. Alleviating concerns regarding assassination or treachery. Actions unbecoming of the honorable, backstabbing, cold arrows, and snitching are permissible. One may even turn against allies on the spot, but employing treacherous methods such as assassinations is universally condemned. Lu Datu, puzzled, exclaimed, "You still praise him? I merely state the facts. He aimed to expel you from the heavenly prison, and you still commend him?" Lu Datu could not fathom it. Chen Guanlou replied, "Only by acknowledging both the strengths and weaknesses of one's adversary can one strike with precision." "I did not comprehend." Chen Guanlou chuckled. "Enough about him. How has Big Brother Data been lately?" Same old, same old. Oh dear, I forgot to repay you the money I borrowed. I shall certainly do so next time." Repaying money is not urgent. Chen Guanlou was not lacking in silver. Lately, he had set his sights on acquiring a small courtyard, wishing to purchase it under an alias as a secondary hideout. Does Big Brother know anyone from the household department of Nanching County? What's the matter? Have you encountered a problem? I have a friend from out of town who wishes to invest in some property in the capital. Fearing potential complications, he has asked for my assistance in introducing him to someone in the household department. The more friends one has, the more avenues one can explore. Lu Dado slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "This is simple. Do not underestimate our heavenly prison. Despite its sordid reputation, every department in the capital must show us some respect. And no one can guarantee they won't find themselves imprisoned at some point in their lives. Can they? The guards are all part of the same family. Over in Nanching County, you should seek out Sun Datu. Our families lived next door during our childhood. He excelled in his studies and leveraged connections to secure a position in the county office. And I hear he has risen to the rank of clerk. When your friend from out of town meets Sun Datu, he can mention my name, and he will surely extend his courtesy. I knew Big Brother Dadu had extensive connections. You seem to know someone everywhere that I shall convey my gratitude to Big Brother Dadu on behalf of my friend. Let us not discuss money. We must visit Zue Xianlu for drinks when we have the time. No wonder you can indulge in the fine wine of Zue Xianlu while serving the A-class prison." Upon hearing that money was not a topic of concern, Lu Datu was elated. Originally only slightly tipsy, he soon found himself thoroughly intoxicated, reveling in the moment. In the dead of night, while he was in the midst of a deep slumber, a resounding thud echoed through the courtyard. Chen Guanlou jolted awake, seizing the large knife by his bedside and carefully taking down the bundle from the rafters before cautiously stepping outside his chamber. "Who goes there?" he called softly. Receiving no reply, in the dim moonlight, he spotted a figure lying on the ground, resembling a person. Cautiously advancing, he wondered who might be lurking at such an hour. As he approached, he prodded the figure with the hilt of his knife, but there was no response. Could they be dead? To guard against any trickery, he turned the person over with the knife hilt and was surprised to find a familiar face, an injured swordsman, bloodied and unconscious on the ground. Confirming that the individual was still alive, he dragged them to a sheltered spot beneath the eaves. Just as he was about to rise, he suddenly dove to the side, narrowly avoiding a dark projectile glinting with a sinister light. Poisonous. The hidden weapon is laced with poison. Someone is intent on killing me. With a swift draw, his long knife was unsheathed. The familiar ghostly mask revealed the assailant as a member of the Ghost Domain Gate, a third-tier martial artist. In a flurry of movements, he engaged in combat. Mastering the Ascension record knife technique, he wielded his blade with precision, the edge weaving a net of deadly intent, with powdered medicine cascading down. Thud! The third-tier martial artist from the Ghost Domain Gate lay motionless on the ground. The top-tier aphrodisiac formula gifted to him by the flower thief was being employed for the first time, and its effects were astonishingly effective. If the flower thief were to have any awareness, he would surely take comfort in knowing that his concoction was put to good use, allowing him to drink the Mengpa soup without worry, hoping for a better reincarnation in his next life. Even when he prodded the assailant's kidney with his knife tip, there was no reaction, confirming the individual was thoroughly enchanted. Once assured of his safety, Chen Guanlou boldly approached, plunging his knife into the assailant's heart and twisting it. Only after confirming their demise did he reach out to remove the mask from their face. Beneath the mask lay an unremarkable visage, one easily forgotten amidst a crowd, a face devoid of distinction. Not recognizing it, he proceeded to search the body. He discovered a small handful of loose silver coins, along with a sharp sword and a poisoned hidden weapon. Surprisingly, during his first genuine kill, Chen Guanlou felt no discomfort, nor did he experience any urge to vomit. Perhaps after spending so long in the prison, he had grown accustomed to the scent of blood. Silently retrieving a shovel from the back wall, he began to dig a sufficiently deep pit. He cast the lifeless third-tier martial artist from the Ghost Domain Gate into the hold. He only took the silver, discarding the mask, sword, and poisoned weapon along with the corpse. Burying them and ensuring the earth was level, matching the surrounding terrain to further conceal his actions, he placed a mound of straw on top, and then a bamboo chicken coop as a cover. Tomorrow, he would plant a peach tree above. It would surely flourish beautifully. Having completed his tasks, he sat down in a chair, gently wiping his large knife with a soft cloth, the knife, crafted by an old blacksmith to fit his hand. was sharp, reliable, and effective. Though he had not named the knife, he regarded it as a treasure, practicing his knife techniques daily. Were it not for its conspicuousness, he would have considered taking it with him to work every day. His movements as he polished the blade were tender, as gentle as caressing a woman's form, attending to every detail without neglect. Only at this moment did he begin to savor the experience of engaging with a third-tier martial artist. It felt profound, exhilarating, and thrilling, igniting a desire for a repeat encounter. To his astonishment, he had managed to endure 5 exchanges under the sword of the third-tier martial artist. Furthermore, he was certain that when Duan Tonlin had claimed he possessed the strength of a third-tier martial artist, there had been some exaggeration. The third-tier martial artist he had just faced was far superior to Duan Tianlin, far beyond mere conjecture. Perhaps it is due to Duan Tianlin's limbs being bound by iron chains, rendering him incapable of unleashing his full potential, thus leading to a diluted outcome. Does 5 rounds imply that he is now capable of challenging a second-tier martial artist? He gazed at the swordsman resting on the wooden couch, a ready-made second-tier warrior who, in a fit of desperation, had sought refuge in his abode. Had he not been sufficiently vigilant, frequently envisioning scenarios of ambush, and kept the sedative within easy reach, he might have met his demise tonight. His escape from the clutches of a third-tier warrior can largely be attributed to luck, with only a slight connection to his own strength. Had he faltered in any of the critical steps, he would have perished. For instance, had he neglected to carry the sedative on his person, he would have exhibited a modicum of negligence. Reflecting on it now, he felt a deep-seated dread. Tonight, he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Even possessing the fruit of eternal life, losing his head would render any salvation futile. The swordsman's vitality was remarkably resilient. He had awoken by noon. Upon regaining consciousness, he found Chen Guanlou seated in a chair, engrossed in a book. It was Chen who had saved me. My gratitude knows no bounds. Chen Guanlou set aside his tome and scrutinized the swordsman. He had contemplated whether to eliminate the swordsman, reasoning that a grave dug could accommodate one more body. Ultimately, he resolved to spare the swordsman's life. Last night, the swordsman had succumbed to unconsciousness, unresponsive even to a blade piercing his flesh, evidently unaware of the events that had transpired thereafter. He posed no risk of exposure. Awake. Now that he is awake, he should take his leave. This is not a sanctuary. Do not return here. Last night, the swordsman expressed some confusion and hesitated. I caused you trouble. Nothing untoward occurred, did it? The incident of a person plummeting into the courtyard in the dead of night constituted the gravest of matters. The swordsman felt an unusual sense of embarrassment at that moment. Chen Guanlou finally discerned the swordsman's true appearance. Strikingly youthful, yet he adorned himself in the guise of a weathered elder. With such an aged facade, he stood no chance of attracting a young maiden's attention. The swordsman struggled to rise from the wooden couch, gasping in pain. Chen Guanlou merely tended to his wounds, applying some hemostatic ointment, and then left him to his own devices. With his movement, the wounds reopened, and blood flowed anew. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, the swordsman uttered, "Thank you, Chen, for your assistance. I shall repay your kindness in the future. My surname is Qi." Thus, they exchanged names for the first time. Chen Guanlou inclined his head slightly, acknowledging their formal introduction, and poured a cup of warm water for the swordsman. After consuming the warm water, the Qi swordsman appeared revitalized, a hint of color returning to his face. "I shall take my leave now. The carriage should be arriving. I will escort you out," Chen Guanlou explained. "I have summoned a carriage for you. Simply inform the driver where you wish to go." He refrained from questioning why the swordsman had sought refuge in his home, why he had brought danger upon himself, or what grudge he bore against the Ghost Domain sect. He maintained a demeanor devoid of emotion, his attitude consistently aloof, and ultimately ushered the swordsman out of his abode, shedding this considerable burden. The swordsman, seated in the carriage and wincing in pain, could only manage a bitter smile. Indeed, last night he had acted out of desperation. At the brink of life and death, he had chosen the Chen residence over a safer, more reliable refuge. Thank heavens, the Ghost Domain sect's assassin did not pursue him. Otherwise, he would have truly implicated Chen Guanlou. Becoming a ghost wandering the netherworld, he silently resolved that once he had healed, and completed his pressing matters. If he were still alive, he would express his profound gratitude to Chen Guanlou for saving his life. Although the assistance provided by Chen was rather brusque and impatient, with medicine applied, but no proper bandaging of his wounds, Chen Guanlou assumed the guise of a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. With a regional accent, adopting the surname Guan, he contacted Sun Dadu from the county office, inviting him for a night of revelry. Upon learning that he was introduced by Lu Datu, Sun Dadu displayed great enthusiasm. Hearing that he intended to purchase property, he began to regale him with information about the prices of houses in various locales and the types of residents in the vicinity. He also offered to find a reliable and astute agent to assist him in viewing properties. Chen Guanlou expressed his gratitude repeatedly, but mentioned a troubling issue. He had lost his household registration documents en route to the capital, and he inquired about how to rectify this situation. Since you're a friend introduced by Lu Datu, I would normally not entertain such requests, Sun Data replied. This matter is both difficult and easy. Where does the difficulty lie? Where is the ease? As he finished speaking, a silver ingot slipped from his hand into Sun Datu's grasp. Sun Datu exclaimed, "Ah, your method of slipping in silver is quite adept." After weighing the ingot, his delight intensified. He rubbed his round head. The silver deftly slid into his sleeve. The entire exchange unfolded seamlessly between the two, unnoticed by the maidservants present, their skills far too refined for the untrained eye to perceive. Only seasoned hands accustomed to the exchange of money could discern the subtleties of their interaction. For Boss Guan, the difficulties were not truly difficult, and the easy aspects were indeed easy. Tomorrow, when we arrive at the office, I will assist you in reissuing an identity, he assured. What preparations are necessary? Sun Data chuckled, intertwining his thumb and index finger point one word. Money. Chen Guanlou needed only to prepare the funds. The new identity could be obtained within 3 days. Upon hearing this, Chen Guanlou squinted and smiled. The simplicity of requiring only money was splendid. He had feared that the other party might demand additional documents or materials. With a legally recognized identity, he would effectively cloak himself in a layer of legitimacy. Authentic, not the mere facade of a hollow man. Acquiring an identity would greatly facilitate his future endeavors. That evening, the gathering was joyous, and the courtesans were equally pleased, for Boss Guan was generous, bestowing ample rewards. 3 days later, he obtained his new identity and purchased a modest courtyard in Shui Jingfang in the southern city. The majority of residents nearby were merchants from out of town coming to Beijing for trade. It was quite common to see individuals coming and going, and no one would raise suspicions if he disappeared for several months. From then on, he assumed the alias of Boss Guan while frequenting the brothel, always requesting the most enchanting Qingyang to attend to him. During his busy days, the disputes between the and Zhang Yushi gradually reached a conclusion. The sent silver and Zhang Yushi, seeking to ride the coattails of the reconciled and turned his attention to Jiang Tuesday, however. Later on, Lu Guanshi stealthily visited the prison to meet with Yu Zhao, and that no one knew what the two discussed, and Chen Guanlou pretended to be oblivious, asking not a single word. After all, even if there were to annihilate 3 clans, he would remain unscathed. He continued to make his way to Master Du's for gossip, as usual. Master Du was delighted by his presence, but lamented each time how unfortunate it was that he had become a prison guard. Each time, Chen Guanlou would smile and explain that he was simply in love with money and had no interest in anything else. As long as there was money, he would gladly undertake any role, even that of a grave digger, embodying the persona of a mercenary who was wholly focused on riches. Young men should aspire to lofty ideals. Once you earn money, hasten to change your profession. The money you possess is certainly tainted. Master Du's assertion was misguided. It is the individuals who are corrupt, not the money itself. Moreover, is the money of officials devoid of impurities? If we prison guards refuse to accept bribes, can you imagine how at ease those prisoners would be? Ultimately, this money merely buys peace of mind, a mutually beneficial arrangement. But what if you encounter a penniless prisoner? Master Du inquired curiously, did I in such a case? The prisoner must rely on his own fortune. Chen Guanlou replied subtly. There is no need to elaborate on the myriad of sordid methods and bloody scenes. Those in the know understood well enough. Master Du snorted. Thus, the world claims that the money of prison guards is tainted. Admit it, Indeed, indeed, all is tainted. The heart is likewise corrupt. Here, let me raise a glass to you, master. Chen Guanlou refrained from arguing with him. Knowing that altering someone's worldview was a futile endeavor, it was better to seek common ground while reserving differences. Engaging in debates would only serve to alienate them further, ultimately resulting in loss rather than gain. After consuming 2 taels of wine, noticing Master Du was in high spirits, he seized the opportunity to inquire, "Is everything peaceful at the lately?" Outwardly, all is calm, but internally, it is anything but. Master Du succinctly articulated the current state of affairs at the. Chen Guanlou was keen to learn more about the internal dynamics of the. Sharing the same surname and being part of the main household, he had to pay more attention. There was no other family with the surname Chen that could rival the. It truly was a beacon, and all families bearing the surname Chen would keep a watchful eye on it. Neglecting the while focusing on the prisoners within the prison would be a grave misjudgment. Work and life should never be conflated. What do you mean by not peaceful? He pressed. The second room and the main room are at odds, as you surely know. The recent incident was triggered by the mischief of Yi Gongzi, a relative of the main house, who disrupted the plans of his second young mistress in retaliation. The second young mistress sought retribution, inadvertently harming the second young master of the Zhang family. Ultimately, the Ho residents offered an apology, reportedly accompanied by a substantial gift, and enlisted a mediator to resolve the conflict. The main house also played a role in this matter. Could the main house truly assist the second house in averting disaster? Chen Guanlou remained skeptical. After all, the eldest young mistress had previously caused quite a stir. How could she willingly come to the aid of the second house? Du Fuzi remarked quietly. The second house provided tangible benefits to Yi Gongzi, and the matriarch showed deference to the eldest young mistress. When one receives benefits, one must contribute in return. Wouldn't you agree? The main and second houses may not be entirely willing partners. Yet, what choice do they have? They cannot continue to create discord for the amusement of outsiders. This version differs significantly from what he understood. There was no mention of Steward Liu or Yu Zhaoan in this account. It seems there may be a hidden agenda at play. Does the eldest young mistress seek to take on the role of steward? Chen Guanlou was intrigued. The eldest young mistress had caused quite a commotion. And with the secret support of the elder master, along with improvements in her health, it was only natural for her, as the legitimate granddaughter-in-law of the main house, to manage household affairs, and no one could obstruct her. Legally, it should be the responsibility of the matriarch to oversee the household. The second young mistress's role was merely one of stewardship in name. Du Fuzi, sipping his drink, shook his head and said, "To assume the role of steward is not so simple. Let us not forget the presence of the matriarch above the second house. Without her consent, the eldest young mistress's aspirations to manage the household face a long and arduous path. Could the elder master intervene? After all, he is the heir to the title of the Ho residence, and its true master." Du Fuzi chuckled. A single character of filial piety can bind the elder master's hands. Moreover, the second young mistress has managed affairs competently over the years, while the eldest young mistress has shown little interest in household management. The matters of the Ho residence cannot be settled with mere words. It requires time and patience to yield results. The matriarch has held sway over the Ho residence for decades, and her reputation is not without merit. Chen Guanlou encountered Yi Gongzi for the second time at the residence of Sister Chunxiang. Yi Gongzi had come to see Zhao Gongzi, who was renting a room there, with plans to attend a poetry gathering and promised to introduce Zhao Gongzi to the second young master of the Zhang family. Zhao Gongzi, Zhao Mingxiao, had grown familiar with Chen Guanlou after sharing a couple of drinks. Zhao Mingxiao warmly introduced Chen Guanlou to Yi Gongzi. Although Chen was a jailer, he was educated and possessed considerable talent. "I am unworthy, truly," Chen Guanlou humbly denied. Knowing his own limitations, he acknowledged that his skills in writing and poetry paled in comparison to even the young scholars in the private school. His advantage lay in his unique perspective. Shaped by his experiences across 2 lifetimes and the wealth of information available in the internet age, allowing him to view problems from angles beyond the constraints of his time, often producing insights that resonated profoundly. As a result, Zhao Mingxiao was particularly enthusiastic about him. However, this enthusiasm did not extend to Yi Gongzi. Coming from an illustrious family, Yi Gongzi held himself in high regard, and even deigning to acknowledge a mere jailer was already a sign of his humility. He had no genuine desire to get to know Chen Guanlou. Zhao Mingxiao wished to further entice Yi Gongzi by showcasing Chen Guanlou's talents, imagining how delightful it would be for the three of them to drink together. Alas, Yi Gongzi appeared increasingly impatient. Chen Guanlou quickly interrupted Zhao Mingxiao, thinking to himself that Zhao was lacking in awareness. They were due to leave for the poetry gathering soon if they arrived late and missed the performance. It would be a pity. Zhao, Yi Gongzi, I shall not delay you any further. I have matters to attend to at the yamen. That he clasped his hands in farewell and departed first, as he exited Sister Chunxiang's residence. Yi Gongzi's words reached his ears. Zhao, why demean yourself by associating with a mere jailer? If others were to find out, it would reflect poorly on you. But Zhao is also a member of the Chen family. Zhao Mingxiao defended that why Yi Gongzi scoffed. There are many of the Chen family. Not everyone belongs to the Ho family. A true member of the Chen family would never lower themselves to become a jailer. His father is merely a jailer, and he has sunk even lower into the role. Does Yi Gongzi know Chen too? His name has long been known throughout the Ho residence. Living here, I have certainly heard of him. He possesses real talent. If he is indeed talented, why does he settle for being a jailer? With such a low character, even if he possesses talent, one should keep their distance to avoid being tainted. As his voice faded, it grew quieter until it vanished entirely. Chen Guanlou smiled calmly, unfazed by Ye's words that he would not allow the disdain of one bearing the surname Yi to provoke his anger. In today's society, where jailers are looked down upon, if he were to become enraged by the words of an insolent individual, he would spend his days in anger, accomplishing nothing while time slipped away. He and Yi were clearly on different paths. They could never be friends, nor could they even share a table for drinks. It was best to keep their distance, if the other looked down upon him. He had no desire to grant them even a glance, allowing them to coexist without interference. The prison was where he felt most at ease. While he was on duty at the prison, he received shocking news. The notorious Kong Kong had escaped from the B-cell prison. The case against Kong Kong had been adjudicated. He had invested his last savings to secure connections, and those who took his money assured him that the worst outcome would be exile. With a stroke of luck, he might even avoid exile altogether and be released after a few years. With such assurances, Kong Kong sat in prison at ease, awaiting the verdict. Little did he expect that the judgment would come down to a death sentence. Those who had taken his money had failed to deliver on their promises. Whether Kong Kong was enraged or not was unclear, but after the verdict, he fell silent, refusing to eat. It was only when the guards on meal duty noticed something amiss that they discovered the truth. There was no one in the cell. Only a dummy dressed in clothes. Kong Kong had already made his escape in the span of a year. The B-cell prison experienced 3 jailbreaks in quick succession. Such frequency and misfortune was unprecedented. Just as the condemned were to be taken to the execution ground, they vanished without a trace. What a predicament this was for the B-cell prison. From top to bottom, they were in a frenzy. No one had anticipated that Kong Kong would escape at this juncture, nor did they understand how he had managed to slip away unnoticed, remaining undetected for a day or two before his absence was finally discovered. Su Fugue was beside himself with anxiety, his mouth blistering from stress. He berated all the guards of the B-cell prison. In his fury, he grabbed a stick and began to strike, regardless of whether they were young guards or seasoned veterans. They dared not utter a sound, much less evade the blows. That moment, no one dared to be the scapegoat. They simply endured the punishment. Su Fugue, in a fit of rage, was unable to apprehend the escaped convict and feared he would face dire consequences. If the higher-ups demanded his head, he would ensure that he took everyone down with him before he fell. Each and every one of you will pay. None shall escape unscathed. Especially you, Lu Datu. Zhang Wantong has fled. Look at what you've led. Always gambling. Lu Datu felt utterly aggrieved. He had been a gambler for over a decade. It was not as if he had only recently taken up the habit. In the past, no one had complained, yet now he was to be sacrificed. Was there no sense of reason? Su Tu, the execution day is in 2 days. Even if I am to be made a scapegoat, I must first navigate this immediate crisis. After all, I still hold some value. Value? What good is that? Look at how big your head is. What use is it? Su Fugue kicked him, and Lu Datu instinctively stumbled back. He had to portray Su Fugui as a martial arts master, grievously injured yet imposing as a seasoned jailer. This was an essential skill to master. The essential skills for a jailer include, but are not limited to, gambling, drinking, boasting, making promises, and acquiring money. Yet the most crucial skill remains the ability to acquire money. Head, I truly have value. I swear the diversion will absolutely work. You're a fool. Head, please listen. That rascal Kong Kong excels in disguise. Who can claim to have seen his true face? Who dares to assert that the Kong Kong they encountered was his genuine appearance? Everyone knows that Kong Kong's skill in disguise is extraordinary, a peculiar art that requires no external aid in this moment. Lu Dada's mind was exceptionally clear, and he cleverly analyzed the situation, since no one dared to claim they had seen Kong Kong's true visage. It provided a significant opportunity for a diversion. How can you say he is not Kong Kong? On what grounds? How many faces of Kong Kong have you seen? Can you distinguish which one is his true face? Imprisoned in the celestial dungeon for such an extended period, we say he is who he is. Even if the mightiest deity were to descend, he would remain the same. For this is a celestial dungeon, overseen by a cadre of diligent and capable guards, from which even the most cunning of prisoners would find it exceedingly difficult to escape. That Su Fugui, initially consumed by rage, soon fell into deep contemplation, his eyes darting about, fixating on Lu Dada. Is this feasible? Absolutely, came the assured reply. But how to deceive the heavens and navigate the verification of identity? Shangguan was no fool, and should we encounter a particularly meticulous executioner, the consequences could be dire. Should the truth be revealed, our heads would roll, and our families could suffer the indignity of exile to a distant land 3,000 miles. Even if one could traverse such a distance, survival would be all but impossible. The mere thought of losing his head and the potential for his family's banishment filled Su Fugui with profound despair, torn between hope and fear. He found himself in a state of turmoil that on one hand, he believed Lu Dada's plan might succeed. On the other, the risks were perilously high, and those in power were not easily deceived. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that some time had passed since the incident, yet there had been no word from Fan Yuqing. The likelihood of Fan Yuqing remaining unaware was practically zero. In this place, no secret could escape his notice. Yet he chose not to report it, feigning ignorance of the escape. Was he planning to shift the blame? The more Su Fugui pondered, the more anxiety gripped him, and he felt his own life hanging by a thread. He did not wish to die. Lu Dada, sensing Su Fugui's hesitation, leaned in and whispered, "You know better than anyone how foul a prisoner incarcerated for nearly a year can be. The officials are all quite esteemed. Do you truly think they would lower themselves to conduct personal inspections? At most, they would send a subordinate to carry out a mere formality. Even if we encounter a particularly scrupulous executioner, there will be more than just a notorious thief among the condemned. In the entire capital, there must be at least 120 prisoners awaiting execution. But if we blend in among them, no one present has ever seen the true thief. Who could discern the false from the genuine? The key lies in ensuring our own people maintain absolute silence." Su Fugui paced back and forth. Indecisive, he looked toward the guards. "What are your thoughts on this matter?" "We will heed your lead. Su Lu Dada's idea is certainly viable to Su too. Let us proceed. We must ensure that the truth remains concealed from those above us. Once the day has passed, all will be resolved. Lu Dada's plan is foolproof. In an effort to preserve their lives, the guards unanimously supported Lu Dada's proposal. Why substituting one for another and deceiving the heavens? Now is the time to act. Waiting would be folly. Hesitation was not an option. A moment's doubt could cost them their heads. Encouraged by the guards, Su Fugui eventually conceded that Lu Dada's plan was indeed plausible. If they could successfully navigate the coming day, all would be well, and fortune would favor them. With a resolute bite of his lip, he finally declared to Lu Dada, "You shall handle this matter. Ensuring it is executed without a whisper of awareness. State the amount of silver required, and we shall gather it. Are there any objections?" "There are none. We shall follow your orders." Su Toud this juncture. As they pooled their resources to navigate this crisis, not a single one of the typically miserly guards lamented their financial plight. If a small sum could resolve this calamity, It would be more than worth it. Lu Data hesitated, recognizing that this was not merely a matter of money, but one of lives. The stakes were perilously high. While silver was trivial, the real challenge lay in finding someone to take the fall. This could certainly be accomplished through underhanded means, yet he was reluctant to take on the responsibility himself. He desired to shift the blame to another, providing himself with an excuse should calamity strike. Su Fugue, noticing his indecision, offered both warnings and promises of rewards. The idea is yours. If you do not act, who will? Rest assured, once this is accomplished, your reward shall be plentiful. You will receive your due silver. If not more. Lu Datu, fidgeting, pulled Su Fugue aside. Su too. It is not that I lack understanding, but this task proves rather complex. Now you claim it is complex, Lu Datu. Were you not the one who confidently asserted this plan was viable? Do you think me a fool, easily deceived? If you falter, I shall be the first to hold you accountable. Su Fugue seethed with indignation. Should Lu Data dare to play him for a fool? He would ensure the man understood the depths of despair. Su too. Calm yourself, Lu Datu quickly soothed. The silver is manageable. The difficulty lies in finding the right person, that we must ensure this individual is willing to remain silent. If we select a fool, they may suddenly cry out during the execution, and that would spell disaster. Su Fugue nodded vigorously, recognizing the truth in those words. Despite their bravado, when faced with death, even the most fearless would tremble in terror. In such a moment, who could keep their mouths shut? They would cry out, desperate for survival. Should such a scenario unfold, the heavens themselves would be torn asunder, and the case would reach the highest court in an instant. From a ministry of justice to the celestial dungeon, heads would surely roll, and even the minister might find himself in peril. The mere thought of such consequences sent a chill down Su Fugue's spine, leaving him trembling and pale. Then what do you propose? Perhaps we should simply bring the person here and administer poison to silence them. Su Fugue's resolve hardened. He would not allow the most dreadful of scenarios to unfold. Lu Datu concurred, recognizing this as a viable option. The optimal solution, however, will be to find someone willing to embrace their fate. Where do you propose we find such a willing soul? Are you jesting? Su Fugue retorted, for who among the living would willingly seek death? Where there are vulnerabilities, there are hostages, and where there are incentives, such individuals can indeed be found. Lu Data whispered. Su Fugue's eyes lit up with realization. Indeed, he had nearly overlooked this crucial point that in these times, those who found life unbearable were not uncommon. With the right incentives, one could certainly find volunteers. The key would be to offer sufficient rewards. He excitedly clapped Lu Datu on the shoulder. Indeed, this task is yours alone. Hurry and attend to it. Time waits for no by noon tomorrow. Ensure this matter is resolved. State the amount of silver required, and I shall gather Lu Datu. Realizing he could not shirk this duty, boldly demanded, prepare 500 taels up front. We can settle the difference later. 500 taels? You truly dare to ask for such a sum? Su Fugue stared incredulously at Lu Datu, noting that the man's ambitions were as vast as his appetite. Very well. I shall endure this for now. Once this is accomplished, we shall discuss it further. Agreed. 500 taels it is. I shall rally the others to contribute. You must act swiftly. Do not delay this crucial task. All our lives depend upon your success. Rest assured, I shall fulfill this task. Lu Datu confidently replied. You won't abscond with the money, will you? Su Fugue pondered darkly. 500 taels represented a fortune to the average person. One could retreat to a remote countryside, build a sturdy brick house, acquire vast tracts of land, take on 2 concubines, and live the life of a landowner. Lu Data protested vehemently. Su too, you underestimate me. 500 taels is a mere trifle. I would not abandon my family for it. Though I may not possess wealth, I am not a stranger to money. 500 taels. As long as I remain in this dungeon, I shall surely earn it back. Let us hope you think that way. I trust you understand the importance of knowing what to do and what not to do to the entrance. Chen Guanlou encountered Lu Datu, seizing him and pulling him into a secluded corner for a discussion. What is going on? Has the infamous thief truly escaped? Lu Datu gasped. Have you heard? Is it indeed true? Lu Datu Gritting his teeth, cursed that cowardly thief exploited disguise to slip away unnoticed, placing all our heads at risk. Should I catch him, I will flay him alive. Where do you plan to find him? Execution is but 2 days away. Has the bee prison found a solution? Chen Guanlou inquired, concerned for his old colleagues. Unwilling to see them perish, with secrets weighing heavily on his heart, Lu Datu felt guilty under Chen Guanlou's sincere gaze that we will devise a plan. Do not worry, we will ensure matters do not spiral out of control. A plan? Chen Guanlou scrutinized Lu Datu, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Tell me honestly, are you all plotting to substitute one for another and deceive the heavens? Sure. How could you think such a thing? Just knowing this is enough. Do not speak of it. Such matters lose their potency once uttered. Chen Guanlou was left speechless, unable to chastise Lu Datu. Since arriving in the celestial dungeon, his principles had shattered, and his standards had diminished significantly. 8 times, he even felt a sense of self-loathing. Such is the nature of the world. It is beyond human control that Lu Datu, feeling both guilty and innocent, implored little Chen, you are different from us. Please act as though you know nothing. The lives of dozens in the prison rest upon my shoulders. That I, too, am reluctant. Yet if we do not proceed in this manner, all shall perish. Chen Guanlou maintained a composed expression, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Datu. The latter, unnerved by the scrutiny, muttered, you won't divulge this, will you? Chen Guanlou snorted coldly. I care not how you conduct yourself. Just ensure that the innocent are not entangled and do not force them. Yes, rest assured, I have considered that already. The capital is rife with unfortunate souls. If I offer sufficient compensation, there will be those unafraid of death. Upon hearing this, Chen Guanlou could only sigh in his most destitute moments. He still possessed a residence. Though life was frugal, he and his neighbors were, in fact, among the more fortunate petty citizens of the capital. They genuinely belonged to the category of individuals with stable possessions and steadfast resolve, serving as the backbone of the city's stability and its primary consumer demographic fostering market prosperity. The truly unfortunate are those bereft of funds and shelter, burdened by years of toil that have left them ailing, and perhaps even drowning in debt from medical expenses. With rent unpaid, they risk eviction from their homes at any moment. Each winter, many succumb to the cold. These are the true underprivileged of the capital. Lu Datu's target was precisely this group. Find someone of similar stature to Mr. Kong Kong, who bears vulnerabilities and burdens, living merely as a drag on life, to exchange their life for a better existence for their family. Is neither difficult nor easy. Chen Guanlou released Lu Datu and promised, I shall feign ignorance of this matter, and I will ensure that the jailers under my command refrain from indiscreet chatter. Hurry and attend to your business, lest time slip away, before one meets their end. It is only humane to offer a final meal, a small gesture of conscience. Rest easy, Brother Chen. These matters do not require your prompting. We will handle them well, ensuring no one is wronged. We will choose only the willing to go then. Lu Datu hurriedly departed. Chen Guanlou felt a pang of melancholy, reflecting on Mr. Kong Kong, the rogue who had silently orchestrated a grand prison break. He recognized the challenge of locating him, especially with the skills of disguise he possessed. In a foul mood, he sought solace in the pleasures of a brothel that evening. Disguised as Boss Guan, he donned fine garments in a merchant's attire and ventured into the vibrant streets, selecting the enchanting Susu to accompany him. The establishment had introduced new melodies, and Susu mentioned that they would be promoting a newcomer to vie for the title of the courtesan queen. The new repertoire was crafted specifically for this debutante, building anticipation before her unveiling. The new girl, procured by the madam from afar, had been kept hidden, said to have been trained in the arts of music, chess, literature, and painting, and was purportedly strikingly beautiful. Next month, she would undergo her formal debut. Your madam, aspiring to ascend the social ladder? And what of you? Do you harbor no ambitions? I am but a wilted flower, unworthy of such dreams. That I am grateful, esteemed sir, for your continued patronage, which deeply touches me. Allow me to toast to you. Chen Guanlou chuckled, quaffing the wine poured by Susu, and remarked, I am particularly fond of your essence, Susu, which exudes a languid charm. Other men are blind to your merits. Susu laughed heartily. leaning into Chen Guanlou's embrace, her body soft as noodles, a delightful sensation. True men recognize the epitome of femininity. Only the naive and those with fanciful ideas are drawn to the delicate and slender. Just then, the lively atmosphere below caught Chen Guanlou's attention. He abruptly froze, straining to peer downwards. The fleeting glance had not betrayed him. He pushed Susu aside, instructing, "Stay seated. I shall return shortly." He hurried downstairs, searching the crowd for a familiar figure. After scanning the main hall without success, he dashed to the back courtyard, where private rooms were monitored by servants. Leaving him feeling quite constrained, he decided to change into simpler attire and climbed to the rooftop. Intending to wait patiently for an opportunity, in the stillness of midnight, the capital lay tranquil, like a slumbering beast. Occasionally, the patrols of the city guards passed, resembling the beast's fangs in the distance. The palace glimmered faintly with light. As the clock struck midnight, the Imperial Guard mobilized, unaware of who might face misfortune. Compared to the dungeons, the Imperial prison was akin to a vacation retreat. Officials feared not the dungeons but dreaded the Imperial prison, where the stakes were life and death. Countless officials imprisoned here, even if they emerged alive, found their lives irrevocably shattered, maimed, disfigured, or facing a grim fate. Someone exited through the back door of the brothel. Observing the figure, Chen Guanlou swiftly followed. He recalled that this person possessed second-tier strength. After such a long period of recovery, even if not at their peak, they should maintain some level of prowess. In a shadowy alley, Chen Guanlou acted decisively, drawing his blade and striking with precision. In merely 3 moves, he ascertained that he could eliminate his opponent within 10. After all, having been imprisoned for a year, they had yet to regain their full strength. "Who are you? Who sent you?" the woman demanded sharply. He had not disclosed his new identity to anyone. How had she discovered him? What had gone awry? Chen Guanlou's voice carried the weight of years spent in the underworld. "Now that you are free, you should depart the capital without delay, relying on your meager skills. Do you dare linger here? You truly court death? Then let me send you to meet the king of hell." Mr. Kong Kong, bewildered, recognized the middle-aged man who had brazenly entered the brothel and was now confronting him in the alley. How had he been unmasked? Chen Guanlou could only attribute it to intuition, a peculiar instinct. Upon seeing the figure, he was convinced it was someone specific. Since practicing the ascension record, his senses had sharpened significantly. "May I ask if you are an old acquaintance?" Mr. Kong Kong, uncertain of his assailant's origins or identity, could only probe cautiously. Chen Guanlou would not allow him to discern his true identity, opting instead to strike again. Mr. Kong Kong, still not at his peak, could only evade clumsily. In his heart, a suspicion began to form, but it felt wrong. This individual lacked a martial vein, rendering them unable to cultivate inner strength. Yet the person before him clearly exhibited the prowess of a martial expert, with depths that were inscrutable, potentially a hidden vein, the return of a hidden vein to the world. Mr. Kong Kong's heart raced with alarm. "Spare me, esteemed sir. Once the city gates open, I shall leave. I promise never to return to the capital again. Should I break this vow, feel free to take my head." Chen Guanlou snorted. "You had best adhere to your word. Before the sun rises, if you have not vacated the capital, you shall die." With those words, he vanished into the night. Mr. Kong Kong exhaled in relief, hastily returning to his lair to gather his belongings and prepare for departure. Chen Guanlou returned home, reflecting on the encounter with Mr. Kong Kong while seated beneath the moonlight. The strength of a second-tier martial artist, slightly diminished, was now easily within his capacity to vanquish. The second volume of the Ascension record had truly transformed him, yielding rapid progress and an astonishing enhancement of capabilities. Perhaps he was indeed a martial prodigy, though it remained unproven. Once he mastered the second volume to perfection, what terrifying strength would he wield? Could he contend with a third-tier martial artist? The Ascension record comprised 9 volumes. Mastering all to completion would yield unimaginable power, but he found it difficult to fathom, as he had never encountered anyone more formidable than a third-tier warrior. Yet he felt a burgeoning desire and excitement within. Strong, become stronger, even stronger. Humanity is eternally in pursuit of greater strength. Luo Jingtian, a figure entrenched in society, a vibrant leader of a small community, where had he acquired the formidable Ascension record, Alas, the Luo family had been exiled to the northwest, and Luo Jingtian's subordinates had long since dispersed. Now he sought information but found no leads that in a few days it would mark the anniversary of Luo Jingtian's passing, in gratitude for the generous gift bestowed upon him. He resolved to burn some paper offerings in remembrance that day, in the dead of night. Lu Dadu stealthily returned to the prison, where the guards awaited his arrival. Upon receiving him, they remained silent, quietly escorting him back to the designated cell. After 2 days of vacancy, it was once again occupied. Su Fugue stood outside the cell, scrutinizing it closely. It appears cleaner. Su was reassured. Come back tomorrow. I guarantee there will be no distinction from the other inmates. Cleaning a prisoner thoroughly was no easy task, but allowing one to become filthy and odorous was all too simple. The guards knew how to torment individuals and naturally understood how to transform a clean person into a true inmate in a short time. Su Fugue pulled Lu Datu aside, whispering, "Can we rely on this? Do not shout out at the moment of execution. Rest assured, fully reliable." He willingly ingests the poison. Lu Datu, with a sycophantic smile, sought to take credit. "Who did you find?" Su Fugue inquired with curiosity. Lu Datu merely smiled and remained silent, clearly indicating that this matter could not be disclosed. Su Fugue felt satisfied. Indeed, silence was the right course. He instructed that henceforth, if anyone inquired, one must remain mute, professing ignorance and lack of understanding. Had the aftermath been handled properly? Are there any potential risks? Lu Dadu confidently assured him, employing his usual tactics, that the individual was a frail wretch, barely clinging to life, burdening his entire family. The family's existence was one of sheer misery, to the extent that even Datu, could not bear to witness it. He offered them silver, concocting a casual excuse, and the family expressed their profound gratitude. Upon learning that he could exchange his life for silver to improve his family's circumstances, the man acquiesced willingly. To be on the safe side, he had been dosed with medication on the return journey, ensuring he would not utter a word. The execution of this task was executed flawlessly, and Su Fugue felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders, alleviating half of the pressure of impending doom. He cautioned, "Ensure that the subsequent matters are managed effectively," making it appear as if he were merely a petty thief. "Once the day of execution is past, I shall reward you accordingly, that I will not inquire into how much silver you have spent. Ultimately, the credit belongs to you, as does the silver you rightfully deserve. Thank you." Su too. Lu Datu completed his task successfully and received a sum of silver, which filled him with elation and a sense of swagger. Were it not for the urgency of the current circumstances and the multitude of tasks at hand, he would have certainly indulged in a grand gamble, seeking a lavish thrill, despite the jailers earning well. They were all essentially impoverished, unable to produce even a few taels of silver from their pockets. Money was spent on the same day it was received, never to linger overnight, with funds at hand. They would gamble. Without, they would watch others play, often facing shortages. Individuals like Chen Guanlou, who understood the value of saving and long-term planning, were rare among the jailers. This also contributed to the jailers' poor reputation. They were all nothing but gamblers. What good reputation can a gambler possess? Virtuous women would scarcely consider marrying a compulsive gambler. Each jailer's wife was fierce and formidable. This was not an inherent trait. Rather, it was a necessity for survival. As any softness would render their lives unlivable, they had to adopt a fierce demeanor to manage their gambling husbands and to scrape together a few coins for daily sustenance. Day after day, they transformed into formidable matriarchs. Su Fugue departed with a sense of relief. Yet in his mind, he pondered the matter of the 500 taels of silver. Lu Dadu had undoubtedly embezzled over half. That scoundrel had an insatiable appetite. Once this affair concluded, he would find a pretext to extract that sum, teaching Lu Datu a lesson in propriety. The Dingxi prison was not a place for Lu's arrogance to flourish. Unbeknownst to Lu Datu, Su Fugue had his eyes fixed on the silver in his pocket. Had he been aware, he would have certainly thrown in the towel that he had successfully navigated the most perilous and challenging phase. Su Fugue, however, was intent on dismantling the bridge once he had crossed it, an approach unbecoming of a professional. Presently, he remained blissfully unaware eagerly reforming the criminal, intent on transforming him into a loathsome petty thief, ensuring that the executioner would not dare approach. What could be more repugnant than the stench of excrement? Nothing. Hence, they would resort to filth. The expertise of the dungeon was to roll in the most revolting cells thrice, followed by a couple of revolutions in the torture chamber, ensuring the appropriate odor and the appearance of a mind shattered by torment. They would feed him slop twice more, striving to make his breath more offensive than dung, so that the moment he spoke, he could clear a space of 10 meters. With thorough preparation from within to without, they aimed for authenticity, worthy of the weighty heads at stake. The final meal would be a feast, accompanied by soothing words of encouragement to ensure the individual departed in peace, with no thoughts of rebellion. Once all was in place, they awaited the day of execution. On the day of execution, Lu Datu brought 4 jailers to lurk at the execution site, ensuring everything proceeded smoothly. The other jailers continued their duties in the dungeon, awaiting news. Everyone was on edge, their hearts suspended in anxiety. Until the heads rolled, unease prevailed. The prison was as silent as a grave, just like the Jia prison. While many could surmise the clandestine dealings within the Ding prison, none dared to speak of it. Even the sky above bore no utterance. This was a tacit understanding. No one needed teaching or warning. They all instinctively sealed their lips, pretending nothing had transpired regarding the escape of a prisoner. There was no talk of substitution or deceitful maneuvers. Each individual was acutely aware that should the truth emerge, the dungeon would be drenched in blood, with no one able to escape unscathed. To harbor thoughts of reporting for self-preservation was naive. The dungeon had no shortage of naivety, but an abundance of cunning minds. The dungeon had housed countless individuals who attempted to betray for survival. And among 10, 9 perished. This was a lesson steeped in blood and tears, a hard-earned wisdom from predecessors who had paid with their lives, a lesson that must be etched in their hearts. Yet, none had the inclination to perform their duties. They were all awaiting news from the execution ground, opting instead to gather in the watchroom for a game of cards. Even Chen Guanlou, who usually abstained from gambling, placed 5 coins on the table to bet on a horse. A truly unprecedented CT. Idahong reacted with astonishment, exclaiming, "What a rare sight! Tonight, we shall feast at the VIP building. My treat, Li Tu, is magnificent. Li Tu is generous. Count me in," Chen Guanlou proclaimed grandly, stating that no matter the expense, it would be charged to his account. Chen Tu is splendid. Chen Tu is magnanimous. Chen Guanlou was genuinely generous. He would certainly honor his word, never acting deceitfully, providing whatever was needed. In contrast, Li Dahong's generosity was hollow. He would offer to treat, but would inevitably leave the expense to the other jailers to cover. Such occurrences had transpired numerous times, and the jailers were well aware of it. Thus, when they praised Chen Tu's generosity, their excitement was heartfelt and genuine. As for Li Dahong, he was merely a stubborn old coin, praised only for his position as a squad leader. Were it not for that, he would have long since faced the consequences of his actions. Chen Guanlou had established himself firmly in the Jia prison. Facing little trouble due to his lavishness and reliability, he had captivated everyone with his charismatic integrity. After all, he did not gamble and was capable of saving money. When it came time to spend, he could produce the funds that, if anyone faced hardship and sought a loan from him, he would be able to assist. In comparison to Li Dahong and others who boasted of wealth, he was far superior. Today, the executioner was the esteemed Sun Downing, Vice Minister of the Ministry of Punishment. Upon seeing him, Lu Datu's heart skipped a beat. The prison break incident from last year, in which the 13th prisoner was abducted, still left the 13th cell vacant. The higher authorities had decreed that until the case was resolved, the cell would remain empty to demonstrate the innocence of all within the dungeon. Why such measures? Because the individual responsible for the case was the notoriously meticulous Sun Downing, renowned for his investigative prowess. Lu Data whispered to the jailers nearby, "Act naturally. Do not let Sun Downing sense any unease. If anyone feels nervous, now is the time to step aside. Do not implicate us all. Rest assured, Brother Datu, we have nothing to feel guilty about. Best not to feel guilty. This isn't our first time observing an execution. Let us maintain our composure, as usual." "Understood." The weather was sweltering, and the officers were visibly uncomfortable, frequently wiping their brows. Sun Downing, clad in full official regalia, seemed impervious to the heat. Appearing remarkably composed, the second-tier martial artist was indeed enviable. Showing no fear of the elements, the executioner glanced at the sky and quietly inquired of Sun Downing, "My lord, do you believe it is time to proceed with the execution?" Sun Downing set down his teacup, unhurriedly responding, "Have the identities been verified?" Yes, they have been verified. It was done upon their arrival. Here is the execution list for your perusal." The executioner presented the document, detailing that 18 prisoners were to be executed today, including those from the dungeon, the imperial prison, the Supreme Court, and various county jails, all duly checked off, transparent and above reproach. The executioner had anticipated that Sun Downing, as the execution supervisor, would merely review the proceedings, as had been the custom in the past. However, he was taken aback when Sun Downing, after reviewing the list, disregarded the heat and stepped out of the tent to verify each prisoner's identity personally. The executioner was immediately displeased. As an official from the Jingzhou prefecture, he had no obligation to defer to the Ministry of Punishment and could easily disregard Sun Downing's authority. Thus, he too rose and approached Sun Downing, asking, "What is the meaning of this, my lord? Are you doubting our work? Without His Majesty's decree or the order of the Vice-Chancellor, what right does a Ministry of Punishment official have to question the work of the Jingzhou prefecture?" Although the execution supervisor was indeed tasked with verifying the identities of the prisoners, such actions were inappropriate and deviated from the decorum of officialdom. In the world of bureaucracy, mutual respect was paramount. You give me face, I give you face. To openly disregard someone's dignity was to invite enmity. Sun Downing slightly covered his mouth and nose. With summer upon them, the odor emanating from the prisoners was overwhelming. He softly remarked, "Why must Lindauern be so impatient? As the appointed executioner, entrusted with the imperial command, it is only fitting that I maintain a semblance of decorum. Should I remain seated and motionless throughout, we would undoubtedly be accused of idly occupying our positions. Lord Lin, with a stern demeanor, seems to suggest that Lord Sun should expedite the process, lest we squander the precious hours. The heat is unbearable, and it is a trial for us all. Rest assured, I shall be swift." Upon witnessing Sun Downing's intention to personally verify the identity of the criminal, Lu Dadu felt a surge of anxiety. The other guards shared his apprehension, all too familiar with the formidable nature of Lord Sun's meticulousness. "What should we do, Brother Datu?" "Remain calm. Regardless of his actions, we must focus solely on our duties. As long as our consciences are clear, he cannot lay any blame upon us." Yet, despite such reassurances, unease persisted among the guards, their palms growing clammy with sweat, had they not been seasoned veterans of the prison. Adept at navigating the treacherous waters of deception, the average person would have succumbed to panic. Lu Dadu silently hoped that the man would maintain his composure. It was imperative he did not falter at such a critical juncture. Fortunately, the preemptive administration of medication alleviated concerns about the man uttering anything untoward. One after another, Sun Downing swiftly proceeded to verify the identities of the prisoners, finally reaching Kong Kong Xiaozhai. "Lift your head," he commanded. The response from Kong Kong Xiaozhai was sluggish. It was only after Lord Sun repeated his request that the man complied. Disheveled and foul, his eyes reflected a vacant despair, having succumbed to the inevitability of death. Sun Downing scrutinized the man's face, his expression inscrutable, while casting a sidelong glance at Lu Datu and his companions in the crowd. In that moment, Lu Datu's heart raced. Had he noticed? Would he uncover the truth? The guards dared not utter a word, even forgetting how to breathe. What were they to do? Was their necks on the line? Would their families be implicated? The dread of death loomed large. They had known this plan was fraught with peril. At that moment, to step forward and expose the truth, would it guarantee their survival? Should one of them cry out in defiance? All of this stemmed from the ideas of Lu Dadu and Su Fugue. They were innocent. After all, just as despair threatened to overwhelm them, Sun Downing moved on to the next prisoner. The collective sigh of relief escaped the guards, only then realizing they were drenched in sweat. Oblivious to their discomfort, they exchanged glances, revealing smiles of relief. "Brother Datu, have we passed?" Lu Data silently wiped the perspiration from his brow. Silence. We shall speak only once the heads roll. Indeed, at that moment, Lu Data did not feel the slightest sense of relief. He remained preoccupied with the implications of Sun Downing's glance. What did it signify? Had he discerned the ruse, surmised the secrets of the dungeon? Why had he chosen to scrutinize them at the last moment? A gaze he had not bestowed upon the other prisoners? Lu Datu's heart raced with anxiety. The more he pondered, the more he convinced himself that Sun Downing had indeed uncovered their secret. Yet the man remained silent, perhaps fearing the repercussions of exposure. The significant issue had arisen in the dungeon. The Ministry of Punishment could not feign ignorance. This much was certain. Lu Datu endeavored to reassure himself, clinging to the hope of a calm resolution. Only when the execution commenced, and Kong Kong Xiaozhai was justly punished, did he finally exhale. He instructed the guards to report back to Su Tu, assuring him that all had proceeded smoothly. He had other matters to attend to, and would not be on duty that afternoon. He sought a drink to soothe his frayed nerves. After imbibing, he naturally found his way to the gambling house. With money in hand, it would have been unsatisfying not to partake in a few games. News of the day's events traveled to the dungeon, and the guards exchanged knowing smiles, finally returning to their usual duties. Little did they realize, their unusual behavior had already caught the attention of certain astute observers. Despite the guards' efforts to appear unremarkable, the slightest deviation was glaring to those who knew what to look for, such as Yu Zhaoan, the former right assistant to the censorate, whose gaze was as keen as a hunting hound. Any hint of disturbance in the dungeon would not escape his notice. He did not engage with the lower-ranking guards, as they either refused to converse with him or pretended not to comprehend his words. In any case, he refrained from interaction with them. Instead, he preferred conversing with Chen Guanlou. Chen patrolled the cells. He called out to him directly. What has transpired? He inquired bluntly, hoping to catch Chen off guard and gauge his reaction. In the past, this tactic had proven effective, yielding the information he sought. What do you mean? Chen Guanlou responded, his expression one of confusion, as though he were addressing a lunatic. Why Yu Zhaoan furrowed his brow. Was his approach failing? Did he misjudge the situation? He discerned no hint of guilt on Chen Guanlou's face. Chen remained resolute, internally dismissing Yu's attempt to deceive him. Has something troubling you, Lord Yu? Is it the heat or the unpalatable food? Yu Zhaoan was a man of unwavering conviction, never doubting his judgment. Even if he were mistaken, he would attribute it to the cunning of his adversaries. In his eyes, Chen Guanlou was nothing but a sly trickster, performing with remarkable authenticity. Throughout the morning, the guards were preoccupied and anxious. Had nothing occurred outside? What could possibly happen? Chen Guanlou regarded him with mild curiosity, aware that you did not comprehend the lives of those at the bottom. It was payday, and all were eager to know their earnings, relying on that meager sum for their survival. Why Yu Zhaoan frowned, dissatisfied with this answer, yet he could discern no signs of unease on Chen's face. The latter's tone remained unchanged. Is everything truly all right? Could you not wish us well? Should calamity befall us, the first to suffer would undoubtedly be you criminals. With that, Chen raised a middle finger in response. Why Yu Zhaoan scoffed. You had best hope I do not uncover the truth, or you shall be the first to face the consequences. Chen merely scoffed in return, his expression one of disdain, as he continued his rounds. Upon completing his patrol, Chen summoned his subordinates, instructing them that no one was to engage or make eye contact with Yu Zhaoan. All his demands were to be met with indifference. Understood? Understood. Chen Tu, what has transpired? What schemes is Yu Zhaoan concocting? It is not as you suspect. This fellow has a keen nose, catching wind of something amiss, and is intent on digging deeper. You all understand the stakes involved. Can you comply? Rest assured, we shall comply. Was Yu Zhaoan truly as formidable as rumored? Do not doubt the capabilities of a censorate official. His rise through the ranks was not solely due to connections. He possesses genuine skill. After years of service, he has become an astute hunter, and none should dare challenge him. Should anyone falter, they shall reap the consequences. Chen Guanlou's admonitions effectively quelled the guard's suspicions. Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, they dutifully complied with his orders. In subsequent rounds, not a single guard acknowledged Yu Zhaoan, not even the one serving meals, who maintained complete silence. given the stakes involving their lives and livelihoods. No one dared act recklessly at times. Chen would reflect on whether releasing Kong Kong Xiaozhai had been a mistake. Undoubtedly, it was, legally speaking, it was a grave error, tantamount to a crime. Yet from a pragmatic standpoint, he had acted wisely. Had he apprehended Kong Kong Xiaozhai, to whom would he turn him over? And how? Even if those questions had clear answers, what justification could he offer for the arrest? How would he explain the sequence of events? One lie requires countless others to conceal it. Should matters come to light, and inquiries directed toward him, would he claim to have stumbled upon a comatose Kong Kong Xiaozhai, instantly seeing through his disguise? Who would believe such a tale? If the investigation were to pivot toward him, could he safeguard his secrets? Even if he remained in the shadows, his disguise risked exposure. Who could guarantee that Kong Kong Xiaozhai, in a bid to save his own life, would not divulge everything? Any hint of danger must be swiftly extinguished. He cannot risk exposing secrets merely to become an obscure constable. The case of Lord Jean has been adjudicated, resulting in a banishment of 3,000 miles. Upon learning of the verdict, Lord Jean expressed his melancholy, stating, "I wonder if, in my lifetime, I shall ever return to the capital." Chen Guanlou intended to offer some words of comfort, but upon reflection, he realized that Lord Jin's sister-in-law is the favored concubine of the king of Donghai. With such a powerful ally, the outcome of his exile could not be altered. Thus, any words of solace would seem utterly ineffectual. Strive to live well, spend wisely, and life will persist, Chen Guanlou said, attempting to remain grounded in reality. Exile is fearsome not for the place of banishment, but for the journey there. As long as one survives the path of exile, individuals of Lord Jin's caliber will be valued in their new locale. Why navigating circumstances with agility, one may yet seize opportunities. When the day of universal amnesty arrives, hardships will yield to joys, and a reversal of fortunes may be within reach. Lord Jean nodded, his expression still shrouded in gloom, yet a flicker of hope glimmered in his eyes. To live is to hope. Thinking positively, at least he had not faced execution, and his family remained together. "May I entrust you with a matter, Chen?" "Speak," Chen Guanlou replied. He had become quite adept at navigating affairs, having lowered his moral standards significantly since his time in the B prison. The prisoners he managed were all officials. Regardless of their future, it was prudent to establish some rapport for peace of mind, lest a certain lord, upon regaining power, seek revenge for their time in the dungeons. My old servant informed me that perhaps the raiders were unknowledgeable, as 2 rare books were overlooked during the confiscation. Might you assist in finding a buyer? A fair price would suffice. My family is currently unable to venture out, and I fear opportunists may take advantage of our plight to drive the price down. This exile will demand considerable expenses along the way, and once we reach the place of banishment, we will need funds to sustain ourselves. These 2 rare books are my only means of alleviating our immediate financial distress. This is a trivial matter. I shall certainly help you find a suitable buyer. However, are you certain these rare books were indeed left behind during the confiscation, and that they do not pose any risk of exposure? Chen Guanlou was willing to assist, but could not afford to entangle himself in trouble. He understood the nature of these officials. Cunning as a fox, always with backup plans, that it was unlikely that the raiders overlooked such valuable items. They were seasoned hands, well aware of the worth of rare books. It is far more probable that the Jean family had hidden a few precious possessions prior to the raid and had managed to evade the raiders' scrutiny. Now, in desperate need of cash and wary of discovery, they sought his assistance. Lord Jean, a seasoned bureaucrat, remained unfazed when Chen Guanlou confronted him directly. "Just find a buyer. I assure you, no harm will come to you. I am willing to part with 1/10 of the profit." How generous! Ultimately, it all boils down to monetary exchange. Chen Guanlou addressed him. "Since my arrival at the A prison, I have greatly appreciated your guidance, which has resolved many of my inquiries. Now that your case has been settled, you will undoubtedly require funds, so assisting in finding a buyer is but a small favor. I shall not concern myself with the origins of the goods. Should any complications arise, I will not claim responsibility, but will shift the blame entirely onto you. Is that unreasonable?" Lord Jean nodded and replied, "Upon the sale of the goods, Chen, you may take a 20% commission. How forthright! Chen Guanlou did not decline, for that would be disingenuous. Very well. This is a straightforward transaction that I wish you a smooth journey and an expeditious escape from your troubles. He acquiesced to Lord Jin's request. However, he remained cautious and, when meeting with the Jin family's old servant, disguised himself and adopted a different identity. He simply stated that he was sent by Chen and produced a token of identification. Although the other party had reservations, they were compelled to trust him due to the circumstances. Silently, he hoped that the goods would not vanish along with the buyer. Chen Guanlou would not abscond with the goods. He bore no deep-seated animosity, nor was this a mere one-time transaction. The prison warehouse was vast, and in the future, many would seek his assistance. There was no need to tarnish his reputation or jeopardize his future prospects for a paltry sum. He harbored no ill will towards the Jin family and would not force them into a corner. Finding a buyer was both simple and complex. The most straightforward solution was to approach a pawnshop. However, the pawnshop's tendency to undervalue items could be disheartening. It was not a feasible option, but he sought counsel from Mr. Du, a scholar who offered an estimate for the two rare books. If they encountered an enthusiastic buyer, they could fetch between 3,000 to 5,000 taels. However, given that he was assisting another in an urgent need of cash, the selling price would likely be lower. How much do you estimate they might sell for? Well, I reckon around 2,500 taels at well, you know any potential buyers. You know my line of work. I seldom meet suitable clientele, Mr. Du chuckled. The right buyer is both far away and right before your eyes. Is it you, Mr. Du? Chen Guanlou was taken aback, having always assumed Mr. Du was financially constrained, only to discover he was quite affluent. You misunderstand. I lack the financial means to purchase such valuable items. While I may not be able to buy them, I know individuals with both wealth and willingness to purchase. Who might that be? The Grand General. Ah! Chen Guanlou was astonished and whispered, if I recall correctly, the Grand General is a martial figure, though the Grand General is indeed a warrior. He is also well-educated, possessing both literary and martial prowess. He has a passion for calligraphy and painting, particularly for collecting rare books from previous dynasties. As far as I know, the Grand General has even constructed a study to house his collection. That sounds splendid. I must trouble you, Mr. Du, to facilitate an introduction. Tonight is late. Tomorrow I shall pay a visit on your behalf. As for the two rare books, will you trust me to safeguard them? Certainly. I have complete faith that you would not deceive me. Mr. Du was quite pleased with this trust, feeling honored by the confidence bestowed upon him, but he would not let the other party down. The following day, after delivering a note, Mr. Du successfully met with the Grand General and pitched the two rare books. Upon seeing them, the Grand General was captivated and, after inquiring about their provenance, agreed to purchase them on the spot. However, he would only offer 2,000 taels. These rare books must have been uncovered from the prisoners. Had it not been for the name Chen, he would not have offered even 1,000 taels. Mr. Du was left speechless and could only utter, I was merely assisting. While he claimed to be merely assisting, one could not deny that he had benefited. Tell him that, in the future, should he come across similar valuable items, he should feel free to bring them to me, that I will personally negotiate with him. Mr. Du, with no other choice, relayed this information faithfully to Chen Guanlou. After pondering, Chen Guanlou recollected that he had inquired at the pawn shop while in disguise. They would only offer 600 taels for the two rare books, clearly taking advantage of his urgent need for cash. Furthermore, pawn shops often collude. Once one shop sets a price, others refrain from raising theirs. There was no need for that. 2,000 taels is still 2,000 taels, a substantial sum compared to what the pawn shop offered. He was primarily considering long-term benefits. Establishing a connection with the Grand General for future dealings would be perfect. He doubted any official would dare investigate a first-rank noble. A wonder Lord Jin sought his assistance in finding a buyer. He likely understood that if his own family were to sell, they would probably receive even less than 600 taels and might even face extortion. The Jin family was utterly astonished to receive 1,600 taels. It was far beyond their expectations. They had anticipated a mere 800 or 900 taels and were content with that. Yet, given their current predicament, they begrudgingly accepted the undervalue. The rare books were of no immediate use, but the silver would prove invaluable in their circumstances. Throughout the journey, They would need to manage local officials and purchase provisions for their family. Truly, Chen is a man of his word, lamented the Jin family's old servant, noting how their master had accurately assessed Chen Guanzhou's character, believing him to be principled and trustworthy, unlike other jailers who were solely fixated on monetary gain, often demanding 80% of 1,000 taels. The old servant had also assessed the market. The amount given by Chen was indeed the highest possible at present, with no better offer in sight. This was genuine integrity and sincerity, as per their agreement. Chen Guanzhou received 400 taels, from which he set aside 200 as a fee for Mr. Du's intermediary services. Mr. Du repeatedly declined, stating that as long as Chen would occasionally join him for wine and meat, he would be satisfied. However, Chen Guanlou found it hard to reconcile with his thoughts. Master Du was struggling to make a living in the capital, while his wife and children awaited his remittances back home. Master Du had been of immense assistance to him. If he were to refuse even a single coin, what would that make him? In the future, he would hesitate to seek Master Du's help again. Moreover, if Master Du did not consider his own well-being, he ought to spare a thought for Madame Master. After all, she had toiled for so many years, it would not be unreasonable for her to enjoy a bit of good food. Chen Guanlou firmly pressed 200 taels into Master Du's hands. Master Du felt the banknotes were almost burning in his grasp and repeatedly declined. Ultimately, he accepted only 100 taels. With this sum, the family's quality of life would undergo a significant improvement. Seeing Master Du's insistence on not accepting more, Chen Guanlou resolved to bring him more delectable treats in the future. After having a few drinks, Master Du became quite talkative. He informed Chen Guanlou that the master had taken notice of him, and next time he had something of value, he should directly enter the Marquis's residence through the back door. The master would wish to meet him personally. What could he possibly want to see me for? I'm just a minor individual, a mere 5 degrees removed. How could I possibly catch the master's attention? Chen Guanlou felt no excitement or honor, but rather harbored skepticism towards the master's intentions. He could not believe that fortune would ever smile upon him. He was acutely aware of his own standing and how others perceived him. Do not underestimate yourself, Master Du replied. The master himself has said you surpass your father. Your father never understood these matters, lacked the flexibility to adapt, and thus found himself without assistance when challenges arose. Chen Guanlou dismissed this, stating, "My father was merely a peripheral figure in the prison, handling documents and archives. Without any substantial gain, he would not even be considered for a payout. He held the title of a jailer, but had no corresponding income." "Do you look down upon your father?" Master Du remarked with a knowing smile. This. Chen Guanlou shook his head. "I believe my father chose the wrong profession. He should never have ventured into such a filthy place as the prison. Any government office would be preferable. I cannot fathom how he ended up working in the prison." Though he spoke with disdain, he held a different opinion in his heart. The prison was indeed a place of stability. The position there was akin to a secure job, passed down from father to son. The jailers, regardless of how many changes occurred, were often part of a hereditary system, with either fathers or grandfathers having previously served in the role, leaving little room for complete newcomers. When the first died, the second would take over. If the second passed, the third would step up. If all perished, the next generation would assume the mantle. In short, this was a secure livelihood. Even aware of the risks, it did not dampen the enthusiasm of those entrenched in the profession. Master Du nodded repeatedly, acknowledging, "Your father's temperament indeed does not suit the prison. In contrast, you, at such a young age, handle matters with great finesse, adapting with ease, thriving in the prison environment. You know my father." When his father passed away, Master Du had yet to arrive at the Marquis's residence to teach. Teaching was a pursuit that commenced only after his father's death. "I never knew him, nor did I meet him. I have only heard of a few matters concerning your father and can deduce his character from that. In truth, your father would have been better suited for a more refined office, dealing with less, avoiding corruption, and maintaining his integrity." Master Du displayed considerable insight. Chen Guanlou raised a cup in respect. In the future, let us collaborate often. I lack discernment, and you shall guide me, while the master supports our business endeavors. Chen Guanlou, somewhat careless with his words, quickly corrected himself. He was no connoisseur of antiques or curios. He was but an amateur, Yet, in this age, scholars, particularly seasoned educators like Master Du in wealthy households, typically possess some knowledge in these areas. Even if they could not compare to the expertise of professional pawnshop attendants, they were still leagues ahead of the ordinary person. Rather than extorting wealth from criminals, he felt that assisting them in trading goods was a more honorable pursuit. This represented a new avenue for profit, and he was determined to pursue it. Selling goods to the master meant he need not worry about scrutiny from authorities, as long as the emperor remained silent and the court remained unchanged. Which department would dare to investigate the study of a first-ranking marquis? Would they not be courting disaster? If a day ever came when a department sought to investigate the marquis's residence, it would not be due to illicit activities, but rather from having taken the wrong side or incurring the emperor's displeasure. There would be no other reason. Throughout history, whether over thousands of years, aristocratic families had fallen from grace overnight for these two reasons. Claims of tyranny, coercion, land grabbing, bribery, and corruption were insufficient to bring down such esteemed families overnight. Only offending the emperor or choosing the wrong side proved fatal. The misdeeds of Jiang Tu in recent years were too numerous to recount, yet no department dared to raid the Jiang family. As long as the old emperor remained in power, Jiang Tu would be safe and sound. However, once the new emperor ascended the throne, he would undoubtedly make Jiang Tu the first target. It was no wonder that Jiang Tu bore animosity towards the crown prince. One wished to eliminate the other, while the latter sought to topple the crown prince. Let the battle commence. Since the old emperor aged, the political landscape had grown increasingly unstable. Jiang Tu was merely a pawn in the center of this turmoil. Master Du could not help but admire Chen Guanlou's audacity and decisiveness. Such execution surpassed the words of many. Most people spoke more than they acted, or worse, did nothing but complain. Yet he still harbored some doubts. Was this feasible? After all, how many opportunities did the prison truly offer? Wouldn't others envy his earnings? Chen Guanlou scoffed. What good is envy? They are not members of the Chen family and cannot find a patron as magnanimous and discerning as the master. The people in the prison, from top to bottom, are all without roots. Even within the prison, being 5 degrees removed from the marquis already grants me the strongest backing, and no jailer would dare to act against me, even with the warnings from the deputy warden. For they too must consider the Chen family behind me. With thousands of relatives in the Chen family and my position being assigned by Steward Liu, the jailers must tread carefully. That sounds like you're using the tiger's skin as a flag. Master Du commented. If the jailers truly understood the inner workings of the Chen family, they would not need to regard the marquis with such caution. Where would they learn about the Chen family's affairs? No member of the Chen family would speak recklessly in public. Among kin, idle chatter is acceptable. Outside, however, would invite trouble. The clan system has its own advantages. Family matters should not be aired publicly. Externally, everyone stands united, while internally, they vie for superiority. As long as the marquis's residence remains intact, the Chen family must act with caution and adhere to decorum. One day, should the marquis's residence fall from grace and the rules vanish, it would resemble the scenarios depicted in Dream of the Red Chamber, where family members embarrass themselves publicly, and the marquis's affairs become common knowledge throughout the capital, with disgrace reaching even the imperial palace. The authorities would seize upon any weakness with pinpoint precision. Chen Guanlou's fervor stirred Master Du, who began to envision new growth from an old tree. Chen Guanlou promised him that once this venture gained traction, Master Du could summon his eldest son from their hometown to assist and earn some silver. The capital was vast, with a large population and many wealthy individuals, which translated into plentiful opportunities. With the marquis's residence as their strongest ally, as long as they dared to act, wealth would be within reach. The marquis's residence was the greatest support, while the prison represented a treasure trove. I have heard that the second young lady has a jewelry shop that engages in buying and selling. Perhaps I could speak with Steward Liu and see if we could open another line of business. One could not solely focus on antiques. After all, not every official possessed knowledge or interest in such items. Most families preferred to hoard gold and silver, with women particularly fond of acquiring jewelry. As for the second young lady, patience was key. One must not be hasty. Currently, the first and second households appeared harmonious on the surface, yet they were locked in fierce competition behind the scenes. They were already following the master's lead. Recklessly entangling themselves with the second household could provoke the master's ire. Offending the second young lady might result in minor troubles, but crossing the master could spell disaster. Take heed of my advice. Do not be greedy. Master Du, not swayed by Chen Guanlou's grandiosity, retained a level of clarity. He was a man of the master and could not engage in actions that would betray him. To do so would be to forsake his loyalty. Other matters were inconsequential. Once he bore the stigma of betrayal, his future would be jeopardized. An esteemed family would employ someone who had betrayed their master. Aligning with the wrong side would bring misfortune. And if he did not change his allegiances midway, if others recognized his character, they might still offer him a chance that a traitor, regardless of talent, would be despised and would have no hope of a second opportunity. Thank you, Master Du, for the reminder. Indeed, this matter cannot be rushed. We must first focus on the master. If that fails, I shall seek another avenue. In any case, from now on, I shall work alongside you to earn money and share drinks. As long as you do not disdain my lack of depth. You are simply too humble. If you could secure a position in a proper office with your abilities, it would only be a matter of time before you emerge. It is infinitely better than the prison, yet you are stubbornly set on the prison. I cannot fathom what allure it holds. Master Du shook his head repeatedly, struggling to comprehend. Chen Guanlou laughed heartily. For how could the world ever grasp the significance of the prison to him? He need not explain the reasons to anyone. Drink, drink. He hastily diverted the conversation, ceasing to discuss the celestial prison and instead indulging in visions of the future. Taking advantage of his day off, at the break of dawn, Chen Guanlou disguised himself and ventured outside the city, carrying incense and paper money to burn for Luo Jingtian, expressing his gratitude for the treasure left to him in the Ascension record. Although it was merely a transaction, what Luo Jingtian bequeathed to him outweighed the nature of their agreement in his heart. He was a man of his word, and one who repays kindness, a matter of principle in life. After leaving the city, he walked for over 20 miles to reach the resting place. The location was sufficiently remote, devoid of human presence, surrounded by dense woods. The Luo family had chosen such a secluded spot for Luo Jingtian's burial, likely to ensure peace, free from the worry of unwelcome intruders seeking to claim this isolated land for themselves. He lit the incense and set fire to the paper money. Old Luo, dust to dust. Earth to earth, may you bribe the king of hell with the money you've received, striving for a better reincarnation in your next life. Perhaps we shall meet again someday. I may not return. So I shall burn a little extra for you, if you remain silent. I shall take it as you have received it. After the fire extinguished, he began his descent down the mountain, making his way back to the capital. On the road back, he noticed two figures trailing him, clad in conical hats that obscured their features, dressed as if they were from the underworld. Observing the desolate surroundings, thickly wooded and utterly devoid of life, he mused that it was indeed a prime location for murder and burial. He halted, turning back to regard the two pursuers. Why are you following me? This time, he was disguised as an elderly man, his patched clothing betraying his appearance. The garments had been purchased from a tailor, who would fulfill any request he made. Hand over what you have. The two pursuers, both in their prime and second-tier martial artists, threatened with a menacing tone. It was no surprise they were so audacious when confronting an ordinary old man. Chen Guanlou, perplexed, replied, "What are you talking about? Don't play dumb. Hand over Luo Jingtian's belongings. I do not comprehend your words." Old man, do not be foolish. We have guarded Luo Jingtian's grave for nearly a month, and you are the first person to pay him respects. His possessions must be in your possession. Surrender them, and we shall grant you a swift end. Otherwise, do not blame my sword for being merciless. So brazen. Chen Guanlou tilted his head, pondering. I truly do not know what you mean. I possess nothing of Luo Jingtian. To be so oblivious at death's door. If the Luo family has nothing, then it must be in your hands. Luo Jingtian deceived us and kept the treasures for himself. Regrettably, we arrived too late, allowing him to die at the hands of the court executioner. You are the only one to visit his grave. Your connection with him must be extraordinary. You would do well to recognize your position. I genuinely do not understand what you are saying, Chen Guanlou reiterated. I have nothing, absolutely nothing to not waste words on him. Act swiftly and let him know his place. The two pursuers drew their swords. Chen Guanlou unsheathed his knife, unperturbed. In fact, an exhilarating thrill welled within him at the prospect of facing two second-tier martial artists. Come, come, strike with greater ferocity. With a flash of steel, 3 moves later, one pursuer lay lifeless. A fine line etched across his chest, collapsing with a thud, breath extinguished. The other, paralyzed with disbelief, gazed at the corpse of his companion, then turned to Chen Guanlou, exclaiming, "Indeed, Luo Jingtian's belongings must be in your possession. You keep insisting on belongings, yet never specify what they are. Now, it is just the two of us. Could you enlighten this old man on what you seek?" He advanced, while the remaining pursuer retreated, his expressions shifting unpredictably. "If you wish to kill, then do so. Why pretend ignorance and mock me?" Chen Guanlou feigned innocence, asserting, "I truly do not understand." It is not mockery that he appeared earnest, though the other clearly did not believe him. The pursuer smiled bitterly, mocking, "You lack martial veins, yet possess top-tier internal cultivation techniques, and you dare to quibble. A fraud. Were it not for the treasures left to you by Luo Jingtian, I could slay you with a single sword stroke. To be honest, Luo Jingtian provided me a sum of silver to collect his remains and burn paper for him after his death, as for my martial skills. Have you not heard of the hidden veins? Hidden veins do not emerge for 10 years. You cannot possibly be one. You cannot deceive me." The pursuer was on the brink of collapse. Disbelief etched across his face. A practitioner of hidden veins. The foremost rule is to conceal one's identity. Chen Guanlou continued to press. "You seem intent on finding what Luo Jingtian left behind. What exactly are you seeking, since you are of hidden veins? This matter should not concern you. Let it end here today." The pursuer, realizing he could not win, opted to flee, confident in his agility. "Trying to escape? Have you asked for my permission?" As the words fell, Chen Guanlou already stood before him, merely 3 feet apart. A single strike could end him. The pursuer, visibly intimidated, marveled at Chen Guanlou's swiftness, unable to discern how he had closed the distance so rapidly. More terrifying was the speed of the knife in Chen Guanlou's hand, quick and lethal. Before he could fathom the trajectory of the blade, his companion had already met his end. Is this the power of hidden veins? Then, what rank does this old man possess? Surely not just second tier. Could it be third, fourth, or even fifth? Chen Guanlou himself was uncertain of his own rank, still groping in the dark, gauging his strength through combat. Though both pursuers were second-tier martial artists, they evidently had not reached the pinnacle of their rank, allowing him to dispatch one so effortlessly. The other remained, and he had questions to ask, hence the delay. "Speak, what is it you're truly searching for?" The remaining pursuer recognized that today's events would not end well. His eyes darted. "Stalling for time, while conjuring an escape plan, we seek a manual." "What manual?" Chen Guanlou inquired with keen interest, for he knew they referred to the Ascension record, yet he was eager to uncover its origins. How could such a trivial figure as Luo Jingtian possess such an esoteric manual? What was its true background? The two pursuers confirmed that others were aware of the Ascension record's existence. This was perilous. Secrets regarding himself could not be disclosed. IT must be extinguished. "I do not know." "You do not know?" Chen Guanlou fixed his gaze upon him, scrutinizing his expression, which did not suggest deceit. "You do not know, yet you linger by Luo Jingtian's grave? I only know that Luo Jingtian possessed a remarkable manual. It is said that after cultivation, one could experience a transformation akin to rebirth, allowing one to break through their foundational limits, with a strong possibility of attaining mastery. What is more, it can conceal one's cultivation. Such a powerful manual. Why had Luo Jingtian not cultivated it? He did not dare. Why not? Because the manual was never his. He stumbled upon great fortune by chance. Alas, he perished too soon. Chen Guanlou pressed on. "How do you know so much? How can you be certain that the manual Luo Jingtian held could lead to transformation and mastery? Everyone speaks of it." "Who are these everyone you speak of?" This time, the pursuer sealed his lips, resolute. "Even if you kill me, I shall utter not a word. Then do not divulge. it is of little consequence. Chen Guanlou continued. How did you come to know that the manual was in Luo Jingtian's possession? Before he was imprisoned, he did not seem like one who would hide such a treasure that of course we have evidence, which is why we are certain the manual rests with Luo Jingtian. Perhaps he was unaware of the manual's immense value and the chaos it could unleash if revealed, and you are aware. May I inquire about your origins? I shall not tell you, Dada. Chen Guanlou sighed. Why must you be so unwilling to cooperate? With the knife drawn, 2 lives were extinguished. As per custom, he searched their belongings. 2 unremarkable men of the underworld, both lacking significant wealth. Together, they barely totaled a mere 10 taels of silver. He dug a pit and buried the bodies. The conical hat and 2 commendable swords were all buried deep within the pit. He would leave no traces that could be traced back to him. Each swordsman's blade carries the essence of its wielder. It serves as a tangible testament to their lethal prowess. To retain such evidence is futile. Burying it is the only prudent course of action. Conceal the traces and return to the city. The act of killing is a skill that evolves with practice. He is confident that it will not be long before he becomes a familiar face in this grim endeavor. Should someone inquire about his newfound proficiency, he could simply respond, nothing more than a matter of practice. Upon entering the city, he encountered his elder sister's father-in-law, Su Daisheng, who confiscated the head tax. Xiaolu has returned, he remarked. Yes, I ventured out to attend to a few matters and have just returned. Has Su Imbwa not yet completed his shift? He is on duty today and 1 TB off until early tomorrow. You should come over for a visit. Your sister has been yearning for you. When Su Imbwa has a day off, I shall bring a jug of wine and pay you a visit. That sounds splendid. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chen Guanlou took his leave. Su Daisheng's 2 sons were both employed at the city gate. The elder son, having received an education, served as a tax collector, while the younger son, Chen Guanlou's brother-in-law, opened an inexpensive tea house nearby, attracting customers directly from the city gate, and his business was thriving. Instead of visiting his brother-in-law's tea house, he made his way to the market to procure some wine and a few pounds of pig's head meat to present to the Su family. He also discreetly sealed a package of silver to give to his elder sister, Chen Xiaolan. When Su Posey saw him arriving with wine and meat, her typically stern face broke into an unusual smile. The joy intensified upon learning that Chen Guanlou would not stay for a meal. That he spoke privately with his elder sister, handing her the silver. Chen Xiaolan, without any pretense, accepted the silver and began to admonish him. You've found it easier to earn money now, yet you ought to be frugal. You're yet to marry, and the Chen family's lineage depends on you. What sort of girl do you wish to find? I could help you search. You can no longer afford a dowry. The last time your brother-in-law mentioned, you frequently visited brothels with other guards. Occasional visits for socializing may be acceptable, but to linger there is unacceptable. You must marry a proper wife. Chen Guanlou felt his head buzzing from her chatter. Please do not worry about my affairs. Sister, I have no plans for marriage at present. A few years' delay is not a problem. Chen Xiaolan's temper flared. How long is a few years? It seems you become wealthy and your heart has grown wild. You no longer seek virtuous maidens and are instead enchanted by the charms of the brothel as courtesans. I tell you, when choosing a woman, do not merely consider her looks. Virtue is the utmost priority. Are you even listening to me? Sister, how does Su Posey treat you now? Does she still regard you with the same severity as before? Chen Guanlou deftly shifted the topic, as expected. Upon the mention of her mother-in-law, Chen Xiaolan's attention was diverted. Ever since you started working in the prison and occasionally brought gifts of food and wine, her attitude has softened considerably. She is much friendlier than before. The last time it was your father-in-law's birthday. Although you weren't present, the gifts you sent were cherished and treated as treasures. As she spoke, Chen Xiaolan's voice lowered, a proud smile gracing her face. Now my mother-in-law treats me far better than the eldest sister-in-law. All the heavy chores and kitchen duties fall to her. I am just hoping to bear your brother-in-law a healthy son. Chen Xiaolan had been married for a few years, currently with only one daughter, who was 3 years old and went by the nickname Yaya. Often seen playing exuberantly with her cousin next door. Surely, my elder sister will be blessed with twin sons, Chen Guanlou joked. Chen Xiaolan, laughing heartily, replied, If it turns out as you say, having 2 sons at once would make me awaken with laughter in my sleep. You must marry soon and ensure the continuation of the Chen lineage. I am aware. I am aware, Chen Guanlou said impatiently. He had no intention of marrying at the moment. Such a commitment would only hinder his swift draw of the sword. The secrets he held must remain undisclosed to anyone, including a wife. Marriage would only complicate matters, risking exposure of his secrets to a close partner. The continuation of the family line could wait. There was no need for haste. Fearing further admonitions from his sister, he excused himself, citing matters at the office, and departed hastily. Upon returning home, he was greeted by Sister Chunxiang, who invited him to dinner, to which he casually agreed. Chunxiang informed him that young Master Zhao had recently befriended a prominent scholar in the city. The scholar held young Master Zhao in high regard for his talents and prospects, expressing a desire to take him on as a disciple. For the past few days, young Master Zhao had been residing at the scholar's home, diligently studying. Soon, young Master Zhao would be moving out. In a couple of years, when we meet again, I shall have to address him as Master Zhao. If a gentleman emerges from this courtyard, word will spread, and it will be easier to rent out in the future. Xiaoqing, do you think I should raise the rent slightly once young Master Zhao has moved out? After all, it was Master Zhao's residence, blessed by the literary star. Chen Guanlou sincerely suggested, perhaps it would be wiser to wait a bit longer before increasing the rent. When young Master Zhao officially achieves recognition, raising the rent would seem more justified. What if he encounters difficulties and does not succeed? That is impossible. From the very first meeting, I knew he was destined for greatness, surely to attain recognition and a promising career. However, your point holds merit. Perhaps delaying the rent increase would be wise. Convinced, Chunxiang acknowledged that raising rent arbitrarily could invite criticism from neighbors, and it would be more prudent to wait until young Master Zhao's success was confirmed before making any changes. Living in a neighborhood required mutual understanding, tolerance, and compromise to avoid creating enmity and to refrain from becoming a local tyrant. One must maintain amiable relations with neighbors. After all, distant relatives are no match for nearby neighbors. In times of trouble, one must rely on the support of those living close by. Much like a laborer far from home, in times of need, one cannot rely on distant relatives, but must depend on colleagues, classmates, and friends. A few days later, young Master Zhao indeed moved out. Chen Guanlou was on duty at the time, and they had no opportunity to bid farewell. He had intended to treat Zhao to a meal, but their schedules never aligned. In the future, when Zhao ascended to the rank of Master Zhao, the chances to share a drink together would diminish further. Chen Guanlou could only lament the missed opportunity. With the room vacated, a new tenant soon arrived, a traveling merchant from another region, often absent but generous, lacking the stinginess often associated with other itinerant traders. Chen Guanlou had only seen him once. He bore the surname Lai, with a broad face, a large forehead, and shrewd little eyes, exuding an air of someone who could become prosperous. Upon learning of Chen Guanlou's position in the prison, he expressed an eagerness to befriend him. Chen Guanlou cautioned him, in the realm of officialdom, you, as an outsider, will certainly find it challenging. Focus on your current trade. Once you have established yourself, then consider other ventures. You speak wisely. I did not realize how affluent the capital is until I arrived. I feel like a frog in a well. I will need your guidance in the future. Agreed. Should anyone deliberately create trouble, do not take the lead. Come to me afterward, Chen Guanlou advised. Mr. Lai, being astute, immediately offered him silver. However, Chen Guanlou declined, stating, I do not require your money as a humble prison guard. My ability to assist is limited. I can only provide information that I lack the capacity to be anyone as protector. It is understandable for a merchant to seek a capable protector. But Chen Guanlou knew well that neither his identity nor circumstances allowed him to serve such a role. Exposing his secrets for a trifling sum was not worth the risk. Besides, he had numerous avenues for earning money. He had no need for the little that Mr. Lai offered. Sister Chunxiang remarked, You are truly modest. You are far more astute than your father. Your words are smooth and persuasive. If your father possessed even half of your wit, he would not be burdened with a bad reputation and empty pockets. Recently, I have frequently heard people mention his deceased father, how rigid and obstinate he was during his lifetime. Curiously, he even chose the profession of a jailer. With a chuckle, he remarked that the lessons his father imparted to him are certainly worth absorbing. Without the cautionary tales from his father, he wouldn't have achieved his current standing. Sister Chunxiang was amused by his words, affirming that he indeed possesses a point. However, the ability to learn lessons from one's father is a skill in itself. Tomorrow, when De Wang's father returns, I shall arrange a feast, and you must be present. Is Brother Qian returning? Sister Chunxiang's husband is surnamed Qian, with the given name Yulai. It is a rather pragmatic name. Considering the time, he ought to be back soon. Did I inquire at the escort agency? And they mentioned that this trip went remarkably smoothly, without incident along the way. As long as he returned safely. That is what matters. At tea dinner, Chen Guanlou shared a meal with Lu Datu. They casually chose a roadside stall and sampled a few snacks. Lu Datu wished to indulge in some liquor, but was restrained as he had to report to the yamen shortly. One must not drink while on duty. Have you forgotten? You are merely adhering to those tiresome rules. Lu Datu grumbled a bit, but ultimately relented. He appeared disheveled, with dark circles under his eyes, a quintessential image of someone who has burned the midnight oil and overindulged. Chen Guanlou cautioned him to take care, lest he suffer a sudden demise. Pa. Do not curse me, Lu Datu retorted. Their camaraderie was such that their banter was informal. Chen Guanlou inquired, have you lost all your money again? How much did you lose this time? Lu Datu ran a hand through his hair, a look of despair on his face. Don't mention it. I suspect someone cheated at the gambling house. Only now, do you realize? Chen Guanlou mocked him, clicking his tongue. Even someone like me, who does not gamble, knows that in order for a gambling house to profit, they must have a cheat on hand. This serves to prevent others from cheating while ensuring the house wins. Individuals like you, with a steady job and income yet fond of gambling, are the gambling house's favored patrons. Like a flowing stream, they can exploit you for decades. In their eyes, you are a walking treasure trove. Endearing in your folly, is it truly so dismal? Lu Datu replied, somewhat indignantly, yet feeling defeated. He felt his luck had been poor this year, having one little I am losing everywhere. Quite frustrating. Just how much did you lose? Lu Datu gestured with 3 fingers. Chen Guanlou raised an eyebrow, 30 taels. Upon seeing Lu Datu shake his head, he frowned and quietly confirmed, 300 taels? What the hell? How could you lose so much? Where did you acquire such funds? Chen Guanlou calculated his mind, deducing that Lu Datu's income could only be 20 to 30 taels a month. At most, 300 taels was nearly equivalent to a year's worth of earnings. Lu Datu, known for his extravagant spending, could hardly save any money. Thus, the origin of the 300 taels was suspect. Lu Datu glanced around, then leaned in closer to Chen Guanlou, whispering regarding the last incident. I intercepted a portion of the funds. Su Fugue approved it and later gave me an additional 50 taels. Chen Guanlou scoffed. Only 50 taels? Su Fugue is rather greedy, isn't he? Although the Dinghao prison frequently extorts money from prisoners. Most of it is turned in. The amount that actually reaches the jailers is quite limited. Unlike the A-class prison, which has a revenue-sharing system, the Dinghao relies solely on the integrity of the officials above. If 100 taels are collected and 20 are given to the jailers, that is considered generous. Lu Datu sighed. You are fortunate to work in the A-class prison. Your income must be at least doubled. Not just doubled, but multiplied several times over. Chen Guanlou would never disclose his earnings. The personnel in the A-class prison are adept at keeping their income confidential. The principle of fearing not poverty, but disparity is well understood by all. If the jailers of the B and C prisons were to discover the truth about the income gap, it would likely incite rebellion. The officials above have also repeatedly emphasized that the primary requirement of the A-class prison is to maintain discretion. Nothing concerning the prison's affairs is to be disclosed outside. Not a single detail, not even a penny's worth of information, is to be leaked. Anyone who dares to speak out will be expelled. How many days do you plan to rest? After losing all my money, I can only take a break. I shall call it time for self-cultivation. Lu Datu shook his head vigorously. I intend to rest until next month as payday. Chen Guanlou laughed derisively. No wonder you will never strike it rich. As long as I have enough to eat, that suffices. What will you eat when you're old? By then, my son will take over my duties as a jailer. And I shall never have to worry about food until I eat. Lu Datu spoke proudly of his son. Chen Guanlou clicked his tongue. If you truly cared, you would spend some money to send your son to school for a couple of years. I will find a way to get him into the A-class prison to work. Is that true? As long as you send your son to school, I will stand by my word. Then it is settled. Next month, gamble less and save some money for your son's education. If you do not send him to school within 3 months, today's promise will be void. I will definitely send him. I will look for a place for him to study when I return. I heard that the whole family has a clan school. Do they accept students from outside the Chen family? You can forget about that. Even if the Chen family school accepts outside students, they're only those from well-connected families. I am not qualified to leverage connections for that. You could consider seeking out Master Su's private school run by my brother-in-law's relatives. I studied there before, and the education is excellent with strict discipline. It costs about 10 taels a year. If your son excels academically, you might need to spend an additional 2 taels on writing materials. Given your income, this amount should not pose a problem. 10 taels a year for a child's education is exorbitant. Lu Datu complained repeatedly, as if it were a matter of skinning him alive. Chen Guanlou openly scorned him. You just lost 300 taels, which could fund your son's education for over 10 years. Yet you do not seem bothered by that. Your son's education will yield returns in the future. What is there to hesitate about? With a father like you, your son showing no signs of rebellion is truly filial. If my son dared to rebel against me, I would break his legs right now. Lu Data declared fiercely, showcasing the authority of a father. The shopkeeper, overhearing their mention of rebellion, quickly interjected, "Gentlemen, nowadays, it is ill-advised to speak of rebellion. I heard from merchants from afar that in Jinzhou, due to years of drought, some have taken up arms against the officials, killing many, and have already captured several cities. The leader of the rebellion has declared himself the king of the Ming. Recently, the patrols from the military commission have noticeably become more aggressive. If the military commission hears the word rebellion, it would surely bring trouble. Earlier this year, I heard rumors of unrest in Jinzhou, and now the officials claim it could be quelled at any moment." Chen Guanlou inquired curiously. The shopkeeper glanced around, noting the sparse clientele. As most had returned home for dinner, that he whispered, "On the surface, the officials are painting a rosy picture. The emperor prefers to hear only good news. And we all know this, right? The reality is, I have heard from those merchants that Jinzhou is already in ruins. The rebels are growing in number and expanding their territory. Many impoverished individuals are flocking towards Jinzhou, eager to join the king of the Ming's ranks." Upon hearing this, Chen Guanlou felt a wave of disorientation. Living in the capital, he felt detached, as if they were in an era of prosperity. Despite the court's internal strife, which dynasty was free from such struggles? Even if the old emperor is growing increasingly foolish and greedy, the overall situation remains stable. Surely, the common folk are still able to eat. Little did he know, the flames of rebellion in Jinzhou had already illuminated the sky. Yet, in the capital, revelry continued unabated, and the court remained steeped in praises, proclaiming a flourishing situation, oblivious to the impending doom. He shook his head, seemingly able to foresee a day when the prison would be overcrowded. Life in the prison is monotonous, day after day. Lord Jean and his family have already embarked on their journey into exile. Cell 72 has been vacated. However, it was not long before another prisoner was incarcerated, a destitute official from the capital, so impoverished that his official robe bore patches, living off borrowed money. What reason could there be for such a person to be imprisoned? It was said he signed a petition to impeach Jiang Tuesday. The old emperor has been in a foul mood lately, and the number of officials denouncing Jiang is on the rise. Even the officials of the Qing Shui Yamen have emerged to join the fray. In a fit of rage, the old emperor seized the most scathing memorial and imprisoned all the officials whose names were inscribed upon it. Seeking to alleviate his pent-up ire, was it not merely a matter of Jiang Tu soliciting funds from local authorities under the pretext of constructing palaces and gardens, requesting exotic flowers, rare stones, and beautiful maidens? Jiang Tu, in his efforts to relieve the sovereign's burdens, had not erred. Rather, he had been wronged. Yet, the court ministers seized upon the slightest faults, incessantly berating him, even casting veiled aspersions upon the old emperor himself. Despite the emperor's several outbursts, he could not quell the fervent zeal of the ministers. Coupled with the recently tumultuous Jiangnan tax resistance incident, which further implicated Jiang Tu, Even the northern insurrection in Jianzhou could be tied to him. The old emperor, incensed, decided to detain a group of officials to gauge the situation. Should the ministers remain obstinate, heads would roll. In cell number 72, a new prisoner by the name of Jiang was incarcerated under such circumstances. He had merely signed a document, only to be seized by the predatory Jinyui and thrown into prison, a destitute official of the capital, lacking any wealth, and with the Jinyui cells being somewhat overcrowded. Jiang was fortunate to be sent to the notorious Tianlao. The Tianlao had its own rules. Poverty was no excuse that a few wealthy individuals were lamenting in front of Chen Guanlou, complaining that the higher-ups were pressing for payments. Yet, the man named Jiang could not provide even a meager sum. What was to be done? This Jiang owed others several dozen taels of silver, and his household was in dire straits, unable to produce a single valuable item. Even his meals were borrowed funds that it was rumored that the office had not disbursed salary for half a year for a poor official like him. Merely surviving was a stroke of luck. According to the established regulations, at least 600 taels were required. Even selling Jiang would not yield such a sum. The guards, engaged in animated discussion, found themselves caught between the stringent rules of the Tianlao and the destitution of this official, unable to extract even a modicum of wealth from him. Their predicament was indeed unenviable. Chen Guanlou, too, was exasperated. He even suspected that the chief warden had deliberately placed Jiang under his jurisdiction to vex him. Thus, he bluntly suggested that Jiang resort to usury. Jiang, however, declared that even if he were to be killed, he would not resort to borrowing at exorbitant rates. He had no means to repay such debts. Ultimately, he would rather perish in the Tianlao. Perhaps in death, he might even attain a semblance of glory. These officials, valuing reputation over life, posed a question to Chen Guanlou about how to proceed, with a roll of his eyes and a cold snort. Chen Guanlou considered that he must know a few affluent individuals among his many former classmates and colleagues who could assist in securing a loan. Yet, Jiang was akin to a stone in a latrine, odious and unyielding. His acquaintances mostly shared his impoverished status as low-ranking officials. That it seemed unlikely that anyone could lend him 600 taels at once. Enraged, Chen Guanlou protested, "If this is unacceptable, then what do you propose we do? Perhaps we should take him to the interrogation chamber." "Let it be so," Chen Guanlou decided. "The rules of the Tianlao must be adhered to, and the requisite silver must be paid, even if it meant selling one's possessions." Yet, the chief warden sent someone to hasten the collection. Chen Guanlou approached the chief warden, requesting a few days' extension, assuring that his subordinates were diligently working to gather the funds. The chief warden scoffed derisively, admonishing him not to bring the lax rules of the Bing cell to the A cell. The prisoners here were all officials accused by the court, as long as the court had not punished them. They remained officials, without directives from their superiors. What audacity did he possess to even think of collecting funds? "Chen Guanlou, can you not employ some common sense?" At that moment, Chen Guanlou was seething with frustration. Suppressing his ire, Jiang was, after all, a destitute official, impervious to persuasion, and if he did not experience a taste of severity, he would never acquiesce to borrowing. Perhaps if the chief warden granted a few more days, a solution might emerge that did not involve extorting money. "You overstep. Are you questioning my decisions? Let me remind you, do not presume that the chief warden favors you. You have no backing here. The A cell is under my command. I require payment, and you must comply, for that is the rule. Do not burden me with your difficulties, nor think of employing extreme measures. That I give you 3 days. If you cannot procure the funds by then, I will strip you of your position, and you shall return to the Bing cell at this juncture." Chen Guanlou was completely convinced that the chief warden was scheming against him, openly conspiring to place Jiang in his purview to force him into a financial bind. Everyone was aware of Jiang's impoverished status. The chief warden's 3-day ultimatum was a blatant attempt to complicate matters for him, seeking to leverage this situation to his advantage. Realizing the futility of further discussion, Chen Guanlou returned to his office. Contemplating his next move, he resolved to personally visit Jiang. Jiang was a gaunt figure, lacking any flesh upon his cheeks, which rendered his eyes particularly prominent, yet they were burdened by wrinkles that aged him. Upon reviewing the case files, Chen discovered that Jiang was merely in his 30s, not yet 40, Yet his visage suggested a man of 50. He was of average height, perhaps even slightly below the contemporary male average. Standing before Jiang, who was of lesser stature, Chen Guanlou, at 180 centimeters, loomed large, exuding an air of authority. He lightly tapped the bars with a staff, inquiring if Jiang, newly arrived, was facing any difficulties. Jiang, staring at Chen Guanlou, appeared somewhat dazed and responded, "Oh, you are the esteemed Chen Guan. Thank you for visiting. I am quite well." Chen Guanlou pursed his lips, adopting a serious demeanor. "Have you been informed of the rules?" "I am aware that we must not raise our voices," Jiang replied, seemingly jesting. Chen Guanlou's gaze hardened. The Tianlao's rules dictated that upon entry, one must pay 600 taels at Well, Jiang stammered, his expression one of bewilderment. "I truly have none. I am utterly destitute." He then rummaged through his sleeves and pockets, revealing not even a single coin. "Your financial status is of no concern to us. We are only here to collect the dues. Without money, there is no food. The authorities have not disbursed salaries or rations for several months. If payment is not made, all the prisoners here shall suffer hunger. Surely, you do not wish for your fellow inmates to perish because of your inability to pay, but I genuinely have no funds." Jiang protested. "Then you must borrow." Chen Guanlou insisted. "I cannot procure a loan." Jiang maintained, his innocence apparent at that moment. Chen Guanlou discerned the reason for Jiang's poverty. He was clearly incapable of obtaining funds. He ordered the guards to withhold food from him for a few days. One guard, Xiao Jin, quietly cautioned Chen Guan that Jiang seems accustomed to hunger. Starving him for a few days may yield little effect. Those who frequently endure hunger possess their own methods of coping, often more adept at managing the pangs of hunger than others. I believe he might endure without food for 10 days or more. However, I doubt he can survive 3 days without water. Though Chen Guanlou had never experienced hunger himself, he possessed knowledge on the subject. Scientific studies had shown that while one could endure hunger, survival without water was impossible. He pondered the implications. If after 3 days, Jiang still failed to produce the required funds, what then? What to do? He had no experience in debt collection. Jiang was solitary, a government official in the capital, with his family thousands of miles away, that he could not simply fly across the distance to retrieve them. He would deal with it when the time came. The chief warden, evidently impatient, was likely to employ further measures against Jiang. Ultimately, Jiang's presence had reached the limits of the chief warden's tolerance, and he must be removed for the warden to find respite. Jiang's blatant maneuvering was indeed a source of irritation for Chen Guanlou. He could not afford to remain passive. The cell had unwavering rules. Money was the root of all things, the standard by which all were measured. What he had previously stated was true. The authorities had not provided rations or salaries for half a year. The monthly stipends and bonuses, along with the provisions for the Tianlao sustenance, had all been earned by the guards themselves. The higher-ups, observing that the Tianlao could manage its financial issues independently, had grown increasingly complacent in their refusal to allocate funds. The lower-ranking officials in the capital had been enduring a difficult existence over the past 6 months. While they could not openly voice their grievances privately, they cursed the old emperor to the ends of the earth, lamenting the state of affairs. This situation compelled them to devise ways to embezzle and corrupt in order to sustain their livelihoods. The old emperor, consumed by the pursuit of immortality, had grown increasingly avaricious, siphoning off any funds that came into the Ministry of Revenue. Salaries were delayed, ostensibly to make the officials suffer. Occasionally, when discontent reached a boiling point, meager rations would be distributed as a mere token gesture to placate the populace. Fortunately for Chen Guanlou, his position in the Tianlao allowed him to demand funds from prisoners, alleviating the financial woes plaguing the office. If he were to serve in another department, one could surmise he would be equally troubled by the lack of rice to cook. He arranged to dine with Lu Datu. Upon seeing his furrowed brow, Lu Datu inquired, "Has the Wan Yuli troubled you again? Your information is remarkably astute. In the Jiahao prison, it seems only the Wan Yuli has a bone to pick with you. Who else would dare to make things difficult for you?" Lu Datu popped a peanut into his mouth and sipped his wine. "Speak. What assistance do you require?" Chen Guanlou offered him a toast and requested the innkeeper to bring 2 more side dishes. Then quietly asked, "What leverage does the Wan Yuli possess?" Upon hearing this, Lu Datu felt a mix of trepidation and excitement. Are you truly considering taking action? Chen Guanlou did not confirm, but merely remarked. Better to be prepared than to be caught unawares. We cannot allow him to hold sway over us indefinitely. Countermeasures must be in place. After pondering for a while, Lu Datu, visibly diminishing the dishes on the plate, said, I have never had direct dealings with the Guanlou, but I have interacted with his brother-in-law at a gambling Is he truly your brother-in-law? Chen Guanlou's interest peaked. Lu Datu chuckled. The Guanlou maintains a mistress outside, and his wife is quite fierce. He has always been cautious about revealing this. This brother-in-law is a relative of his mistress and frequently solicits funds from her for gambling. Chen Guanlou's curiosity deepened. What is his character like? Worse than I am, indulging in every vice, drinking, debauchery, and gambling. Once he even attempted to swindle, failing to pay a courtesan, and was chased down the street and beaten. Chen Guanlou's mind began to sketch a vague image of this brother-in-law. What astonished him further was Lu Datu's self-awareness of his own shortcomings. Quite rare. This brother-in-law must have caused quite a ruckus under the Guanlou's name. He probed further. Lu Datu nodded emphatically. That scoundrel is greedy and lecherous, often harassing respectable women, and the Guanlou has had to intervene on several occasions to smooth things over. Despite repeated lessons, he soon reverts to his old habits. Chen Guanlou's mind was gradually forming a nebulous plan, merely requiring the refinement of details. Thank you, brother Data. I knew that in this capital, there is nothing you do not know. Ha ha ha. Between brothers, there is no need for such formalities. Lu Datu, well connected with all walks of life in the capital, was a reliable source for inquiries. However, his gambling habit was notorious. He would risk every penny on the gaming table in the Jiahao prison. With the Guanlou, there was no Chen Guanlou. With Chen Guanlou, there was no Guanlou. This situation must reach a resolution. Ambiguity could only lead to insurmountable troubles, leaving him to flee the Jiahao prison in disgrace. If Chen Guanlou did not wish to leave, he would have to compel the Guanlou to depart. The Guanlou had vulnerabilities, while he did not. This was where his strength lay. 3 days flew by. Chen Guanlou once again stood before the cell of Jiang Fengyu. Have you made up your mind? Master Jiang. After 3 days of hunger, Jiang Fengyu could endure, but 3 days without water left him feeling on the brink of death, as if he might meet Yama at any moment. Chen Guanlou held a cup of plain water, devoid of flavor, yet to Jiang Fengyu, it was more enticing than any fine wine or delicacy. He nearly crawled to the cell door. Give me water, please. Where's the money? If you provide the funds, I can assure you of daily water. His mind was consumed with thoughts of water, rendering him deaf to all else. The water is right here. Chen Guanlou signaled to the jailer, Xiao Jin, who gently dabbed the damp cotton against Jiang Fengyu's lips. That minuscule moisture felt like a divine blessing. Intensifying his thirst, he burst into tears, truly weeping. After years of officialdom, he had endured countless hardships, believing himself invulnerable, yet the jailer's mere 3 days without torture had driven him to despair. The suffering he had faced throughout his life paled in comparison to this brief ordeal. It turned out that the agony of thirst far surpassed that of hunger, overshadowing all other trials. I truly have no money. You can demand anything of me, but I genuinely have no funds. Then borrow that I cannot procure a loan. No, you can. With that, the jailer Xiao Jin produced a loan slip as if by magic. Upon seeing it, Jiang Fengyu realized that they were men of conscience. An interest rate of 30% per annum, which is far more generous than compound interest. Sign here, and this money will be deemed yours. From now on, you can read in peace, enjoying sumptuous meals, and repay upon your release. Sitong Money House? Jiang Fengyu leaned in for a closer look, discovering it was a loan slip from the money house. Almost ready for signature and thumbprint. It was indeed the Sitong Money House, known for its integrity. Upon learning that Master Jiang was borrowing money for his life, they readily agreed, assuring him that they would not charge compound interest. This was far better than borrowing outside. Trembling, Jiang Fengyu took the loan slip, gazing at the teacup in Chen Guanlou's hand, and painfully declared, I will sign, I will borrow. Every night, Chen Guanlou disguised himself and ventured out, returning home only in the dead of night. The affairs of the prison were stable. The Guanyu had sent him yet another disabled prisoner, with his home confiscated and not a single silver tael remaining. Yet he was still required to submit funds as per the rules. This time, Chen Guanlou did not confront him directly, merely requesting a few days' grace. The Guanyu regarded him intently. "Fine, I will grant you 5 days. If you fail to produce the funds by then, I will have no choice but to hand you over when asked. Do not blame me for being heartless. This is the rule." In the prison, everyone was bound by the rules. "Thank you for the reminder, Guanyu. I will certainly adhere to the prison's regulations." The wealthy few rallied in support of Chen Guanlou, recognizing the blatant targeting at play. Money was the prison's bottom line. Failing to produce it would leave even the prison minister unable to protect him. The Guanyu was determined to use overt means to compel Chen Guanlou to vacate the Jiahao prison. Anxiety loomed among the others. Should Chen leave, they would likely be faced with another greedy and insatiable head, plunging them back into hardship. "Chen, should we consult Li Shiye for a solution? We cannot resort to Li Shiye every time trouble arises. Relationships must be wielded with precision, that if I cannot resolve this minor issue, what will the prison minister think of me?" Chen Guanlou remained calm and assured. The jailers dismissed his demeanor as forced cheerfulness. Suspecting that he was merely pretending all was well under deliberate scrutiny, Dahong joined in, draping an arm over Chen Guanlou's shoulder. "Chen, do you want me to speak on your behalf to the Guanyu?" "Thank you, brotherly. I will first attempt to devise a solution on my own. Only if I am truly at an impasse will I call upon you to take tea that time. You must not hesitate." "Ha ha ha, rest assured. Just say the word, and I will ensure it is handled. I still hold some standing before the Guanyu." "What standing? Who doesn't know who?" Chen Guanlou dismissed Li's words. Li Dahong was merely seeking to inflate his own importance. His miserly nature would make him scrutinize every penny spent, even when it came to treating the Guanyu to drinks. How could he possess any genuine standing among the various heads in the Jiahao prison? Li Dahong was the most stingy and shrewd, eager to drain every last coin from the jailers. The jailers were filled with grievances against him, yet felt powerless. Li Shiye had been waiting for Chen Guanlou to request his assistance, but had seen no signs of it. He muttered to himself, "This lad is quite resilient. Let's see how long he can endure." The Guanyu had indeed grown clever, knowing how to exploit the rules to make life difficult. Either one was impoverished or disabled, truly troublesome. He worried for Chen Guanlou for a fleeting moment, but instead of the main character seeking his help, he was met with a sensational gossip. The Guanyu's brother-in-law had committed murder. No. It was the Guanyu's mistress's brother-in-law who had committed murder. And the Guanyu was implicated as well, as the body was discovered within the premises registered under his name. When the Guanyu's wife received the official notice, she was utterly bewildered. Her own kin were either currently on duty or bedridden with illness. There was no way they could be out gallivanting with women and causing such a calamity. After much back and forth, it was finally revealed that it was not her own kin, but rather the Guanyu's mistress's brother-in-law who was at fault. Her anger ignited. She rallied her family and stormed to the prison. Intent on confronting the Guanyu, the scene drew the attention of many jailers who rushed out to witness the spectacle. The Guanyu's wife was known to be quite a formidable woman. Become the wife of a prison guard is no small feat. Life becomes unbearable. She clutched the collar of Guanyu, demanding an explanation. After toiling tirelessly to manage the household, Guanyu had the audacity to maintain a mistress outside. Now, with a life lost and a legal scandal unfolding, their entire family was to bear the brunt of it. Just thinking about it incensed her. "You scoundrel! I devoted myself to serving my in-laws, ensuring their comfort in their twilight years, and bore you children. What have I done to deserve this? Your insatiable lust led me to accept a concubine for you. Yet you remain unsatisfied, seeking a mistress as well. This life is no longer tenable." The couple grappled within the magistrate's office, her family rallying in support. While the prison guards gathered to spectate, Chen Guanlou watched with great interest. Lu Datu silently approached him, leaning in to whisper, "Did you do this? Brother Datu, do not speak carelessly. While one may indulge in a chaotic meal, one must not utter reckless words. Besides, I lack the ability to orchestrate such events." Chen Guanlou adamantly denied, refusing to concede even a syllable. Lu Datu remained skeptical. he was unscrupulous, yet not foolish. Recently, Chen Guanlou had inquired about Wan Yuli's affairs. Now, with Wan Yuli's extramarital escapades exposed and his brother-in-law implicated in murder, it was unlikely that Wan Yuli would escape unscathed in this case. Not wanting to believe Chen Guanlou's innocence, he reiterated, "This is divine retribution. Even heaven cannot overlook this, delivering its punishment to Ha. If heaven truly had a spirit, why does it always lose?" Liu Dada found not a single word of Chen Guanlou's claim credible. However, he couldn't fathom how Chen Guanlou had accomplished it. Could it be that he had employed someone, risking compromising evidence? "You better not be involved in this. The officers of the Six Doors are like hounds, with keen noses. Proceed with caution. Thank you for the warning, Brother Dada. I conduct myself with integrity. I fear no scrutiny," Chen Guanlou asserted, exuding righteousness. Liu Dada began to doubt his own judgment. Could it be that Chen Guanlou truly was not behind this? Then why had he inquired about Wan Yuli previously? The spectacle was unbecoming. Magistrate Fan intervened to restore order, summoning the couple for private discussion. Subsequently, Wan Yuli was granted a 3-day leave to resolve his brother-in-law's case, ensuring it did not interfere with his duties at the prison. Before the leave had concluded, fresh rumors emerged. New leads in the case suggested that not only was Wan Yuli's residence implicated, but there was also evidence indicating his involvement in the murder. The officers showed no leniency, directly incarcerating Wan Yuli in the county jail, not the prison. The prison guards were left dumbfounded. Wan Yuli was wealthy. Why would he resort to murder? They heard that the deceased was a notorious shrew, and Wan Yuli had indeed displayed poor taste, indulging in both the fragrant and the foul. I heard the victim was a pure maiden. Wan Yuli's brother-in-law had a notorious reputation for harassing respectable women, and this time he could not escape the consequences. Beauty leads to ruin. It is far better to have a lawful wife when trouble arises. It is Wan's wife who scurries about, trying to leverage connections to secure his release, while the mistress remains conspicuously absent. With Wan Yuli now imprisoned, would he be able to retain his position? Finally, someone addressed the crux of the matter. Instantly, silence fell. Everyone contemplated the implications. If Wan Yuli could not retain his position, who would take his place? Would it be their turn? Why engage in idle chatter? They must cultivate connections immediately. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Should Chen head strive for Wan Yuli's position? "We support Chen's ascent," they clamored, insisting that if Chen Guanlou were appointed as the chief prison guard, they would all enjoy better days, surrounded by eager prison guards. Chen Guanlou felt a flicker of temptation, though it was but a fleeting thought. His primary concern was whether he could finally rid himself of Wan Yuli. As long as the authorities remained silent, there was still hope for change. Complacency was not an option. He dismissed the guards, deep in contemplation. At that moment, Magistrate Fan sent for him to discuss matters in the office. Chen Guanlou quickly composed himself and entered. Magistrate Fan wore a grave expression, revealing no hint of his emotions as he addressed him. "The situation with Wan Yuli has spiraled out of control. He is not lacking in silver. Yet he ought to conduct himself with greater decorum." "Indeed, my lord," replied Li Shi, a competent assistant. After expressing his grievances, Magistrate Fan finally turned his attention to Chen Guanlou, inquiring about any issues in the prison over the past few days. "Thank you for your concern, my lord. All remains orderly within the prison. There are no issues. However, with Wan Yuli absent, the guards are increasingly anxious. Over time, even the smallest oversight could lead to complications." Chen Guanlou devised a clever ruse. Seeking to gauge whether there was any chance of Wan Yuli's return, Magistrate Fan maintained a stern demeanor, neither confirming nor denying. He merely stated that despite Wan Yuli's absence, duties must continue diligently. "Keep an eye on things for me. If anyone attempts to conspire or incite unrest, report it immediately." "Understood." As for Wan Yuli, he began to "Do not concern yourself with Wan Yuli. Focus on the chief prison." "I will not shortchange you," Magistrate Fan casually assured him. Chen Guanlou dared not take this promise at face value. Since he could not extract any substantial information from Magistrate Fan, he resolved to approach Li Shi instead. As he took his leave, he discreetly gestured to Li Shi, who nodded in understanding. That evening, they agreed to meet at the Zui Xianglu for the finest wine and the most beautiful women. Li Shiria was more than willing to accept Chen Guanlou's invitation, as he was known for his lavish spending and generosity. He was also inclined to share a few truths after finishing his duties. Chen Guanlou returned home to don more respectable attire before heading to Xianglu, where he reserved an opulent private room and arranged for the company of charming companions, eagerly awaiting Li Shiria's arrival. Li Shiria arrived fashionably late, shedding his earlier simplicity for luxurious silks, a folding fan in hand, and a scholar's cap adorning his head, exuding the air of a cultured gentleman. Chen Guanlou warmly welcomed him and ushered him into the lavish room. They were quite familiar with one another, having shared drinks and intimacies before. After 3 cups of wine, their conversation grew more comfortable and relaxed. "You need not speak. I already understand your intentions. You wish to inquire whether one Yuli can return to his post. Correct?" Li Shiria remarked, radiating confidence and satisfaction. Chen Guanlou nodded earnestly, playing the role of an inexperienced and slightly anxious youth. He raised his glass, entreating Li Shiria to enlighten him. "These past days have been unbearable. Wan Yuli has made my life miserable, dumping the most destitute and wretched prisoners into my jurisdiction and coercing me to pay him silver. My struggles for money have nearly driven me to despair. With Wan Yuli absent, I have finally found a moment to breathe, yet the thought of his return plunges me back into darkness, filling me with trepidation." Li Shiria laughed heartily at Chen Guanlou's woeful display. I anticipated the day you would come to plead with me, yet it seems Wan Yuli's troubles have come first. Consider it your good fortune. Did Li Shiria ever suspect Chen Guanlou, even if a fleeting notion crossed his mind? It was quickly dismissed. How could it be possible? Absolutely inconceivable. Chen Guanlou, a mere prison guard with no significant connections, was hardly capable of orchestrating Wan Yuli's downfall. Wan Yuli was no fool himself. As Chen Guanlou poured more wine, he credited Li Shiria and Magistrate Fan for their support, but Li Shiria stroked his beard, adopting a serious tone. "Regarding Wan Yuli's case, even if it is ultimately determined that he is innocent, I can assure you there will be no place for him in the prison thereafter." Chen Guanlou's heart leapt at this revelation, yet he remained cautious, pressing on. "Everyone says Wan Yuli has powerful connections. If he is indeed innocent, does that mean he cannot return? Will he be permitted to? Whether he is permitted is of little consequence. You must understand that there is a position for every individual. Even if he finds a way back, the chief prison will not be his to command." Chen Guanlou gasped, feigning surprise. "So, you mean to say that new prison guards will be appointed?" "No need for new appointments. Within the prison, there are plenty of idle guards. Anyone can be chosen to fill the role." At this, the other guards continued to fantasize about the possibility of the position falling to them, only to realize their hopes were misplaced. Indeed, the prison was not lacking in guards. Any officer responsible for logistics, warehouse management, grain and oil oversight, or account keeping could be reassigned to serve as a warden in the A-class prison. Moreover, these individuals maintain closer ties with Warden Fan, if one is willing to part with some silver. The opportunities available to them far exceed those of the regular guards. You feel a sense of regret. You are young and inexperienced. Perhaps after a few more years of perseverance, an opportunity will present itself. Upon noticing his silence, Master Li offered words of consolation. Chen Guanlou promptly replied, "Master Li speaks the truth. I am indeed young and lacking in knowledge, that I shall focus on fulfilling my current duties and refrain from harboring excessive ambitions." Master Li chuckled heartily, remarking that it was acceptable to entertain such thoughts occasionally. "What I just shared with you must remain confidential. Warden Fan has been busy cultivating connections recently, and he is in desperate need of funds. The guards below are quite astute, choosing this moment to generously contribute, which has greatly pleased and satisfied Warden Fan. How outrageous! They provide no opportunity and keep everything under wraps. They shamelessly accept the contributions from the guards while grandstanding about their generosity. It seems they regard the guards as mere jesters, expected not only to part with their money, but also to entertain them. Truly, it is an egregious insult. On the other hand, it is a mutual agreement. Neither party has the standing to cast blame." Chen Guanlou laughed and merrily drank with Master Li, though inwardly he had long since lost any desire for revelry. He placated the man, provided the silver, and sent him off to his quarters. As he walked through the capital city in the dead of night, a A torrent of thoughts swirled in his mind. He had initially aspired to be a simple prison guard, yet he had inadvertently become ensnared in this quagmire. Enough, enough. Why be so pretentious? If blame must be assigned, let it be on the wretched state of the world. The flash of sword light sliced through the air towards him. Yet he did not flinch, resembling an oblivious drunkard. The blade narrowly missed his head and struck behind him, followed by a muffled grunt. The Genie Wei were conducting an operation, instructing bystanders to disperse. Who are you? Why are you wandering the streets at this late hour? Are you aware that the government has issued a curfew? Chen Guanlou gazed at the mounted Genie Wei officer, a chill running down his spine as he belatedly grasped the gravity of the situation. He quickly lowered his head, stammering, I just finished drinking. I shall return home immediately. I am a guard from the Celestial Prison. Here is my badge for your inspection. Since you are a Celestial Prison guard, we shall not make things difficult for you. Now be gone. Yes, yes, yes. Chen Guanlou hastily fled without a backward glance. Upon returning home, he conducted a thorough search to ensure no one had intruded before finally lying down. That was close. He instinctively almost attempted to deflect that sword light, nearly exposing himself at the last moment. He discerned that the blade was not aimed at him and wisely refrained from acting. What was even more alarming was that he recognized the mounted Genie Wei officer as the very man who had slain Duan Tianlin in the Celestial Prison. To think he was affiliated with the Genie Wei. The swordsman's surname Qi had become a lackey for the Genie Wei, carrying out their orders under the guise of an ordinary thug. He was deeply troubled. He had no desire to provoke the Genie Wei under any circumstances. Currently, his strength was minimal, and he required a stable environment and a substantial income. He was reluctant to relinquish his position in the Celestial Prison just yet. Just wait a little longer. Once my strength is on par with a 5th-rank martial artist, the world will be my oyster. Those below the 5th rank were as numerous as the stars. While only those above were deemed true martial arts masters, as one ascended, the numbers dwindled. If he could achieve the realm of a grandmaster, even emperors, princes, and powerful generals would treat him with deference. Approaching him with caution, the prison officer one had expended a great deal of wealth to extricate himself from a predicament. An outside woman came knocking, weeping and pleading for him to save her brother-in-law. One kicked her away, wearing a face of regret. In his attempt to escape, he had nearly emptied his coffers, nearly succumbing to despair. However, compared to being imprisoned, spending a little money was worth it. The funds he had spent would eventually be recouped. After resting for 2 days, one arrived at the Celestial Prison bright and early, brimming with energy, and headed straight for the office as he had done countless times before. Unexpectedly, he was called to a halt midway. Officer 1, Warden Fan requests your presence immediately. What is it about? I have not been on duty for so long, and the A-class prison must be in utter disarray. Could this not wait until I have handled my affairs? The messenger wore a strange smile. Just go. It won't hinder your duties, having been away for so long. Does it truly matter if you go a day sooner or later? Though displeased, one turned back towards Warden Fan's office. He approached with a spirited demeanor, as if ready to engage in battle. Upon exiting, however, he resembled a frostbitten eggplant, a defeated rooster, his head hanging low and his spirit shattered. Some people lingered outside, watching his humiliation. Officer 1, what did Warden Fan discuss with you? Did he mention what should be done with the A-class prison? Old One, care to share your insights from your time in the prison? Old One's been through the ringer. Is he about to strike it rich? Old One has returned from the prison, and he seems a changed man. One abruptly turned, gazing at the mocking faces before him, feeling a profound sense of despondency. Everyone seemed to know what had transpired, save for him. Warden Fan had taken his position and relegated him to the equipment room. This was the Celestial Prison, not a military camp. The equipment room was as mundane as the archives. Devoid of any excitement, he would receive a meager salary each month, a pitiful fraction of what he had previously earned, a stark decline that struck him hard. His anger boiled over, gritting his teeth in resentment towards Warden Fan for severing the bridge after crossing it. He had shown respect to Fan in the past, yet now, at the first sign of trouble, Fan was all too eager to discard him, showing no loyalty whatsoever. The one's greed and cruelty left him feeling utterly defeated. Chen Guanlou sat in the guardhouse, pouring himself a cup of tea, feeling quite content. Learning that Juan had been demoted to the equipment room filled him with delight. The guards gathered in small groups, speculating who would succeed Juan in his duties, with some entertaining the notion that perhaps a little extra silver might secure them the prestigious position of A-class prison warden. Chen Guanlou scoffed, dismissing them outright. It's all about contributions, without exception. That cushy position won't even come close to falling into the hands of this lot. Best to focus on our work and find ways to earn. Several guards approached him. Chen, with Juan's fall from grace, won't you seize the opportunity to fight for his position? We believe you have a good chance. Chen Guanlou chuckled darkly. What makes you think I have a good chance? Spare me the flattery. Let me ask you, do I have the experience? Am I of the right age? Do I possess more silver than others? So many eyes are on that position. What makes you think it will land in the hands of us guards? Save your money. Spend on a few good meals instead. Xiao Jin, ever the cunning one, chimed in. Is it possible that Chen has received insider information? Has a candidate already been chosen? Who could it be? Certainly not Li Dahong. You wouldn't part with his silver. Please share any insights you have. I have no idea who it is, Chen Guanlou shrugged, but I can assure you it won't be any of us guards. Enough of this. Let's focus on something productive. Are we not gambling today? Have you won back what you lost yesterday? Decisions from above are beyond our concern. He waved his hand, dispersing the guards, urging them to attend to their proper duties. Everyone speculated about who would replace Juan. In the end, they all became mere cannon fodder. A new officer arrived at the Celestial Prison, parachuting in as the new A-class warden. This individual came from a powerful background, sharing the same surname as Warden Fan, being his nephew. The guards murmured in discontent. Another one of Fan's relatives. This is too much. They toy with us, taking everything while showing no regard for our dignity. I have never seen someone with such poor manners. Those who had greased the wheels with silver grumbled privately, cursing Warden Fan and the newly appointed warden, lamenting the cruel state of affairs. Chen Guanlou remained silent, for he had anticipated this outcome. Since Warden Fan had been toying with everyone, it was clear he had a candidate in mind all along that he was summoned to the office. Warden Fan was in high spirits, the sweltering heat doing little to dampen his mood. Little Chen, come over and meet the new warden. From now on, you shall be under his command in the A-class prison. As he is new, please lend your full support to assist him in managing the affairs of the prison. Do you have any questions? No problem. I am but a humble servant before you. Sir Fan, you are Chen Guanlou, sharing the same surname as the Pingjiang Marquis, and I presume you have received an education. It is evident that Fan, the jailer, is a novice in his profession, certainly not exceeding 30 years of age. Adorned with a pair of small mustaches that he deliberately adopts a stern demeanor, attempting to project an air of authority. A seasoned observer can easily discern that this individual has not encountered many challenges in life. Appearing somewhat pedantic and overly concerned with appearances, it seems he has devoted himself to study to the point of folly, and now, at last, has deigned to engage in work, all while maintaining an ostentatious demeanor. In response to the jailer's inquiry, I modestly confess to having pursued my studies for 2 years without achieving any notable distinction. Indeed, Fan replied, feigning profundity, and then lamented, studying is truly a formidable endeavor. Chen Guanlou's eyes flickered. It dawned on him that Fan had spent many years in study without even securing a titled IT. Is no wonder he is willing to lower himself to the role of a jailer. In this era, earning a living is arduous, and wealth is hard to come by. While the reputation of a jailer is less than stellar, the abundance of money is undeniable. The working conditions are relatively agreeable, as one need not patrol the dungeons daily. That if one is fortunate, they may go months without descending into the depths of the prison. Each day can be spent in the office, sipping tea. And if a newspaper were to grace the table, it would be quite splendid. In the future, as you both serve in the A-level prison, there will be ample time for camaraderie and familiarity. Young Chen, please enlighten Fan about the current situation in the A-level prison, focusing on the essentials. The exuberant Fan instructed. What are the essentials? Firstly, money. Secondly, personnel. Mastering these two aspects is to grasp the very essence of the bureaucratic realm. No one shall escape the clutches of the Five-Finger Mountain. Chen Guanlou contemplated, Beginning with the introductions of the personnel, he tentatively initiated the discussion, stating that the A-level prison comprises a total of 100 cells. Noticing the keen interest of his audience, he continued, "There are several guards, each with their own rank and regulations." That he swiftly and succinctly outlined the situation in a level prison. Fan listened attentively, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Convinced he had not misjudged Chen, who displayed a nimble intellect. The summary was both clear and straightforward, easily comprehensible to all. However, the delivery was perhaps too blunt, lacking the refinement of a scholar's touch. Fan glanced at his superior, hesitating momentarily. He had intended to inquire about the flow of money and the nature of the accounts, but reconsidered. To pose such direct questions in front of his clan uncle might reveal a certain naivety and an excessive eagerness for wealth. He resolved to summon Chen Guanlou privately later to discuss the particulars in depth. That he needed to ascertain how much he could expect to earn monthly, whether he would be able to retain some funds, or if it would be a straightforward settlement each month. His ascent to the role of jailer in the dungeon had not come without cost, although Fan was merely a clan uncle and not a blood relative. It was unreasonable to expect assistance without recompense. He had spent years in study without success, failing even to pass the lowest examination, and had become a source of ridicule within the family. Children as young as 10 had managed to pass, yet he could not, leaving him bereft of both substance and dignity. Unable to endure this humiliation any longer, he resolutely sacrificed 20 acres of irrigated land and his pride, ultimately convincing his clan uncle, Fan, to secure him a position as a jailer. He had agreed to remit 20% of his earnings as a token of gratitude for 2 years. This was the rule. One cannot compromise the regulations of the dungeon merely because one is my nephew. Do not mistake my intentions for malice. Once you become familiar with the dungeon, you may inquire about the true value of the jailer's position in the A-level prison. It is certainly worth more than what I am taking from you. For others, I would demand at least 30%. As my nephew, I shall only take 20 to work diligently, adhere to the established protocols, and avoid unnecessary trouble. If you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult with Master Li. Should any of the guards prove disobedient, let Chen Guanlou handle the matter on your behalf. You need only sit back and collect your dues. These are the harsh realities of society that Fan imparted to him before he commenced his duties in the dungeon. The intricacies of human relationships, even among kin, require the lubrication of wealth. Otherwise, discussions are futile. Those parents who indulge their children in grand urban pursuits, shouldering the burdens of relatives, only to expect their offspring to resolve the ensuing complications while simultaneously incurring debts to uphold appearances, are nothing but ignorant and superficial beings, forever struggling at the lower rungs of society, never discerning the underlying truths of its operations. They live their lives vicariously through their children, sacrificing fortunes for the sake of reputation. It is both tragic and contemptible. Those who truly understand the intricacies of human relationships and societal rules would never expend their own resources for another's benefit. Even among brothers, accounts must be meticulously settled. Only for one's own child would one willingly incur expenses to provide assistance. After the formalities had concluded, Chen Guanlou gracefully withdrew from the office, awaiting at the door. Inside, Fan once more admonished the novice jailer. As a newcomer, do not be overly eager to take on tasks. The dungeon is not bustling with activity. It is preferable for there to be no work at all, ensuring tranquility for all. Do you understand?